But rather than bore you with all those statistics, I've got cooked up a real mixed bag here of different topics. It might be a little bit like brain overload, but I'll start from the beginning. Like I said, I worked for 17 years. Co-invented methods of shape charge blasting as well as laser rock deflagration, which means rock is literally melted or powdered by a special laser combination, and the residue of the rock underneath is applied as a coating, as a liquid coating, kind of like instant agate, if you could imagine a hunk of agate, which is a hard silica mineral, rock agate. But here we have another topic. This is an area where I worked. I worked 11 years of the 17 years at Groom Lake, S4, S2, Cincinnati Air Force Base area. In fact, Groom Lake is, I'll show you the picture right here.
Because even the word spontaneous
it's right here.
makes it seem less likely. Yeah, because
Groom Lake is
it can be a very gradual process.
quite
Years of growth complexity.
a lot of rumors and
Maybe there's a force
other kinds of things that come out of there. Of course, people have stood on the outside for years and wondered what's been flying there. There's all kinds of things been flying. Let me give you a brief overview. Starts with an ancient history land here. Back in 1909, the U.S. cavalry was engaged in catching some banditos across over the Mexican border into blood-spilled truth and consequences in Mexico. And they went into a cave or a hideout and killed the so-called bandits. But what they found out, they couldn't explain, and they were called horseshoe craft at that time, or horseshoe ships. They were UFOs, and I saw these, what they call demons, gray demons, little gray guys all around the place. That was in 1909. Now, 1933, our government was actively engaged with the Europeans, mostly the French and the English, and special researches dealing with aerial phenomena. And once again, true flying saucer or flying disc didn't come about until much later, supposedly right around the mid-1940s.
But sometimes
Anyway,
so if you're on a certain
the
level
whole
of
thing
complexity,
here
it's
is
hard to go
that
back.
also in 1946, I might want to add,
Easy to go forward with
we were engaged in atomic bomb testing and this kind of alike. And of course, the area of Bikini Atoll, some of the pictures are over here on the whiteboard, showing with the actual language of the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy archives.
It may be to go from
Anyway, these flying ships were seen as early as 1945, 46. Some were called Foo Fighters and
something
name
that
it.
was capable of dark
They were fully known about maybe as early as 1935 or 36 by our U.S. Navy. And there was a shallow underwater base at Bikini Island, and that was probably the one reason why a number of atomic bombs were exploded in that area rather than other areas which they could have been even more remote out in the South Pacific. Operation Crossroads. Well, anyway, this all led up to later on, about 6 or 8 years later, in 1954, the Eisenhower administration led to an interesting treaty called the Greada 1954 Treaty. It was the Alien-Human Treaty. And supposedly the aliens would come in and exchange technology, and they'd want to take an occasional human being and a few head of cows, and accurate books were supposedly to be kept, and all this kind of stuff. And of course, eventually all that broke down, and aliens are notorious for being liars, even greater liars than so-called "we humans" are. So alien treaties are often just not even pieces of paper they're written on. They're just really kind of worthless. Anyway, my work as a geologist in building underground military bases, some of which 2 miles underground. And I think when you listen to Al tonight, if you have a chance to listen to him, he will speak. Al's actually been on some of the high-speed monorail subway cars, if you might want to call them, that link these bases together. Some of them are capable of riding on a cushion of air about 3/4 of an inch off a rail at a better part of the month. And he's actually been on one of these trains. I've only been in one of the tunnels and helped build some of the tunnels. Incidentally, I helped work on 13 deep underground military bases. Actual hands-on experience. Notorious was the one in and around the Dulce, the southeastern and southwestern sides of Dulce, New Mexico, and Los Alamos laboratory regions where we built some hermetically sealed rooms that were very deep, going down over a mile. We also built an addition to Green Lake and S2 and S4 complexes. There are a total of 9 underground. They're called domes. Like you can learn a lot from this dummy, but DUMB stands for Deep Underground Military Base, and or Deep Underground Dome 2, for instance, is a submarine base, and I have built a few of those too, which are off our continental shelves and then certain islands out in the Atlantic and the Pacific and strategic locations. All this, I can hardly, in an hour's time, I can hardly squeeze all this in. So I'll be kind of rambling here if you just bear with me. The main topic of my discussion here is to link up basically what's going on with these deep underground military bases, what they're being used for, what is the present situation now being employed by our federal government, which is slowly being phased out by the United Nations government, as well as the New World Order, which is an higher entity, and who these higher entities are taking their orders, and try and link up basically what's going on. A lot of it's been kept in the dark. We've been given, maybe most recently over here, photographs of an alien at Roswell. I'll just make a very brief statement about that. The photographs cannot stand up to a computer brain analysis test, and therefore are retouched or fake. They're not real. The real one, the real photograph of the shard of dead alien that was one of the several that were autopsy over here was given to me by a friend by the name of Skip Plumback of Seattle. And his father worked as one of the principal doctors. He was from Germany at the time, and worked on some of the autopsy material, from what I understand, along with other people. way.
Then maybe
You just can't believe everything, and that goes for me. You got to get out there and do your homework. Like I always say,
we have to be
you
careful
like
about how we're doing this.
don't put your
There's so many
spectacles on, you put
specialists
your
out there.
skepticals on.
We are
Is the
so
name.
distinct
So if we can have a show of hands here, how many people have heard about rothschild in Mexico?
It's just doing what it's
It's
doing.
very good on
Doing
call.
everything.
And how many people have heard about the black helicopters and the other kinds of flying saucer type equipment down at Groom Lake and other places? Very good.
I'm open to the idea that it could
Well, this obviously is a nice enlightened audience. Most of you have probably seen what a black helicopter
it may
is,
just be that this one,
or maybe even gotten rare glimpses of an F-117A black jet or stealth, as they're often called, or a B-2 bomber, B-1 bomber, or some of these other sophisticated aircraft that are now being touted as the new technology. Once again, where did we get this new technology? Obviously, we've had a little hand in that. Our little alien so-called buddies have kind of exchanged things, not without a great cost. The cost of which has been a lot of people have disappeared. Some, blow this statistic by you. According to current FBI and defense intelligence agencies, statistics, 100,000 children, 1 million
as
adults
fun as it is to get into the speculation about
and these are not kidnappings or murders or rapes or
life,
suicides or
what life
anything.
does,
Totally
this
unwanted.
gross network
And where are these
of
people going?
honestly, for
Nobody
me, the
knows.
strongest
Maybe one of us in this room or somebody
is to avoid that
has
bias.
encountered such an individual and lost a loved one or a friend or something, and that's unfortunate. My best friend, rothschild, several years ago, got himself murdered because we dared to put out in print, at that time we still worked with the government, and so was he. We dared to put in print the so-called strategic defense initiative of Star Wars as part of the New World Order, and it takes its action. It was originally written as a kind of a spoof or a joke. We had one of these alien grays dressed up and had New World Order insignia on it. Of course, that wasn't taken very mentally, and so it was called a suicide, but now it's been turned over to special authorities and acknowledged it was a homicide.
It should be a warning shot, actually, a little bit faster than we think.
Other than that,
whatever space
I'd like to also mention something about my father. My father was
antiquated
U-boat
compared
captain
to
in
other civilizations.
Hitler's Navy, and he got captured and taken over.
I think it was a product of his time.
I didn't find this out until about 2 weeks before he died on his
And so when
deathbed.
he
He
saw
told everybody, I was shocked. I was one of
it was just
them.
obvious.
But I didn't believe it. I thought
That
it
was
was
experimental.
delirium or something like that. And of course, other things have come up since. And so, anyway, he was captured and then turned over to the Third Army, the U.S. Third Army, and the U.S. Third Army turned him over to the Navy. And he was a master machinist. Now, that's not a journey, but a master means they can take a block of metal like a gun or a watch or some other playing instrument. And he's a master machinist. He later became a doctor. Part of the aerospace medicine group of the United States Navy, was instrumental in helping build the USS Nautilus and its first nuclear power.
If I were running this situation,
predecessor, the
if I were using
Enterprise, first nuclear powered aircraft carrier, and other ships. He pioneered all the ways in building a very small miniature nuclear engine. He even helped build, helped work later on in his life, he helped develop the infamous grid bed nuclear motor, which is now employed and some things that look like flying saucers, people flying are flying saucers. Yes, we, in quote, the United States Air Force and other armed forces, are training other European forces to fly and identify, or now identify for, in quote, flying saucers. We've actually built several prototypes that are flying under black craft that fly your position as a geologist and an engineer taught me to see a lot of things in the world. I know 70 countries. I also worked for NATO. I carried a level 3 security clearance for the wildlife factor. Wildlife is a hardening factor. Only given out to a handful of civilians, and maybe a couple of hundred military men worldwide. I thought I was doing the nation, the United States, as well as the world a favor by I thought I was keeping my well, I didn't work out that conversation. I was going to find out that these underground bases are now being employed as strategic bases for, in case there is martial law in this country. Right now, our military professors that used to be in war colleges and the like are training people like ex-Russian KGB and Spetsnaz people right here on American soil. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, along with other people, other geologists. By the way, I'm still a geologist. I do geological survey work. However, I don't work for the government anymore. I took my security clearance and my government statements and I cut it up and sent it back to the hard life branch SOB. When I found out that a number of these 131 deep underground military bases are being used to subvert the Constitution of these United States and its people. I said, that is enough. I can't possibly be connected. You can't quit. Well, I said, yes, I can. Individual going to quit, and I'm walking off the job. So I got arrested. Casually told, well, you got a nice job. And so I caved into that part. I finished 3 weeks, and then at that time my father was dying, and I was allowed home, and I never went back for my paychecks. The only intention we had. These people are trying to show signs of being our utmost leaders. We're talking about military people now engaged in training foreign troops on American soil, clearly against the only rights of the U.S. Constitution. It's why we formed the government, why our forefathers formed the government. A republic of the United States in the first place, way back 200 plus years ago. Because they're drawing and quartering the soldiers, taxation without representation, wall by dictators, otherwise known as today's version of executive order. The very reason that we became in quote free, a free republic, a free society, possibly one of the greatest be a nation on this earth, were instilled in our founding fathers that are now so far away from the people now running our federal government structure. So I'm here today to touch upon a number of subjects. One being that these underground bases are roughly over 3 of them per state. There's now, instead of 12 prison camps, there's 39. That's almost
a lot of
1%.
array of things that we do.
They're building 2 prison camps every 7 months. They're building
And
2
then the
underground
third sector scale
military
campaigns
bases
are
every
driven
year.
by the online capabilities.
Each one of these military bases, by the way, these underground military bases, cost somewhere between 17 and 26 billion dollars.
You could have Dyson spheres.
They employ 810,000 workers each,
Some kind of structure
and burying graves of
start
skill.
and that would be
They
really easily detected.
gobble up
Transferring
totally
all of the
through the black budget, over 1 quarter of the black budget, or roughly $310 billion. You may say, well, where do these figures come from? Well, the black budget, as we know it, the black budget, which makes it go black, is significant of hidden from Congress, hidden from the people, those people are going to know about it at all.
They targeted
But black budget
stars
per year garners over $500 billion a year.
And then
These kind of huge quantities and sums of money are garnered through CIA drug activity, national security agency, clandestine operations,
which is
mostly
basically
in
the
South
kind of share
America.
type thing. This is you basically
Also engaged in Russia and
again, out of 100,000 nearby galaxies,
refining them.
only a few examples of like a Dyson
By the way,
galaxy.
I asked, where are all these kind of interesting new metals coming from? Over here on the whiteboard, you have the new periodic table. 140 elements.
Civilization to get
Now, in our
to
high
stage
school,
of
today I was in a high school about a week ago. I saw a new periodic table
like
and 105 elements. Solar, we're not being told the truth. We're being lied to at every turn and every corner. We're considered less than morons. So the government has made itself an entity, an independent taxing body, an entity in itself, and isn't accountable to anybody, not even the so-called New World Order. They just go ahead and do everything willy-nilly as they please. Somebody check it. You don't have to worry about this. Occasionally there's a senator that pokes a nose in here and there, and that senator finds out either nicely or not so nicely that you don't do things like that. Now, if we're to gain a grip on our country, if we're to take our country back, we must first ask our public officials that cannot tell us the truth, and we will impeach them, or they will be impeached, or they'll be tried as traitors. That's pretty stiff language. Already it's fully beginning to trickle out to occur to a number of people that this may be the only way out. And also, our founding fathers, George Washington, Patrick Henry, and a few of the other ones, said that you don't want to let the chickens out of the box. They were talking about a runaway government. You don't want to allow your government to become like England at that time. And so they warned us about this very same kind of thing. First of all, the United States is not a democracy. It's not a republic anymore. It should be a republic. That's to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. Why you have this free republic anymore? We have to have a Supreme Court judge or group of them, plus Janet Reno and company, among other things, telling us what to do. Interpret for us as if we cannot read with our own 2 eyes and understand with our minds. This, of course, is bad policy all the way around. And I guess I don't need to blow that by your. Okay, on another subject, I have a number of items up here at the table. One of which here is, I can show it, is heavy hunk of rock. It has a weight of about little bit more of a town,
travels
2.5 times the weight of uranium. It's not radioactive, it can never be made radioactive. It's composed of
potentially, yeah,
earth, rare earth, clays, and powdered metals, as well as alien elements, mostly from crashed or retrieved flying saucers and nucleotides. Fantastic crash in our deserts and backyards, so to speak.
It arrives at its destination, basically.
This is employed in every stealth aircraft, every black jet.
It has like an event horizon,
My country.
it's
Also,
like collects
in
radiation,
very small quantities in the skin.
and when it arrives, all that radiation gets dumped to its destination.
Urine.
Completely externally, the travel it arrives at.
Here's
Radiation is
another
also
thing, there's a piece of
within the shell itself.
titanium you'll ever hear or
Shell,
see.
which is pretty dangerous.
It's
And then, it
so
also has,
pure.
it raises all sorts of
It's also
exacerbations of
composed
the
with
so you might be able to explain
other
why
alien
we
elements.
don't see
Make it extremely
a galactic empire.
Withstanding
You
temperatures of
might be able to explain
7,000
why we see a galactic empire if everybody's
our new
limited to
Phoenix class
voyage
submarines,
rocket
which
speeds of
we're building
20
two a
kilometers a
month
second or something.
right now.
But it's a little harder to explain
Phoenix
why
class
we don't
submarines
see
is a black budget program.
stars
Each one of those
populated by
submarines
galactic
costing
empires
$208
when warp drive is
million
different
dollars
because it makes
just for the
expansion so
titanium
trivial
hull, which is made of this material.
it makes our life
Approximately
it's a wonderful
10,000
situation
pounds
where
of
we can Rochester where we can
now.
see
We've
all the
got
stars in the
supposedly
galaxy.
as of the data right
And they
now,
spawn
we've got
civilization.
106
You
of
let
these
it spread
submarines.
out. It's
They're
so
flying
speeds.
waters
And
in the
actually,
way of
very
they
mixing
can
of the
dive
stars
with
themselves.
depths
Stars
of over
stars
2,000 feet and hold that
exactly
for 3 months.
of crossing paths around each
It's a
other.
fantastic
If you
submarine.
just have a range of impact of
It
like
has
this,
11
and you
written
spend
nuclear motors on
and
it.
the speed of light doesn't match
Could run everything.
you could populate the entire galaxy in some
These aren't your usual nuclear motor installation.
and so
They're
this
very
raises
small.
some
They're probably no bigger than this podium,
fairly serious problems because
weighing less than 3,000
any
pounds.
civilization has made history
Putting out as much as
galaxies
the
to do
equivalent
that.
of 3
We should be here or
aircraft carriers of
Enterprise
Enterprise class.
chose not to
But
populate
these Phoenix class
so this is
submarines
sometimes
are getting this
fact
metal.
day.
Now, where are we getting the metal
Fact day.
from? Yeah,
This
it's being
fact day is
stockpiled in
that
number of
the
strategic
civilization
locations.
isn't here now.
Supposedly,
The civilization
I've
has
heard
not.
stories, well, I've seen
present
mine on the
occupation
moon,
there.
and I have no way
And
of
that's
proving it,
difficult to
one way or another.
resolve
I
with
think
the
we're
apparent
probably getting it
ease
from
at
Russia,
which even
or
a small
we're
translation of
refinding it in outer space.
technology
Or we
a
shuttling
galaxy in far faster than
basically a shuttle,
So,
a secret
to be,
shuttle.
by the way, the
One
first
of
is
these now is going up and back. What are they shuttling? Well, obviously, they've got
I suspect
kind of
that
their own
aliens-
little laboratories up there, space station,
suspect if
all
they
this kind of stuff. Remember, what you're being told
If
is
they are
just a
everywhere,
smattering of the truth. It's not the real truth. Maybe it's 5% of the truth.
But we
Maybe
can
it's not even that.
I think we should be
You can
able
rest
to, in that
assured it's
case,
not, you're not
have
getting
very
much.
strong
Another
obvious
strategic
signals
metal is this particular bar
at the emanation
with
of
some strange crystals on it. There's scaleno-hedral crystals
some
of
weird
niobium, titanium, rhenium,
these
copper
kinds of stars,
oxide.
these
This
kinds of
complex
stars
group of elements
leverage
not found on the
fusion
Earth
stars.
in specific quantities. This was developed at Los Alamos through EG&G and other outfits. Are employed in all black jets, aircraft, including the in-quote sport model with little flying saucers we occasionally see over at Groom Lake. And by the way, now, if we happen to be with a video camera, taking pictures of the so-called area around Groom Lake, it's now
You could also imagine
you can
doing
get
things
your
like
equipment confiscated, your car, your house, considered the same thing as a drug dealer. You'll go to jail for 5 years, up to 5 years, and $1 million
space, if
fine.
you do a huge
I
crash,
personally don't think this is what I'm hearing.
have a spectrum signature,
I just don't think that this kind of punitiveness is what we need in America. We have to get rid of it. Otherwise, we're going to die with
certainly we don't see
no America.
bright flashes, which
Here's some
what it's
other
got portraits says is they decelerate and produce these bright
This
flashes.
is a very light element.
Don't
It's
seem to see evidence of
composed
those.
of lithium metal, as well
We
as
don't see anything
a
obvious
alien
or
element,
stars or stars
a little heavier than hydrogen, but a little lighter than helium. Also employed in this,
civilization.
it's used in the secretive methods of propulsion. And it also is in a peculiar scaleno-heterocrystalline form. And anything scaleno-heteral, by the way, the scaling triangle is no side is equal to another side. A scaleno-heteral metallic crystalline structure is definitely alien element, or alien
It's very difficult to understand.
technology converted over to our own technology.
Any kind of planet.
These were given to me about a year ago. They're called alien or
comments.
supposedly the skins of the black jets, some of the ones that are coming in at very high rates of speed, they're still glowing
With subscriptions,
red hot, white hot, and they'll sit out there and cool off, and they're dripping their material off of them. It's kind of like a rubberized
a solid structure that was going around and was
it's not rubber, I can tell you that. It's as hard as lava rock or harder, capable of standing tremendous temperatures. But nonetheless, some of it's slugs off every time, and so they just kind of scoop it up and throw it in the trash can there with the pieces of it.
So that was
Just one of the hardest
behavior.
Man-made rock.
Change, or did change across wavelengths.
Once again, it's got a number of alien
So that's very hard. We have to work with
it's got an alien crystalline structure to it. It's very advanced. It's about 11 times harder than a diamond, about 70 times stronger than a diamond. Capable of standing temperatures of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It is closed and it has very thin coating, so windows, tiny windows, and hypersonic aircraft that exceed Mach 5.
So there's almost another phenomenon I can show you that will explain.
Here's an interesting artifact. Right here in this hunk of rock, which by the way was an old 100,000-year-old shipping tool found in Syria.
I can see a UFO tomorrow. Next day,
Is
then
a
James, I
implant.
can see it.
It looks like a
But then I
bottle, but
don't
it's
see it.
not.
Like, again,
An
I'm
implant
going to say,
of
well,
a small
that's just
mechanical
because they
part
chose
was
they
exactly
have this.
360
They can always avoid
pounds
future observations fairly
This rock is 220 million years
if
old.
you the
Pretty
exo
much
signatures
is
don't see
220 million years ago.
anything that doesn't
Maybe Von Däniken was right
that
after
you can
all.
always
Here we have an actual piece of magnetized fruit, similar to a lime. It's even been pecked by a bird at one time, and that's still there. So it's instantly turned to agate. It is the same agate or chemical structure as material found in Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the bombings in World War II, where grasses and flowers and petals and other kinds of things were instantly petrified, turned to agate. It is the same identical crystalline structure, however, this particular is about 20 million years old. It's still got its original green coating.
And so that
Basically
all the time.
unchanged.
Same story.
Likewise, there's a garlic plant about
Similar there to
20, 35 million years
because
of age, and again, it's got the same thing agate coating.
Civilization, but of course it turned out to be.
And here are some pieces of the metal skin from the crash base at Roswell. That was given to me when I was 14 years old. My father was visiting one of his old friends in the Navy archives as well. He was visiting the Royal Navy in England, and I was working in old boys. Gee, Jack, can I ask you, Johnny? No, go ahead, ask me. Get anything you can. This is well, gee, Johnny, well, do you think I can have a piece of this metal? No, you can't have that. I'll give it to him. He won't have the braille
I think I
well, I've
learn
got
more
a
on these things. Yeah, which is
kind
exciting
of a
to
unique
because
thing.
the
We
more
were able to break the skin of that
saturated
crab, by the way, by
is
dropping it into a bath of liquid nitrogen and hitting it with a mechanical or hydraulic hammer, and it shattered into little bits. And it was later analyzed and adapted for technology.
it has mysterious and it has
All these artifacts are fine.
which have the
But once again, the main part of the talk is where's it all leading to. We get very little spin-off to where any of this is leading to. Occasionally we'll get a new computer or maybe a quartz watch or some little trinket kind of like giving the Indians beads a couple hundred years ago. Well, we're getting these little spin-offs. But the black market still rolls on, garnering up over $1 trillion every 2 years. It's somewhere between 1.023 trillion and 1.31 trillion dollars every 2 years. And every year it goes by, the black budget is unchecked and unaccounted for. It's just subverting our country. That's number one. Number two is that these underground mills, first of all, if there was something like a nuclear war or there's a definite enemy out there where we were going to be under attack, like from China or something like that, I could see maybe a couple of dozen underground bases for our government. And so basically, rise up like the phoenix out of the ashes. Well, not 131 of these. If you were going to so-called round people up and put them in breaking camps, well, what a better person camp than underground, where nobody knows where it is anyway. So once again, these underground bases are most likely been planned as underground prison camps and slave labor factories. New World, by the way, I'm probably the only person ever talking about this. The New World Order and the United Nations is taking its believe it or not, these more powerful outer space alien entities, we might call them the large rays or small rays. Sinister forces indeed.
The hope is that maybe
you might want to say, well, gee, how come we don't see more of this kind of thing? Well, you can just imagine, if you're only being told 5% or less of the truth, that's very much go on. That's one thing. Another thing is, you don't find very many people coming up here and letting me have hands-on experience. I'm going to try and do this to you. However, I do ask you to go out and do your homework and keep doing it. Don't necessarily believe in what I'm saying, but get out there and talk to people. Whether it's just a couple of neighbors or friends or something, get out there and talk. Because one will tell two and two will tell four, and pretty soon you have a whole region of people that are in the know. And then from there, wonders can work. And that is for the blank budget and these clandestine programs. Public opinion is only going to be that, going to do that, and it's going to take millions of us. But we have to be informed. And to do that, we have to be doing what we're doing now, gathering and talking. And of course, most of us are adults and can weed out fact from fiction. Most of us are responsible adults and know the difference between fact and fiction and how to use it or how to abuse it. So we therefore have to continue to keep studying and keep talking. If there's just me out there, believe it or not, there aren't people like myself out there talking. I've given over 30 talks in the United States, Canada, Japan, went over to England, went to Japan, kind of really actually they flew me in and out, but talked to a number of different execs, and they were very interested in data. Now, if I was, if this was all a bunch of poppycock activity, and I wouldn't be listening, be given an audience by these people, but evidently I have. The 13 attempts on my life, the first of this year, there's a number of you ladies present, so I won't gore you out. Al was seeing some of the words, and there's a few other people that have been there who I have attest that I have been shot. Right now, run off the road, pushed off the road, and shot at.
So we had this fun experiment of imagining the civilization
and combat with some of those people. And once again, I'm not desperately shape anymore, but I still want to handle this.
And so they decided to try and leave something.
And just about ready to wrap things up here. But just basically wanted to give you an overview of
the reason what's happening right now is we all maintain this kind of
we have a question.
So you want something that does require someone to transmit.
Would you please speak up?
To think of it as use those criteria. It was a proposal like my colleagues would come.
Yeah, I was involved in 1979 in August of 1979.
So you could be
I was involved working through Los Alamos Laboratories in Mexico.
She passes across the 2 and 3 and 5
What's now known as Alien War.
and so the vehicle.
66 Secret Service agents, government leaders,
They didn't require any energy because they're just stupid.
could have been number
They would
67.
eventually degrade.
Lost their lives today because the government lied.
They should have life.
New outposts underneath. And what we've done is out in the desert here, we had created war. A period of 4 days with 4
And so you can imagine like extending that
up to 1,000 feet.
not just
And
but maybe the space would want
these
to.
fools kept working
It's
out
very
of
complex.
dirty dust and beautifying odors, broken off
The way there's
machines and other kinds of things like that. Boring machines as well as razors,
messages
damage and information. There was a probe that was sent down and that came up
the
totally
lower
missing.
layer, which is just
Down there.
then what we also see is
And when I got down there, of course, the owner was in rural. I was in a spacesuit type environment.
so to me, something really compelling.
All I had was a small tool belt,
It's also
special suit,
very
a
impressive.
small mock hammer,
That would be pretty
some
cool. And actually, the method
and my little pistol.
astronomy right now.
Being an engineer didn't have time to carry a big hunk of pistol across the screen raised area.
Yeah, I mean,
Stuff like that.
requires just bigger
Carry
apertures, bigger the lens.
We got down to the pool, standing about from Maine to get one over here.
Just the
And
observations.
something like that was
In the
7 foot tall, stick facing guys, and I didn't want to use any time with that. I'm not one of you guys, and boom, away you go. And I was one of the rare few that had been a tour.
I mean, there's
may or may not have
200,000 stars that kept going to the launch all the time.
so basically with ET training, but a lot of these other people were
Did that.
in fact, it was in the area, and of course,
So you have
the
existing
and that's big. And of course, 67 died that day. I have a big hole in my chest. I lost my
You wrote a code.
really burned out.
Use the
Completely burned off. Burned off.
don't assume
My
anything.
skin was
Just
radiation isolation.
of the signal for itself.
My bones
And then
were
it's like a
centralized.
to see if so we actually tried
I managed to survive.
some interesting stuff. Anything
Other than that, I'm the only hospital provider. There are only 2 others that were in nursing homes up in Canada. Canada refused to allow the United basically
Just
just
watching
they're
one,
that
because there could be something generalizing it.
doesn't want
It's ultimately the question. Is there is there price?
and they're regarded as
general
an heroes.
sense of compression? So maybe it's but automatically think how analyze the data how to compress it.
Speak up
You'll be
loud.
able to discover data that's smooth. But then, compression rate
Actually, yes,
is
there's
about
several.
this
In
bit.
fact, as I was coming to this
So being able
talk,
to compress information.
Yeah, and it's super great.
was
I would
supposed to
imagine
be here by 20, and there was a subsequent follow-up.
the assumptions
Anyway,
that
I'm
kind
going
of go with having the code
did it
more
one
scale.
day,
They really have
but as I
some of
was
the
coming over near Cheyenne, and the military airport, and Army are going a so-called new
they
end
were
quote
very careful with that installation.
prison camp
They initially
right
said
up in Cheyenne.
to try and
And I was here 3 months
make
ago.
it as intelligent as possible to be
So it's brand new.
even
In Colorado, yes, there's four bases, one being a super international
conventions
I call it airbase, spaceport, or whatever you want to call it. Denver International Airport. No wonder you're like get flawed. There are 8 levels in the airport.
I'm sure they can
area,
eventually
Carmackers, and that
figure it out, but
yeah, so the bag could be there for a damn long time.
so maybe I
Imagine if everything only turned out get 30 or more million years ago, the bag could very well be the same one day. So yeah, there's a number of
Observing.
them. And I wish I had a map with me. In fact, one talks I'll have a map with your put on the overhead. In fact, my next one, I have just that. I had planned to bring a map here and had a latitude and longitude of bases, and I can't do that. That would be I didn't bring it. So other than that, I'll have that over search for you. Yeah, this one.
Animal,
that's kind of the beauty of
As far as there being an error,
is
hollow word
you
or
can find
anything like that,
integration
no, I've never read anything like that.
intellectual
However, Al Bielik has been on the tunnel train
and so in this case,
coast to coast now and a half. Just
stars
a
are
week, including the SST.
galaxy is having stars in the
Their
galaxy live there, but the stars are
I helped build a lot of tunnels in all the underground mountains, underground military bases, parks, and all of them.
and so in fact what is spirograph
By road,
whirl around
not
trace
big
that way
freeways,
through
but
the
it's
patterns.
at
And
least
so the stars
rather narrow lanes, but they're also high-speed magneto trains. This lady over here, stand up and speak up, please.
And that's been happening just we can reject that.
What
Yes.
levels of military personnel know about this? Most of the levels of military know about this, especially higher levels, officers, minor officers.
And those stars are so
Listen, I'm sure
that
don't,
they're all
or basically kept in the dark like we are.
they can quite extend out to
So, yeah,
some debate.
this film right here, yeah.
And you have a definitive
Well, it's 100, in the United States, 127 of them in the lower 48. Some in Canada, some in North Mexico, I can't know either. They average about 4 cubic miles around an average depth of 57 underground.
we see
cost
is
$17 to
objects
$31 billion
which looks like gas
each. Employ 1,800 to 2,000 people.
it's just a sphere.
And
these
the
objects
very large one is now being built
through
in
three-dimensional
Sweden, one of which is a mile. It will take 5 years to build that one at a cost of about $2 trillion. And it's only supplied by the United Nations. Anybody over here?
And so it's got
Let's jump. Speak up, please. Okay, you want to know exact locations of all these for where all of your Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force bases are. With all the present, not the ones on there. By the way, they closed down because they're now being used for gas and equipment storage. Maybe not really closed down. Boot camps and boot camps and all this kind of stuff. So-called prisoner camps. Right now, our police, for instance, are being trained by the Air Force and the Army intelligence in martial law research. How dare they call it? That's why that means where these are, where every one of these strategic bases are now in Colorado, in around Denver, there's 3 of them. They're fairly small. Some of these bases are only maybe 2,000 to 3,000 feet in depth. Some of them were built a long time ago, back 35, 40 years ago, and then maybe 500 feet. And mostly for equipment storage. Denver, and there's Fort Collins. There's also Colorado Springs area, and Colorado Springs is kind of a famous area. Nikola Tesla was for Colorado Springs, and you guys say, well, I believe that up to Albany. As far as the military force base, there's 9 underground mountain bases, and the military force base up in Nevada, it's north of Las Vegas. There's going to be a UFO show at conference at Mesquite here later on this month. It's very close to Area 51. The whole area, by the way, the state of Nevada is 81% in quote managed or owned by the federal government. The land is either restricted or run by the federal government. That's what they have. There's a reason dealing with the problem. Very low temperature. Basically, and while evidently waking up is occurring. That's actually changing right over here. Speak up, please. Okay. Yes, they are. These tunnels connected to large caverns. Yes, these large bases are basically like this Coliseum. Everything's up. Everything's a city underground. Most of these bases both have military bases and they have all the accoutrements of life. However, each one of these costs quite a bundle of dough, and some of it are tax money, but most of it is clandestine approaches, and that's definitely undermining the
especially, and that's called rotation. So sometimes those objects produce passive from a distant star just constantly. These are very
difficulty in understanding our language is very slow.
Which eventually
You've heard whales songs or bird chirping at high speed. It's about what these aliens sound audibly to us, so they do just a bunch of gibberish. Yes, it's actually broken down. There's 11 prototypes that are 11 civilizations of aliens using the planet all the time, all of which are done by the U.S. military. 9 of which are not pretty bad. Those which benevolent, with the benevolent ones are supposedly basically left, they have their own war,
and through those
groups and whatnot,
inside
which is out
there are
repudiated to be a nudity, but people who already wasn't willing to play a decent human, except these sneakers and clothes, long, oversized, long, and get too hard, and all kinds of way stuff.
It's more like a passive radar system. You're just listening very intently. And so,
man, after one tie in the alien agenda to the new world, yes, sir, 100%.
The rich architecture and
briefly,
just by doing something
right now, basically, dismantling countries,
just using instrumentation.
Governments, telling governments not to war with each other anymore, basically, so that's the outside.
Yeah, that makes
they're taking their orders directly from their own
check it out.
Or like, they want the plan for themselves. Of course, if you want to learn global 2000, that's a supposed planetary or has a group of sinister plots to produce biological weaponry to reduce or thin out the so-called ethnic cleanse of the population of the planet by 5 or roughly 5 or 6 billion people, enslaving the rest to work willy-nilly with the so-called people in the world. Now, another peculiar thing is the alien agenda is not really well believed, nor understood by a lot of these one worlders. They don't believe it. They think they've been singled out for their own glory. What they don't know is there is some other human being and somebody's get over bad alien objects, which are just another orphan bag of food to them.
Eventually,
eat it, we think of a cannibal eating meat. They use our language creations as part of that food. Their glandular secretions like adrenal and other kinds of things like this. And in fact, then the Atlanta Center for Disease Control has figured out ways to combat this. It might be where these new designs of diseases like AIDS, Ebola, and other things that come up out of nowhere, and these diseases can go almost have a life of their own. It's just like here.
That's really strong. It's just so much to think about. And even
okay, let me ask, is the having any effect with earthquakes? Yes, very easily be, although
would it be just a very high
remember,
happening?
a lot of these underground bases are constantly being repaired, and so a lot of people have to be hired. As far as the U.S. government, the question was, the U.S. government modifying yes, that's an affirmative. We have the U.S. government working with Russia for at least since 1972, maybe as early as 1966, on weather modification. It's well known fact, and it's well implemented. By the way, they can literally weather modify a hurricane or a tornado out of existence. And the reason they don't do it is pretty obvious. Right, or they can actually send a plane inside of a hurricane that would blow off an atmospheric bomb or a shockwave bomb, and the eye of the thing would fully dissipate. They don't do this, of course, and other reasons for that. See which way it goes, or what kind of havoc and set to havoc, and we'll go from there.
To make this
that's all back.
you stop actually taking high resolution images.
How do we learn more about our general topic? Well, there's that particular fellow, his name is Richard Schauder, PhD, wrote a book recently, Underground Bases in Tunnels. What is the government trying to hide? That is one book. Then we have
So the
here's a
idea
popular science article, secret airbase. The government doesn't want you to know that Groom Lake. Supposedly Groom Lake doesn't exist. Well, I guess if it doesn't exist, then me talking about it, I guess it can't be arrested or anything. I'm just full of poppycock here. Well, the editor of Popular, one of the editors of Popular Science that put this article out is now the usual person. Then there's a book that's Stealth Fighter Pilot.
one of the
These books are available. I get this one at Dalton's. This one actually was sent to me by the publisher. I did some test piloting, and the only thing I test piloted was would run the aircraft back and forth on the runway, the special runway to go to Groom Lake. The picture in uniform. And I can go on. These publications are out now, and they're available. Yes, this way over here.
And so at this start, I think is basically can use a telescope to embed light.
I can't hear you.
It turns out the gravity is not strong enough to create a great telescope here because the focus point is really out to the kind of it's a 550 astronomers away from the Earth, so 550 times further away from the sun. That's beyond the spacecraft ever go. So you have to send a spacecraft to that distance.
Okay, this is kind of a mixed bag question there. She has, with Marshall Law being called precious metals and all these kinds of things. First of all, hoarding anything will be outlawed. If you hoard clothes, you have a radio, any way of communicating, dash gasoline, she would just be rounded up and martial law is dictatorship of the world's mind. One of the yeah, her other part of the question, if I got it right, was is it the alien takeover? Well, the alien takeover now probably will be for some probably 20, maybe 30, 40 years. We in the background. The idea is to get the one world beast-like government in place, and then the population of the planet. And then, of course, I don't think we'll break loose from that on. And whether it is all the survival and talk, but some people are sorry, using their Bible, that may be, but all I can tell you is I've been face to face with one of these characters most people would use the shock of seeing such a thing would cause them to not be in very healthy mode and bring mind and physical as well.
If you want
This man here, look up.
position, and the one that comes then you can do that with the sun.
Well, it's a combination what technology is used to build these underground bases. Well, we have lasers that can drill out basically these black rays 7 miles a day. How to do that? 8 feet wide, 28 feet high.
So there is
you've been told about drilling and boring machines in a very slow quarter-mile a day. Most of that went out in World War II. Most of that's all World War I or World II era material. Once again, you've been back to I can hardly believe, first of all, I worked on public engineering projects, and we do better in grinding up roadbeds and laying them down at the rate of 4 miles a day. That doesn't exist while I worked on one big work a few months ago. And we built a tunnel just for sewage. Was as big as about 6 feet across, right through the solid rock, right to one of the hills for their new light rail. Did that in 2 days, but it was complex. It was a small complex tunnel.
And so
It's
we
big enough
use
for
that
that crawl through
bending,
and
and
expand. I don't want to be
so we
what technology? Yeah, a lot of this is alien technology readapted for our own use. A lot of it's on the So, this is that, how can you tell alien technology? Well, anything that's just absolutely outlandish, like taking a optic assembly and welding torch and trying to cut into this metal and getting nowhere, obviously, metal research,
so those images,
aircraft are getting alike,
small
different tools and products,
and they can
things
together into very
many times
to
the
create
diamond or known hardened substances like
telescopes
or
always
obviously that's nothing that we came up with on our own, but we could have over several hundred years. But you got to remember too that the military technology is outstripping the public sector technology at the rate of 44 to 45 years of technology for every calendar year, every 12 calendar year. So every year goes by, this time in 1996, the military technology will be roughly 45 years more advanced than what we are today. So it's quite possible way back in 1943 they could have announced the U.S. Navy not only caused the ship to disappear, it literally disappeared and reappeared. Basically, military technology right now is about 1,200 years more advanced than public state technology. Computer technology right now, it's just scale. I can't tell you, it's just right now. And just in blackjet, stealth aircraft, the new computers are so advanced. We can get them to public sector for another 40 or 50 years.
And do that. If it was simply attach a CubeSat to the next phone, test it out, it really costs you tens of thousands of dollars, this basically lies that except
well, what you ask for the slave labor camps, the old infirm handicapped, are they going to be executed and executed via education? You bet your bottom dollar there, I think will be these things. I wish I knew more, but I don't. It's that knowledge that I kind of keep up and thought about. But other than that, yes, I would imagine so. If you look at the 39 prison camps, they're of course, these new trains that they have 143 shackle places per train. They're scary things indeed. You know what they're called? They're called United Nations Prisoner Transfer Cars. Well, we got to wrap it up here. Let's take one more question. This lady over here. No brainwash. They don't brainwash you. How do they brainwash you?
You get less extinction. In fact, you keep good.
That's not the sign this little piece of paper saying you work, you go to prison. For the rest of your you're not going to be taking home anywhere from 4,000 to 40,000.
So the most
in your position
is actually about
40,000.
Okay, so that's
I'm going to wrap it up here, folks. So I'll be over booth. I think it's over in booth number 125. I can take other questions here. Let you look at artifacts and once again on these artifacts in the very few minutes and don't handle this one.
To remove the parts. So it's just strength, nothing else. It's possible to reconstruct it. To some degree, we do this as a technology called adaptive optics that can correct where you find errors that happen in the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is tubular. It is not a single plane of air of the same density. And so each little layer is bending light in different ways. So the light actually follows a wiggly path on its way down.
Examine the most infamous of these
What that means is that Two light rays which happen in slightly different spatial separations
in Mexico.
will arrive at different times, because one maybe goes on a straight path and one wiggles down a bit more before it arrives, and so you have an incoherent light source. When you're trying to use a coherent light source. So the way they correct this is that if this path had to travel a little bit faster, the straight one goes faster and the wiggly one takes longer, the mirror's default is usually bend the mirror the straight one down a little bit to make it an equivalent path distance. So the mirror itself has all these actuators. It's actually made up of like thousands of elements. It's almost like a liquid mirror because they can manipulate it in kind of real time. And so they scan the atmosphere with a laser beam to tell what the deformations are in the atmosphere, and then make the corrections to the mirror and to account for it. So you could do for the telescope, but it would be
Valdez stared out at the driver's side window with a dark mass lying not far from the road, and then cursed him to breath.
as it's called.
For the briefest of moments, he tried to convince himself that the sensible course of action would be to simply drive on, away from this place, and to ignore
possible, but as you go closer
and yet his curiosity urged him to exit the vehicle,
you have
to conduct a closer inspection, and confirm what his instincts and fears were telling him.
in and out
With a heavy sigh,
telescope. So
the
you need
patrolman used his radio
a
to inform the
very
dispatcher of his
that complex
location
system to correct for that.
before
So,
opening the driver's
I would say
side
it would be
door
simpler
and making his way across the scrub.
just to test it with
Deep down,
with
he
having
had
some
known what he would
satellite
find
imagery
before
much
he
wider
could
orbit.
reach the
Now,
carcass.
speaking of traveling,
The cursory
deep
inspection
space,
confirmed that his cadaver had been left, just like the others he had attended
you
upon.
made a beautiful
A series of diamond-shaped indentations had been carved into various points behind, with several layers of skin having apparently been used in an expert fashion.
human-like creatures to travel
The creature's eyes, nose, and tongue were all missing,
There's a few different ways
despite there being
of
no
doing it,
sign of
but,
any wider animal
one
predation
is
having
to how
taken
fast you
place.
shoot. That's what's going to be discovering that
It was almost
If
certain
we
that reproductive glands would be
devised
absent,
some
as well as a number of other key
that could travel
internal
back to the speed of
organs,
light,
all
then we
removed
could do it
in
in
what
our
presented as a clean and
which is, I think,
sterile
what
manner.
people normally dream of.
As
when they think about
understood regarding the lack of any tracks or disturbed foliage on the ground surrounding the animal's
to the
corpse,
spacecraft, maybe a few
Valdez
years
now
later,
became
step
aware
off
of the
and
low
that's what it would
rumble
be.
of an approaching
You walk around the
vehicle.
surface and come back and visit
Looking
your
up
family.
from the
There would be,
busy
of course,
scene,
no
he
relativistic
caught
time
sight
dilation
of a
as a result
5-ton
of that
truck
trip.
painted in
You would
army
have very used to
camouflage,
that
heading
back
along
on
the
Earth
highway
by traveling
towards him.
close to the speed of light for some fraction of time.
The transport began to slow as it approached
The
the
challenge
point
of
where
this,
he'd
of
left
course, is
the
that we have
patrol
no
car,
such propulsion system that
its
can
occupants
achieve
returning
this.
the questioning gaze
So,
veered off
we
as
just
they
need to
passed,
pass like
before it pulled away at greater speed. As he watched the dust cloud thrown up by its passing dissipate, Valdez found himself experiencing a whole host of emotions:
what is that?
confusion, a small degree of fear,
How difficult are
but most of all, he felt anger,
Yeah, so
directed towards those he blamed
before
for the
doing the
death of
Halo
his
Drive,
creature.
there was an idea,
The
because I
deaths
think
of
the
all
Halo
the
Drive
two animals
is
in
not going to
recent
solve this
months,
problem.
and the
I'll
wider
talk about the Halo
falsehood
Drive.
that their
The Halo
slaughter
Drive
had
is
been
used for a civilization which is a bit more advanced than this.
lies fabricated for
It's
one
looking for a
purpose,
cheap highway
with one
system
purpose
to
only:
get across the galaxy.
to keep local
For that
residents
first
away from the neighbouring mesa, to
Because
fear that
just
something
to
resided
context
there
the
which
Halo
neither
Drive
he
requires a black hole. So
nor
that's
any
why
other
you're not going to be able to do
power
this on the Earth right
could
now.
hope to protect
But
them
there are lots of
from.
black holes in the Milky Way. That's the good news. So we'll come to that in a moment. But if you're trying to
The
have
town of
a
Dulce in
without a black
Mexico
hole,
did not come into existence until
then
the
the
end
most
of the 19th
some
century,
ideas out
when
there.
US authorities ordered the local Apache tribe to settle itself permanently in one place.
British Interplanetary Society.
The area's native population duly complied with
And they
its
asked themselves,
instruction,
we
forming
took
the Hickory
existing
Apache
and
Reservation,
speculatively
around which the town would eventually
realistic
be
future
established.
technology that are emerging in the next few
For the
decades.
next century and a half, the inhabitants of this small backwater community would live their lives in relative
fusion
peace,
drives.
a short distance
So if
from
we
the
had
slope
people
joining Archuleta Mesa.
either detonate, you can imagine a
There
kind
had
of
always
vision
been signs of high
fusion bombs going
strangeness
off
associated with
spacecraft.
the region, from
And
weird
that way,
light anomalies
or
witnessed
having
in the
some
night sky
successful
to
nuclear
Bigfoot-like
fusion reaction,
creatures seen wandering in the scroll.
which obviously we haven't really
But by the
demonstrated.
late 1970s,
then
The
you
looming shadow
could achieve
cast by
something
this
like
towering
10%
mountain
speed of
peak
light in this system.
would
But these
begin to
are
take on a sinister
huge spacecraft. I
connotation
think you need a huge
with the
spacecraft
discovery of
to
a
take
series
people
of bizarre cattle
The
mutilations.
conversation recently actually switched, and
Following
that's
several
the idea
complaints
is
by ranchers and farmers to the local police
and
department,
most of us have kind of given up
insisting that someone or something
physically,
was slaughtering their
biologically
livestock.
stepping on board the
An officer
spacecraft.
by the name of Gabriel
And maybe
Valdez
something
to
that's more like a
investigate the
micro
matter,
probe that maybe just weighs
but
a
after
gram
visiting
or two.
affected
And
properties,
that's much easier to
the
accelerate
investigator
show
often
with a laser
returned to
system
his
at very high speed.
superiors with
Yeah,
far
it's
more
maybe 20
questions
speed
than
of light.
answers.
It has to survive the journey, probably a large fraction of
Actually,
them might survive the journey.
only
but the
one
cheaper
animal in
for
the
the
herds which were
manufacture
targeted had
millions
been
of them.
affected,
Some of them
and
do
it had been
arrive
dispatched in a manner which seemed to discount the involvement of any natural predator.
wanted to have a person.
Although
Now,
key
we
sensory
might
and
have some
internal organs
way
had
of
been
doing
removed from the
telepresence,
carcasses,
some kind of delayed
there were never
telepresence,
any indications that the flesh had been
some kind of
consumed by a
reconstruction
potential
of the planet,
attacker.
which is sent back so you can
In
digitally
fact,
interact with that environment.
these
in a
bodies
way
would remain
which is,
untouched by scavengers for
not
weeks
real
after the
time, but
event.
representative
A
of what that
phenomenon
planet would
previously
be like.
unheard of
So
in
there's
this
so many
harsh and
more digital
unrelenting
visitors to
environment.
these planets. Certainly far
The report
easier,
submitted by
practically,
Officer
than
Valdez
physically
also highlighted the
forcing
lack of
this
disturbance in the
wet
soft and sandy ground
to fly
surrounding the
years
remains,
across space to do
offering
that.
no hint as to who or
And
what
so
was
that's
responsible.
maybe something we can
Due
imagine.
to the discovery of shattered
The
bones
Halo
in
driver
some
is
cases,
thinking further
the
ahead.
suggestion that the bodies had been dropped from a
And
great
if you did
height
want
was
to
something he would go on to be
launch large
questioned over
masses,
some length.
large masses could even be
It soon
planet-sized
became
things
apparent
across
to
the
his
Halo drive.
superiors
You
that
can use
Officer
black
Valdez
holes.
had no fixed
So
agenda
this is kind
and was not promoting any theory in
trick of
particular
physics.
regarding
I
the
often
depths
think
of
of
these animals.
the universe is like a big computer game.
Instead,
And you're trying to
his report simply
cheat codes,
documented everything he had
exploits
encountered
that
during his
the universe
investigation
didn't intend for
and
you to use,
demonstrated
but
that
once
he
you find
discounted
you
all
can
of the most obvious
address all sorts of
explanations
interesting
for deaths.
capabilities that you didn't previously have.
But situations would
And,
soon unfold,
The Halo drive does have
setting in
black
motion
holes,
a
so we
chain
have
of
this black
events
hole, very
which
common
would quash
situation,
any hopes the
finding black
investigator
hole.
might have had in
And
maintaining
they're
a calm
exploring
and
towards each
rational
other. LIGO's
assessment
tested, I
of the
think, dozens of
incident
these theories
plaguing this community.
and these things, as they merge together, the
During the
pre-merge
summer
phase,
of
they're pulled each other
1986,
very, very fast.
a resident named Jerry Julian approached the local police
And so Freeman
department
dies
to report that someone had
before
attempted
he
to
passed away in
abduct
the
her from
70s.
her
It was
home
provocative
while
head
she was sleeping.
gravitation machines, and he suggested that you could
Julian
use
explained to the
neutron stars
attending
as an
officers
instant
that the
motion
evening
system.
prior, she and her
neutron
husband
stars
had
are sort
driven
of
out in their flatbed truck to the
the,
slopes of
you know,
the
the lower mass
Archuleta
version of
Mesa
binary black hole
to do
system,
a bit of
essentially.
stargazing.
In this case, he suggested just
After a
doing
short
gravitational
time,
slingshot. Just fly your
Julian's attention
spacecraft
had been drawn to
into
one
this,
star in particular, which
very
seemed to be moving through the
compact
night sky.
and relativistic binary
As she
system.
and her
You do
husband
need
looked
neutron
up
stars
in
because
wonder,
if there were two
the
stars,
celestial
they'd be
body
physically
in
touching each
question
other.
suddenly
So
began
the
to
neutron stars
descend
are so
from
small that
heaven,
they can across.
landing
They
on
get
the
really
ground a
close to
short
each other
distance
and have
away.
these very, very fast orbits with respect to each other.
Gradually, the
You
bright
shoot
light
your
before
spacecraft
began
through,
to
right through
diminish,
the flies with
revealing a
IOU,
metallic
and you do
structure
a
from
slingshot
which a
around
small
one of
set
them.
of steps
You do it
descended.
around the one that's coming sort of
Two
towards
small
you. So
figures
one of
then
them
slowly
can
made their way
towards
down
you
the
at any
metallic
one point.
walkway
And then you could
before
basically
they set off
steal
on
some of
foot
the
in the
energy in the
direction of the
slingshot,
married couple.
basically use that to
With
twice
a frightened cry,
speed. You can take
Julian's
your speed
husband grabbed
and
her
it
by the
becomes
shoulders,
your speed
unlike
plus
her
twice
to
the
his
speed
pickup,
of the neutron
and
star in
frantically
space.
attempted to
Your
start the
new speed
engine.
after the slingshot. There
She
seems great
continued to stare back in
free
terror
energy,
at the
basically.
two
You're
squat
not
figures
doing
slowly
anything.
advancing upon the
Generally, never
vehicle
need to power
as the
engine.
engine
Generally, you're just
repeatedly
steaming
failed to turn
and
over.
indeed, you get to relativistic speeds this
It
way.
was only
So I
when the
love that.
strangers were mere meters
But I
away
had a
from the rear
criticism,
of the truck,
and the
reaching
criticism
out as if to
was
take hold
that
of
this
it,
is like trying to
that the
play a ship
motor
into a
suddenly
blender.
fired
This
into
is
life
this is two
and allowed the
neutron stars
couple
which
to
have huge
escape.
tidal forces. And they're whipping around each other
Later that
once every
night,
second or even
having
less than a
decided not
second.
to report
And
the
you're trying to
matter,
fly your spaceship
the
and do this
couple had gone to
maneuver.
bed,
Pretty precarious.
only for
And
Julian
so
to
just
awaken in the early hours of the morning
That's right, I
due
love
to a strange tugging
And so I
sensation.
accept that idea. This is how science is.
Looking
We
down
just
towards the bottom of her
take
bed,
a previous
she could
great
see
man's
two
idea,
shadow
maybe
figures,
slightly tweak it,
identical to those she
that's how I
had
see
witnessed
that drive.
emerging from the strange
and
craft
I just suggested
earlier
why not
that night.
replace those black holes, which is something very
Suddenly
common.
realizing she
And
could
rather
feel
than
her
flying
being
the ship
pulled off
into
the bed
that,
to expose her lower
that hellhole
body,
whole of the
Julian attempted to
You just
scream,
stand back and you
but
realize
nothing more than a hoarse and raspy
black
sound
holes
emerged
have
from
such a
her
tense
mouth.
gravitational field, they can bend light in
Quiet whimper, however, had been sufficient to
So,
awaken
the
her
sun
sleeping
bends
husband,
light by a
which the two figures had immediately
gravitational
vanished.
lensing, but a compact object like a black hole.
When questioned further by federal agents who had been tasked with attending the incident,
the laser beam too close,
Julian
like,
claimed the existence of these entities was
so
common
you just
knowledge
kind of
amongst
push
the
it out,
native
push it out, push it out
community.
until you get to a point where it's just.
She even went as far to describe a large hole
and that
or
laser
deep
beam
mountain face hidden away
Now the
on the
laser beam
slopes of the
is
mesa, which she claimed the creatures used to
but laser
access the
light
surface.
photons can't speed up underneath in like the spaceship case.
Around
So
the
instead
same
of
time, the investigators were taking Jerry Julian's statements.
So
Separate claims of a Australian base concealed beneath the Archuleta Mesa were being directed to local authorities.
And because
security staff at Kirtland Air Force Base began to receive a string of detailed allegations from a local business of mysterious activity both above and below the mountain chain.
because they push,
All benefits was already well known to the senior officers of the base.
so you
Following
can
reports he had submitted to them of strange lights in the sky above his home in the Four Valleys district of Albuquerque.
it's basically the same
He now claimed that in addition to the lights he had filmed,
and there should be a
he had
border
intercepted mysterious energy emissions and radio transmissions,
galaxy
and that these were emanating
some
from
of them
beneath the
would
mesa.
be even as close to sort of 10 to 20
Businessmen
light
had
years.
and regular flights across the mountains in his private aircraft,
They're of course
photographing anything he deemed out of the ordinary.
but statistically there should be.
I got to the base to speak
So
in
these
person.
objects would be
He showed them
natural
photos
weights
which were believed to be paths and doorways into the rock,
and
miles away from any existing road or
and
highway.
well, there's
Featuring maps of alleged areas and access points,
been a
and
lot
cited interviews he had conducted with the owners of mutilated cattle, who claimed to have been abducted in the vicinity of the mesa.
the boomerang
But the more detail the impassioned Benno chose to add to his ad hoc briefing, the less credibility he was extending by his audience. He began to panic, citing discussions with shadowy government agents, claiming that the extraterrestrials living below the mountain were one of 3 separate species to have visited Earth. But it was the assertion that a whole floor of the alleged alien base contained fats filled with human organs and body parts harvested by the alien visitors, which saw him ridiculed and finally escorted off the base.
You can project
Shortly after this, as the businessman's mental health and coherence continued to deteriorate, he suffered a nervous breakdown. On the advice of doctors,
especially for kind of
his
more
family had tried to have him committed to a psychiatric facility in 1988, seemingly removing any shred of credibility his initial reports that the military may have contained.
again, it's been a popular idea.
But perhaps the most amazing aspect of the stories told by Paul Benowitz is that they are by no means the only such detailed allegations,
because it
a
is a
secret
giant
base sealed beneath the town.
engine in a way.
Dawson.
You know, a unique capability of a black hole is you can basically throw
During
matter into it and get these
1990s,
jets that
a
come out
former
of
Air
the
Force
accretion
technician
disk
by the
and
name
fly
of
out.
Thomas
And so you
Costello
can more
went
or less
public,
use them
confirming that there was indeed a hidden facility underneath the Archuleta Mesa.
nothing else except for
More incredible
the
still
annihilation. And
was that
so
Costello
antiparticle
claimed
is
that
way
this
of
was
doing
not an
that.
extraterrestrial
So they have
base,
some
but
constructed
constructed by the United States government,
garbage into a black
where
hole.
aliens and human
Just throwing
scientists
astronauts
work
into
together
civilization,
on genetic
which
experiments.
energies we never possibly need.
Costello related how he had been a U.S. Air Force photographer based at Nellis, Las Vegas. In the early 1970s,
Right, so the whole
had been transferred to the secret Dulce base in New Mexico.
as they get smaller and smaller in size.
Whilst there,
So
he was
a very
responsible for maintaining the facility's extensive surveillance
would
network
be
and for documenting some of the work being conducted in the
raises
laboratory.
lots of prospects about how
Costello even went as far as to offer photographic evidence with his testimony of what he reported to be
you
some
have a
form of
very
alien life suspended in a vat of fluid on one of the
doing that
labs.
or a few words about it.
But barely had journalists
Yeah, it is.
digested his claims that the Dulce base was just one of many such facilities linked by a vast underground railroad network before
which
he
is
disappeared
used
altogether.
stuff. As a border,
However, his claims would later resurface when further research came forward, this time from within the ranks of the Dulce Police Department.
So,
A former reservation detective named Avery Tafoya, who had been researching the testimony of Jerry Julian, related how he had stumbled across the report written by federal investigators assigned to the case.
Energy needs
It's amazing. In addition to the events described by the victim, they had included detailed drawings of a sprawling military facility, exactly where Julian claimed hid an opening in the mountain was situated. The drawings depicted the base at 7 different levels, including accommodation blocks, storage facilities, and laboratories.
So,
It was also serviced by an underground train network similar to that alleged by Thomas Costello. Armed with this information, Tafoya stated that he had made a number of attempts to climb the mountain and see the facilities itself, only to be defeated by adverse weather conditions on each and every occasion. Not to be deterred, he had then used a thermal camera to document strange apertures and vents built into the rock of the mountain, and recorded what sounded like large machines being operated
is a great example.
beneath the slopes.
10% of US power electricity users
Over the years, the United States military has gone to great lengths in denying that Dulce Base exists, or that it's part of a network of hidden underground facilities. And it would seem that part of their strategy to do so has involved a concerted effort to undermine the credibility of those making claims.
Completely.
The background of Thomas Costello remains shrouded in uncertainty.
It's not
With attempts to locate and review his military service records seeming to suggest he never existed.
And so
Associated with his testimony have proven to be forgeries,
where
no formal entity with him has ever been unearthed.
you're using every
Members of the intelligence community have also come forward and admitted to deliberately feeding false information to Paul Benowitz. It is alleged that having become uncomfortable with his obsession and surveillance of the secure Mansard weapon storage complex, the Air Force invented a fictional Dulce base in order to distract businessmen. They even claimed to place machinery and fake air vents on the Archlet Mesa for him to photograph, in order to convince him that the base existed there, and draw him away from genuine military facilities.
And so there has to be
David Valdez himself has always refused to believe stories of the base at the Mesa, extraterrestrial or otherwise.
energy back down.
Prior to his death in 2011, the former police officer told his son that he believed it was humans who had mutilated the cattle in the town, and not aliens.
Here on Earth.
He cited secretive nuclear testing in and around New Mexico in the 1960s, claiming samples had secretly been removed from local cattle to test for radiation poisoning.
So, whether even if it's really
there are equally detailed cases both for and against the existence of the base beneath the Arch of Mesa, and the secretive work which is alleged conducted there. With similar stories, it is difficult to know which sources to trust.
as a result of that.
It is not beyond all possibility that the US government is in possession of secret underground military bases constructed well away from prying
Are
eyes.
going to have to leave.
But at the same time, some of the claims attached to them seem so outlandish that they push any notion of their existence towards ridicule.
That is not
However,
a species
throughout
that is
this
going to still
episode, we have deliberately avoided the most detailed and impassioned
have to be
evidence of such an underground structure, say,
They will have to be
that of a man who has been a former worker of the secretive site and had survived the horrifying battle unfolding between human and extraterrestrial forces during the excavation from the eventual facility. Join us next week as we examine the testimony
And you're
of one Phil Schneider.
aside in your lab page, you mentioned that you're sometimes interested in astroengineering. So what kind of space architecture do you think would help to house humans or interesting things outside Earth?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fun ideas. One of the classic ideas is or standard tours. These are the two rotating structures that were devised in space. They're basically using the centrifugal force of artificial gravity. And so these are structures which tend to be many kilometers across the American space, but could potentially habitat millions of people in all over the earth. Of course, you can imagine it expands does a pretty good job, I think, of exploring the idea of human exploration of the solar system and having many objects, asteroids inhabited by mining colonies. One of the ideas that we found with that is this technology called a quasite. A quasite is an extension. Again, we extend people's ideas with ideas. An extension idea called a statite. A statite was an idea proposed one forward in the 1970s. 1970s seemed like most sorts of the only statites, the gravitational lens, really having fun with dreaming about space. The statite is basically a solar sail, but it's such an efficient solar sail that the output force of radiation pressure equals the input force of gravity for the sun. So it doesn't need to orbit. Normally you avoid it. The sun's following us right now through force of gravity, but we are not getting closer towards the sun, even though we are falling towards the sun because we're in orbit, which means our translation warp speed is just enough to keep to the same altitude essentially from the sun. And so you're in orbit. And that's how you maintain distance. A statite doesn't need to do that. Basically, initial space, but it's just balance of radiation
we
pressure.
found reports from various individuals who stated that it's a secret facility in the New Mexico town of Dulce. But we deliberately avoided the testimony of one man who is arguably the most professional in allegations of the possible existence of Dulce Bates. The man who claims he was of a war.
Speech of that you say, okay, half an AU, I can go to Q squared, Q and go through that. But for a quasite, you can basically get the speed. It's just a matter of how much the gravitational force you effectively enter an orbit where you're making the star be less massive than it really is. So it's as if you're orbiting a 0.1 star or 0.2 star, whatever you want. And so that means that Mercury orbits at a pretty fast orbital speed around the sun because it's closer to the sun than we are. We could put something in Mercury's orbit that would have a speed
of sufficient size.
so we would always be
the lieutenant now tried to take stock of the
situation. So this could be
situation.
useful if you wanted to have
His platoon were gone. Their bodies charged with recognition following exposure to the horrific weaponry employed by their opponents.
between one another between these different bases.
Despite this, they had managed to push the enemy force deeper into the facility as they had been ordered. And if you could just secure the stairwell in front of them, the mission
we know that
success.
major events like happen
Waving across the corridor, where two more of his team members were sheltering behind another crate, he began to issue a series of orders in hand signals.
Those
Moments later, the pair were up on their feet and heading towards the looming
pretty fast, and so it's hard
each
to
tightly
get ahead of them.
clutching
But you can have a
satchel
station which is basically
Their
sampling
intention was
to the
clear.
Earth as soon as it detects anything
But before they could
suspicious,
reach their objective,
magnetically it could then
the door
send that
suddenly
information
swung
straight back
wide
into
open.
your Earth and give you
the skeletal figure materialized from the darkness within,
something
followed by a terrifying breakthrough energy discharge from its weapon. The two soldiers did not even have time to cry out, as their bodies were engulfed in full of brilliant blue flame.
It's like another one of these exploits that the
Immediately, an infantryman further down the corridor, operating the platoon's MC machine gun, opened fire, shredding the attacker with a steady hail of gunfire.
That's always
More soldiers, snatching whips, started satchel charges and priming them before hurling them in towards the open doorway.
That's why those things
With an enormous explosion, immediately followed by a shower of the great stairwell caved in. preventing their enemy from accessing its core or any others which lay above them.
And so that's in essence what a son
Leading two of his men to cover the collapsed structure, the lieutenant and the remainder of his platoon made their way back up through the facility towards the main loading area. But upon his arrival, he was shocked to see that two fire trucks had arrived, discharging several more squads of soldiers wearing black uniforms, who hurried towards the corridors from which he and his men had just emerged.
The long arc of human history.
Turning to his commanding officer, he abruptly inquired as to what was taking place, who his unit were, and why they were now heading underground towards the lower
You don't know what a
levels.
desk is. Some kind
Completely dismissed,
of thing that
he and
leverages
his fellow Navy SEALs could only watch on as the mysterious soldiers continued to head deeper into the base,
fusion
where
reactions.
so many US soldiers had already lost their lives
Brings us to the
in
topic
an
of
effort to
AI.
contain the
How much of
marauding
this,
extraterrestrial
if we're
threat.
traveling interstellar travel,
During the summer of
doing some of the
1995,
interesting things we're talking
Phil
about,
Schneider
how
gave a
much
series of lectures across
of
the
those
United
ships would be
States,
occupied by
in
AI.
which he went to great pains to highlight to his audience the
What would,
dangers of what he was doing. He
What
spoke
would
of the
be the
murder of his close friend, which he alleged had been made to look like a suicide.
it's depressing.
Then he related various attempts on his own life and threats to harm his family in an effort to stop him from sharing confidential military secrets with the public.
Being astonished with his capabilities.
But Schneider explained that his love for his country superseded any thoughts for his personal safety, that the American people had a right to know the potential dangers which their government was hiding from them. He would open his talks by explaining how he came from a family of public servants, how his father had been a military officer who worked on the Manhattan Project. Then he would reveal to those present fingers missing from his left hand, relating how he had lost them whilst fighting to regain control of a secret military installation from extraterrestrial attackers.
It sort of implies
Schneider would hold up bizarre-looking metals and minerals, claiming that they were products of experiments which had been kept hidden from the American people.
was dumb, essentially.
He would then explain in great detail how there was a vast network of underground military bases beneath the surface of North America, linked together by miles and miles of magnetic train tracks.
Approaching this cusp where we might imagine
he would close his lectures by saying that when his time came, just like his friend, his murder had made him look like a suicide, reiterating that he had no wish to end his own life.
So if this wave
Less than a year later, the impassioned public speaker would indeed be found dead in his
that
apartment.
implies that
His death, perhaps unsurprisingly for anybody who had ever heard him speak,
behavior, and so
ultimately
it's
being
intriguing
ruled
because
as
it implies
suicide.
we are special in terms of our
Much as the former Air Force Sergeant Thomas
Which
Costello
normally
had
is
done before him,
something
Phil
we
Schneider
are
told anyone who would give him the
we
time
really like this
that
video
there was a
reference
military base hidden deep beneath the Archuleta Mesa.
cosmological principle.
But unlike the enigmatic Costello, Schneider chose to deliver his evidence in a far more
And
public manner,
perhaps that is part of
speaking
the
openly to
solution
room
to
full of
paradox.
interested
That if
people,
it is true that
fielding any
plants
questions they
tend to
might
go
have
through
in
basic
considered
process
account.
done for the vast majority,
Despite how,
a
since
brief
the end of the
period
Second World War,
and then an
the
extended
United
period
States government had been building a vast network of underground
Then
bases around the country.
in a unique and special moment
Schneider
in
explained that
history
to his
would be
knowledge,
of particular interest.
there were
But
129 deep underground military
this would be the
bases
time
with
that you would
guns
want to study
hidden
something
beneath
like
the
civilization.
plains,
Very
mesas,
careful.
and mountains of North
You
America.
would just want to see how it plays out.
9 of these were clustered in close proximity to one another, located in and around
that
Green
you are
Lake,
able to
near the
observe
infamous
perhaps
Area
how
51 testing facility
study
in
how
Nevada,
transformation happens. And so yeah, that
linked by a seemingly endless series of
and
tunnels,
this idea of
which house a maglev
hypothesis
train line,
monitored, which has
allowing
for a long time
workers to
been sort
travel
of
between the locations at
seems a fringe
speeds
idea
of up to Mach
amongst the scientific
2.
community. But
As
if
he
we
stood,
live
summarised how these tunnels had been created and how each of the secret bases had been constructed,
even AI
audiences found themselves visibly impressed by the level of technical detail Schneider used. Having listed his credentials as a geologist and structural engineer, he related how he had been brought onto the project to assist with the complicated and advanced construction methods used. The maglev tunnels had not been drilled or blasted through the ground, but had instead been created using laser technology that vitrified and melted its way through the previously impenetrable rock. In order to create each base, 4 gaping holes were bored deep into the earth. Each separate floor was then blasted out of the rock before being linked up to these 4 gigantic corner shafts. And it was amidst the construction of one facility in New Mexico during the late 1970s that Phil Schneider became an unwitting participant in what would become known as the Dulce War. Schneider maintained that in August of 1979, construction on the Dulce base had begun to fall behind schedule due to issues relating to the drilling of one of the corner columns. The facility was being tunneled out beneath the southwest corner of the Archuleta Mesa, but every time the drilling team attempted to pass a certain depth, they found that their machinery was mysteriously failing. In an effort to discover what was frustrating the drilling operation, Schneider and a Green Beret bodyguard had been lowered into the incomplete shaft via a crane. But as soon as he stepped out of the crane basket into what appeared to be a pre-existing cave network, he had instantly realized that something was very wrong. There was a bitter, unnatural stench in the air, as the drilling operation had now allowed ancient gases to escape from the void beneath, along with a mysterious and sooty residue on the unusually smooth walls of the cave. It was at this point that a tall and slender figure had suddenly stepped out of the shadows in front of him, carrying what appeared to be a weapon description. But terrified by its unearthly and intimidating appearance, Schneider used his sidearm to kill it, only for 2 more to then emerge into the darkness behind. Backing towards the crane basket and firing wildly, the engineer had managed to fell one of the pair, only for the other to then use its own weapon upon him in retaliation. Schneider was instantly consumed by an eerie blue light and felt a huge jolt of electricity burst through his body, which sent him crashing to the cave floor. When he came to, he found himself being bundled into the crane basket by the Green Beret, who then turned and engaged more of the creatures as the basket began to ascend without him. Upon his return to the surface, the doctors who treated Schneider found severe damage to both his left hand and foot, with several fingers and toes. After he had explained to his superiors what had taken place, he was removed from the project, but later discovered that construction had continued despite his encounter. For the next year, it was alleged that further battles with the Mesa ensued as US Special Forces clashed with alien interlopers who appeared intent on frustrating the construction of the base. Schneider claims that in total, 66 soldiers and extraterrestrials lost their lives before an uneasy peace was finally formed between the two sides. He went on to allege that the aliens who had been residing beneath the Mesa had worked with humans since, creating numerous scientific breakthroughs which had gone on to assist mankind. Throughout 1995, Schneider continued to tour the United States, giving talks in which he was numerous other alleged conspiracies, alongside the revelations of deep underground military bases. Over the course of his lectures, however, it soon became apparent that the former engineer was beginning to struggle with what he had started. He described how he had been involved in a shootout with federal agents, killing one in self-defense, and how an attempt had been made to kidnap his daughter in a bid to force him to stop delivering his lectures. Then, in January of 1996, 2 months after his final speech in Denver, federal agents arrived at Rothschild's ex-wife, Cynthia. They explained how Phil had been found dead in his apartment in Wilsonville, having apparently decided to take his own life. The agents went on to conduct a search at Cynthia's house, removing any notes or materials relating to Phil and his lectures, before then leaving. The circumstances surrounding Schneider's death have always raised questions about the speed with which the authorities moved to attribute it to suicide. Phil's body had been found slumped between his bed and wheelchair, with a rubber catheter hose having been wrapped around his neck 3 times and tied off with a knot. Both his feet were pushed hard underneath the bed, with his head resting in the seat of the wheelchair at an angle that would not appear to have been easy or natural for him to achieve. There were traces of blood on the floor nearby, but no injuries or wounds were found on the body itself to suggest where this may have come from. When the family later asked if a suicide note had been discovered, they were told that all the papers seized from the address had now inexplicably gone missing from a police storage facility. Subsequent requests for additional toxicology testing on Schneider's remains were refused on the grounds of adverse costs, considering the cause of death had already been determined. Further, more adamant demands for these tests would also be refused, because the samples had apparently been destroyed by the laboratory which had been storing them. One detective, who later spoke privately with the family, stated that with the missing fingers on Schneider's left hand, it would have been almost impossible for him to have tied off the catheter himself.
So maybe that's what happens.
When the officer in question was shared his concerns with his superiors, he had been ordered to take his observations to himself, before then being reassigned to the case. It appeared that even in death, Phil Schneider was continuing to raise awkward and uneasy questions for those positions of authority. When taken in context of many accounts which already exist regarding a possible underground base at Dulce, the testimony of Phil Schneider appears to be compelling. Many of the experimental compounds and construction techniques he listed during the course of his lectures were mere concepts during the late 20th century, but have gone on to become commonplace in modern building. His descriptions of the base layout and the functions of each of the 7 levels were also eerily similar to those offered by other witnesses, people who he'd never met or associated with. And yet, even the lightest touch of scrutiny shows his accounts to be marred by falsehoods and inaccuracies, which make it difficult to take some of his claims seriously.
But then again,
repeated assertions that his father, Otto Oscar Schneider, was a German U-boat captain who had been captured by the US Navy and then turned against the Nazi regime. Yet a cursory search of both German and American wartime records shows this to be apparent fabrication, with Otto having been born in San Francisco in January of 1996. Similarly, his claims that the original attack on the World Trade Center involved the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, and that the occupants of Waco Ranch had been murdered using chemical weapons, have apparently been debunked. These revelations would appear to suggest that Phil Schneider was an individual prone to exaggeration, sometimes verging on the edge of delusion.
Maybe I do want that to be true because you want to.
But if this was the case, then where did he sustain his life injuries?
There's no way where
and
that's
what increasing samples and notes he brought with him to his lectures?
The specialness is
Why is there so much evidence that he was silenced by unknown persons, and efforts made to present his murder as a suicide? Schneider's detractors argued that he was not a well man, he merely seized the upon the alleged testimony of Thomas Castelli,
state
using it to conjure up a fantastical backstory of his own.
benevolent property of the planet.
But to his supporters,
The planet would ideally
the
like to
inconsistencies in his account are explained away because the US
not
government
only
would write
the
its
general
family
negative
history,
rules
designed specifically to undermine Schneider's credibility and keep prying us away from the Nazi
very
base.
persistent.
They point to the same method used against Bob Lazar and is removed from college and deployment records as an example of those the US government will go to cover up such revelations.
Or with the
advent of the internet, each passing year sees more information on classified military projects slowly creeping into the public domain. It is therefore entirely possible that at some future point, evidence proving the existence of deep underground military bases will finally materialize. Or it may be that advances in technology enable investigators to finally disprove the existence of such facilities once and for all. Seems there is a lot more to be done.
It's very strange for me to be cosmically unique. It's just very strange. I mean that we're the only of this level of complexity in the galaxy seems very strange.
I would just, yeah, I do think it depends on this classification. I think there is sort of, again, it's very within those subjects, but there is a classification we're doing. What we are is a distinct category of life. Let's say in this case, which are intelligence, we are something that can be separated. But we see intelligence across the animal kingdom, dolphins, whales, octopuses, crows, ravens. So it's quite possible that that these are all manifestations of the same thing, and we are not a particularly distinct class, except for the fact we make technology that's really different to our intelligence, and we classify that separately. But from a biological perspective, to some degree, it's really just what we're operating. And so that's why when we talk about unique, you are putting yourself in a box which is distinct and saying this is the only example of things that fall into this box. But the walls of that box make themselves be a construct of our own arrogance that we are something distinct.
But I was also speaking of us meeting all life on Earth. That then it's possible that there's all kinds of living ecosystems on other planets, other groups. They just don't have interest in technology. Maybe technology is the parasitic thing. It destroys the organism. And maybe that's actually fundamental realities, whatever broad we categorize technological development, that's just the parasitic thing that just destroys itself.
Yeah, I think
it's a cancer.
We've tried this idea of the great filter a little bit here. So we're asking where is this? Does the light ahead of us? Nuclear war, maybe the future is ahead of us, or could it be behind us? It's the advent of technology that is genuinely a rare occurrence and explains the many paradoxes. And so that's what most people have debated and argued about in the city for decades and decades, but it remains a persistent. People argue whether it should be a paradox or not, but it remains a apparent contradiction that you can make a very cogent argument as to what you expect life to become in the universe, and yet everything we know about the universe is fully compatible with just us being here. And that's a haunting thought. But I have no preference or desire for that to be true. I'm not trying to impose that view on anyone, but I do ask that we remain open-minded until evidence is collectively.
The thing is, it's one of the probably I would argue is the most or the most interesting. I think scientifically speaking, like what questions then it's a problem you know, it could be other ways to talk to it. It gets the essence of what we are, what these living organisms are. So somehow seeing another kind helps us understand the human condition, helps us understand what it is to be human to some degree. I think, you know, I have tried to be very agnostic about the idea of life intelligence. One thing I try to be more optimistic about, and I've been thinking a lot with at Search for Life Universe, is life in the past. You can, I think it's actually not that hard to imagine we are the only civilization in the galaxy right now. It's to an extent. But there may be very many extinct civilizations. Each civilization has a lifetime comparable to, let's say, AI is our own. It's only a few hundred years of technological development, or maybe 10,000 years if you go back to the Industrial Revolution, the dawn of agriculture. You know, hardly anything time scale. That's the thing, that's the blink of an eye. And so it's not surprising at all that we happen not to coexist now. But that doesn't mean nobody else was ever here. And if civilizations come to that same conclusion, realization, maybe they scour the galaxy around them, find out humans with intelligence, then they have two options. They can give up on communication and just say, well, it's never going to happen. We just may as well just worry about what's happening in different planet. Or they could attempt communication through time. And that's the most selfless act of communication, because there's no hope of getting anything back. It's a philanthropic gift almost to other civilizations that you can maybe might just be a monument, which the pyramids essentially are a monument to their existence. These are the things they achieved, their own the things they believed in, their language. Or it could be maybe something more than that. It could be sort of lessons from this and history. So I've been thinking a lot recently about how would we send a message to other civilizations in the future, because that act of thinking seriously about engineering, how we design that, would inform us about what we should be looking for, and also perhaps be our best chance, quite frankly, of ever making contact. It might not be the contact we're dreaming, but it's still contact. There would still be a record of our existence, pitiful as it might be compared to a communication. And a lot of the human being behind project, it's humble. It moves you to the vast temporal landscape of the universe, just realizing our day-to-day lives, almost forgot. It's nice to think about something that sets us in thought. It's something humanity acceptance as well. Of like knowing that you have your disease, but your impact on Earth doesn't have to end your death. It could go on beyond what you leave behind. Maybe the books you write, in the literature, you launch your own spirit ego out in space. I'm not sure what's I mean, I have quite attempted to be on the road. There's like plaques on, there's the Pioneer plaques, there's the Voyager 2 record. It's pretty unlikely to discover those, because they're just adrift in space, and they eventually mechanically die and not produce any signal forms. So you have extremely much them. I've often said to my guys that the best place to be the moon, unlike the Earth, has no significant weathering. How long the Apollo descent stages, which are still some on the moon's surface, last for, the only real effect is micrometeors, which are slowly, like dust, smashing against them pretty much. But that's going to take billions of years to remove that down. And so we have that's on the surface. If you put something just a few meters beneath the surface, it would have even greater protection. And so it raises the prospect that if we wanted to send something, a significant amount of information, to a future galactic spanning civilization that maybe cracks these subculture, the moon's going to be there for
billion years. That's a long time for somebody to come by and detect maybe a straight pattern that would draw the sand for them to, big arrow across. Like, look over here, and we could have a tune of knowledge of some background of civilization. So I think it's when you think like that, but that implies to us, well, okay, the galaxy is 13 billion years old, the moon is already 4 billion years old. There may be places familiar to us, nearby to us, that we should be seriously considering as places we should look for life, intelligent life, or evidence of evidence that may be for us.
So that thinking like that will help us find such relics, and it's like a beneficial cycle that happens.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
It enables the science, so slightly better, like of searching for wild, detecting and so on.
Yeah,
And it's inspiring. I mean, it's also inspiring in that we want to leave a legacy, this entire civilization, not just in this world, but broadly speaking.
Yeah,
that's
the last.
Yeah,
and I'm kind of a team that's trying to repeat the golden record experiment. We're trying to create like an open source version of the golden record that future spacecraft are able to download, basically put on a little hard drive that they can carry around with them. Get these distributed hopefully across the solar system eventually.
And it's going to be called the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
It could be, that's a good thing. I think probably just because or something. But I think another benefit that I see of this activity is that it forces us as a species to ask those questions about what it is that we want another civilization to know about us. The God record was kind of funny because it had photos on, and it had photos of people eating, for instance, but it had no photos of people defecating. And so I thought that was funny. When I was an alien, if I was studying an alien, if I saw images of alien, I'm not trying to be like a pilgrim, but I want to see the full body. I want to study the knowledge of that alien. And so we always sense what we show,
And we should show the whole actual process, and then also say we tend to censor these things. We tend to not like naked. We tend to not to talk about some of the natural biological phenomena and talk a lot about others. And actually, it's just be very like the way we just there was just very transparent about the way we actually talk.
Yeah, I mean, and as a kind of a code record, I think he originally there's a man figure on the code record, and the woman, the genitalia drawn, and there's a lot of pushback from the Christian groups who were not happy about the idea of throwing this into space, and so eventually they had to remove that, and so it would be confusing biologically if you're trying to study xenobiology biology of this alien. Apparently it has no genitalia, or the man does, but for some reason the woman doesn't. And that's our own societal and cultural imprint happening in that information.
That's to be fair, just even having two sexes, predators and prey, just a whole that's just a very unique earth-like thing. They might be confused about why there's pairs of things, like why are you, why is there a man and a woman in general? They can be confused about a lot of things in general. Or they just a picture. They might not need it. They might have very different sensory devices that you can sound that way navigating the world. It's kind of lost to send any kind of conversation with video and audio, video and pictures. And that's one of the things I've been a little bit resistant about. I've been thinking, well, they might have eyes. So if he lived in the Europa surface, having eyes wouldn't be very useful. If you lived in a very dark planet, the tidal night side of an exoplanet, having eyes would be particularly useful. So it's kind of a presumption for us to think that video is a useful form of communication. The hope would become a multi-planetary species. So we're almost sneaking up to that, but the efforts of space maybe in general what your thoughts are about those efforts. You already mentioned stars would be very interesting for astronomy, for science in general, just
Just
getting stuff out of space.
like it might be a
But what about the longer term goal of actually colonizing, building civilizations out of other surfaces on the moon, planets?
It seems like a fairly obvious thing to classify, right? There's a high risk if we are committed to trying to keep this human experiment going. Very simple basket is always going to be a risky strategy to pursue.
It's a nice basket.
It is a beautiful basket. I wouldn't want to, I personally have no interest in Mars on the moon. I would like to visit, but I would definitely not want to spend the rest of my life and die on Mars. It means a hellhole. Mars is a very, very different. I think the idea that this is going to happen in the next 10, 20 years seems to me very optimistic. Not that it's insurmountable, but the challenges are extreme to survive on a planet like Mars, which is like a dry, frozen desert with a high radiation environment. It's a challenge of a type we've never faced before. So I'm sure human ingenuity can tackle it, but I'm skeptical that we'll have thousands of people living on Mars for a long time. But I would relish that opportunity to maybe one day visit such a settlement and do scientific experiments on Mars or experience Mars, do astronomy from Mars, do all sorts of cool stuff you could do. Sometimes you see these dreams of outer solar system exploration, like fly through the Venus, or you could just do these enormous jumps on like these small moons where you can actually jump as high as a skyscraper, traverse them. So there's all sorts of wonderful ice skating and great fun. So don't get me wrong, I love the idea of us looking for the dream. I think it's just a question of time, our own destructive tendencies. As you said earlier, our adults with our emergent capability to become interplanetary. And the question is, will we get out of this before we burn it down? And I obviously I hope we do, but I don't have any special insight. There is somewhat of annoying insight which I have with the so-called doomsday argument, which I try not to treat too seriously, but there is some element of it that bothers me. And the doomsday argument basically suggests that you're typically majority principle not special, that you're probably going to be surrounded by all human beings, all people. You're unlikely to be the first 1% of human beings that ever lived, the last 1%, and certainly the last 1% of human beings that ever lived. Because you'd be very unique and special if that were true. And so by this logic, you can sort of calculate how many generations of humans you might expect. So if there's been, let's say, 100 billion human beings that have ever lived on this planet, then you can say 5% confidence, so you divide by 5%. So 100 billion divided by 0.85 would give you 2 trillion human beings that would ever live. You'd expect by this argument. And so if let's say each planet, in general, the planet has a 10 billion population. So that would be 200 generations of humans we would expect ahead of us. And if each one has an average lifetime of say 100 years, then that would be about 20,000 years. So there's 20,000 years left. That's like a typical doomsday argument. That's how they typically play it out. Now, you can a lot of the criticisms of the doomsday argument come down to what are you really counting? You're counting humans there, but maybe you should be counting years, or maybe you should be counting human hours. What are you? Because what you count makes a big difference to what you get out. So this is where the reference comes. So that's one of the criticisms of the doomsday argument. But I do think it has a compelling point that it would be surprising if our future is to one day blossom and become a galactic spanning empire. Trillions upon trillions of human beings will one day live across the stars for essentially as long as the galaxy exists and the stars burn. We would live at an incredibly special point in that story. We would be right at the very beginning. And that's not impossible, but it's just somewhat improbable. And so there's part of that sort of works against me, but it also is a philosophical argument because you're sort of talking about the souls being drawn from this cosmic So it's not like that I lose sleep about or I fate of the doomsday, but it is
almost as hard as if it was raw.
somewhat intellectually annoying that there is a slight contradiction there.
There's only two
With the
small
idea
officers
of
on each side of the head. Look like a
Yeah,
couple
but
of
of course
small
there's some
ones, but not
unknowns.
some way that might cover
I
the
for one,
others.
would love to visit even space, but
30 years.
Mars. Just imagine standing
No
on Mars,
side of the nose,
back at
there's
Earth.
only two small officers
Yeah,
in
I
the
mean,
nose. It was
um,
really
incredible
no
sight.
nose that was
It'll give you such a
convex.
rush of
It was
perspective
all
as to your entire existence.
just flesh with the
yeah, and then come back to Earth. It'll give you a heck of a perspective. Let's listen to this.
very
I
much
love what
so.
Chandler said after his flight.
You'd have to stop and
His
read
words
it
when he
once
came
in a
down,
while,
and I
and
think
also,
it really captured the idea that we should really be set engineers and scientists in space. We should be setting up hopes because those are the people when they come down who can truly make a difference when they describe their experiences in space. And I found it very moving when he said,
Yeah, we talk to astronauts and they describe what they see. It's like they discovered a whole new thing that they can't possibly bring back into the world. Yeah, it's beautiful to see. Just as a quick, before I forget, I have to ask you, do you summarize your argument against the hypothesis that we live in a simulation? Is it similar to our discussion about
She told me
it's actually very awesome to my agnosticism about life in the universe, and it's just sort of a remaining agnostic of all
I don't know
possibilities.
that I knew
The simulation argument, sometimes it gets,
she said she walked in the room and
it
said,
makes, there's kind of
"Hey,
two distinct things that we need to consider. One is the probability that we live in so-called base reality, that we are living in the simulated reality itself. And another probability we need to consider is the probability that that technology is viable or possible, so that we will ultimately choose to one day do. Those are two distinct things. They're probably quite similar numbers to each other, but they are distinct probabilities. So my paper I wrote about this, I just tried to work with my teacher, as was teaching me this morning. And so I just did like a fun case study of working through Bayesian calculation. Bayesian calculation work on conditionals. And so when you hear what kind of inspired this project, when I heard Musk say it's like the billion to 1 chance that we don't live in a simulation. He's right if you add the Bayesian conditional. And the Bayesian condition is conditioned upon the fact that we eventually develop that technology and choose to use them, or is chosen to be used by such species, by such civilizations. That's the condition. And you have to add that in because that condition isn't guaranteed. And so, in a Bayesian program, you kind of make that explicit. You see mathematically explicitly that's the condition of your equation. And the opposite side of the coin is basically in the trilemma that was put forward as options 1 and 2. So option 1 is that you basically never develop the ability to do that. Option 2 is you never choose to execute that. So we kind of group those together sort of the non-simulation scenario, let's call it. And so you've got non-simulation scenario, simulation scenario. And agnostically, we really have to give how do you assess the behavior and probability of those two scenarios? It's very difficult. I think people would probably argue about those priors. In the paper we just said this hasn't been demonstrated yet. There's no evidence that this is actually technically possible, but nor is it that it's not technically possible. So we're just going to scientifically probability these two hypotheses. And then in the hypothesis where you have a simulated reality, you have a base reality at the top. So there is even simulated hypothesis. There's a probability still in base reality. And then there's a whole myriad of universes beneath that which are all simulated. And so you have a very slim probability of being in base reality, if this is true. And you have a 100% probability of being in base reality. On the other hand, if it's not true, then you never develop that ability to choose never to use it. And so then you apply this technique of Bayesian model averaging, which is where you propagate the explicitity of your two models, you get a final estimate. And because of that one base reality that lives in the simulated scenario, you end up counting this up and getting that it always has to be less than 50%. So the probability that in a simulated reality with visual has to be slightly less than 50%. And that really comes down to that statement of giving it 50 odds to begin with. And on the one hand, you might say, look at that, I'm very confident that this is going to happen, just of extrapolating of current trends. Or on the other hand, the statistician would say, you're giving way too much weight to the simulation hypothesis because it's an intrinsically highly complicated model. You have a whole hierarchy of realities, including the inception of something, right? And so this requires hundreds, thousands, millions of parameterizations to describe. And by Occam's razor, we've always gone to penalize inherently complicated models as being disfavored. So I think you could argue I'm being too generous or too kind with that, but I sort of want to develop the rigorous mathematical tools to explore it. And ultimately, it's up to you to decide what you think that 50/50 should be. But you can use my formula to plug in whatever you want to get the answer. And I use 50/50.
So then, but that first pile, the first two parts of the Boston talks about, it seems like connected to that is the question we've been talking about, which is the number of times that you get, just the number of intelligence investigations that are out there that builds this simulation. It seems like very closely connected because if we're the only ones that are here, they can build this changes things.
Yeah. I mean, the simulation hypothesis has all sorts of implications like that. I've always looked at Sean Cowerpoint's really interesting contradiction apparently with the simulation hypothesis that I speak about a little bit later. But he showed that in this hierarchy of realities, which then develop their own AIs with realities and AIs really ancestor simulations, I should say, rather than AI. They develop their own reality. You get this hierarchy, and so eventually there'll be a bottom layer, which I call super reality. It's like the worst, it's the most pixelated it could possibly be, right? So each layer is necessarily going to have less computational power than the layer above it. It's not only stimulating the entire planet, but also some of that's being used for the computers themselves like to simulate. And so that base reality, also the super reality, is a reality that they are simply unable to produce that simulation because the fidelity of the simulation is not sufficient. And so from their point of view, it might not be obvious the universe is pixelated, but they would just never be able to manifest that capability.
What if they're constantly simulating, because in order to appreciate the limits of fidelity, you have to have an observer. What if they're always simulating a dumber and dumber observer? But the sewer has very few dumb observers. They can't, like scientists, the dumbest possible scientists. So like it's very pixelated, but the scientists are too dumb to even see the pixelation. Right? That's like built into the universe always has to be a limitation on the cognitive capabilities of complex systems that are within it.
Yeah, so that reality would still presumably be able to have a very impressive computational capabilities. They'd probably be able to simulate galactic formations, have impressive stuff, but they would be just short of the ability to have a truly sentient conscious experience in a computer. That would just be beyond their capabilities. And so Cameron pointed out that if you add up all the count of how many realities there should be, probabilistically, if this is true, over here, the simulation hypothesis or scenario, then you're most likely to find yourself in the sewer because there's just far more of them than there are at any of the higher levels. And so that sort of sets up a contradiction because then you live in a reality which is inherently incapable of ever producing ancestor simulations. But the premise of the entire argument is that ancestor simulations are possible. But there's a contradiction.
There's no possible we're all living in the sewer with some person making up stars.
To me, so
there's of course there's computational fascinating questions there, but to me, there's a practical psychological question, which is, how do you create a virtual reality world that is as compelling and not necessarily even as realistic, but almost as realistic,
exactly what they were
but
talking
as
about.
compelling or more compelling than physical reality.
Smell the old
Because something tells me it's not very different in the full history of human civilization. That is an interesting kind of simulation to me, because that feels like it's a tool in the next 100 years, creating a world where all prefer to and not like a visit, not like it's like you're seen as insane. No, like you're required. It's unsafe to live outside the virtual world. And it's interesting from the engineering perspective, fundamental that because I'm somebody that loves video games. It's like you can create incredible worlds that stay there. And that's a different question than creating a ultra high resolution, high fidelity simulation of physics. But if that world in a video game is as consistent as the physics of our reality, you could have your own scientists in that world that trying to understand that physics. It might look different.
Because if they eventually forget, give it long enough, they might forget about their origins. Being one's biological, this was their only reality, especially if you're now, but certainly if you're born, even if you were 8 years old or something when we first started wearing the headset. Yeah, or you have a memory like I mean, it also kind of maybe speaks to this issue like Neuralink. How do we keep up with AI? Well, if you want to augment your intelligence, that's one way of competing, and one of your impetuses for going into this virtual reality would be to be competitive intellectually with artificial intelligences that you could truly augment your reality if your brain was itself artificial. I mean, one skepticism I've always had about that is whether it's more of a philosophical question, but how much is that really you? Is this just a duplicate of your memories that thinks it's you versus truly a transference of your conscious stream into that reality? And I think it's almost like a teleportation device in Star Trek. But with teleportation, quantum teleportation, you can rigorously show that all, as long as all of the quantum numbers are exactly duplicated as you transfer over, it truly is, from the universe's perspective, in every way indistinguishable from what was there before. It really is, in principle, you, a sense of being you, versus creating a duplicate clone and uploading memories to that human body or a computer that would surely be a discontinuation of that conscious experience by virtue of that human provider. And so I would be hesitant about uploading for that reason. I would see it mostly as my own killing myself and having some AI duplicate of me that persists in this world but is not truly my experience.
Typical 20th century attachment to this particular singular instantiation of brain and body. How silly humans used to be. Used to have rotary phones.
I never discussed it.
And other silly things. You're an incredible human being. You're an educator. You're a researcher. You have an amazing YouTube channel. Looking to young people to give advice. How can they have a career that maybe is inspired by yours, inspired by wandering curiosity, a career they can be proud of, more
my daughter said, I want to take this and I want to keep it.
I certainly think in terms of a career in science, one thing that I maybe discovered late but has been incredibly influential on me in terms of my own happiness and my own productivity has been this synergy of doing two passions at once. Passion in science communication and passion in research, and not surrendering either one. And I think that tends to be seen as something that's either or. You have to completely dedicate yourself to one thing to gain mastery, and it has the conventional way of thinking about both science and the disciplines. And I have found that both have been elevated by practicing in each. And I think that's true in all aspects of life. I mean, if you want to become the best researcher you possibly can, you're pushing your intellect and in a sense your body to a high level. And so, to me, I've always wanted to couple that with training of my body, training of my mind in other ways besides from just what I'm doing when I'm in the lecture room, in my office, calculating something. Focusing on your own development through whatever it is, meditation. For me, it's often running, working out, and pursuing multiple passions provides this almost synergistic bliss of all of them together. So often I've had some of the best research ideas from taking a YouTube video, trying to communicate an idea or interacting with my audience. We've had the question that sparked a whole trail of thought that led down this one potential rabbit hole, or maybe to a new potential discovery. It can go either way sometimes with those things. So thinking broadly, diversely, and always looking after yourself in this highly competitive and often extremely stressful world that we live in, is the best advice I can offer anybody. And just try, if you can, this is very easy, but if you can follow your passions, you'll always be happy. Trying to sell out for the quick cash out, quick workout, can be tempting in the short term. Looking for exomoons was never easy, but I made a career not out of discovering exomoons, but out of learning how to communicate a difficult problem and discovering all sorts of things along the way. You know, we shot for the sky and we discovered all this stuff along the way. We discovered dozens of new planets using all sorts of new techniques. We pushed this instrumentation to new places, and I've had an extremely productive research career in this world. I've had all sorts of ideas, technical signatures. It's thinking innovatively pushes you into all sorts of exciting directions. So just try to, it's hard to find that passion. You can sometimes remember when you were a kid what your passions were and what fascinated you as a child. For me, as soon as I picked up a space bill when I was 5 years old, that was it. I was hooked on space, and I almost betrayed my passion. College, I studied physics, which I've always been fascinated by physics as well. But I came back to astronomy because it was my first love, and I was much happier doing research in astronomy than I was in physics because it spoke to that wonder I had as a child, that first spark of curiosity for me in science.
So societal trend to look at how Jupiter's and the advice is the cool world is that what do you think is the meaning of this? You ever ask yourself,
it's just a ride. That's something like it. It's just a ride. We're on a roller coaster, and we have no purpose. It's an accident from my perspective. There's no meaning to my life. There's no objective deity who is overwatching what I'm doing. I have some fate or destiny. It's all just riding on a roller coaster and trying to have a good time and contribute to other people's enjoyment.
Yeah, trying to get a happy accident.
Yeah. I see no fundamental problems in my life or in the nature of the universe, and you just see this universe as this beautiful cosmic accident of galaxies smashing together, stars forging here and there, and planets occasionally spawning maybe life across the universe. And we are one of those instantiations, and we should just enjoy this very brief episode that we have. And I think trying to look at it much deeper than that is to me, it's not very soul satisfying. I just think enjoy what you've got and appreciate it.
It does seem to notice that beauty helps make the ride pretty fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're an incredible person. I haven't covered most of the things I want to talk to you about. This was an incredible conversation, and I'm glad you exist. I'm glad you're doing everything you're doing, and I'm huge fan. Thank you so much for talking to me. This was amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with David. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, the believing so far is for Carl's sake. Perhaps the aliens are here, but are hiding because of some Lex Galactica, some ethic of non-interference with emerging civilizations. You can imagine them, curious, dispassionate, observing us, as we would watch material culture in the dish, to determine if this year, again, we managed to avoid some destruction. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
That's the only thing you could do that I would suggest. The first thing, if you have a problem, you don't want to destroy any tissue, any blood cells, anything that you don't want to destroy, I would suggest that you contact the pathologist. And I said, I'm sure the Army Airfield, or somebody's got some pathologists around. I didn't know that they had one in Rothschild. But I said, if I were you, I'd call
The war continues after the battle. This is something that's hard for Americans to understand. Our system is built with the presumption of war is over. Sign a piece of paper, everyone can go home. It's not what happens.
The following conversation with your historian, this is a Let's Review podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jeremy. Sorry. What is the main idea, the main case that you make in your book, Civil War by Other Means, America's Long and Unfinished Fight for Democracy?
So our democratic institutions in the United States, they are filled with many virtues and many elements in their design that improve our society and allow for innovation. But they also have many flaws, as any institution created by human beings have. And the flaws in our institutions go back to a number of judgments and perspectives that people in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries had. And those flaws have been built into our institutions, and they continue to hinder innovation and growth in our society. Three of the flaws that I emphasize in this book are flaws of exclusion, the ways our institutions exclude people, not just African Americans, many different ways. The ways our institutions also give power to certain people who have position rather than skill or intelligence or quality. And third, and most of all, the ways our institutions embed certain myths in our society. Myths that prevent us from gaining the knowledge we need to improve our world. In all of these ways, our democracy is hindered by the false reverence for institutions that actually need to be reformed, just as we need to highlight the limits of them. That's really what my book is about.
And then the myth, false reverence, what are we talking about?
So there's a way in which we believe that if we love our country, it's somehow wrong to criticize our institutions. I believe if you love your country, you want to encourage your institutions to get better and better. I love my university where I work, but I want it to be better. We have many flaws. I love my family. I also tell family members how they can be better. That's what true knowledge leadership is about, not just cheering.
Because the other extreme is that deep, all-encompassing cynicism towards institutions. So for me, I like the idea of loving America, which seems to be sometimes a politicized statement these days, that you believe in the ideals of the country. That seems to be either naive or statement ways of interpretation. So the flip side of that, having a healthy skepticism of institutions is good, but having a complete paralyzing cynicism seems to be bad.
Absolutely, both are his positions. What I try to do as a historian is work in between those spaces. The virtue is in the middle ground, of course. And what we have to recognize is that our institutions are necessary. There's a reason government exists. There's a reason our union was created. That's what Abraham Lincoln was fighting for. So we have to believe in our union. We have to believe in our government. And we, as business people, as intellectuals, we have to be part of the solution, not the problem. But that doesn't mean just ignoring the flaws in our institutions, even if we find personally ways to get around them. What really worries me is that there are a lot of very intelligent, well-intentioned people in our society who have figured out how to live with the flaws in our institutions rather than how to use their skills to correct the flaws in our institutions.
There's folks like somebody that's going to be like a malice anarchist, philosophically, even for them practically, just sort of argues for that position. It's an interesting thought to think, I would say. And So if you have these flawed institutions, one thing to do, as the communists did in the beginning of the 20th century, is to burn the thing down.
Yeah, I got
And
Roberts and Rob,
the other is
and I
to
was
fix
a
from within,
minority stockholder
one
and
step,
manager
one small step at a
of a
time.
radio
Because
station
what's the
back in
case
those
with both
days.
from a
Radio
history
station
perspective?
Sure. So
well,
historically, there has
and
always been an urge to
we
burn down these
we had
institutions and start
we
again,
got
start
word
with
of it because
legacy.
the rancher
The historical
himself,
record is that
word
it was
of
never.
the
Because what happens when you destroy the institutions, you get the
Of course, it was a release
Bolshevik
from out of all
Revolution.
cuts.
When you destroy the institutions,
Out of
all you
Waterloo.
do is the jungle that's left behind. You
Well,
give advantages to those
yeah,
most
I
powerful.
didn't have to go out.
Institutions have always placed
Because
certain
I
limits upon the most powerful in the jungle. If you go back to the jungle, the most powerful groups tend to have the most influence and control. So the revolutionaries who are usually involved turn out to then be the victims of the revolution. This is exactly what we saw in the French Revolution, the Russian
So you
Revolution.
were aware
So
of
the record for
something
that
going
is
on
not
out
great.
there.
There still might be times to do that,
And then they
but
thought,
I think we should be very cautious about that. The record for working through institutions is a much better
as a
record.
matter of fact,
Now, what we have to be careful about is we're working through institutions, not to become bought into them, not to become of those institutions. So what I've written about in this book and other books, like Kissinger, for example, is how it's important when in an institution to still bring an outside perspective. I believe in being an inside outsider. And I think most of your listeners are inside outsiders and people who care about what's going on inside. They're bringing some new ideas from the outside.
I think the correct statement is to say most listeners, most people aspire to be outsiders. But human nature is such that we easily become insiders. So like, we like that idea, but the reality is,
We understand that you have some information.
very fortunate because we get to talk to certain folks that live in certain bubbles. And
Because it's not
it's very hard to know
very possible
when
that
you're in
your
a bubble
license
that you should get out of the bubble.
suggest that you not do it.
That's a really tricky thing because, like, yeah, when you're there's politics, there's science,
Was there any suggestion when you
there's
got that phone call? I mean, did
in
Walt Whitmore
any pursuit of life.
hesitate about releasing information? Did he say, well, we're not going
Because
to release
everybody
it, or
around
we're
you
not?
believes that.
So, you got the call?
You have like a little rat race. You compete with each other.
She didn't Whitmore with my work.
Excited, and you can see how
I
you
different
can get power.
officers.
It's not like
He was a great
a dark
nighttime
cynical
working and
rat race.
came in
It's
about 6 o'clock at night
it's
to
the
talk to
process
me
of
about
life.
radio.
And then you forget
Jackson,
that you just collectively create a set of rules of the game that you're playing. You forget that this game doesn't have to have these rules.
Did you
break them?
they
Happens in
very
Wall Street. The financial system, everybody starts to like collectively agree on a set of rules to play. They don't realize like we don't have to play this game. It's tough, it's really tough. It takes a special kind of human being, as opposed to being anti-establishment type of person, which also gets a lot of attention. But being just enough anti-establishment to figure out like how to improve the establishment.
I had been down here
Such
for
a tricky place.
I agree. I like the word iconoclast. I think it's important to be an iconoclast, which is to say, love ideas, serious about ideas, but you're never comfortable with consensus.
We got a release.
And I write about that. Book I've written about that actually a lot of times too. I think consensus is overstated. As someone who's half Jewish and half Hindu, I don't want to live in a society where everyone agrees. Because my guest is there. I'm after I want to live in a society that's pluralistic. This is what Abraham Lincoln.
So when you got
what my book's about is that we need a society where institutions encourage, as you say, different modes of thought and respect different modes of thought and work through disagreement. So a society should not be a society where everyone agrees. The democratic society should be a society where people disagree but can still work together. That's the Lincoln vision. And how do you get there? I think you get there by having a historical perspective, always knowing that no matter what moment you're in, and no matter what group you're in, with really smart people, there are always things that we know that is no one is the iconoclast is looking for the things that are the silences.
And also,
So we had the
I
45
wonder
minutes.
what kind of skill, what kind of process is required for that iconoclast to reveal what is missing to the rest of the group. Because it's not just shouting with the microphone that somebody's missing because nobody will listen to you. You have to convince them.
Right. It's honestly, I am true myself, and I define myself iconoclastic.
You know what happened
And
that wire recording is a race?
I like to believe that people are acting in goodwill, which I think they usually are, and that people are open to new ideas. You find very quickly, even those who you think are open-minded, once they've committed themselves, put their money and their reputation on the line, they don't want to hear otherwise. So, in a sense, what you say is bigger than even me. And iconoclasts being able to persuade and work with people who are afraid of it.
Yeah, I think the key is, I think, conversations is to
I don't think
get people live in the defensive position.
just
Like,
decided
make them realize we're on the same side,
so
brothers and
forth.
sisters, from that place.
Except whatever
I
it
think
was,
you
even
just
though
raise the question.
in our innermost mind,
It's a little,
we had
little thought that just lands, and then I've noticed this many times again.
they ever created
Just a little
story like
and then months later,
that. They ever created one,
it's
they ever
it's
created a story.
that little doubt. Because I also realize these
Because
battles,
this was a highly unique
especially political
experience.
battles,
We were,
people
I say we were used to it because
have
the
folks on their side that they can really trust
there and all of that sort of thing.
as a
But yeah,
fellow
they
human being
are
challenged.
good.
That's a
But
very
this was
difficult
totally
yeah.
like that.
Because in these battles,
Well,
you
it's
kind of
it wasn't
try
very
one set
good.
of ideas, and there's another try
And there
one
was
set
a
of
new
ideas,
time limit.
and when somebody says something
They
contrary,
didn't say,
you
"Hey, let's stay out
slowly
there."
work with the other tribes to have
Because, you see, I
truly
was
listen
down
to them. And that takes skill, but ultimately, I think that's the way to bridge these
So I
divides.
hadn't run into
Having
that
these kind
sort
of conversations.
It was lots of it.
That's why I'm actually,
When we were in the missile site.
again, optimistically believe on social media to do that if you design it
We were
well.
advised to
But
be out
currently,
there and
the battle rages on Twitter.
Well, I think what you're getting at, which is so important, is storytelling. And all the great leaders I've studied, some of them are responsible or not, right? Whether they're politicians, social activists, technologists, it's the story that gets people. People don't
All of a
respond
sudden,
to
he's a fan,
we're
and I
trained,
the book for more.
at least in the United States, we're often trained to argue. You're told in a class, okay, this part of the room take this position, this part of the room take this position. That's helpful because it forces you to see different sides of the argument. But in fact, those on one side, they're convinced those on the other side. To argue, it's through a story that people can identify. It's when you bring your argument to life in human terms. And someone again like Abraham Lincoln was a master at that. He told stories. He found ways to disarm people and to move them without their even realizing it.
And he had, I don't know
Yeah,
how
not
many
make it
hours.
a debate. Get
And
tell a
when
story.
he said he saw
That's
something off
fascinating because yes, one of some of the most convincing
This
politicians.
guy who
I don't feel like
that.
they're making a point. They're
If
just
you
telling a
are
story,
disbeliever
and it gets in there, right?
He said, why
That's
don't
right.
I
That's
fly
right.
you?
Yeah, what Zelensky has done in Ukraine in response to the Russian invasion, and I know
So,
you were there on the front lines yourself.
W get more head razzle over.
It's not that he's entering a position to persuade us. We already knew about Russia, but he's bringing the story of Ukrainian suffering to life
I didn't talk
and
to you
making
very
us
much.
see the behavior of Russians.
Frankly,
That is moving opinion.
we're hiding the thing for Halloween and we
Or the interesting stuff sometimes it's not actually the story
or
told by the
live
person,
right
it's the
out.
story told about the person. And some of that could be propaganda, some of that could be
Get,
legitimate stories. It's just fascinating.
Razzle is
How
with
the story
overnight.
is the very power
The
that's
military
leveraged by
takes off,
propaganda
Whitmore takes
to
you
convince the
to
populace. But the
Would it
idea,
be fair to say that
one of the most
Whitmore
powerful ideas
surrendered
with the trial
to the military? Oh, I don't think so.
in general, to me personally, the idea that President Zelensky
You
stayed
don't surrender
in
to
Kiev
that. Unless
in
you're
the early days of the war, and
you're
everybody from citizen to the United States, the West, and Native everybody. And even the North side of it, I assume they thought
hiding
we
razzle
escaped,
from the military
but he
or
didn't.
from your rival.
From foolishness, from everyone's
So
but that's
Whitmore
the
was told about
story
protecting the
that
story
I
and the
think
military
united
finding
country.
the
It's
rival
such a small thing.
Yeah, no
but
reason.
it's powerful.
It's the most basic of all
Except
history. It's the story of
doctor to the first.
And I remember
So I
watching
think it was
his
also
social
nothing
media
because
feed on
they
it,
didn't use it.
and he was standing
Okay, so
outside, not even in
that
a
next
bunker,
morning, Whitmore decided
standing
he wanted
outside
to go out
Kiev,
and
right,
cry.
as the Russian forces
No,
were attacking.
I
I'm
knew
here,
you wanted to cry.
and this minister is
Hey,
here, and this
Whitmore,
minister is here. We're not corrupt.
Been up to the
We're
crash
not
site?
stooges of the Americans who told us to leave. We're staying because we care about
I thought we
the
could
story
do
of
it.
courage. I mean, that's the story that the babies grow up seeing their parents as races, right?
What
It's the
happened
most
when you got
natural.
out?
And that's also stories from better wars throughout history.
You remember the one there?
Because
Well, it had
stories
the
of
whole thing.
courage
You
and
used the word cordon.
stories of evil, the two
I didn't
extremes,
pay that
the
much
ones that
attention.
kind
I
of
wasn't
nice
driving.
mechanisms in
And
stories
another
of
guy,
wars,
and I was more interested in
conflicts,
just getting out there and
struggles, all
disappointed
of it.
because
Yeah.
we didn't
That's
get
what
close.
And the reason
You
I
say another
believe
guy
studying
you
history
that
and writing
was?
about history is so essential is because it gives us
So you went out to
the problem
area,
with
not
our
by the.
world, I think, is that we're confronted by data.
How did
We're
they
confronted
do
by
that?
information. And of course, it's valuable, but it's easy to manipulate or misuse information. It's the stories that give us structure. It's the stories where we find morality. It's the stories where we find value. And what do you get from studying history? Learn more stories.
Walking out on the road,
Yeah, I'm a
moving down.
sucker for courage, for stories of
No
courage.
matter the reason I say I don't mean to be
Been in
intense,
too many groups,
it's because of that thing.
all
Plus,
seen
maybe
too
I
many
think
people,
because we
sort
had
of
these experiences.
subtle ways sacrifice the integrity of
Some accident that happened,
people
and
that
we
step up
just kind of blocked you off from
when
there.
if it is unpopular and they do something with it, they put
When you
themselves on
didn't
the
get out,
line, whether it's their money or their
no,
well-being, I
came
don't know.
back around.
That because you well, you had it. And of course, it's really more like Ukraine. You see that more. Now, other people have a very similar perspective of it. Let's say, those just narratives that are structured for propaganda purposes. So, but as analyzed, there's heroes out there, both small and big. So just regular citizens and leaders.
One set of heroes I learned about writing this book that I didn't know about that I should have are more than 100,000 former slaves who became Union soldiers during the Civil War. It's an extraordinary story. Think of it as North versus South, white Northern troops versus white Southern troops. There are, as I said, 100,000 slaves, no education, never anything other than slaves, who flee their plantations, join the Union Army. And what I found in the research and other historians have written about this too is they become some of the most courageous soldiers because they knew what they were fighting for. There's something more to it than that. It seems in their stories that there is a humanity, a human desire, freedom, and a human desire to improve oneself, even for those who have basic rights for all of their lives. And I think that story should be inspiring to all of us. It's a story of courage, because we all deal with different things. But none of us are starting from slavery.
And that's really powerful. That flame, longing for freedom, can't be extinguished through the generations of slavery. So that's something to talk about. There's some deep sense of which, while the war was about slavery, it's not the slaves themselves fought for their freedom, and they won.
I don't think it's more about slavery. I think it's more about freedom. Because if you say it's more about slavery, then it sounds like it's an argument between the slave masters and the other white guys who didn't want slavery to exist. And of course, that argument did exist. But it wasn't. It was a war for freedom, especially after 1863, into the second year of the war. Lincoln, because of war pressures, signs the Emancipation Proclamation, which therefore says that contraband, the property of settlers, i.e. slaves, will now be freed and brought into the Union Army. That makes it about freedom. Already, slaves leaving the plantations, they knew what was going on. They were going to get out of slavery as soon as they could. But now it becomes freedom over opening that opportunity for that. And that's how the war ends. That's really important. And that's where we are in our politics today. The same debate is why the challenge of our time is to understand how do we make our society open to freedom.
So let's go to the beginning. How did the American Civil War start?
Did you ever have occasion to talk
So the American Civil War starts because of our flawed institutions. The founders had mixed views of slavery, but they wanted a system that would eventually work its way toward opening for more people. Not necessarily equality, we want more of a democratic system, but our institutions were designed in ways that gave disproportionate power to slave holders particular states through the Senate, through the Electoral College, through many of the institutions we talk about in politics today. Therefore, that part of the country was, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, holding the rest of the country hostage. For a poor white man like Abraham Lincoln, born in Kentucky, makes his way in Illinois, slavery was an evil not just for moral reasons. It was an evil because it denied him democratic rights. Why would anyone hire or pay to do something if they could get a slave to do it? And his economy of opportunity for him had an economy that was open and that did not have slavery, particularly in the new states that were coming into the Union. Lincoln was one of the creators of the Republican Party, which was a party dedicated to making sure all new territory was open to anyone who was willing to work. Any male figure who would be paid for their work, free labor, free soil, free men, basic cattle. Southerners, southern plantation owners were an aristocracy that did not they wanted to use slavery, expand slavery into new territories, cause a civil war. And our institutions that were unable to adapt and continue to give disproportionate power to these southern plantation slave owners. The Supreme Court was dominated by them, the Senate was dominated by them. And so the Republican Party came into power as a critique of that. And Southerners were willing to accept, Southern Confederates were willing to accept that change, went to war with the Union.
So who was on each side? The Union Confederates. What are we talking about? What are the states? How many people? What's like the demographics, the dynamics of each side?
The Union side is much larger. In terms of population, I think 22 million people. And it is, we were today recognized all the states, basically north of Virginia. The South is the states in the South. So Virginia and then the South, west of Tennessee. So Texas, for example, is a Confederacy, Tennessee is a Confederacy. But other states like Missouri are border states. And the Confederacy is a smaller entity. It's made up of about 3 million people plus about 4 million slaves. And it is a agricultural economy, whereas the northern economy is a more industrialized economy. Interesting enough, the Confederate States are in some ways more international than the northern states because they are exporters of cotton, exporters of tobacco. So they actually have very strong international economic ties, very strong ties to Great Britain. The United States was the largest source of cotton to the world before the Civil War. Egypt replaces that a little bit during the Civil War. But all the English textiles were American cotton from the South. And so it is the southern half of what we call the eastern part of the United States today with far fewer people. It's made up, the Confederacy is of land and fields. Wealth in the Confederacy is land and slaves. The northern United States is made up predominantly of small business owners and then larger financial interests, such as the banks.
I do not recall. What about the military? Who are the people that picked up guns? What are the numbers there? The Union also had numbers.
By far, it's a really interesting question because there's no conscription in the Constitution. Unlike most other countries, our democracy is formed on the presumption that human beings should not be forced to go into the military if they want to. Most democracies in the world today still require military service. The United States is very rarely and it's not in our Constitution. So during the Civil War, the first months and years of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln has to go to the different states, to the governors, and ask the governors for volunteers. So the men who take up arms, especially in the first months of the war, are volunteers, of course. In the South, they're actually conscripted. And then as the war goes on, the Union passed conscription acts of 1862 and 1863, which the first time it's really important to bring presidential powers. For the first time, Lincoln will have presidential power to force men into the army, which is what leads to all kinds of draft riots in New York and elsewhere. But suffice it to say, the Union Army throughout the war is often 3 times the size of the Confederate Army.
What's the relationship between this no conscription and people standing up to fight for ideas and the Second Amendment? Or what regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. we're in Texas.
Yes.
Well,
So
What's the in this
the American population is already armed.
Any people that you talk to.
And so even though the Union and the Confederate armies manufacture and purchase arms, it is already an armed population. So the American presumption going into war is that citizens will not be forced to serve, but they will serve in militias to protect their own property. And so the Second Amendment, or the Second Amendment for me as a historian, is the whole thing. The presumption that citizens, as part of their civic duty, do not have a duty to join a national army, Prussian style, but are supposed to be involved in communities. And that's the reality. It's also a myth. And so Americans have throughout their history been gun owners, not AK-47, gun owners. And gun ownership has been for the purpose of community self-defense. The question coming out of it is, what does that mean in terms of we have access to everything? Antonin Scalia, even himself, has distinguished in the Supreme Court, he said that in one of the cases, you have the right to defend yourself, but you don't have the right to own and lose you. You don't have the right to have a tank. I don't think they let you park a tank. Like in your parking spot, right?
Yeah, I think there's a gray area around actually. Like, I think you're legit allowed to own the tank.
Oh, you really?
I think that somebody told me, but I can see that because it's very difficult for that to get out of hand. Right? Yeah, maybe one guy in a tank. Like, you could be breaking laws in terms of the width of the vehicle that you're using to operate. Anyway, that's part of the hilarious discussion. But so to make the case, AK-47 on some rifles in Ukraine for a second, one of the fascinating social experiments that happened in Ukraine at the beginning of the war is they handed out guns to everybody, right? Yes. And crime went down. I think it's really interesting. I hope somebody does kind of psychological data collection analysis out here to try to understand why. Because it's not obvious that in a time of war, if you give guns to the entire population of wants, it's not going to, especially in a country that has historically suffered from corruption, not result in robberies, assaults, and all that kind of stuff. There's a deep lesson there. Now, I don't know if you can extend that lesson beyond.
That's the question. What happens after the war? I mean, my inclination would be to say that can work through a report, but you have to think about that after the war.
They might be very upset.
That's the problem. No, that's precisely the problem. That's actually part of the story here. I mean, what happens after the Civil War, after Appomattox in 1865, is that many senior soldiers go home to their guns, and they misuse their weapons to, quite frankly, shoot and intimidate former slaves or citizens. This is a big problem. I talk about this in the book in Memphis in 1866. It is former Confederate soldiers and police officers and judges who are responsible for hundreds of rapes within a 2-day period, destroying an entire community of African Americans. And they're able to do that because they brought their guns.
But underneath the issue of guns there is the fundamental issue hatred, inability to see other humans in this world as equal value as another human being. What was the election of 1860 like that brought Lincoln to power?
So the election of 1860 was a very divisive election. We have divisive contested elections from 1860 really until 1896. The 1860 election is the first election where Lincoln is elected president. That is Lincoln, but he's elected president with less than 40% of the vote because you have two sets of Democrats running. Democrats who are out to defend the Confederacy and everything, and then Democrats who want to compromise but still keep safe slavery. Most famous Stephen Douglas, who argues for basically allowing each state to make its own decisions. Popular sovereignty is incumbent. And then you still have traditional leaders. That was the party that preceded the Republican Party. So you have 4 candidates. Lincoln's a plurality. Lincoln is elected largely because the states that are anti-slavery or anti-expansion of slavery are not a majority, they're a plurality. And the other states have basically factionalized themselves. They're unable to have a united front against him.
Was the main topic at hand slavery?
The main topic at hand at that time was the expansion of slavery institutions. Right? It was not within all slavery, but he is very careful in correspondence. It's clear. He wants no one on his side of the religion to say that he's arguing for abolitionism, even though he would personally support it. What he wants to say is the Republican Party is for no new state territories.
Did he make it clear that he was for abolition?
No, he was intentionally unclear about that.
What do you think he was? Was there a deep? Because that takes quite a vision. You look at society today, and it takes quite a man to see that there's something deeply broken or not even taken for granted. I mean, in the modern day, you can see how farming is one of those things that in 100 years we might see as like the torture, the mass torture of animals could be seen as evil. Just to look around, we come to that, especially in a leadership position. Was he able to see that?
In some ways, yes. The premise of your question is really
I think you've done a heck of a job.
to us, it's obvious that slavery is but to those who had grown up see that it was hard to imagine a different world. So you're right. Lincoln's imagination, like everyone else's, was limited by his time. I don't think Lincoln imagined a world of equality between races. He had come to see that slavery was horrible. And historians have different in how he came to this. Part of it is that he had a father who treated him like a slave. And you can see in his early correspondence how much he hates that his father was a struggling reformer who was basically trying to control slavery. And he came to understand personally, I think, how horrible it is to have someone else tell you what you should do with your labor, not giving you your own choices. But Lincoln was also a pragmatist. This is what made him a great politician. He wanted to work through institutions, not to burn them down. And he famously said that if he could preserve the Union and stop the spread of slavery by allowing slavery to stay in the South, if he could do it by eliminating slavery, if he could do it by buying slaves and sending them somewhere else, his main goal, what he ran on, was that the new territories was to develop, that they would be areas for white men like him, not slavery.
We'll turn that off.
What do you learn from nature? Step back and look at the big picture, but that slavery has been a part of human civilization for thousands of years. That this American slavery is not.
We lived out near his ranch in
I think history teaches us very pessimistic and very optimistic. Pessimistic is that human beings are capable of doing enormous harm and brutality to their fellow man. And we see that with genocide in our world today. That human beings are capable, with the right stimuli, the right incentives of enslaving others. Genocide is in the same category. The optimistic side is that human beings are also capable, with proper leadership and governance, of resisting of putting those energies into productive uses for other people. But I don't think that comes naturally. I think that's what leadership in institutions matter. Leadership in institutions contain us. We can civilize ourselves. And for a long time, we stopped using that word to civilize. I believe civilization. I believe there's a civilizing right? So Franklin was civilizing the government plays. Education is only a part of it. It's creating laws, laws nonetheless, that incentivize and penalize us for going to the dark side. But if we allow that to happen, we have leaders who encourage us to go to the dark side, we can very quickly go down a deep, dark tunnel.
I believe that most people want to do good. And the power institutions, if done well, they encourage and protect you.
Very friendly guy.
So if you're just in the jungle, the game theoretic perspective, you get punished for it. So being extremely self-centered and greedy and even violent and manipulative can have, from a game theory perspective, benefits. But I don't think that's what most humans want. Institutions allow you to do what you actually want, which is to do good for the world, do good for others, and actually in so doing, do good for yourself. Institutions protect that natural humanistic thing.
And what you just articulated, which I think is very strong, is the classic
You're of course aware of the events that took place
That's
in
what
July.
liberalism means in a 19th century sense.
Now you have no
That you
personal
believe in
knowledge of
civilizing
what happened.
human beings
You
through
didn't see
institutions.
anything.
That begins with
You didn't like
education.
scratch or anything
Kindergarten
like that.
is an institution.
No, I
Laws,
think Mac went to
and just basic
we were
habits
on
that
the
are
third
enforced by
main
society.
line from the Foster Ranch to
How do you think people thought about the idea? How did they square the idea that all men are created equal? Those very powerful words at the founding of this
he
nation.
would have gone
How did they square that with slavery?
doctors and
For many Americans, saying all men were created equal required slavery,
but he
because it
would come out
meant
his
that
way.
the equality of white people was dependent
And he
upon
came on.
others doing the work for us. In the way some
Probably
people
tried to get one
view
to go down and look
animal
at
today,
it.
and maybe in 50 years
Sally said he
we'll see that as a contradiction.
Well, Sally is your
But the
daughter.
notion among many Americans in the 17th, 18th century, and this would also be true for those in other societies, was that equality for white
she
men
could remember him
meant that you had access to the labor of others that would allow you to equalize other differences. So you could
Literally.
produce enough food so your family could live equally well nourished as other families, because you had slaves on the land doing the farming for you. This is Thomas Jefferson's way.
So it's like Animal Farm. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others.
That's right. And I think that's still the way people.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a liberal position or just a human position
Oh, yeah.
that all
Because
humans
we
have
had a-
equal value, just on the basic
This
level
house
of
built
humanity.
We had a
But do we
little
really believe
shack.
that? Do we want
We
to?
had a,
I don't know if our society really believes
wasn't
that.
any wider than
And I
that.
don't know exactly, I mean, it's super complicated, of course,
My husband,
when you realize the
we
amount of
all
suffering
ranchers
that's
go
going on
out
in
on
the
the
world.
porch to see where it's
There's
from.
children die from
How much
starvation in
have you
Africa,
got some?
and to say that all humans are equal, well,
Had to
a few
stand out
dollars
there
can
and see
save
where
that
it
life,
was raining.
and
There was
and
so much.
instead we buy a Starbucks coffee and are willing to pay $50,000, $100,000 to save a child, our child, like somebody from our family, and don't want to spend $2
He came in and he
to
said,
save
"Well,
a
that
child
is
over in
something."
Africa. So
You know, it
there's,
has a different
and
thing.
I think Sam Harris and others have talked about, like, well, I don't want to live in a world where we'd rather send
It was
$2
2 or 3 days
to
after
Africa.
that.
There's something deeply human about saving those that are really close to you, the ones we love. So that like hypocrisy
He didn't
that
see
seems to
the
go
light
in
anything.
tension with the basic
No,
ethics
That's
of
really country.
alleviating suffering in the world.
And the
That's
clouds
also
were
really
hanging
human.
low.
That's also part of this
They were
ideal
crooked up.
of all men are created equal.
Then you,
It's a complicated, messy
Lyman,
world.
nobody went over to the next.
It is, but I mean, I think, at least the way I think about it is,
Mac
So
went to
what are the
doctor,
things, even
and
within
he
our own
said,
society,
"My husband was there."
where we choose to do something with our resources
They
that
didn't
actually
go
doesn't
down
help
there
the
with him.
lives
I
of
guess
many people.
everybody was
So
there.
we invest in all kinds of things that are often because someone is lobbying for it. Someone's on both sides of the aisle. This is not a political statement, right? Rather than saying, you know, if we invested a little more of our money, really a little more, we could make sure every child in this country had decent health care. We can make sure every child in
So
this
he
country
went, he brought it in the
had what
rock.
they needed to start life healthy. And that would not require us to sacrifice a lot, but it would require
They were
us to
talking about
sacrifice
that.
a few
Very
things.
secretly.
Yeah,
He
so
didn't
there's a
talk to me.
balance there. And I also noticed the passive
They
aggressive
were
statement
around
you're
my
making about
table.
how I'm spending my money.
Me too.
I don't
Spending it
know
on
if
people
it was
I like to eat nice meals at nice restaurants, so I'm as guilty of this as you are.
And I
I
was
got a
busy
couch.
carrying the
My
coffee.
couch serves no purpose.
It looks nice though. It's a nice
I
little
really-
house thing. It's a nice little house. It's actually very clean.
I got it for occasional Instagram photos to look like an adult. Okay. Because everything else in my life is a giant mess. What role did the ideas of the founding documents of this country play in this war? The war between the Union and the Confederate States and the founding ideas that were supposed to be unifying to this country. Is there interesting tensions there?
There
Elaborate
are
on
certainly
that.
tensions because built into the founding documents, of course, is slavery and inequality and women's exclusion from voting and things of that sort. But the real brilliance of Abraham Lincoln is to build on the brilliance of the founders and turn the Union position into the defense of the core ideas of the country. So the Confederacy is defending one idea, the idea of slavery. Lincoln takes the basket of all the deeper ideas and puts them together. Three things the wars about freedom. And this is why his speeches still resonate with us today. You know, every time I'm in Washington, I go to the Lincoln Memorial. It's the best memorial, best monument, I think, in the world, actually. And there are always people there reading the Gettysburg Address and the Second Inaugural. Lincoln had 2 years of education and yet how many words to describe what our country was about better than anyone. And it's because he went back to these founding values, 3 values. We were talking about freedom. That, and freedom is actually complex, but it's also simple. The simple Lincoln definition is that freedom is the right of each person to work for himself or herself. Just to say, doesn't mean you own your company. It means you control your life. And no one can tell you you have to work for a certain wage. You might not have a job, but you decide. You decide, right? You can see where that comes from his own background as a poor man, right? So freedom is control of your own life.
Never mentioned what
Second,
office was
democracy,
held
government of the people, by the people,
on
for
the base.
the government is to serve the people, is to come from the people. And then the third point, justice helping all human beings. He, at the end of his life, as the Civil War is ending, he never declares that the South should be punished. His argument is that we should apologize for their misdeeds, but that all should be part of his future. He's not arguing for consensus. He's arguing for a society where everyone has a stake. So justice, democracy, and freedom. Those are the gifts. I talked about the flaws in our system. Those are the virtues in our system that our founders, coming out of the Enlightenment, planted, and Lincoln carries them forward. He gives us the 2.0
Mac was pretty unhappy.
of them.
So a few tangent questions to each of those. So one on democracy. People often bring up the United States democracy is a republic. That is representative. Is there some interesting tensions there in terminology, or is can you maybe expand
So he was annoyed.
different versions of democracy? So the philosophy of democracy, but
He made the effort to come into the material and make
Sure, the founders intended for us to be a democracy. This argument that they want us to be a republic is that democracy is one of these made up myths. They believed that fundamentally what they were creating was a society very few of which had existed before. A society where the government would be of the people by the people. That's what they expected, right? That's what it meant. So the legitimacy of our government was not going to be that the person in charge was of royal blood. That's what Europeans did. Or that the person in charge had killed enough people, like Genghis Khan, or that the person in charge was serving a particular class. It was that the person in charge, the institutions were to serve the people. They adopted Republican tools to get there because they were fearful, appropriately, of simply throwing every issue to the masses. Democracy is not moral. Democracy is where you create procedures to assess the public will and to act in ways that serve the public without harming other elements of the public that are not in the majority. That's why we have a Constitution and a Bill of Rights. And for their time, the founders did not believe that women should be part of this discussion. They were not capable. They were wrong about that in their time. That's how they thought. We've, of course, changed. They believed you had to have property, to have a stake. We don't believe that anymore. So we can argue over the details, and those 50 years from now will criticize us, right, for the way we think about these things. But it was fundamentally about, this is the radicalism of the American experiment, that government should serve the people, all people.
so democracy means of the people, by the people, for the people, and then it doesn't actually give any details of how you implement it, because you can implement all kinds of ways.
And I think as historians, I think the founders knew, because they were very well read in the history of Greece, is that democracy will always have unique characteristics for the culture that it's in. If coming out of the war against Russia, Ukraine is able to build a better democracy than they had before, it's never going to look like the United States. Because I'm not saying it's worse or better. Culture matters. The particular history of societies matters. Japan is a vibrant democracy. Been there many times. It does not look at all like the American democracy. So democracy is a set of values. The implementation of those values is a set of practical institutional decisions one makes based in one's cultural position.
So just to look at that topic, is there, if you do represent it, you said like your democracy should not, one failure is populism. So you should not send it to that. Not every issue should be correct because you have representation. But Stalin similarly felt that he could represent the interests of the public. He was also helping represent the interests of the public. So that's a failure mode too. If the people representing the public become more and more powerful, they start becoming detached from actually being able to represent or having just a basic human sense of what the public wants.
I think being means you are in some way accountable. And the problem with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, this was already evident before Stalin came into power, is the same problem the Communist Party in China has today, which is that you have leadership that's not accountable.
Well, let me go down to one of the other three principles of freedom. It's one of the ways to keep government accountable is the freedom of press. So there's the internet. On the internet, there's social networks. On Twitter, you can account there, people can follow you. And, recently, people have been throwing around recently for a while the words freedom of speech. Just out of curiosity, changing up on occasions. What do you think of freedom of speech as it is today and as it was at that time during the Civil War, after the Civil War, throughout the history of America?
So freedom of speech has always been one of the core tenets of American democracy, and I'm near absolute stuff. Because I think that people should have the right to speak. What makes our democracy function is that there is always room for, quite frankly, people like you and me who like to disagree and have reasons to disagree. So I am against almost all forms of censorship. The only time I believe in censorship is if somehow an individual or a newspaper has stolen the Ukrainian plans for their next military defense in the next week. You should not be able to publish that right now, maybe after the fact. But criticism, opinion, interpretation should be wide open. Now, that doesn't mean, though, that you have the right to come to my classroom and start shouting and saying whatever you want. You have the right on the street. But my classroom is a classroom for my students with a particular purpose.
Sorry about that last week. I'll never do it again.
It's okay.
I get drunk. The people who don't know here, Professor Yuki Austin is just nearby, so sometimes I get a little drunk and wander in there.
You're not the only one. I didn't even know.
Okay.
The point is that free speech is not licensed to invade someone else's space, and I also believe in private enterprise. So I think that if I owned a social media network, I don't. It would be up to me to decide who gets to speak on that network, who doesn't, and then people could decide not to use it. They don't want to use it.
But there's so yes, that's one of the founding principles. Oftentimes we talk about censorship, that's government censorship. So social media, if you run a social media company, you should be able to decide from a technical perspective what freedom of speech means. There's some deeper ethical, philosophical sense of how do you create a world where every voice is heard of the people, by the people, for the people. That's a complicated technical problem. When you have a public square, how do you have a productive conversation? Or critics are in silence, but at the same time, whoever has the bigger megaphone is not going to crowd out everybody else.
So I think it's very important to create rules of the game that give everyone a chance to get started, and that allow for guideposts to be created from the will of the community, which is to say that we as a community can say we can't stop people from speaking, but we as a community can say that in certain forms we're going to create certain rules for who gets to speak and who doesn't, in terms, but they can still have some rights to go. So I believe in opening space for everyone, but creating certain spaces within those spaces that are designed for certain purposes. That's what a school is. So I will not bring someone to speak to my students who is unqualified. It's not a political judgment. The rules at a university are we're an educational institution. You need to have the educational credentials to come speak about artificial intelligence. I'm not going to bring someone off the street to do that. right? We have certain rules, but that mom on the street can still drive in his own space, or her own space, and can still say what he or she wants to say about artificial intelligence. This is how newspapers. When I write for the New York Times, they have an editorial team. The editorial team makes certain decisions. They check facts, and there's certain points of view. They don't allow anti-Semitic comments. Right, you're not going to be able to publish an anti-Semitic screed, whether you think it's true or not true, in the New York Times, but that doesn't prevent you from finding someplace. So we allow entities to create certain rules of the game. We make transparent what those rules are, and then we as citizens know where to go to get our information. What's been a problem the last few decades, I think, is it hasn't been clear what the rules are in different places and what are the legitimate places to get information.
Yeah, the transparency seems to be very critical there. Even from the New York Times, I think there's a lot of skepticism about which way the editorial processes lean. There's a public perception that it's, especially for opinions, it's going to be very left-leaning in the New York Times. And without transparency about what the process is like, about the people involved, all you do, like conspiracy theories and the general public opinion about that is going to go wild. And I think that's okay for the New York Times. People can, in a collective way, figure stuff out. Like they could say, okay, New York Times, 73% of the time is going to lean left. You know, they have like a loose estimation or whatever. But for a platform like Twitter, it seems like it's more complicated. Of course, there should be rules to the game, but I think there's maybe I would say a responsibility to also create incentives for people to do high effort, empathetic debate versus throwing poop at each other.
Yeah, I think those are two slightly different things, so I agree. I think that my view is that the failure of Facebook and Twitter and others in recent years has been that they have been completely untransparent about their rules. So what I would think would advance us is if they had a set of rules that were clear, that were consistently followed, and we understood what they were. That would also tell us as consumers what the biases are, how to understand what's going on. It seems, if I might say, that since Elon Musk has taken over Twitter, it's been arbitrary, and it was thrown off, it was not thrown off. And that's a real problem. Arbitrariness is in some ways the opposite of democracy.
But there's also a hidden arbitrariness in interpreting what comment incites violence. That's really, really difficult to figure out. Like, there's a gray area. Obviously, there's a very clear version of that. But if I know anything about people that try to incite violence, they're usually not coming out and clearly saying it. They're usually kind of dog whistling it. And same with racism and anti-Semitism, all of that. It's usually dog whistles. So, like, and they usually have fun playing around the rules. So it's a gray area. Same with during COVID, misinformation. What's misinformation, right?
I agree. And some of these are age-old problems. Our legal system, common law, has been struggling with what is incitement to violence since the first Supreme Court decisions in the 18th century, right? So you're absolutely right. But I will say this. There are certain things that are included in incitement to violence. I'll give you very clear examples. Now, I'm just making it personal. My wife is an elected official here in Austin. There have been people who put things up on Twitter calling for her to be hanged, calling for her to be attacked. But that's incitement to violence. When you specifically call for violence against it, I agree with some other stuff where it's a gray area. We can start, if we're applying these rules, by getting that material off of these things.
So some of that is a problem with scale. Gray area is still a forever problem that we're being able to solve. The tension within the gray area is the very process of democracy. But saying, like, we need to take our country back. Is that incitement to violence?
I think we need to take our country back. Just that, no.
But then,
Because I might say we need to take our.
I say that all the time. I walk around drunk screaming that
I know you want to take it back.
Exactly. It's very confused. My messaging needs to be
But let's go to the January 6th example, right? To say, hey, I get it. That's incitement to violence.
Yeah.
To say, go get Nancy. That's incitement to violence.
Yeah, it's very clear. Again, I don't think that's the big problem. The big problem is the gray area. But yeah. And the other problem is just how to technically find the large scale comments, posts, and so on that are doing this kind of clear side of
I understand.
Well, I would say some of that is motivation, some of that is vision, some of that is execution. So, for example, just to go off briefly on a dark topic, something I've recently became aware of is Facebook and Twitter and so on. People post violence on there, like little violence, like videos of violence, child porn, some of the darkest things in this world. And to find them at scale is a difficult problem. And to act in it aggressively is a difficult problem. But I think part of this motivation, like saying this is a big problem, we need to take this on, we need to find all the darkest aspects of human nature that rise and appear on our platform and remove them so that we can create a place like for humanity to flourish through the process of conversation. But it's just hard. It's just really hard. Look at like millions of posts, trillions of interactions. It's wild. It's the amount of data.
Look where we are now with social media. It's even wilder than possible 5 years ago, right?
Yes.
I actually, what frustrates me is I think there are people who politicize this issue in unnecessary ways. Everyone, regardless of their politics, and support what you just said, invest in our money, maybe grants from federal government, in AI, skilled people like you, figuring out ways to get violent videos. That should be political.
But some of that also requires being transparent from a social media company perspective and transparent in a way that we resist being political. To be able to be transparent while fighting against these evils while still not succumbing to the political narratives of it. That's tricky. But you have to do that kind of and walk calm through the fire. So that's what Twitter feels like if you're being political. It's a firing squad from every side. Yeah. As a leader, you have to kind of walk calm.
And that is where we need a new generation of people who will have diverse politics, but will stand up against them. I mean, that's the lesson from after the Civil War is where progress is made. War doesn't solve problems of hate. Where progress is made is where you have local leaders and others who stand up and say, we can do it, but we're going to stop calling people from certain backgrounds monkeys, which was a common thing to do. At that time, Jews are still called monkeys. This is great. People have to stand up while still maintaining their political views.
Several 100,000 people died. What made this war such a deadly war?
It's extraordinary how many people died, more than 500,000. And this was without a single automatic rifle, without a single bomb. It was mostly a hand-to-hand combat, which is to say that these 600,000 or so people who died, they died when the person who killed them was standing within a few feet of them. And that's really hard. Most of the killing that happens in wars today is actually from a distance. It's by drone, it's by bomb, it's by rocket, or by an automatic weapon. And just to make this even more focused, to this day, the deadliest day in American history was during the Civil War. September 1862 at Antietam, more than 22,000 Americans killed hand to hand. There hasn't been a day that deadly in American history since then. That's amazing considering the technological changes.
What was in the mind of the soldier on each side? Was there conviction for ideas? Did they hate the other side?
I think actually they were fighting out of fear. What we know from reading their letters, what we know from the accounts, is that yes, they're ideas that are promoted to them to get them to the battlefield. They believe in what they're doing, but here it's the same as World War I, and I think the Civil War and World War I are very similar as wars. You are in these horrible conditions. You're attacked, and you have the chance to either kill the other side and live, or die. And you fight to live, and you fight to save the people next to you. What is true about war, what is both good and dangerous about it, is you form an almost unparalleled bond with those on your side. This is the men under arms scenario, right? And that's where the killing goes. And it's a civil war, which means sometimes it's brother against brother, quite literally. And what it teaches us is how human beings can be put into fighting and will commit enormous damage. And that's why this goes on for 4 years.
It just, the extensive research you've done on this war for this book, what are some some of the worst and some of the best aspects of human
If you
nature
don't mind, I'd
that
like the video.
you found.
The
He
name.
said brother against brother.
I'd like to, I don't know if it'll come out, how good it'll be,
They're
I'd
both
certainly
right.
like to give it
So
a
the
shot.
level of violence that human beings are capable of, how long they're able to sustain it. The South should not have, the Confederacy should not have lasted in this war as long as it did. By the end, I mean, they're starving, and they keep fighting. So the resilience in war of societies, and
Can you say this is
the
his
power of
house
hate
or your house?
to move people. What are the bright sides? You see in Lincoln and Grant, who I talk about a lot as well, Ulysses Grant, you see the ability of empathetic figures to still rise above us in spite of all the horror. Lincoln went to visit more soldiers in war than any president ever has, often at personal peril because he was close to the lines. And he connected. It wasn't propaganda. There weren't always reporters following him. He was able to build empathy in this context. And I think, as I said, war, as horrible as it is, often gives opportunities to serve. So African Americans, former slaves, are able to prove themselves as citizens. Jews did this in enormous number. Henry Kissinger, who I wrote about before, he really only gets recognized as an American, as a German Jewish immigrant. He's seen as an American because of his service in World War II. So the bright side is often, in the case of war, on your own side, you will let go of some of your prejudices. Ulysses Grant has a total transformation. He goes into the Civil War an anti-Semite and a racist. He comes out actually very enlightened because he sees what Jewish soldiers and what African American soldiers did.
What's Ulysses Grant's story? What you learned from him?
Is he a hero? I think he's a hero, though he's a flaw, as all heroes are. He's a man from Ohio and Illinois who was really a failed businessman time and again, and had an ability to command people. Where did this come from? He was a clear communicator and an empathetic figure. He tended to drink too much, but he was the kind of person people wanted to follow. They trusted him. And so in battle, it became very important. And the second thing is, he did his homework. He had a sense of the terrain, he had a sense of the environment he was operating in. He was ruthless in pursuing what he had studied. So he turns out in battles in Vicksburg and elsewhere to actually undertake some pretty revolutionary maneuvers. And then he figures out that the advantage now is on his side of the universe, and he just pounds into that, similar to what the United States does at the end of World War II with Germany and Japan. He comes out of the war, Grant does. He's a believer in union. He wants to protect former slaves and other groups, and he tries to use the military for that purpose. He's limited. And then as president, he tries to do that as well. Right now, we still use many of the laws that were passed during Grant's presidency to prosecute insurrectionists. So the 900 or so people who have been prosecuted for breaking into the Capitol and attacking police on January 6th, those insurrectionists, they've been prosecuted under the 1871 Anti-Ku Klux Klan. So that's a big accomplishment, Grant, and we still benefit from it. The problem is Grant was not a great politician. Unlike Lincoln, he didn't give speeches. He wasn't a persuasive figure in a political space. And so he had trouble building support for what he was doing. Even though he was trying to do, but in the end, I think with the right things.
What was the role of
So the Ku Klux Klan is formed at the end of the Civil War by Confederate farmers, first in Tennessee, in Pulaski, Tennessee, and it spreads elsewhere. There are other groups that are similar, Red Shirts and various others. These are veterans of the Confederate Army who come home and are committed to continue. They're going to use their power at home and their weapons to intimidate and, if necessary, kill people who challenge their authority. Not just African Americans, Jews, Catholics, various others. They're going to basically protect the continued rule of the same families who owned the slaves before in post-slavery Tennessee, and post-slavery South Carolina. And when we get to voting, they're often the groups that are preventing people from voting. The white sheets and the ritual around that was all an effort to provide a certain ritualistic legitimacy and hide identity so everyone knew.
Anyway,
Also, that whole brand, that whole practice was there from.
it's large.
Have you studied the KKK's history?
I have, and there are a number of other historians about too, so I've used their research as well.
I'm kind of curious. I have to admit that
I've heard
my
about
knowledge of it is very kind of caricature knowledge. I'm sure there's interesting stories and threads because I think there's different organizations and stuff like that, of course, in the United States. And I feel like they, through that lens, you can tell a story of the United States, but also of these different
There are
groups.
also associations. I mean, there's a lot of showing that actually people join the KKK for the reasons I just laid out, but also because it was networking for your business. You gain legitimacy in the area that you were in. So these were community groups that were formed to help white business people. They helped white sheriffs get elected. What we have to understand today is when we're debating policing, this history matters, right? I have nothing against the police. My cousin, one of my closest relatives, just retired from 25 years in the police department. Thank God he survived. I have deep respect for the best public servants I know. But what we also have to recognize as we respect police officers is that for many communities in our country, they know this history. And the KKK in the 1870s and the 1830s, you look at any KKK organization, because I have my research, and you find police chiefs are the KKK members, the local police officers, local judges, because it was how you became police chief.
So these groups infiltrated some of the main institutions in our nation.
And I think they infiltrated. I think they were part of those institutions.
The deeper question today in the 21st century is, one, how much of that is still there, and how much of the history of that reverberates through the institutions.
And I'm making the latter. It's not there that much now.
But as some people would even say, it's not there at all. That there is not institutional racism in policing. But if that's the case, you could also say that if there is not direct institutional racism there, what is it? The echoes of history still have effects.
Of course, and that's really important. That we have to take that seriously. That's not an excuse for people that say nasty things about the police. But it is what we have to recognize. Look, I'm Jewish, and there are certain elements of Russian behavior today I see in Ukraine that reverberate with the history. My grandparents dealt with pogroms in Russia, right? Even though what Putin is doing in Ukraine might not technically be a pogrom, that history matters and how I view these issues, and that's a reality.
Yeah, I went to 7-Eleven recently, and what did I eat? One of their salads. I'm sorry, I love 7-Eleven. In one of the salads, they got like terrible food poisoning. I was suffering for 4 days, and now I can't. I love 7-Eleven. I'll go to 7-Eleven at night in sweatpants and just escape the world and listen to an audiobook. And now every time I pass that salad, for the rest of my life, I would have hate for that salad. So history matters. Even if the salad is no longer have any bad stuff in it, it's probably the lettuce or something, whatever. Mostly for humor's sake, but I'm also giving a kind of metaphor that history can have an individual and a large-scale society effect on human interactions, both the good and the bad. If you actually recommend it, I'll find something like KKK that will really happen.
There were a few mentioned in the footnotes.
And also in part because I also want to understand the white nationalism, white supremacist, Christian supremacist, Christian nationalism, all those different subgroups in the United States, and that's why I'm a bit. My mind has been focused on some of the better aspects of human nature. That it's nice to also understand some of the darker aspects. Let me ask you sort of a personal question from me. Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's useful to do a podcast conversation with somebody like you, or somebody? So somebody that everybody knows. So it's not like you're giving a platform to somebody that's a hidden member of the KKK or the guy, sort of putting a pretty face on some dark ideas, which everybody knows. And so now you're just exploring. You're sitting across the table, maybe not in this case. Maybe somebody who's an active KKK member sitting across from a person that literally hates me.
Well, we even have lots of reports.
I think it's fascinating.
I think as long as what you are doing is not boosting someone. So taking an obscure figure and making that figure now famous. But if it's someone who's already infamous, and it helps us to understand them, and so long as your effort is to ask them tough questions, which you do, right? You don't give them all the questions in advance. You don't have limitations on what you can ask. So long as it is a real interview, not taboo, then what I'm against is a softball that allows someone to sound reasonable when they're not. But the way I've seen you do this, when you've got figures like that, would be when I've seen that is I think that's useful because honestly, the historian in me and the citizen in me wants to understand.
We don't know.
My Jewish grandfather was the first to be against any effort to suppress anti-Semites because his view was he wanted to know who they were, and he wanted to know what they thought. So
And I also see, like, perhaps as a historian, you may be able to appreciate this kind of thing. That's probably how you see the world. There's several ways to see it in a human being. Like, why don't we one is a political figure that's currently doing actions in the world, geopolitics, internally, politics, and Russia. But there's also a human being in a historical context. And collecting information about that person in the historical context is also very valuable. So you could see interviews with Hitler in 39, 40, 41 as being very bad to all that is good in the world. But at the same time, it's important to understand that how power affects that mind, how power corrupts it, how they see the world.
Absolutely. I would be all in favor, and maybe he will, if a lot of people would sit down with you. Absolutely. I don't think you're boosting someone like that when you ask them tough questions. In fact, I think that's what we need to do. Those sorts of figures tend to insulate themselves from tough questions. So just to restate, I am for the Lex Fridman interview of those sorts of figures. I am not for the puff piece of Fox and Friends, where they just come on and they're asked, tell us what you think of this. Tell us what you think of that.
So, but there's a balance there because a lot of people that interview somebody like Larry Putin, all they do is hard-hitting questions. They often demonstrate a lack of knowledge and respect for the Russian people and the president. There's not an empathy to understand that this is someone popularly elected. You can criticize that notion, but this is still a leader that represents the beliefs of a large number of people, and they have their own life story. They see the world. They believe they're doing good for the world, and I don't. That idea seems to not permeate the questions and the thoughts that people say because they're afraid of being attacked by people back home, fellow journalists, for not being hard enough.
Well, maybe. I think that's probably true. I think in my experience within journalists that a lot of them basically are not, which is why I think
can I just say, okay, this is not you saying, can I just rant? If you're sitting across Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, you should be fired if you're not read like at least several books of the guy. The surprising lack of research that people do leading up to it. So you need to be a historian or a biographer. You need to be the kind of person that writes biographies of histories before you sit in front of a person. Not a low effort journalist. It's so surprising to me that I think they're probably really busy and it's probably not part of the culture of the people that do interviews to do deep, like investigative. You need to be the kind of person that lives that idea. Like, see, there's a documentary that you work on for 3 years kind of thing. And of course, some journalists do that, and they do that masterfully. It's the best of journalism.
But I think a lot of the times the questions are, as you said, out of touch with the society the person is leading. It's because the interviewer hasn't taken the time. And I understand you can't be an expert on every subject. You can do what you read my book to prepare for this. You had a sense of the person you're talking to, and you put the time in to do that. This is what I always tell my students, right? The secret to success in everything is outworking. Be more prepared, right? What you show is like an iceberg. It's the tip of the iceberg, right? Is what people see.
It's all the work that goes on below the surface. And if you work hard enough, which is hard to do, at the end of the day, just like an animal farm, you'll be like the horse boxer and slaughtered unjustly by those that are much more powerful than you.
But you'll be happy to be slaughtered.
You have lived for the right ideal, and history will remember you follow. Okay. What about Robert E. Lee? So he's the Confederate general that you mentioned. Was he a hero?
He's a villain. Many people treat Robert E. Lee as a hero. And one of the points I make in the book is we have to rethink that. It is very important for our society because Robert E. Lee pops up all over our society, names of schools, names of streets, and he also embeds and justifies certain behaviors that I think are really bad. Lee was a tremendous general. He had the weaker side. He managed to use maneuver, secrecy, and circumstance to give himself so many advantages with so many battles he should have lost. So in terms of the technical generalship, he's a great general. But Lee, at the end of it, never wants to really acknowledge the victory. What he acknowledges in mathematics is that his soldiers will have to leave the battlefield because they have not won on the battlefield. But he refuses to do what Grant asks him, which is to help sell his side on the fact that we're going into a post-war moment where they don't have to see themselves as losers, but they have to get on board with change. Real leadership is convincing people who follow you that they have to change. They don't want to change. Lee refuses to. He says to Grant, and quote this, he says to Grant in mathematics, if you want to change the South, you have to run your army over the South 3 or 4 times. He's not going to do anything. He's not going to help. And he becomes a figure who people rally around in the rest of his life. And he so it's as if at the end of World War II, Hitler had been allowed to just retire. And he did go back into politics, but yet he was there and he would have meetings with former Nazis, and people would rally around the idea of going back into his ideas. Think about how horrible that would be. Lee played that kind of role after the war. And I think it's one of the problems we have now. I don't think we should continue to revere him because it justifies too much of what the Confederates do.
And that's the difference they highlight between World War II and the Civil War. That in the case of Hitler, there was an end to the war. There's a very distinctive clear end to that war. And you also make the case that World War II is not a good example, not a good model to help us analyze history.
It's given Americans the wrong idea of what war is because World War II ends as most wars don't end. World War II ends with the complete defeat of the German army and the German society and the near complete defeat of Japan. And where both sides in different accept defeat. What I'm pointing out in the book is that most wars don't don't end with one side accepting defeat. And generally, the war continues after the battle. This is something that's hard for Americans to understand. Our system is built with the presumption of a war is over, sign a piece of paper, everyone can go home. It's not what happens.
I mean, Civil War is a special case. It's especially strong case of that because the people that fought the war are still in that land.
That's exactly right.
And in this case, some of them are leaders also.
Many of them become the leaders of the very areas that they were leading before. And I think that's another lesson too, that we did undertake after World War II that went a long way. We had a Nuremberg system. We did prohibit at least Nazi leaders from coming back into power. We made an exception for the emperor in Japan. We generally follow the same rule in Japan, whereas in the United States, as I point out, many of the leaders of the Confederacy, first of all, don't surrender. They flee to then they come back after they lose in Mexico a second time. They come back to the United States and they get elected to office. The guy who writes the election laws in Texas, Alexander Watkins Terrell, most people don't know this, even in Texas. He was a Confederate general. Led to Mexico, so he committed treason by joining the army of Maximilian, Emperor of Mexico, who was put in power by the Republic. After Maximilian is defeated, Alexander Watkins Terrell comes back to Texas and runs for the state legislature and then writes the election laws. It's crazy.
You can't make the case for that. That's a feature of the American system, not a bug. That is the implementation of justice. You forgive. That you don't persecute everybody on the other side of the wall.
Maybe, and I think it's a good feature in terms of lower level individuals, but I think a bad feature for our system is we do allow
ammunition gun,
Elite
so what have you
figures
got
who
me up
committed
for?
wrong, you give them many ways to get out of
Well,
punishment.
like I said,
You are more likely to be punished in this society if you do something wrong, and you're not an elite figure than if you're an elite figure.
There should be a proportion. Like forgiveness should be equally distributed across.
And it's not. And it's not.
We had,
But we could change it. We
we
can
had
fix
an
it.
awful lot of ground.
How do we fix that? How do
We
What
also had,
I think was argued at the end, this is one of the really important things when studying history, you learn about ideas that were not pursued that could be pursued today. At the end of the Civil War, there was an effort to ban anyone who was in a leadership position in the Confederacy from ever serving in federal office again. That's the third element of the 14th Amendment. It's in the 14th Amendment, Clause 3. It says that if you took an oath of office, meaning you were elected to office, you're an elite figure, and you violated that oath, you can still live in the country. You can still get rich, but you can't run for elected office
Anyway,
again.
the
And
Russians all
that
really,
what we've never
they
really
thought that,
implemented.
Is it obvious that everybody who's in a leadership position on the Confederate
young
side
boys were doing this, they were both.
is a bad person for the future of the United States?
They thought they
Or is
were-
that just a safe thing to assume for the future of the nation?
I think it's the latter. Maybe people do things for all kinds of reasons, and sometimes they have regrets. That's also why we have the parking capability. You could park someone individually if they show you that they've changed. Yeah. And it would only create fairness. Because right now, let's say, you take out a huge loan, and you don't pay your loan back. That will go on your credit, and you won't get a big loan again. You don't get to say, just give me another chance. You're going to have to prove. I think about holding public office in the same way. If you violated your credit rating, then you should have a much higher road to go to prove to us that you should be back in office.
How did the war end?
Experiments were going all
In
up
quotes.
and down the Rockies.
What was the, so you said you make this case in the book that in some sense the elements, the tensions behind Seoul continue to this day. But officially, how did the war end?
So officially, the war ends at Appomattox in the early spring of 1865, when Grant has pretty much smashed Robert E. Lee's army. Appomattox Courthouse is a small town in Virginia, and the two men meet, and there's portraits of this as a painting of it we have in the book. And Grant and Lee sign a paper which basically allows these soldiers to leave the battlefield and leave with their sidearms to go back. That's pretty much the end. Jefferson Davis was the president of the Confederacy, goes into hiding. He's later captured and then not convicted. But there's no formal settlement in where there is at the end of World War II, where they meet in Yokohama Bay, the Japanese leaders.
So what stands out to you as brilliant ideas during this time and actions to avoid Lincoln?
So I mentioned that his values. I think a number of the things that he does that are quite extraordinary. First, in emancipating slaves, the slaves were free themselves, but Lincoln recognized that he recognizes that there's still a lot of resistance, and what he does is makes the case for freeing slaves based on the argument not just of the moral value of that, but based on how that will benefit the North. He's able to convince non-abolitionists to pursue abolitionist policies by serving their interests. What he's basically saying by 1863 or 64 is, I can ask for more white soldiers, or I can bring in former slaves. Would you like me to take your son, or would you like me to fight him? It's the same thing Franklin Roosevelt does during World War II. He says we need to build more planes and more tanks, and I'm sending all the soldiers up to Europe. I know the African American population in the South. Would you like me to move them up to Chicago so we can win this war and build things in the factories? So Lincoln uses the war to move the country forward morally, even if at times he's convincing people by using other reasons. I think that's great.
I guess that's one of the components of great leadership is do the right thing for the wrong reasons. Or publicly sound the wrong reasons.
Find ways to move people. What we talked about before. Different stories move different people. So you can tell different stories. He tells one set of stories to the religious leaders or abolitionists, and a different set of stories to the New York bankers. And that's leadership. We tell different kinds of stories to move people to a new position. The other thing Lincoln is really brilliant at is managing the international side of this. So one of the real dangers for the Union is that the British were on the side of the Confederates expected the British, because again, the Confederates were selling all their cotton to them. And they knew that the British leadership, first of all, was very happy to run the slaveholding societies, so that they could have slaves. And number two, that they believed the Union was getting too strong and threatening the British in Canada. So there were many reasons the British wanted to gone in with the Confederates. Lincoln mixes sticks and carrots with the British. He threatens them. And when the British initially try to send diplomats to negotiate with Southerners, he interdicts that. He basically initiates a quarantine in the South. On the other hand, he reaches out to them and tries to show that he wants to make relations, and makes the argument that they will actually benefit more from having the industrial capability of the Union on their side. So he's a very good diplomat.
He is considered to be one of the greatest presidents in the history of the United States. Are there ways that he failed? Is there things he could have done better?
So he failed in the ways that most great leaders fail, which is that he had a terrible succession plan. His vice president, who spent a lot of time on the book, Andrew Johnson, who was probably our vice president ever. Andrew Johnson had no business being anywhere near the presidency. Andrew Johnson was the only Southern senator who did not succeed. And so even though he was a Democrat, Lincoln wanted to show that he was creating a unity ticket when we ran for re-election in 1864. This happens today, right? So he put someone on as vice president who he didn't even like, who he thought was politically useful. The problem is, when Lincoln was assassinated, this guy took over. Andrew Johnson was drunk at his own inauguration. The guy was a true drunkard. He was not prepared to lead in any sense, intellectually, politically, and he was against most of the principles of the Constitution. And the irony is that when Lincoln is assassinated in April of 1865, Andrew Johnson takes over. He has all the war powers. That was not good planned by Lincoln. And we can look back on it now and say, even though Lincoln is the first president who was assassinated, he should have known that there were people coming for him. It wasn't inevitable that he'd be assassinated, but he should have had a backup plan for who would take over. Hopefully someone who was capable of doing the job.
Thank you very much for your time.
So for me, for a personal myself, I can choose any leadership position choose. It is difficult to think what happens after my death, after I'm gone, to plan. At the same time, if you care about your actions to have a long-term impact, it seems like you should have a succession plan that continues on the path, continues to carry the ideals that you. So I'm not sure why people don't do that more. Like, I wonder how much Vladimir Putin spends percentage of time per day thinking what happens after he's gone to help flourish the nation and the region that he deeply cares for. I wonder, and I'd say this to other presidents, Trump, Joe Biden, they might think politically, like, how do I guarantee that a Democrat or Republican? Do they think like visionary for the country? I don't know.
I think that's very rare, and I think what I understand from literature on business people who talk about this a lot is what ends up happening is you become so powerful, you assume you're always going to be power. You convince yourself of that. You convince yourself that the end is far away. And of course, for Lincoln, the end put it far away. He was healthy. He was only in his 50s. He could have lived a lot longer. But it ended fast as it could. And my understanding is that most Americans don't prepare in the States. It doesn't matter whether they're rich or poor. They assume things are just going to go on because it's not fun to think about this.
Yeah. But I feel like it's free. Like, you know what I did? This is interesting. Before I went to Ukraine, I recorded a video. I set up a whole thing where I recorded a video. What happens if I die? I recorded a video to I gave my brother access to my passwords so that I give instructions. I'll tell you this, but please publish this after if I die. And you know that made me, it's all silly and ridiculous, but it made me feel free to do the best thing I want to do. It's like, it's a liberating thought. I guess that's for your will, but also like do the best possible damn job you can. I feel like as a leader, having a plan what happens if you did not if you die, if you or you lose some of the power, some of the momentum that is driving you currently, that there's going to be a handoff where you will still be remembered as a great man or woman that.
But you identify one of the other problems, right? Which is one of the other reasons why someone like Henry Kissinger doesn't create a successor. Because you're afraid they're going to steal your passwords. You're afraid they're going to steal power from you. You had to find someone who you could trust.
But let's just be clear. I love my brother, but he's a troll. So there's a feature whatever password manager I use. There's a bunch of services like this. It's interesting. I don't know if you I've learned about this. Is you can have them request access, and it's going to wait 30 days before it gives them access. So it's kind of has this built-in trust, trust adding. But it's interesting to me on that aspect, just to have a plan.
One might have been alive,
in private life. Like what happens to not just your will and your wealth or whatever, but what happens to other stuff like social media and all that.
Right.
In this digital
And anything you care about, if you want to live on, that's the problem. But if you, unless you can devise
exactly
a
where
technical solution like that,
other than
you have to give someone power now.
And that's the tricky thing. Democracy is a kind of technology. You're gonna have to figure out how to do it correctly, how to have that power propagate, and especially do war. How you get everybody together into this more moderate mood, and then how do you like calm down and just relax? Sometimes that's what Andrew Johnson knows the problem is the centralization of power.
It was the over-centralization of power. It was also that Lincoln had a designated successor who was going to try to do everything that ran against what Lincoln was doing. And it sent the country back. We went forward in the end of the Civil War, and then we went back. More so than we had been an election. Because if there had been an election, there still would be reason for that person running, even if they were on the other side, to try to find some compromise positions. Andrew Johnson inherited power with very few limitations on how he used that power. Congress doesn't even
your memories then are just.
And so this became very directly a problem because Andrew Johnson started pardoning senators and allowing them to come back into power.
So he had like a few months, which is one wild.
Yeah. It's giving the card keys to someone who's not prepared to try, decided that they're going to do what they want with the card.
All right. Is there any level to which power corrupts?
You recall now?
Yes, I do think there were some areas, and I think that even though he was a great president, not our greatest president, maybe one of the greatest figures of our history, he was one is the problem of succession,
So
but
you
also
believe, based on what
I think Lincoln over-invested in the power of the presidency. He came to believe too much in the role of one power and not in creating a more balanced approach to governance. And that's a function of war. War has an inherent centralizing power in a democracy. And that is dangerous because even when you have the best of people running a war, that gives them a lot of power to make decisions.
Yeah, how do you break down? I see that was the ones that get currently.
Yep.
It's a war. How do you look out? Because
did it ever come up more than one
Ukraine
time?
and everybody, anybody in a war, kind of, especially if you're fighting the ideal of democracy,
And
it
you
seems
have
like
really no
war is
clue.
bad. Right?
It is.
So
That's
I
fine.
come down from that. But what's the
Exactly
interesting
what you remember,
mechanism
not what
of
others may have
somebody's
said,
leadership? You have to be like a Jewish and figure being able to walk away from
I think you gave the answer right there.
So
You
you
need to
really have
walk
no
away
clue
from
as to
power. You
when
need to be forced to
you
walk away
mentioned
from
this
power.
too.
Historically, one of the
Other than
things
it
that
may have been
democracies
in
have tended to do when they have a chance is to vote out of office the victory. Think about Winston Churchill. Roosevelt is elected to his fourth term. He's still in the war. It's not clear that he would have been elected again. Let's say
So it might have been 49,
because there is a
48. It might have been right
sensibility
after
that the person has become too powerful
Do you remember
in
this
this role,
context?
and that
Remember
someone
the
else
context
should now
of
step in. Someone else who's also not a war president and has other interests.
But
So
it made enough impression upon you. that
let's
you
hope
remember
Ukraine
the
wins this
details.
war. Zelensky should then
Anything
step
else
down,
that you think of that
or someone else should be voted in. it would be dangerous if he remains
I've tried.
president. Let's say he wins somehow, and the true victory, hypothetical.
Ridiculous.
He should not be praised. He should be praised, maybe given a nice ability. But someone else should take over. Because the problem is that he's going to have too much power. And honestly, he's going to be too out of touch with
What's
the
your
country.
feeling of the government claims?
What do you think would have happened as the sort of counterfactual view of history? It's an interesting question that probably you think about a lot. There's a lot. What
You
would
know
have
the
happened?
government.
It's a reasonable question because it was not
The
never
government's hiding
He
information
could have
about
had more
the
protection that night. He invited Ulysses Grant to go to the funeral, and Grant and his wife didn't go. If they had been there, they would have had protection for Grant. So he would have had at least double the security there. So there are many ways in which he might not have died. I think it still would have been a difficult transition, but I think there were a few things that would have been better. First of all, Lincoln would not have pardoned all of these Confederate leaders and allowed them to come back into power. Lincoln also would have been a better politician holding the Republican coalition together. And I think Lincoln was more committed to empowering former slaves. So we still would have had a lot of conflicts, but I think what would have been a degree of difficulty was double because Lincoln was removed and the opposite came into power with Andrew Johnson.
So you don't
The economy of
basically
control
that
with the
Andrew Johnson
government
was
afterwards, maybe with the internal
turned out
revenue
to be
service, anything like that, nothing like that.
a bad decision, but the spirit of the decision was correct.
No, I think it was a terrible decision because you should never put someone one step away from enormous power.
Yes, I'm thinking about 19.
Oh, in that sense. So, in that sense, okay. But the
And then
other
he
spirit of the decision,
Coral.
meaning you put somebody who's in represents a very opposing viewpoint than you.
Well, I'm for that so long as that person is on board with some of the basic values that you're pursuing and that person is capable of doing the job.
Well, do you think that was obvious to him? And Andrew Johnson was not capable of doing the job? Yes.
It's in the I mean, but it made sense. I mean, what Lincoln has to be praised for is in the midst of a war. But at that point, he was not doing well. The war was not going well. He ran for re-election. He didn't try to postpone the election. He didn't try to do anything.
Yeah.
And so he needed all the help he could get running. And so he wanted to have someone out there who looked like a unity candidate who could appeal to some Southerners. So it made sense politically. But it created a really big problem. And there were people who said he should have moved Johnson as soon as he was elected. And in retrospect, he probably
How gangster is that to Drew was still on the election?
it's extraordinary. Lincoln believed in democratic values. He also believed he would win, but he knew it was not guaranteed.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's
Well, I
interesting
think
for
we're
people to
probably.
know this. The reason we have mail-in balloting in the US is because
I'll
of that. So
turn off the computer. It worked out real well, didn't
I
it? It
I
wasn't
think
horrible or anything.
almost a million
It was scary.
union voters are away from their homes. And so how do they vote? As soldiers, as nurses, they vote by mail. The post office delivers their ballots. That's why we have mail-in ballot.
What about the other counterfactual question of what would have happened if Confederate States?
The Confederate States had won the war. You would have seen, I think, a separate country in the South. You would have seen two countries, and that Confederate country would have been a smaller country, but it probably would have been able to defend itself because it would have actually gotten much richer than it was. It was poor at the time, but through its cotton trade and other things, it would have been recognized by Great Britain, by France, by other societies, and would have seen a Southern Republic. I don't think you would have seen that Southern Republic dominate the continent. The Union had the men and people and had the resources. But you would have seen a rival republic to the United States.
Do you think they had an interest to dominate the continent, to take over
They had a foreign policy plan. Many have written about this. They had plans, many Southerners did, of expanding into the Caribbean, which was actually more feasible. They did not have the personnel to occupy so much territory going out west. If you think about the amount of land that had to be covered, but they had nautical capabilities and naval power and the money to dominate islands in the Caribbean, and those islands were important for trade. So there were many Southerners who wanted to take control of Cuba, wanted to take control of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. So you probably would have seen Southern warfare.
Any country that
from a
has
counterfactual
as well as
history perspective? Can you make the case
like
that
these
secession
states?
would have been create a better world. Like if we're sitting today,
give you
to
an
back to the
overview
future
of
thing, the
basically what I
secession
am.
in this context, if we put aside the suffering and the loss of life in the war,
Which have
that
was
would be a better world today. Just look at that political climate. He also made the case that actually this outcome of the
geological engineer
is the better one.
as well
I
as
think
structural
Union
engineer
victory is by far the better outcome.
of military
Because
and
I think
aerospace
what you would have had
applications.
otherwise is you would have had a slave republic
I have helped build
in the South
two
that would
main
encourage
concern
slavery
bases
in other
in
parts
the
of the world.
United
Would
States
have
that
exported
have some
slaves
significance
and would
as
have
far as what
necessarily
is
been
called the New
hostile
World Order.
to many of the
Number one,
positive
Gulf
changes
City,
that occurred in the
Mexico.
Union.
I was
Movement toward
involved
progressive
in
reforms,
1979
creating
in
cities
a
with health codes,
firefight.
public education, and many of those things,
Alien
public education in the Gulf of the North, as a
whatever
way
you
of
want to call
training
it.
workers who would be
And
paid to be better
I
workers
was
in
one of
the
the
factory. There's a
survivors.
reason you
I'm
don't
probably
educate
the
slaves.
only
You
talking
educate slaves
survivor
looking
over
out.
here.
Yeah, so don't you think
Two
there'll be
other
a
survivors
huge
are under
pressure
Coast
from
Guard
the north
somewhere in the United
to
States.
abolish slavery
Not
anywhere?
very good shape.
There
He's
would have, but I
living
think
in
the South would survive.
Canada.
We have another war.
So
I mean, I
I'm
think
about
the
the
way
only
that
one around.
slavery
No
would
firefight.
ended
That
in the
knows all
South.
the detailed
If it didn't
files
end with
of
the
the
Civil
entire
War, it would have
operation.
been
66 Secret
I guess
Service
the deeper
agents,
question is
FBI,
it
Black Berets,
better
died
to
in that
get
firefight.
problems
He was
together?
there.
Is it better to get a divorce?
Number one,
I think in this case it was better to work through the problems, not working them together. It's better to work through the problems where
very shocking.
one side has the resources to incentivize you to
very
do the problem, rather than
So,
leaving you on your own to go
Instead of
your
putting
own,
on
to
your
go your own
glasses,
direction.
I'll
I think the
put
argument
skeptical
against
rather than your
reunion
spectacles.
would be the argument that would be made by those
But
who believe
please
they
feel
suffer
free to
from
do your
union
own
after.
work. I know the
So
Freedom of
you could
Information
argue,
Act isn't much to
if
go
you're a
on, but
historian of Native
unfortunately,
Americans,
it's basically the best we
if
got.
you're a historian of
Your
Philippines,
local law
you could argue the areas
law
where
university
this
is a good
newly
place
united
to
nation, the Civil War, was able to use its power to
So,
spread
if
its
one
influence.
continues
It
to
would
do
have
their
been harder for
homework,
the Union to do
one can
that
be
if the Union had to
standing
deal with a
in
rival.
regards to their country.
So, as a historian, the Union
I
War,
love the country that
To
I'm
which
living
degree
in more than I love my
are the
life. I
people
would not be
from
standing
the Union that
before
are
you
the United
right now,
States, the
risking my
writers of
life
history,
by telling you these things.
that color the perspective of who's the good guys and the bad guys.
The
So
first part of
this is
this talk
such an interesting
is
question
concerned
because
I like
Peace
how you take
underground
every question I
military
ask and
bases
make it
in the
into a
Black
better
Budget.
question. I deeply
We'll first
appreciate it.
start by
I'll ask every time I
emphasizing
ask a
Black
ridiculous
Budget.
question, you go, that's really
Budget.
interesting.
these are really good questions. They're not for questions. You know, actually, the best questions are not
Basically, a
the
secret budget.
right. So
It garners 1/4 of the
the
gross
axiom
national
is
product,
that
the
the winners
entire
write
gross
history,
national product
and
of
that's
the
usually the case,
United States.
right?
The
Most of the
President's
history I
gross
learned
national
about Ukraine when I was
$5
growing up
trillion.
was written by
One
Russians.
quarter of that's about
Russian history of
one
Ukraine.
and a quarter trillion dollars.
Most
a
of the
year.
history of Europe is written by
Uh,
Germans and French
At
and British
least
citizens, right? I mean, so
1.023
usually it's
trillion,
that
and
way.
I say
For the
at
most
least,
part, our history is
is
written
used
from
in
a sort of
Black Budget
northeastern point
programs
of view.
like deep
But it's
underground
very
military
interesting, the
bases.
history of the years after the
There are
Civil War that I focus on in
129
this
deep
book
underground
is
military
largely
bases in these United States.
because the Union and its legacies, and I grew up in New York growing up, there's a legacy of that, right? Those were individuals who wanted to write about what happened long after the Civil War, when the North got rich. All those beautiful buildings in New York, all that wealth in New York is 1880s, 90s, late 19th century, it's the Gilded Age. And that's what Northerners want to write about, right? Because there's glory there. The 20 years or so after the Civil War, the years that really count, 1865 to 1880 or so, those years are ugly. It's messy. And so who wrote about them? And they wrote a story that was about northern carpetbaggers and corrupt African Americans. And this is the story that Americans learned until a few years ago. I've gone around the country talking about this book, and never people told me they never learned this basic history because they grew up in Chicago, not because they grew up in Texas, but they grew up in Chicago. And the story they were told some more ended. Oh, now let's talk about the Chicago World's Fair in 1893. Chicago is coming of age as this great city. We don't like to write history in our country that's not about glory. I'm all for the greatness of our country, but you become great by studying your failures as well as your successes. And it's a real problem.
And I would love to see a kind of humility from a history perspective. One of the things that always surprised me just coming from the Soviet Union to the United States, as you've spoken about, is the perspective on the World War II. I think it was a critical component of what happened. Obviously, in the Soviet Union, Screen picture at work, like the beginners and the ones that suffered. Often they don't emphasize the suffering, they emphasize the glory. That they think that it's huge evil. And you listen to the United States perspective on this, and it's almost like I mean, there's several ways of phrasing it. Basically, the United States won the war. The United States, it would be impossible to win the war. They were the turning point. They were the last. My last by everything. That song. My first, my last by everything. So that I'm sure I'll go to it when growing up in maybe after the war in Britain. I wonder if there's this statement written there that is to say they could also make a pretty strong case that Britain was central to the turning point. You could really make a strong case that Churchill and were like the turning point of the war, that they're responsible for some of the first failures, major failures from a military strategy. But that's interesting to look at that very recent history perspective.
And it's the same problem with Civil War. You want to tell the story of the Union winning the war, and then everything. And it's not the way it works. What I'm really trying to get at is when you love your country, you have to study the failures. Because by studying the failures, that's how you improve yourself, and that's where you see where real courage is. It's actually that Lincoln failed for some long that makes him a great president. He lost more battles.
This is why it's easy to understand that.
You got it right. Same with the Caesar. I don't want generals. I'm just echoing that. I don't want generals. I don't want leaders who think they're going to get it right the first time, because they're never going to get it right the first time. You never get it right the first time. Those are the words of failure. And we as a society have to start doing that. We have to not just trumpet the successes. Let's talk about where we failed as Republicans, as Democrats, as independents. Let's move forward.
In recent years, have been kind of movement highlighting some of the hypocrisy, highlighting the racism, the fact that they were fighting fathers who were slave owners, that kind of thing. So highlighting current ethics of our world, showing that many of the people involved who are on each side are evil. What do you think about that aspect of history?
I think it's super valid. I think we should expose the gap between ideals and practice, but that doesn't mean we should throw away the great people who are immigrants. I'm a hypocrite. I think I'm a pretty good father. Luckily, my son is a good mother. But good parts of me there. I often find myself telling our children to do things that I didn't do, right? But they're smart, and I recognize that, and they learn something. So let's not cover over the hypocrisy, but let's not throw people away. Here's my view of Thomas Jefferson, just similar to my view of Abraham Lincoln, right? These are incredibly insightful, thoughtful people who added so much to our country. But they also created themselves. And one of Jefferson's flaws was, even though he saw all the evils of slavery, he was a terrible farmer. He could not imagine living the lifestyle without slaves. He could never work his way out of that. But that doesn't make the Declaration of Independence less valuable. In fact, it makes it more valuable. From that.
And to me, on the hypocrisy side, many of the people that participated came from culture, these kinds of movements that call everything as racist and so on. Sometimes they're highlighting properly the evils in our current society, but the hypocrisy they have is not realizing if they were placed in Germany in the 40s, if they were placed in a position of being a white Christian during slavery and defying this country, they would do the same thing. They would do the evil they're not criticizing. But most of them, that it takes a truly heroic human to think outside, to be aware of all the things going on outside, around you, take action. It's easy now on Twitter to call people as racist. What's hard is to see the racism, you're living in it, and your well-being is funded by it.
I think that's right. To analyze ourselves honestly and here is very hard. I also think I make this point in all my books. The real and life is elbow, that a lot of the evil in our world is silence. And one form of that Twitter is just hitting like. Yeah, it's a cheap way pretending you're doing something that's important, right? After the Civil War, there's all sorts of bad stuff that happens. We talk about it a lot. There always are people there who can stop it. Most people are not responsible for the activities of adults don't do something to stop it. And when I say do something,
And that's also silence on Twitter is not what I was talking about. So sometimes silence on Twitter is the courageous action because you wait, think, and learn, and have patience to truly understand the situation before you take actual action, not participate in the outrage crowds, hysteria, cancellation. What's hard to do is to speak up when everybody else is silent.
right, that's what's hard to do. Right, and to speak up against those who talk on your side.
Yes, exactly. Good luck to those on the left who speak up against the left. And saying good luck to those on the right who speak up against the right.
Right now,
It's a lonely place. That's why I walk to both sectors down both sides.
Yeah,
It's a wonderful
journey.
And you know what's interesting to me, what I learned writing, so again, we put this a journey, what I learned in the laboratory of this book, right, was a lot of those figures do stand up. Even in their own lifetime, they don't get the accolades they deserve, but they make a difference. And that's maybe not enough comfort because you want to see benefits in your own lifetime. But I think it really matters. And many of the figures I talk about, they're not even so you can make a difference. You do impart something small at the universe that can grow into something better. And we shouldn't forget that.
Yeah, that's why I admire boxing. Of course, I work hard. Send the slaughter under evil pigs.
You're on Orwell.
I'm on recently. Animal Farm is one of my favorite books I've ever recently. Just the way being 1984. It's been politicized in the general, but to me it's a love story. That there's love, like, story of government, surveillance state, the nature of truth, being manipulated, wartime, so on. But the beacon of hope in the human heart that pulls you out, that wakes you up in a world like that, is a love of another human being.
It's transcendent. Totally right. My understanding, you would know better than I would, is that it's now best-selling on my website.
1984?
Yeah, it's actually downloaded. There was a piece on the NPR.
Yeah, I hope it's because they're looking for love.
That's what I was just going to say. Hopefully not in all the wrong places.
Hey, there's no such thing as the wrong places. That's my I'm the one that showed up naked in jumpsuit class.
I'm still surprised that was you.
I was wearing a wig. I'm sorry. Quick pause. Can I take one? And we're back. John Wilkes was assassinated. In his diary, he wrote about Lincoln. Our country owed all her troubles to him, and God said he made me the instrument of his punishment. The country's not what it was. What was the ideal of the country that John Wilkes believed in? He talked about this country that just constantly being repeated in his writing.
For John Wilkes Booth and many other people who were close to the southern part of the country, the Confederacy, they believed the country should be a democracy for white people, a bounded democracy. And Booth was horrified, and we have to empathize, not sympathize, but recognize how strange these were slaves were now soldiers with guns. And he was particularly offended when he saw in Washington, D.C., a group of African American Union soldiers holding Southern prisoners of war. And the world was turned upside down for him. Democracy for him, he believed in democracy for white people, and that justified mistreating black people.
Several other groups of people.
So country, white,
yeah. And I don't think it's that different from
white Christians.
White Christians, yes. Yeah, he was not arguing for Jewish emancipation. I don't think that's really different from what we've seen in the 20th century for people who justify ethnic cleansing or genocide. Let's go to the extreme example of Hitler again, that we've talked about before. his view was actually, he claimed he wanted a democracy for Germany. He wanted a democracy of the right Germans. And he wanted those who he saw infecting and mongrelizing the society. Yeah, that's in essence what John Wilkes thought.
The scary thing is those kinds of ideas, you can put a pretty face on them. Like you don't have to use, and maybe Hitler did when the war started, or even parts of the war, make it so clear. That you just want the certain kind of Germans that have made Germany a great nation to be the people that are running that nation, and other people who are not truly interested in it, that don't hold the interests of the country at heart. And they should go elsewhere where they can flourish also. It's wonderful, but like the good Germans, they built all these amazing things. We should give them the power and not to the others. And you can put a bunch of flowery language around that.
Precisely. It's the argument that's made all the time today against immigration. That the wrong people are coming into our society. It's ironic because it's often made by themselves immigrants. The history teaches us that those who have arrived as immigrants are no more likely to like those who come. In fact, they might be against the next group for just this reason, because they think they're the right.
Can you describe to me if it's useful at all to know the difference, if there's a difference between white nationalism, white supremacists, and Christian nationalism? Is there an intersection between them? I've heard these terms used, separatism too, right? Are there certain distinctions that permeated that history that still lasts today?
I think there's a long history in the United States of belief in white supremacy. That is not unique to the United States. We actually inherit this from Europe. And white supremacy is the belief that, for whatever reason, those with lighter colored skin, usually of Northern European extraction, are superior, have rights, make decisions, all sorts of things. That it's an aesthetic judgment as much as it is a political judgment that gets embedded in our society. Right? We inherit that. Christian nationalism is the presumption that it's not just your race, but now it's also Christian belief. And that is actually relatively new. There are little pieces of that in our history. But many of those who are white supremacists, even though they live in Confederacy, are not Christian nationalists because they don't agree on which kind of Christianity, and they don't view those who are from a different denomination of Christianity as being good Christians. There isn't this Big Ten Christianity in the 19th century. This notion that there is one Christian nation and that we're all part of it, that's actually really a 20th century creation. It precedes the evangelical movement, but it's been made even more popular. But it would not make sense to a Confederate to say we're a white Christian nation. It would make sense to say we're a white Protestant nation, because they didn't consider Catholics good Christians, or a white Presbyterian nation. And so that's something new, and I think what's particularly dangerous about this notion of Christian nationalism is it creates this false history, saying we've always been together as Christians. That's always how we've defined ourselves, and that's not accurate.
Well, one interesting thing, so I recently talked to left-leaning, or maybe a far-left political streamer named Destiny, Stephen Bennell. I don't know if you're familiar. He does live streaming debates with people. It's very passionate.
I've heard of this. My students are trying not to. My students are always up on the thing.
Yes, that is the funny thing about him. He's already considered like a boomer. He's already the old streamer. He's been doing it for 10 years. He's not the cool. Anyway, he goes into some difficult political territory, and he actually had a many conversation with Fuentes. And he says some of it is humor, but some of it is pretty dark, hard-hitting sort of criticisms. He says that anyone who claims to be a Christian nationalist asks them if they would rather have a million people who are atheists from Sweden who are white, or if you would rather have a million from Africa who are Christian. And the truth comes out that this is a very surface level, this kind of idea of Christian nationalism. It's still underneath it is a deep racism, like hatred towards black people.
I'm sure that's right. I'm sure that's right.
That's the sense I got. It does not seem to have kind of historical context to it. It's just a different rebranding of the kind of thing.
Well, what I think is important, though, in drawing this distinction and why it really matters beyond the history of it, is someone like Lincoln quotes scripture all the time. The second inaugural address, Gettysburg Address, is filled with biblical references. But he does it in a way that's not Christian nationalist, because he's using the text to bring people together. He's using it as a fable of humanity. And you could say he's not open to Islamic thinking, he's ignorant of the Islamic world. But as a Jew, I'm a Jew, reading and studying Lincoln, I know he's a Christian, but I don't feel excluded from his rhetoric because I share that Bible. We have different views, but I don't feel excluded. It actually brings people together. The Christian nationalist approach that we've seen in the 20th century, and especially in recent decades, is intended to divide people. It excludes Jews. It excludes Christians who don't interpret Christianity their way. And to say that's what we've done is an entire distortion of the country. And it also hides why this is so dangerous. Insofar as Christianity matters to our country, it should be in the way Lincoln uses it as a set of common texts that many of us resonate with, knowing that we have different rituals and different understandings, not as a way to exclude people and not as a cover for racism.
It's kind of interesting that you could talk about, I've talked to a lot of people, Muslim folks, Christian folks, there's a way to talk about religion that's inclusive and that's exclusive. And it's just been of listening to a lot of these interfaith conversations. They're awesome. They like celebrate the beauty of each religion. They banter and argue with each other about details and so on. But like it feels like anybody from any of those religions would feel welcome at that party.
And I think that's possible.
Can you tell me about the disputed election in 1876?
So this is fascinating. The 1876 election is one of many elections we've had so recently that are intensely controversial. And they're controversial because they're so close. They're controversial because not always clear who's won. In 1876, Samuel Tilden, the governor of New York, was running as a Democratic candidate, wins more votes across the country. So everyone knows he becomes president. Well, he doesn't become president because in 3 states, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida, it's very, very close. And even though Tilden has more total votes, if he loses those states, the electors in those states, all of which go to the middle of the state, would actually make Rutherford B. Hayes the Republican candidate president. In all 3 of those states, you also have Republican governors who have just lost, but are still the people who have to certify the election. All 3 states say that Hayes won, even though it's very close and disputed. So Hayes has won more electoral votes. Of course, the Democrats accept that. And so we go into February. The inauguration was in March, not in January. We go from November to February without clear agreement on who the president is. In the end, there's an agreement that they come to a deal, which is where the Democrats will accept Hayes as president in return for Hayes doing all the things the Democrats want in the South. And so in essence, you have a deal made that one side will get all it wants while allowing the other side to have to figure it out. And so in a certain way, this marks a moment when the Confederacy moves. For example, Hayes has to agree to pull out all federal force from the South, which means there's no protection for fair elections going forward. And you'll see in states like Mississippi, the number of African American voters will decline and not recover again until the late 20th century. So that's what that election does. And from 1876 until 1896, we have a series of elections that are very close. It happens also in 1888 that the person with the most popular vote loses. That's Grover Cleveland, who loses to Benjamin Harrison. And again, we'll have the same issue. There's a dispute. And so what that election shows us from 1876 to 1888 is that our election system, the problem of having an electoral college, really complicates things. It makes it harder for us to come to any kind of consensus, any kind of agreement on who's won an election. It's super important for today because most of the 20th century elections doesn't matter. When we come to a world today where our elections are very close, our system is not well designed to deal with those issues.
Do you draw any parallels with our time? Or do you see any differences? There's been contested elections, Florida, So Al Gore, contested election after contested election, and of course, the most famously recently, the contested election that led to January 6th.
So I think people parallels a couple of differences. One parallel is that when you have close elections, the losing side's never happy. It's a myth that when you have a close election, the other side just accepts it. And it's not, that doesn't happen. And we need to be attentive to that and ready for that. January 6th actually should surprise us, not because it happened, but because it hadn't happened before. People who lose a close election are never happy. They always think that something is not done. That's one parallel. Second parallel is elections are violent. We have this myth that our elections are peaceful. No, there's always violence involved, where another violence in either trying to prevent people from voting or violence in preventing people from people from voting, right? Elections are not peaceful walks in the park. And that's why most countries have a centralized system to manage elections and provide protection for people. We need to think about that. A lot of people don't vote because they're afraid. They don't want to take the time, but they're also afraid that they're going to anger someone, or that they're going to be seen as politicizing an issue. Differences. In 1876, there was fraud. There were people who voted 2-3 times worth of things that Ku Klux Klan did. Is it prevented black people from voting, and then it helped white people go to multiple votes. And this was quite common in the 1880s. If you went to vote, here's how it would happen in places like Chicago, New York. The union boss from your factory would come and get you at the factory, give you lunch, get you drunk, and then drive you from one booth to another ballot that you would bring in and just watch you deposit that ballot.
Sounds pretty nice, not gonna lie. I'll take that right.
So that's a difference. That is not how our elections are. One of our great accomplishments has been to eliminate virtually all the fraud in our elections. How have we done that? By creating safeguards. It is very difficult. All the evidence we have is that the minimal fraud that's occurred in elections are onesies and twosies, and it's never in the last 20 years had any big difference in the outcome of elections. So that's a big difference. And then another big difference, I think, is that in that time, the Democrats and Republicans are on the opposite sides of where they are now. That changes everything. It's the Democrats that are the party of the Confederacy. The Democrats are the party of exclusion. The Republicans are more the party of economic expansion. And the Republicans are the big tech party. We're reversed to.
Do you think because there's much less election fraud now, like you described, one of the lessons we're maybe learn from that is there doesn't actually have to be election fraud for either side to claim this election fraud. It seems like it's more and more common. It seems to me that in 2024 election in the United States, for Republicans, that would also be just maybe just likely as if the Democrat wins,
I believe our government officials
nuanced claims
sold it down the
of
drain.
election fraud.
And by the
It
way,
has become normal.
I think what this history shows is that our election system makes it easy for people to claim fraud because it's so unnecessarily complex. First of all, we don't have a system where the person who gets the most votes is necessarily the winner. So that already creates one problem. The second problem is everything I talk about this in the book is control at the county level. So what happens with Hayes and Tilden in 1876 is you have one county official who says that in one person, and another county official says the other person. There's no centralized system. It would be as if we allowed every airport to control safety in airplanes, and our airplanes would not be safe. Our airplanes are safe because the FAA, the National Transportation Safety Board, have strict universal guidelines what makes for a safe plane, and therefore our planes generally fall out of the sky. Our system is very complex. It has complex rules and has too many people who have authority in too many different places. Complexity makes it easier for someone to make an argument that the wrong thing has been done. We should simplify the system. In Brazil, they had a very close election. And it's very hard for Bolsonaro, who lost that close election, to claim there was fraud because there's a central authority run by the judiciary that counted the votes. And it's just simple. It's not about which states, it's not about who the county officials, but he is not acknowledged. So, to push back on your
I just think I'm undefeated monopoly and risk. Because anytime I lose, I walk away. Claiming there was fraud and cheating involved, and I refuse to believe otherwise. I just think that accusations of fraud is a narrative that's disjoined from the reality. It was not fraud.
Yeah, I agree, but I think we make it a little easier by having a complex system.
And I wonder if there's other improvements that take us to the 21st century that are trying to there's all kinds of improvements that our system is dragging their feet on. Rangers, voting, all that kind of stuff.
Let's make this clear. We claim to be the greatest 21st century democracy, and we still vote like the 90s. We're not even in the 20s. Most people, when they went to vote, they actually checked a box and put a piece of paper in a box, right? I mean, that's not the 21st century. We can move millions of dollars, maybe billions, in bank accounts from our keyboard. From our keyboards.
Billions of rubles.
Billions of pennies. Why can we move money safely and not vote?
And at the same time, so there's security there, money, and then there's the actual engagement. Most of us, many demographic, click, like Facebook, or Twitter, TikTok, tens of thousands of times a year. I think this kind of mechanism constantly, and a like is a vote. Constantly voting. We love voting. We love giving your opinion on stuff. It just seems obvious that gamifying this, which is essentially what the election is, we can't engage in different issues. There's also a case, I don't understand these things deeply, but it always seems to me that issue-based voting should be the future. It seems like too complicated to vote for singular people versus ideas. We should, on Twitter, we don't necessarily vote for people. We vote for ideas. If you like it, or not, you like it, and so on. That too seems to be
Well, there's certainly a way to improve. You can measure public opinion. We still poll as if we're in the early 20th century. They still actually call people. It's amazing to me. I was talking to one pollster. They will call 100 people and get one person. They still do that. They don't still call landline. Yeah, well, they try to get some votes. They do call. But one could create a system that would be far better than the way you're describing it. Seems to me like to actually assess what people like and don't like. So your work in general, your perspective on history is, I would say, at least from my perspective, nonpartisan. Thank you. Yeah, you do exceptionally good job with that. Despite the fact. That said, you personally, just the way you speak, my judgment, you can push back on this. I think you lean left in your politics on the political spectrum. Maybe you can push back on that. Can you make the case for either perspective on your own personality? As a fan of yours, that you do lean left or you do lean left? I think it depends on the kinds of issues we're talking about. I do tend to lean left on the social and cultural issues. So I'm a believer, a firm believer. I didn't believe this when I was young, but I've come to believe that people should choose their own lifestyle and that we should get out of the way. I'm a believer, deep believer as a father of a 20-year-old woman that my 20-year-old daughter should have the right to make any choice she wants with her body. And if she were to get pregnant at a fraternity party at college, she should have the right to decide whether to have a child or not. So on those issues, that would code me left of center. I'm actually reasonably conservative on the fiscal issues. I don't think we should spend money we don't have. I'm skeptical. I'm always skeptical of cryptocurrency and things like that. There's some people listeners will disagree with me. As part of my probably is cryptocurrency. But I'm conservative, low accuracy in the way I think about fiscal issues. I worry about that. I'm a believer that there are certain areas where the federal government should play more of a role, and there are other areas where things should be left to localities. And so sometimes I can go one way or another. But I think I sound sometimes a little more left of center because of the social issues like that.
Well, that there's other explanations, not to be grilling you too hard.
No, it's fair.
Because you're also exceptionally respected and successful professor in the university system, where sometimes there is a need towards the left. And the other aspect is, I think, your viewpoints on Trump, where you're a strong critic of Donald Trump. And I guess the question I want to ask is, you as a historian, does that color your perspective of him?
Well, by the way, you can't put
Can you,
20,000 pounds
do
in
you
a
ever
Ryder
catch
truck,
yourself
can you?
where maybe your criticism of Donald Trump might affect how you see the
I've
Civil
never
War?
mixed
Like as you're
explosives per se. I
completely
know
diving
the
in and
chemical
looking at
structure
the Civil
and the
War,
application
are you able
of
to put aside
value
your
explosives.
sort of the
I
current
learned
day
the
political?
application.
No, I'm not. I think we
I
have to be
helped
honest that
haul
all of
out
us are objective. We strive to be nonpartisan. I really like what you said that because I think it's an aspiration.
I worked on
And no one is objective.
I worked on
We all have our biases. You know, some people like chocolate, some like vanilla, and it's just that's just the reality, right? And as far as I know, it's really hard. It's very hard even to find logic to explain that. And so, my view is that what a good historian, what a good scholar does, I don't know if you want to feel this, is you're self-conscious of your biases, and you try to recognize them as you're doing your research, and you make it doubly certain that where your research seems to reinforce your biases, that you actually have the evidence to make that argument.
So I'm telling you,
But I still believe
you've been lied to.
that someone with a slightly different perspective might read the same evidence in different ways. That's what makes history vibrant.
And I do
So
believe
I wrote this book
get
in
up
part,
and
as I
say,
say, the
"We've had
introduction,
enough. We want the
because
truth.
I was self-critical watching Trump and the things I, quite frankly, find deeply dangerous about Donald Trump and about what happened on January 6th. And I found I had not thought deeply enough about the roots of that in our society. Because I don't believe Trump or any one figure creates these kinds of movements that come out of the history.
Just a small side to you. I
Now,
believe your work
that's pretty
is
serious.
nonpartisan,
Hard.
but it's
Down
also
to
funny
talk.
that there are a lot of people on the right that would
I
read
don't
your
see
work
any
and
way
say
we're
that you're
gonna get
nonpartisan.
along.
And
I
think the
see that
reason
the
that can
present
happen sometimes,
time
not strongly, but I think you
that
do
we
a
have
good
more
job,
than 6 months of
is like
country
certain
life
use certain
left
words also.
in these beautiful
I
United
try to
States.
be cognizant of it. I try not to use words
Present rate.
that
Right now,
trigger
the so-called
people's
patriot movement has
tribalism.
been given a stinging
It's kind of
blow by
interesting. So you have to be
Janet
also aware of
Reno.
that
I
when
want to tell you
you're
something
learning
about
history
Janet
and
Reno.
writing each other.
Janet
Is
Reno
if
cheated
you're
her way
interested
through
in debating,
like
you can put on different hats.
approval.
You can be carefree, stating your opinion,
Janet
criticizing
Reno
Donald
is
Trump
lesbian.
or
I don't
Joe
believe.
Biden.
I believe there
Or
are
you
a
can
lot
be
of wonderful
nonpartisan
women that would
deliberately,
make
and that
a
takes
great
skill,
attorney
probably,
general
and
of the
avoiding
United
certain
States.
triggering
And
words.
to me, it's about choosing your battles.
Educated, they're far more
So
moral
I try to write
I would
because I want everyone to read. I actually think
how we are
people on the
being
left have written lots of this history. So many people have said to me around the country,
We
this
are
is history I
the
wish I had known
popular
before.
world, and I do believe I can qualify
But there are
myself
moments
by
when I
saying
use
I'm a
words that I know are
American
controversial because I'm trying to show there's a fact base behind it. So white supremacy does exist. I've had people say, I don't think that's, I think that's a politically correct term or it's a woke term. It can be used in the wrong ways. One should not go around calling everything who doesn't like that. But the Confederates were white supremacists. And I use that word because I think it's an accurate descriptor. And we need to recognize that that is a part of our history. But that does trigger something.
And because that language is used to mean other things currently. So the press will take on certain terms like white supremacist and label everybody white supremacist. Like a lot of people that basically are on the right, that they use this outraged language, like actually reverse the ability to use the language precisely.
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
But you do have to, unfortunately, you do have to. No, actually, people disagree. You might disagree. But I tend to try to avoid, like, take on the responsibility for the language. If the press is using certain kind of language, I try to avoid.
Yeah, what I try to do is sometimes avoid it, but where I think the language is necessary to be precise, but also to contextualize.
One of my best friends.
So
Why?
I don't call all Confederates white supremacists, but I point out where white supremacist ideas have influenced them, right? And I point out where certain individuals are doing things that resonate with them. But I'm against these kind of blanket labels and categories.
On military
And
reservations.
you also have to speak about white supremacism in that context in a nuanced way. So people use white supremacism without thinking what that means, and they just use it as a slur word. This is evil person. But white supremacy is also just an ideology. A lot of people have believed they're on supremacy, where white, black supremacy, whatever supremacy. Believing that some people are better than others, some people are better than others. And there's been nations built around these kinds of ideas. And a lot of human history is built around these ideas. It's not just evil people believe we in the United States of America believe this kind of ideology is not productive, it's unethical. But those ideas have been held by a lot of people, and not like fringe groups, right? But majorities of nations.
I'd say the same about anti-Semitism.
Because if you're an evil,
And there are many people who are not anti-Semites, but don't recognize that they're carrying around or promoting anti-Semitic ideas or anti-Semitic myths.
It's the thought that's been held by a lot of people, and you need to be convinced out of it. That requires conversation, being empathetic. It's not just calling somebody anti-Semite you're evil because you've ever said something that's kind of a dog whistle against Jewish people. You have to be open-hearted to that. These are ideas that you have to ultimately, I think, heal the division behind those ideas by having empathetic conversations with people as opposed to get thrown. I just like saying. All right. I got a challenge for you. Given that you have been outspoken critical of Donald Trump, can you say one thing you like and one thing you don't like about Donald Trump? And perhaps can you do the same for our current president, Joe Biden? Do you like or dislike?
So it's harder for me to dislike it. There's so many things I dislike. But the one thing I like about Donald Trump,
other forms of slavery.
he believes
I
that
doubt more than 50 people in
America
the room, including me,
should be a better country. I disagree on what he thinks it should be, but he's not a declinist. He's someone who believes the world can be made better. I disagree with what he's trying to do. I disagree with how he's trying to do it. But I like the fact that he thinks it can be better. His whole argument for himself is that he can make things better. I don't think he can, but I think things can be made better. So I like the second half of that sentence when he says, I can make things better. Take the I out, I like it can be better, because there are too many people on the left who think that, that we can't make things better, we have to accept them as they are, or we're getting worse. I think the world without hope is horrible. And I think what he's offered his followers is a kind of hope.
So underneath this message is a kind of optimism for the future of this nation.
Yeah, it's a narcissistic optimism, but it's still optimism. Yes. That he's promising that if you elect him again, he will make things better. And I think people need to be told that we need to believe that we can make things better. So that part I accept, and I reject those who say we can't make it. My whole historical career has shown that history gives us tools to make things better. So I like the idea of trying to make things better and giving people hope and reason to believe that things can be better.
What's the main thing you like about Donald Trump?
I think he has no concern for the welfare of anyone other than himself.
So it's you mean a basic human psychology perspective.
I think he doesn't care about his children. I think he's just, I think it's him. I think he's gone into it. I might not always have been this way. I did watch him a long time in New York City when I was growing up in New York. And I think he's been in this path. And I think it's an extreme, it's a clinical kind of narcissism.
So when you analyze presidents, you bring about presidents, you don't just look at policies and you look at the human being.
Of course, you have to. Leadership is about policy matters. Is one part of the equation. It's not the only part.
What about Joe Biden? What do you like and what do you dislike?
So what I like about Joe Biden is, in contrast to Trump, I think Joe Biden really, right now, sees his role as the shepherd of democracy. He really believes that it's his role as president to make our democracy more stable and more vibrant. I think he really believes that. That's why he's doing what he's doing. Right?
And he comes from that system, the political system, that basically the process of democracy he's worked there for many decades.
It's all he's done.
Yeah, that's all he knows, and he wants that to propagate for better or for worse.
And he's not an extreme Democratic partisan at all. He's actually a pretty good guy. Issues. He is about what do I dislike about Biden? I think he does not have the capacity right now to provide the language and the public discussion of where our country should go. He doesn't have a language to inspire, to build enthusiasm for the future.
That would probably be one of my because I'm a sucker for great speeches.
I don't agree.
And so for me, that's definitely a thing that stands out for several reasons. One, in a time, because we're facing challenges like the pandemic, it just seems like to me, it seems like an easy layup. There's so many troubles we're going through that just require a great unified presence, great, just if I were to speak candidly about the speaking ability of Obama, for example. Obama would just destroy this right now, both on the war in Ukraine, the pandemic, all of it. To unify, there's a hunger for unification, I believe. Maybe people disagree with that because I think people have become cynical that the divisions that we're experiencing are really baked in. They're really planted their feet. But I don't think so. I think there's a huge hunger, maybe a little bit quiet, for a unifier, for a great unifier.
I agree. And I think what a great speech does is like a great piece of music or poetry. It helps you see something in yourself and feel something you didn't feel before. It doesn't overcome all that. I don't think that speeches are unifying. But I think that they are mobilizing. And you can mobilize people to the same mission with different points of view.
There's one outstanding in Oregon.
Do you think term derangement syndrome is a medical condition? Also, is there such a thing as violent derangement syndrome? What I mean by that, it's a funny kind of question, but why are people so deeply outraged, seemingly beyond reason, at their hatred or support of Donald Trump, with hatred in particular? I've seen a lot of friends and people I respect lose their mind completely.
So I'm not sure it's a medical condition or not because I'm not a medical doctor. So my kids say I'm a doctor.
I'm a doctor, so I'll take it from here. No, the fact that you get the doctor sign after getting your PhD is ridiculous, hilarious, ridiculous.
So as the wrong kind of doctor, I'm not going to comment on whether it's a medical condition, but I do think you're onto something. I think there is a way in which these men become touchstones of anger. And there's all kinds of anger and anxiety that people have. And I've seen this in other historical periods. You center it on one person. In a way, that's John Wilkes Booth and Lincoln. He actually didn't have a personal beef with Lincoln. It was that all the things he feared were manifest in that. And I think that's an old story, and then it's made worse by social media. And the way we're bombarded, it's like it becomes a drug. I mean, people I know who hate Trump or Biden so much, they just watch them. It's not that they don't watch them, it's that they do watch them, right? And it's just sort of, and it triggers you, and you get hateful, and then you feel like you've done something by shouting out your hate or typing it. And so I don't know if it's a derangement syndrome. I think it's a way in which our energy gets channeled and expressed in totally useless ways.
Yeah. That's the interesting psychology, which reminds me, I need to explore that. Because I've noticed that, believe it or not, it's easy for me to believe. There's people watching this right now who really hate me. And they're watching because they hate me. They hate the way I speak, all of that. And they're still watching. And I'd like to say that it's like, nervous, trying to explain myself. I like to say that that's not a productive way. I get it.
You've been cheated by your public officials.
I understand. There's a kind of, because what is it? Is it the same psychological effect when you see a car crash and you keep staring? Yeah, it's anything that pulls you in. But I feel like it's that feeling. This is probably slightly different, but you kind of want to. You want to maybe feel something, and there's anger, you're already frustration. Day-to-day life is hard, and you just want to channel that anger towards something. The internet really makes the easier, and it makes sense of your life. That's the thing. For people whose lives are chaos, hating you and blaming you gives order to their lives. If it makes you happy, please continue.
It seems to bother you.
Yeah, hate, not towards me, just people. Because I think about that, and I tend to think that most people are amazing human beings and have a capacity to do great things in this world. So I just think that's not a productive way of being. Like, psychologically, anything whatsoever. Everybody has works in hate.
you just focus on the really positive stuff. You celebrate that stuff, and that feels good. That has a momentum to it. I guess the hate has a momentum to it too. And that's what I'm trying to highlight. If you follow the momentum of hate, that's going to make you feel good in the short term, but it's going to fuck you over more and more in your life. And that's, you have to be cognizant of that as you interact with people.
I agree with everything you said, but I think people who do things that are influential and serious, there always are some people.
7 weeks ago.
I suppose that, but I wanted to show the difference between philosophical disagreement that borders on hate and like what's called like hate watching, where you just, which is what I would say to you, which is you're almost enjoying how much you hate this person because you're sitting there hating. You lose all reason, you lose everything. Your capacity to think as an individual, to empathize with others, you lose all. You're in this country and somehow it helps this particular difficult moment. But otherwise, it seems like a shitty way to live. But disagree. I like this country.
But I guess what I'm saying is, and I think this is your message too, right? Is that don't let the fact that people don't like you or even that some people hate you stop you from doing the right thing. Think about how you can perhaps trigger them, but don't stop what you're doing. I see too many. This is why I bring this up. Too many of my students, too many young, very talented people who are afraid to take risks because they're afraid that someone will hate them, and that can't get in the way.
The reality is, most people, or there will always be one person that will have your back, and that will support you. Just focus on it. As long as you're doing the right thing, focus on that, focus strength. But in general, I'm exaggerating here because most of the time, 99% of people are supportive of the internet. It's just that something about the human psychology really stands out to you and somebody criticizes.
It's easy on the internet. This is historically different from where we were before as a society. It's very easy now to say hurtful things to people and not have to even deal with them looking at you in the face. One of the things that encourages politeness is the fact that we're looking at one another. And we are naturally programmed not to want the other person to react to us in certain ways. But when we don't see their face, it's very easy to say all kinds of things.
Let me actually comment on that point. There's a lot of people on the internet that say that I don't sort of push back on points or criticize people and ask the hard questions enough. First of all, oftentimes I disagree with that assessment, but also I don't think you guys realize how hard that is to do when you're sitting in person. I don't care about access, I don't care about them being famous, just the basic human level. It's really hard to ask a hard question. From a place of
except when I'm sitting here, you seem to be able to ask me.
No, this is a super fun. I mean, when there's brilliant people like you, there's nothing to push back on. That's easy. But there's a basic human thing that doesn't. I think it's almost easier to be a journalist. Like journalists do as well, where they don't have empathy for something. They're just asking the hard questions. So where were you at this time last night? Because that's very suspicious. It's in contradiction to what you said. They're just doing factual stuff. If you actually truly have a conversation with other people, you empathize. It's very different because they have a story. They have a vision of themselves. That they're the good person, and to call somebody a liar while having empathy, basically imply that they're a liar. That's damn hard. So anyway, we're trying to figure this thing out. Can you make the case that the January 6th storming of the U.S. Capitol is a big deal, and can you make the case that it is not a big deal?
I think the case is overwhelming. It was a big deal. I opened the book with this before going back to the end of the Civil War because I think it echoes that moment. You had a group of people who literally tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power and were intending, and there's overwhelming evidence of this, if they had caught the vice president or the Speaker of the House, to do bodily harm to them or to kidnap them. So this was a coup d'etat. That is the definition of a coup d'etat, when you try to capture and prevent elected officials from doing their job. That's a huge deal. That had happened before in our country in states. We'll talk about this in Louisiana, and Tennessee, and places like that after the Civil War. But it never happened in the Capitol. That's a huge deal. That is, if I might say, that's like what you would think of as third world behavior in our society, and no offense to those from other parts parts of the world. I was trying to make a point is how we see that as happening in some states, not here. That's a big fucking
And if
deal.
you're not done right,
The case that is not a big deal. I guess the case to make there is that they didn't succeed.
you will be
The
punished.
case that is not a big deal is not that their intentions were not bad. I don't see how you can defend their intent. The case is the case that's not a big deal is that they were bunch of clowns.
I'll tell you, the only thing
And they broke in. But
but
in the end, once they got in there, they didn't know what to do, which is true.
And
And
so,
so, I think a professional would say these were the amateurs, and that they had no real chance of succeeding because once they got into the Capitol, they had no plan what to do next. What were they going to do? Steal stapler from Nancy Pelosi's office? They didn't seem to have a plan of what ended up happening. They left the building.
Well, that would be the case. That's not a big deal because their intention was not to overthrow. Their intention was to protest. Because if the intention was to overthrow,
I think the evidence is pretty overwhelming that they intended to stop. They were there to stop the certification of the election. They were there to prevent Donald Trump from having to leave office. They just didn't have a good plan. This was the Keystone Cops.
So you're saying there is some possibility, statistically some possibility that this would have succeeded at halting the basic process of democracy.
You could imagine a scenario where if they had gotten lucky, sure. If they had caught the vice president,
If they caught the vice president,
they could go on to certify him. He has to be there. He has
no,
to
but
be
don't you think that would resolve itself through police action and so on? My question is how much is this individual hooligans and how much of this is a gigantic movement that's challenging the very fabric of democracy?
It was not a gigantic, but it was a small coup d'etat that could have actually made the transition. Was there a scenario where Donald Trump stayed in office legitimately? No. But was there a scenario where they created a great deal of chaos that further undermined our democracy? Absolutely. Yes. Here's how it would happen, right? They capture Pence, right? They either kidnap him and try to ransom him, or which is what they were trying to do with the Michigan governor, or they kill him. And then Donald Trump says, okay, well, there's no vice president, so we can't certify him. The Senate will choose someone else to be vice president, but Donald Trump says, no, that's not legitimate.
It is possible Donald Trump would say something like that.
Absolutely. I disagree with you. He
He
said that morning that Pence should not be certified. He said that morning.
But there's a difference between sort of Twitter rhetoric,
No, he said it at a rally.
sure, rally rhetoric, and there is a threshold. It feels like a big deal.
He asked people around in the Oval Office how he could make that happen. He tried to get a new person appointed attorney general to do that. He tried to find legal justification for it. I think the evidence is overwhelming that Trump was supportive of efforts after the election didn't go the way he wanted to keep him in office. And whether that's legally actionable and whether one thinks that means he's a bad president or not is a matter of opinion. The facts are facts.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's possible for the stay president in this kind of context. It seems like a heated, just like you said, elections can be very violent. They're heated. People are very upset. When Donald Trump won the presidency in 2016, I was in Cambridge, Massachusetts. The amount of anger, I was just getting the energy I was getting from people. That if there was any way to channel that anger, I think people would be in trouble.
Yeah, I agree with that. That is right. And elections are violent. But this is different. This is the person in the office of the presidency using the power of the presidency to try to stay in office, to imperil people's lives, to distort our government on a scale we had not seen before. And these are not opinions. We have the documentary evidence, we have the testimony from people about this. We can differ over what you think of his presidency as a whole. We can differ over whether you think he should be held legally responsible as a matter of opinion. But the facts are he sat on January 6th, watched it on TV, did not send ever send any protection for Congress. That is his job. And throughout asked, continued to ask how the certification could be prevented.
To you, that's not common.
Absolutely. If I watch my children getting harmed and I don't do something about it, I'm watching it. And in fact, I take action that tries to help those who are doing the harm. would not just say it competent president. Parent would say it was a negligent parent, and he'd call parental support to take away my child.
I was troubled by the way the press covered it, that they politicized the crap out of that. And not just the press, but also Congress itself. It just seemed like impeachment and all of this, it just seemed to be kind of circus that wasn't interested in democracy or nonpartisanship. I don't. So it's very difficult for me to see the situation with clear eyes, because it's been colored by the press. Like, it's very difficult for me to know what is even true.
Members of Congress, including our members of Congress, our district and others, right? Their lives were threatened. They were traumatized. I have a lot of students, at least a dozen who are staff members. More than half of them. Part of what traumatized them was that the president did not do his job to protect them. Yes, as a child would be traumatized, not only if harmed by someone, but if mom and dad don't do everything they can. One of the things that makes people feel safe is they know their parents, they know their person in authority can't always keep them safe, but they want another person to be trying.
I agree with you that they're innocent. I'm somebody that believes in this kind of idea of families, but you do work with that to be a high ideal to protect. But that's a little bit different.
It's his job.
That's a little bit different than protecting democracy. Those are two different things. Protecting your employees, protecting democracy is an ideal. You could say he didn't protect either, but I think the criticism that he didn't protect the employees.
But the employees in this case are the ones carrying out democracy. So it's like saying the general who doesn't protect his soldiers is maybe not protecting his employees, also not protecting the war effort, right? It is his. The people we're talking about, the people who are actually doing the work of democracy, and that most basic function of democracy, which is certifying votes. And their lives were, I'm telling you, I had students, one who works for Senator Rabbi, for example, who spent hours in a closet hearing people outside, looking on her phone, when is the president sending people to protect us so we can do our job? And she was not happy with the way the election turned out, but she was there to do her job because she believes in democracy, to service the Senate and the Senate's role.
What should have Donald Trump done without turning into a different human?
He should have immediately, just as we were watching, things get reached. The moment they had the members of the House and the Senate had to evacuate their respective chambers, he should have immediately gone on TV and Twitter and every space he could and tell his supporters to leave and say what he never said. This is un-American. This is unacceptable. Never use those words. Un-American. This is unacceptable. Completely against anyone storming the Capitol like this. Go home now, please.
Or you can use his own language and tell him to leave.
Yeah. And immediately, so we know he was watching for hours. And we have testimony from his own daughter, Ivanka, saying she tried time and again to get him to say something, and he didn't. He watched it.
He can still criticize all the politicians. He can criticize everyone he wants.
All he's doing in that moment is basic protecting democracy, protecting the Capitol. Leave. Tell them to leave and do everything he can to find any kind of force he can get to go protect the Capitol.
61 older people.
I wonder how difficult it is to lose presidential election.
It's happened so many times.
No, I understand that, but it's especially when what is it? 80 million people vote for you, like some like millions and millions of people vote for you. It's crazy. It's crazy. This democracy thing is crazy.
George H.W. Bush won a war in the Middle East. Right? He had 90% approval rating, and a year later lost the election. Just someone Bill Clinton, he thought none of the experience he had, he believed didn't have the right moral character. And Bush did everything he could to help the next president get started well, and they became good friends. George W. Bush, he didn't love Obama. That's considered one of the smoothest transitions. George W. Bush ordered every single person in his administration to do everything they could to help him. That's what a leader does.
Yeah, these ones we admire in leaders.
I don't believe in having the mark in my hand or in my forehead like the Bible.
Speaking of which, can you just linger on how do you think we can heal the divide in this country as well as possible? There feels to be a strong division.
I think we can heal the divide. I think, as you said, there's so many opportunities with new technology to bring people together. It's just we're using it to tear them apart. I have the best job in the world because I get to teach so many students. I have 300 in my class in the spring in U.S. history class. And what I found with my students is they are mostly not Democrats or Republicans. They mostly care about the same things. Every one of my students seems to care about climate change.
Oh, I thought you were going to say TikTok.
Yeah, I'll take the
second to that.
You know, and I think they, I think they offer a new future for us. And here's what I'll say as a historian: we go through cycles of division and cycles of less division, less partisanship. One moment when it seems people agree too much on the mainstream encourages people to go to the extremes. When people see the extremes, they want to come back to the middle. And that is where my students are. Most of my students want lower inflation. They agree with Republicans on that, but they want more to be done about climate change. They're in the middle on these issues. And I think giving them more opportunity. So what's the best way to heal our divisions? Get the old men out and the young women and men in.
Because they ultimately don't have that
And not only that, they find it disgusting the way you and I do.
Yeah, that's true. What's the right way to have a conversation? I mean, just to stand there with people on the left and the right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how often you practice this. You can't politics. How often you talk to people who vote for Trump or for Republicans?
I'm trying to talk to them, right? 75% of them talk to.
I have seen the
Do you have
documentation
people who are Trump supporters
by
and
the
they're
Office of
family?
Strategic Services, which by the way is still in operation.
No, I don't
today,
advise that.
Are they no longer?
Through the Centers for
They're no longer in my
Disease
family.
Control in Atlanta, Georgia.
It's such a bad episode. I have taken them out of the footage. I do, but I know I have friends, fall into that, but it's still a minority of my friends. So I want to be clear that I'm not as good at this as I should. But I think we do have to reach out. But I also, I'm less interested, honestly, in me fighting old battles with old dogs. I'm more interested in finding ways to get a new crop of people educated and involved and engaged without imparting the same partisanship. So I will support this. I will support and encourage, especially any student or any young person who is smart, has good ideas. I don't care whether, I don't ask whether they're a Democrat or Republican. And I have given money to some young candidates who are not Democrats. So that's the way. I think it's generational change, and I think it's reaching out and trying to get people to see beyond partisan divisions, who are in their 20s and teens rather than. That's why we do our podcast. This is Democracy, Zachary, and I do that, my son and I, because we're exactly that. You will never hear an episode where we take one side or another. Our goal is to explain the issue, whether it's the challenges of democracy in China, or it's climate change, or whatever it is, or it's memory of war in our society, and to explain the issue and then offer people an optimistic pathway that's neither one side nor the other.
So actually, to push back a little bit on, I do see that this is a big exhaustion with this partisanship. But I've also, and this I think is the case throughout history, and I see it now, especially in the teenage years, especially if I'm being honest with boys, there's a desire for extremism in various directions. All kinds of extremism. But it's just extreme awesomeness or extreme anything, just extreme. And after the man that tries to make me behave, this kind of energy. And that's why you can take any ideology, basically any extreme ideology starts being excited. Whether you're a Marxist or communist, you're not just going to be like for socialized healthcare. You're going to be like, no. Let's go full hammer and sickle. I'm going to wear red. And then same with white supremacy or just racial, just the way you see society, the way you see the world. The extremism is there. Part of that is kind of stealing that perspective. It can be productive, that energy, if it's controlled. And especially if we have institutions that keep it a little under like control. One of the criticisms I have with a lot of people have, I'm actually much more moderate than the criticism of universities. They give a little too much power to the 18-year-olds who just showed up with their Marxist like books and so on, and they want to burn the whole thing down. That's beautiful, but the whole process of the universities get different viewpoints, educate more, make that person's viewpoint more sophisticated, complex, laws, and all that kind of
I think you're right, but I think that's more talk than action. In my experience, there is, especially among young men, you're absolutely right. There is a valorization of the tough guy. Because most men 18 and 19 are still not fully comfortable in their masculinity, however they're going to define it. And so a way of performing that is being the extreme in one way or another. And I've definitely seen that, but I think it's more often than not rhetoric. And actually, there's a very strong power of peer pressure and conformity that works on young people. And the positive side of that now is the peer pressure among them is not to join one party or the other. It's to say this is terrible. Look at how our parents are screwing things up. And they're right. And I think we can get into that and get a lot of positive, creative action out of that. On universities, you brought this up a few times, and I think we have to be careful. I think you and I agree on this. It's not that universities are free of bias. But universities, especially large universities, whether it's UT, MIT, Yale, whatever we're talking about, right? They're large, complex empires. And most universities, people in the arts, tend to be a little left of center in self-selection. Those in engineering tend to be pretty much in the middle. And those at business schools tend to be right of center. And so I think we need to be careful not to generalize. At the University of Texas, there's as much influence from the business school and the athletic department as there is from the humanities. So it's not a left-leaning campus. And that's also true at Yale, the School of Management at Yale, a huge medical school, right? People who are very professional and less political on a lot of these issues. So I think we have to be careful. I think there's certain pockets of things, but some of that you're never going to avoid, right? Engineers are always going to be the people I'm sure you're going to be who want to generally find some objective measure and avoid political interpretation. They want to find their objective measure.
I'm surprised that most people like robotics, they're afraid of people. They run away from people.
Precisely. And the arts people are always going to be more touchy-feely, and the business people are always going to like markets.
And my own personal opinion is it's just me talking. And I don't know if it's grounded in data, but just my own experiences, it seems a lot of things that people criticize about universities comes from administration, from the bureaucracy. The faculty and the students are, even with bias, are really interesting people, and all of their different, I would call it bias, the different perspectives add to the conversation. It's the administration, too much, of course you need, just like institutions, you need some, but too much, it comes too heavy-handed. And somehow that has been getting a little bit out of hand at much universities, just too much administration. And I don't know what the mechanism is to make it more efficient. Maybe the public criticism is the very mechanism that makes universities, the administration small.
Absolutely, we have those issues, and often you can also say athletics.
On the other side. Once you get it all rolled over.
Like you said, co-host a podcast on Zachary called "This Is Democracy." What's been? That's a really question I could ask, but just that pops to memory. What's been a challenging conversation you've had on?
Oh, you've had a lot of conversations. Our most recent episode is an episode on the German right. As I'm sure many of your listeners know, there was a group called the Reichsbürger. I think they still exist in Germany. They were actually led by a former German prince. And they had been planning to assassinate the Bundeskanzler and were organizing all sorts of other efforts. They do not believe that the current German government is legitimate. They think the last legitimate government was the Nazi government. They see the whole post-war period as illegitimate.
It's the German far right.
Correct. And we had on a member of the German Bundestag, of their parliament, who's been involved in the investigations or the oversight of the investigations, and talking with her about the depth of these issues, the challenges they face in Germany. It's certainly not a huge part of German society, but it's a significant number of people, like 20,000 people with us. How much of what we thought was the past is still in the present. And I think that's a recurring theme in our show, and our show is optimistic. It's not about woes to the world. It's actually about taking issues. We take a topic each week that's in the news. We go back to understand the history, and we then use that history to make better policy. We talk about how to make better policy today. And in this case, it's clear that even in Germany, there's a lot of unfinished work in explaining to people and helping those, for instance, in the former East, where a lot of this group has support, why this government is legitimate, why it operates the way it does, and addressing their concerns. It was strikingly similar to some of the problems we have in our own.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a far right in Germany. So you look at other different parts of the world.
We do. We did an episode recently on China, on the effects of zero COVID and the protests in China. We've done a number of episodes on the war in Ukraine. Our role each week is to have on either a policymaker, a scholar, or an activist who can help us understand an issue and get beyond it. So what's been eye-opening are some of the details, but what's also been eye-opening, honestly, is how easy it is to have a nonpartisan conversation. It's not hard. We open every episode with a poem that Zachary writes. He writes an original poem. I'll brag on my son. He's the youth poet laureate in Austin right now, and he writes a poem on each topic.
What's the style of poetry? Is he dark? Is he?
No, he's often ironic.
Like with a bit of humor?
Yes. How do you like it?
So he's not like a rebellious, dark teenager. It's just
He's a creative.
strong words. You probably disagree.
And what's interesting is like
You're the
we do have a lot of followers, and most of them come in. So I'm the junior partner. But what I will say, and this is a really optimistic thing that I deeply believe, if you frame things properly, you open with a poem, you open with questions, not with partisan positions. Even when we have someone on who's a known Republican or Democrat, we can have a very nonpartisan conversation. I mean, of course, we get criticisms, but we're almost never criticized for being partisan. It's not hard to do this. You just have to make an effort to avoid the partisan claptrap that we can all fall into.
books and humanity. What is your brilliant popular son Zachary talking about?
Oh, he's taught me so much in his 18 years, as has our daughter, who's 20. Two things stand out. He's taught me that a new generation has so much to offer. And I don't just mean because he's smart and engaged, as our daughter is too. I also mean that you realize when you have a child that even though you're doing the same things with them, they see the world differently and legitimate. And it reminds us that the world can be seen legitimately. And it's not that he and I disagree on major political issues, it's actually the small stuff that he sees differently.
In the details, you see that you can have very different perspectives.
Exactly.
They were very willing to draw to create a painting of the same scene.
And then the other thing he's taught me is, as I said about the poetry, the importance of the arts. I've always been a lover of the arts, but it had always been in some ways parallel to instrumental scholarship. We need to do a better job of integrating. As the Greeks do, right? The artistry, all the things we do, we separate them as disciplines. They're all deeply connected. This is what I like about your podcast, is that you integrate all these things. So like you want AI, you do arm wrestling, you have all these things together, right? And it's that these worlds come together, and there's a lot to gain by bringing the arts and the sciences all this together. It's an obvious thing to say, but we forget.
Yeah, and somehow becomes bigger than the individual parts. What gives you hope about the future? You looked at, especially with this book, just such a divisive part of our history, and the claim, the idea that you carry that division still permeates our society. So what gives you hope?
I try to end the book on a very hopeful note because I am hopeful. I'm hopeful that these divisions were made by people that can be undone. I do not believe that what I describe in this book, the division, the hate that we see today as well, I don't think it's inevitable. I think it can be actually corrected quite easily. And corrected easily by addressing the challenges in our institutions, the ways in which this history has been embodied in our institutions, even though we're different. And through our own recognizing the gift of the last few years, I don't care whether you're a Democrat or Republican, the gift of the last few years is that we've been able to see the horror around. audience.
They're very large.
Once you see the horror, you
As
can
big
do
as
something
they are
about it.
above
What's
ground,
dangerous
they
is when
are
the horror is there. You don't
levels
see it.
below ground. Have you ever heard of
It's
suicide
beyond mass.
branch?
I don't care where you stand.
It's like a
I've probably spoken in about 25, 30 cities about this book. Every audience I've asked, how many of you have been shaken by the last 45 years? And everywhere has raised their hand. That's a
They run
gift.
this entire
That's consciousness raising.
police
I grew up in a time in the 1980s when we were concerned that everyone was apathetic. That was what was being said. We had lower voter turnout. People didn't seem to care. My students, when I was a young professor, I was a very young professor in the early 2000s, my students all wanted to work for banks. They just wanted to make money. The best students wanted to go work. We're not in that way. There's been a consciousness raising. Knowing there's a problem, naming the problem, gives us a chance to fix the problem. And I think that's where we are as a society.
And young people are excited to solve the problem. Do you think the individual, like if the young person is listening to this, do you think the individual has power in this?
Absolutely. I think the individual has a huge amount of power. There's a demographic reason we've got all these old people who held on too long. President, look at Senate, look at any institution, and we're reaching a demographic cliff. Unlike China, we have a large population that's coming up. So those who are watching now, who are in their 20s, they're going to get to move into leadership positions much faster than their parents.
Let's go.
So that's one. And then the second thing is just what we're doing here. I mean, social media, when used properly, gives a platform to young people. You know, they don't have to go through the times like I do, right? This is why I do the podcast with my son. Find other ways. You reach millions of people. And this can be done. You don't need to wait for the old guys to give you the check mark when it's okay.
Put on a suit, get a haircut, speaking nonsense, a microphone, and yeah.
Well, also, I mean, have a very
Well, I don't want murder on my hands.
That's why I love you. All right, Jimmy, you're an incredible human being. Thank you for talking once more time. Thank you for writing this important book. I hope you keep writing, and I hope you keep talking to you this year. This shining beacon of political hope I have here in Austin that we get to enjoy.
I want to thank you for having me on, and thank you for your show. I think what you're doing is so important, and I really deeply respect you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with James. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of Abraham. Nearly all men stand out for something. Give him Testament's character. Give him power. Thanks for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Question over here. Yes, I'll give you my address.
Why won't we push it? Methods of heat extraction and so forth. Because everybody knew was 40 years away. And now it's 4 years away.
The following is a conversation with Dennis White, nuclear physicist at MIT, and director of MIT Plasma Science and Fusion Center. This is the Electric Podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dennis White. Let's start with a big question. What is nuclear fusion?
It's the underlying process that powers the universe. So as the name implies, it fuses together or brings together two different elements, technically nuclear, that come together, and if you can push them together close enough that you can trigger essentially a reaction, what happens is that the element typically changes. So this means that you change from one element to another chemical molecule to another. Underlying what this means is that you change the structure, this rearrangement of equals and squares of these large amounts. So fusion is the fusing together of lighter elements and heavier elements. And when you go through it, you say, oh, so here are the elements, typically hydrogen. We had a particular mass, rest mass, which means just the mass with no kinetic energy. And when you look at the product afterwards, it has less rest mass. And so you go, well, how is that possible? Because
system of
mass
technology
energy are
to
the same thing,
enslaved the
which is
wonderful
the
people of the
means
United
where it
States
means,
of America
and
and the world
the conversion of
under
this
a
comes
one
into
world
kinetic
government.
energy,
And
namely
this
energy
scenario
which we
occurred
use.
in Nazi Germany
And that's
and
what
is now
happens in the
occurring in
center
the
of
United
stars.
States.
So
And it's got to
fusion
go.
is literally the
Otherwise, we're
reason
gonna
life
go.
is
Next
viable.
question over here.
So fusion is happening in our sun. What are the elements?
Pretty obviously.
The elements are
Take
like
all the 129
that are
gun
coming
bases
together.
right now is actually
it goes through a
131.
process which is probably it's
Take
too
129 or 131 gun
it's
bases.
a somewhat complex catalyzed process that happens in the center of stars. But in the end, stars are big balls of hydrogen, which is the lightest, the simplest element, the lightest element, the most abundant element, most of the universe. And it's essentially a sequence through which these processes occur that you end up with helium. So those are the primary things. And the reason for this is because helium has features as a nucleus, like the interior part of the atom, that is extremely stable. And the reason for this is helium has two protons, two neutrons. These are the things that make up nuclei, that make up all things, along with electrons. And because it has two pairs, it's extremely stable. And for this reason, when you convert the hydrogen into helium, it just wants to stay helium, and it wants to release kinetic energy. So stars are basically conversion engines of hydrogen into helium. And this also tells you why we love fusion. I mean, because our sun will last 10 billion years approximately. That's how long it will last.
Detection
But to
devices.
do that kind of conversion, you have to have extreme
You got something very like
It
a
is
casual
one of the
weapon
criteria.
with diamonds or gold
But it's
or
the
money
easiest
or
one to
whatever
understand.
underground.
It's because
They've seen it already, guaranteed.
effectively what this requires is that these hydrogen ions are which is the bare nucleus. So they have a positive charge. Everything has a positive charge.
If you're carrying more than 1,000
Is that to get them to trigger this reaction, they must approach
carrying
within distances which are like the size of the nucleus itself. Because the nature, in fact, what it's really using is something called the strong nuclear force. There's four fundamental forces in the universe. This is the strongest one. But it has a strange property. While it's the strongest force by far, it only has impact over distances which are the size of the nucleus. So to get that, what does that mean? It's a millionth of a billionth of a meter. Okay. Incredibly small distance. But because the distances are small, the particles have charge, they want to push strongly apart, namely they have repulsion. So it turns out when you go through the math of this, the average velocity or energy of the particles must be very high to have any significant probability of reactions happening. And so the center of our sun is at about 20 million degrees Celsius. And on Earth, this means is one of the first things we teach entering graduate students. You can do a quick basically power balance. You can determine that on Earth it requires a minimum temperature of about 50 million degrees Celsius to get enough fusion that you would be able to make get energy. So you can trigger fusion reactions at lower energy, but they become almost vanishingly small at lower temperatures.
Multiplied by 11.
First of all, let me just go through some crazy ideas.
With a similar concept.
One, the strong force. Stepping out and looking at all the physics.
15 million.
Is it weird to you that there's
15 million number of
forces
patients in
that are very
America,
particular,
concerned
like it operates at a very small distance, the
and
gravity
also
operates at a very
number of
large
people that
distance,
could cause the
and they're
federal
all
government
very specific, and the standard model describes three of those forces extremely well, and there's this is one of them, and it's just all kind of works out.
I'm saying our federal
There's that one
government
big part of you that's
Oklahoma, without question.
an engineer.
Clearly proven.
You step back and almost look at
If
the
you
philosophy
look
of
at
this.
the pictures of the explosion,
it's
you'll find
interesting
there's a
because
large
as I see the universe through that
near the
lens,
elevator shaft,
essentially the
and there's
interesting things that we
smaller
do are through the forces.
explosion. By the way, a nitrate explosive has a maximum
Everything works
capacity
because of that.
of 20,000
Richard Feynman had,
20
I don't know if you ever read Richard Feynman, it's a little bit on the tangent.
He's never been on the
He's never been on the podcast.
He was kilotons of
Passing
pressure.
but one of like a hero to almost
20,000
all
tons
this.
of pressure per square
And
inch.
part of it was because of what you said. He kind of looked through a different lens at these, what typically look like very dry, like equations. the
federal building in
relationships.
Oklahoma City.
I think he brought out the wonder of
Had
it
some
in
pretty
some sense,
strong
right?
nerves.
For those, he posited what would be if you could write down a single, not even really a sentence, but a single concept that was the most important thing scientifically that we knew about. And that was you had only one thing that you could transmit to like a future or past generation. It was very interesting. It was, so it's not what you think. It wasn't like, oh, strong nuclear force or fusion or something. It's very profound, which was that the reason that matter operates the way it does is because all matter is made up of individual particles that interact with each other through forces. It's just an atomic theory.
I wasn't really aware of that.
Which is like, wow, that's like so simple, but it's not so simple. It's because like, who thinks about atoms that they're making?
Explosion or
This is a good question I give to my students. How many atoms are in your body? Like all those ghosts and students and atoms. So to me, that's like a fun thing. By the way, it's about 10 to the 28. So that's trillion, billion, trillion, or something like that.
So one thing is to think about the number, and the other is to start to really
And this is
quantify.
the second
Then it all holds together.
Yeah, it all holds together, and you're actually that. You're more that than you are anything else.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are people who do study such things of the fact that if you look at for example, the ratios between these fundamental forces, people have figured out, oh, if this ratio was different by some factor, I was like, oh, this would all like not work. And you look at the sun, right? It's like, so it turns out that there are reactions that if they had slightly more probability, no star would ever ignite. And then life would be possible.
It does seem like the universe set things up for us that it's possible to do some cool things, but it's challenging. So that it keeps it fun for us.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. I mean, the multiverse model is an interesting one because they're quantum scientists. It's like, oh, like quantum science perhaps tells us that there are almost an infinite variety of other universes. But the way that it works probably is it's almost like a form of natural selection. It's like, well, the universes that didn't have the correct or interesting relationships between these forces, nothing happens. So almost by definition, the fact that we're having this conversation means that we're in one of the interesting ones by default.
Yeah, one of the somewhat interesting ones, probably super interesting ones, where I tend to think of humans as incredible creatures. Our brain is an incredible computing device, but I think we're also extremely cognitively limited. I can imagine alien civilizations that are much more intelligent in ways we can't comprehend, in terms of their ability to construct models in physics.
I would see it in a slightly different way. It's actually because we have creatures that live with us on the earth that have cognition, like that understand and move through their environment. But they actually see things in a way, or they sense things in a way which is so fundamentally different. It's really hard. Like it's the problem is the translation, not necessarily the intelligence. So it's the perception of the world. So I have a dog, and when I go and I see my dog, like, smelling things, there's a realization that I have. Senses the world in a way that I can never, like I can't understand it because I can't translate my way through it. We get little glimpses of this as humans, though, by the way, because there are some parts of it, for example, optical communication, which comes from light, is up now because we've developed the technology. We can actually see things. I get to see one of my areas of research is spectroscopy, so this means the study of light. And I get to see things or representations of far infrared all the way to like hard X-rays, which is several orders of magnitude of the light intensity. But our own human eyes like see broken down by a supercomputer and prove it. So that even like bees, for example, see different things. So I think if you think of, there's already other intelligences around us in a way, in a limited way, because of the way they can communicate. But those are
if we just focus in on the senses, there's already a lot of diversity, but there's probably things we're not even considering as possibilities. For example, whatever the heck consciousness is, could actually be a door into understanding some physical phenomena that haven't even begun understanding. So just like you said, astrology, it could be a similar kind of spectrum from consciousness, just like more like these down. The sun is face, like walking around, it sure feels like something to experience the color red. But like we don't have. It's the same as in the ancient times you experience light. It's like, oh, it's bright. And you construct kind of.
We might actually experience this faster than we thought because we might be building another kind of intelligence.
And that intelligence is way to us. How silly we are.
There was an email thread going around the professors in my department already. So what is it going to look like to figure out if students have actually written their term papers or it's chat it was so as usual as it is we tend to be empiricists in my field, so of course they were in there like trying to figure out if it could answer like questions for a qualifying exam to get into the PhD. They didn't do that well at that point, but of course this is just the beginning.
Eventually both the students and the professors will be placed in ChatGPT and we'll sit on the beach.
I really recommend, I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's called The Day the Universe Changed. This is James Burton. He's a science historian based in the UK. He had a fairly famous series on public television called Connections. But the one that I really enjoyed was The Day the Universe Changed. And the reason for the title of it was that it says the universe is what we know and perceive. So when there's a fundamental insight as to something new, the universe for us changes. Of course, the universe is not an objective point of view, the same as it was before, but for us, so he walks through these moments of perception in the history of humanity that changed what we were. And so as I was thinking about to discuss this, people see fusion, it's it's been slow progress. It's like when my godmother was born, like people had no idea this was going on. So you talk about like that day, that insight, the universe changed. It's like, oh, this is the and they still didn't understand all the parts of it, but they basically got it. It's like, oh, because of the understanding of these processes, it's like we unveil the reason that we like. That's probably one of those days the universe changed.
And it seems like technology is developing faster. I tend to think that just like with ChatGPT, I think this year might be extremely interesting. Just with how rapid and how profitable artificial intelligence are, that just stuff will happen where our whole world is transformed like this. And there's a shock, and the next day you kind of go on and you adjust. You probably won't have a similar kind of thing with nuclear fusion with energy because there's probably going to be an opening ceremony and stuff like this. Then it's going to take months, but with digital technology, you just have an immediate transformation of society. And then it'd be this gasp that you kind of adjust, like you always do. And then you don't even remember, just like the internet and so on, how the days went before.
I mean, fusion would be because it's energy, its nature is that it works. And anything that has energy tends to be a slow transition. But they're the most profound transitions that we make. I mean, the reason we can live like this and stay in this building and have this podcast and people around is at its heart is energy use. But it's intense energy use that came from the evolution of starting to use intense energies at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. It's like it's a bedrock of all of these, but it doesn't tend to come over.
And some of the most important, some of the most amazing technologies when we don't know is we take it for granted because it enables this thing.
Which it is energy. Amazing for how fundamental it is to our society and way of life. It's very poorly understood concept. Just even energy itself, energy sources, energy storage, energy transmission. These are different physical phenomena which are very important. So, for example, you buy an electric car and you go, oh, good, I have an emission-free car. And let me say, so why do you say that? Well, because if I draw the circle around the car, I have electricity and it doesn't emit any. Okay, but you plug that into a grid, or you call it a wire back. There could be a coal power plant or a gas power plant at the end of that. Oh, really? So this isn't like carbon free. Oh, and it's not their fault. They don't, like, the car isn't a source of energy. The underlying source of energy is the combustion of the fuel.
Plus, there's also stories how the raw materials lie in which parts of the world with sort of basic respect or due disrespect if you know, have the supply chain. There's a story there that's not just
I don't know.
Physically, science of it too, with energy.
Each side has a talent for the one whatever.
yeah.
We wandered away from it. But it's very
In
in the context of this, just because those of us who work in fusion and these other kinds of sort of disruptive energy technologies, it's interesting. I do think about like what's it going to mean to society to have an energy source that is like this, that would be like fusion, which has such completely different characteristics. For example, free unlimited access to fuel, but it has technology implications. So what does this mean geopolitically? What does it mean for how we distribute wealth within society? It's very difficult to know, but probably profound.
I have to find another reason to Star Wars. Better resources.
I guess we've done a pretty good job of that.
So you talked about the forces of physics, and again, sticking to the philosophy, to the specific technical stuff. E equals mc squared. How amazing is that? That energy and mass. And what does that have to do with?
So that's everything. It's the fact that energy and mass are equivalent. The way we usually comment to it is that they're just energy.
Can you clearly understand that?
Next question.
It takes a long time. Often I teach the introductory class for incoming nuclear engineers, and so we put this up as an equation and go through many iterations using this to how you derive it, use it, and so forth. And then usually in the final exam, I would basically take all the equations that I did before and I flip it around. Basically, instead of thinking about energy, mass, so mass is equal to energy, and I ask the question a different way. And what happens students get it. It takes a while to get that. So in the end, it's interesting that this is actually the source of all free energy. That energy that we're talking about is kinetic energy if it can be transformed from mass. So it turns out even though we use equals mc squared, this is burning coal, burning gas, or burning coal, it's actually still equals mc squared. The problem is that you would never know this because the relative change in the mass is randomly small. By the way, which comes back to fusion.
Okay, last question.
E equals mc squared. Okay, so what does this mean? It tells you that the amount of energy that is liberated in a particular reaction when you change mass has to, because c squared it's very large number. The constant everywhere. Actually, the relativity stuff gets more difficult conceptually. Anyway, so you go to that, and what that tells you is that it's the relative change in the mass will tell you about the relative amount of energy that's liberated, and this is what makes fusion and as well. This is what makes them extraordinary. It's because the relative change in the mass is very large as compared to what you get in a chemical reaction. In fact, it's about 10 million times larger. And that is at the heart of why you use something like fusion. It's because that is a fundamental of nature. Like you can't. So whatever you do, think about. And why do I care? Because mass is like the fuel. So this means gathering the resources that it takes to gather a fuel,
hold it together, to deal with it, the environmental impact it would have. And fusion will always have 20 million times the amount of energy released per reaction that you can do. So this is why we consider it the ultimate environmentally friendly energy source, because of that.
So I think of mass broadly as a kind of storage of energy.
Yes.
You mentioned
In our previous
environmentally friendly,
episode,
so nuclear fusion is a source of
we
energy.
examined
Cheap,
reports
clean, safe, easy access to fuel, and virtually supply, no production of greenhouse gases, little radioactive waste produced, allegedly.
for over half a century. There have been rumors of secretive
I'll start with the
facilities
easiest
and
one.
bases
It is
hidden
not
deep
cheap
below the surface of
because
the
it hasn't
sprawling
been
North
made on a
American landscape.
scale.
This week, we examined the most infamous of these alleged sites.
But actually, we'll come back to that because
Dulce
this is
in New Mexico.
cheaper.
A modern-day
More
mystery
technically correct term that is
which lies
economically
deep
interesting is really the primary challenge. But I think we get back to that. So what were the other ones you said?
So cheap. We're talking about cheap. We're thinking like asymptotically. Take it forward. Several hundred years. That's because of how much availability there is.
We should separate them. The fuel is already basically right. What do you mean by basically? So if we were to be using fusion fuel sources to power because that's all we have is power plants around, and we were doing it. The fuel cost per person or something like 10 cents a year. It's free. Okay. This is why I think it's hard to understand.
Gabriel Valdez stared out through the driver's side window at the dark mass lying not far from the side of the road, and then cursed under his breath.
We spend resources and drill
For the
to get
briefest of moments,
gas or oil, or
he tried to
chop
convince
wood,
himself that the most sensible course of action
right.
would be to simply
Fusion,
drive on
this is what
away from this place
and it's also
and to ignore what he had seen.
it's not an intermittent renewable energy source.
And yet his curiosity urged him to exit the
This makes it
vehicle,
hard to understand. So if you're
conduct a
saying the fuel is
close
free, why is
inspection,
it
and confirm
why is
what
it the
his
energy
instincts and fears were
and
telling
it's
him.
because of the necessary
With a heavy
technology
sigh,
which must
the
be
patrolman used his radio to
basically
inform the
recreate the
dispatcher of his
conditions which are in
location
stars.
before opening the
In the
driver's
center
side
of
door
in fact. So
and
there's
making
only
his way
one
across
natural
the scrub.
place in the universe, the fusion energy.
Deep down,
That's
he had
in the
known what he
center
would
of
find
stars.
before he
So
even
that's
reached the
going to bring
carcass.
a price to it,
A
depending
cursory
on
inspection
the
confirmed that the
cost and
cadaver had
the
been
size
left
and
just like the others he
of
had
the
attended
technology
upon.
that's needed to recreate those
A
things.
series
Talk
of
about the
diamond-shaped
details of
those
indentations
technologies
had
and
been
which
carved into
parts might
various
be
points of the
expensive today
hide,
and
with
parts might
several
be
layers of
expensive.
skin
Yes,
having
exactly.
apparently been removed
It will
in
have
an
a
expert fashion.
I'm certain of it.
The
So,
creature's eyes,
so
nose,
clean
and
is,
tongue were all
at its
missing,
heart, what it does
despite
is
there being no
convert,
sign of any
basically
wider
converts
animal
hydrogen
predation having
into-
taken place.
It's heavier forms of hydrogen.
It was almost certain that the reproductive
predominant
glands
one
would
that
be
we use
absent,
Earth.
as well as a
Converts
number of
it
other
into
key
helium
internal
and some other
organs,
products, primarily
all
helium
removed
is
in
a
what
product
presented
that's
as a
left
clean
behind. So
and
helium,
sterile manner.
safe, inert gas,
As he
In fact,
stood
that's
regarding the
actually
lack
what
of
our
any
sun is
tracks
doing, is
or
eventually
disturbed
going to
foliage
extinguish
on the
itself
ground
because
surrounding
it
the
makes so
animal's
much helium.
corpse.
But it doesn't.
Valdez now became
So,
aware of the low
in that
rumble
sense,
of an approaching
clean
vehicle.
because there's no emissions
Looking up from the
of
grisly
carbon or
scene,
pollutants that come
he caught
directly
sight of a
from the
5-ton
combustion
truck
of
painted in orange camouflage,
And
heading along the
safe,
highway towards him.
talk about very high temperature.
Yeah,
The transport began to
this is also
slow
the
as it approached the
counterintuitive
point
thing.
where he'd
I
left his
told you
patrol
temperature
car.
switched to like 50
Its
million
occupants
degrees.
returning the
It actually
questioning
tends to be
gaze he
more
had
like
offered as
100
they
degrees.
passed,
It's really
before it
what
pulled
we
away at greater
So how
speed.
can 100 million degrees be safe? And
As he
it's
watched the
safe
dust cloud
because
thrown up
it
by
is-
its passing
This
dissipate.
is so much hotter
Valdez found
than
himself
anything on
experiencing
Earth,
the whole
where
host
everything
of
on Earth is at
emotions,
around 300 Kelvin. It's around a
confusion,
few tens of
a
degrees
small
Celsius.
degree of fear,
And what
but
this
most
means
of
is
all,
that
he
in order
felt
to
anger,
get immediate to those
directed
temperatures,
towards those he
you have to
blamed for the death
completely
of this
isolate
creature,
it from anything to do
for the
with
deaths
terrestrial
of all the
environment.
slain animals
It
he
can
had
have
found
no
in recent
contact
months,
with anything.
and the wider falsehood that their
So
slaughter
this
had been
means
used
what
to
this
perpetuate
is the technology that I just
a
described.
lie
Is it
fabricated for one
fundamentally what it
purpose
does is
and
it
one
takes this
purpose
fuel
only,
and
to
it
keep local
isolates it from any
residents away
terrestrial
from the
conditions so
neighboring
that it has
mesa,
no idea.
as fear
If
that
it's not
something
touching any
resided there,
object that
which
that's
may
at room
be
temperature,
or
your
any other
walls,
earthly power
and
that
even
is
the
separate
the
to
walls that
protect
contain
you
the
from.
building are containment device or even air or anything.
The town of Dulce in New Mexico would not come into existence until the end of the 19th century, when U.S. authorities ordered the local Apache tribe to settle itself permanently in one place.
In the main lines,
The area's Native American population didn't comply with this instruction, forming the Hickory Apache Reservation, around which the town would eventually be established.
but actually more correct.
For the next century and a half, the inhabitants of this small backwater community would live their lives in relative peace, a short distance from the slopes of the adjoining Archuleta and Mesa.
There's atoms floating around us. There's a
There had always been tales of high strangeness associated with the region, from weird light anomalies witnessed in the night sky to Bigfoot-like creatures seen wandering in squirrels.
per cubic meter.
But by the late 1970s, the looming shadow cast by this towering mountain peak would begin to take on a sinister connotation, with the discovery of a series of bizarre cattle mutilations. Following several complaints by ranchers and farmers to the local police department, insisting that someone or something was slaughtering their livestock, an officer by the name of Gabriel Valdez was ordered to investigate the
So
matter.
this is very interesting because
But after visiting the affected properties, the investigator often returned to his superiors with far more questions than answers.
is the amount of energy
Usually,
which is stored.
only one animal in the herds which were targeted had been affected, and it had been dispatched in a manner which seemed to discount the involvement of any natural predator.
Suddenly, like what would
Although
be the
key
consequence?
sensory and internal
So
organs
the
had been removed from the
consequences are
carcasses,
zero.
there were never any
Because that's
indications that the flesh had
energy
been
content
consumed by a
like boiling
potential
water.
attacker.
Because
In
of the low
fact,
density.
So
These
low
bodies
density.
would remain
So you take,
untouched by scavengers for
water
weeks
is
after
at
the event,
100 million to
a
a billion
phenomenon
times more
previously
dense
unheard of
than
within this harsh
So
and
even though it's at
unrelenting
much lower
environment.
temperature. It's
The
actually
report
still, it has
submitted
more
by
energy
Officer
content.
Valdez also
So for this
highlighted the lack
reason,
of disturbance in the
one
soft
of
and
the
sandy
ways that I
ground
explain this is
surrounding
that
the
if you imagine a
remains,
power plant,
offering no
like power
hint
in
as to
Cambridge,
who or
Massachusetts,
what was
like
responsible.
if you were to, you wouldn't do this directly.
Due to
but
the
if it-
discovery of
like
shattered
this,
bones in
it
some
actually
cases,
extinguishes.
the suggestion that the bodies had
Because
been
it
dropped
gets
from
too
a great height was something he would go on to be questioned over
So
at
that's
some
the
length.
other one. And the other part is that it does
It
not,
soon became
because
apparent to his
it works by
superiors
staying
that Officer
hot
Valdez had
rather
no
than a
fixed
chain reaction, they
agenda
can't run out of
and was
fuel.
not
That's
promoting
the
any
other part.
theory in
So, by the
particular
way, this is what
regarding the
very
deaths of
much
these
distinguishes it
animals.
from fission. It's not a process that can
Instead,
run away from you.
his report
It's
simply
basically
documented
thermally
everything he had
What
encountered
is
during his
thermostat?
investigation
That you want to
and
run it at the
demonstrated that he had
optimization
discounted all of the most
temperature,
obvious
such that if it
explanations for
deviates
the
away from that
deaths.
temperature, the reactivity is
But
lower.
situations would soon
And the reason
unfold,
for this is because
setting
it's
in
hard
motion a chain of events
like it's a
which
very
would
hard
quash
fire.
any hopes the investigator might have
Also,
had
doesn't-
in
it doesn't run
maintaining
away
a
from
calm
you.
and
It can't
rational
run away from you.
assessment
How difficult is it
of
to
the
control
incidents
there to keep it in
plaguing
It
his
varies
community.
from concept to concept, but in general, it's fairly
During the
easy
summer of
to do that.
1986,
The easiest thing
a
it
resident
can't
named Jerry
easily
Julian
run away
approached the
from
local
you because
police
the other part of it
department
is that there's
to
just
report that
at any
someone
given
had attempted
time
to
there's a
abduct
very
her
very
from her
small
home
amount of fuel
while she was sleeping.
available to fuse it anyway. So
Julian
this means
explained
that
to the attending
that's always
officers that
intrinsically
the evening
limited to this.
prior,
So if
she and
even
her
if the
husband
power
had driven out
consumption
in
of
their
the device
flatbed
goes up,
truck
it
to the
just kind
slopes
of
of the
burns itself
Archuleta
out.
Mesa
Yeah.
to
So
do
you
a bit
are
of
the
stargazing.
another tangent on a tangent. You're the
After a
director of
short
MIT's
time,
Plasma Science and Fusion
Julian's
Center.
attention had been drawn to one star in
We'll talk
particular,
about maybe you
which
can
seemed to
mention
be
some
moving
interesting
through
aspects
the
of the
night
history
sky.
of the center
As she
in the
and her
broader
husband
history
looked on in wonder,
of
the
MIT and
celestial
maybe
body in
broader history
question
of science
suddenly
and
began to
engineering
descend from the heavens,
but
landing on the
also
ground a
just to look
short
at the
distance
safety
away.
aspect. You know,
Gradually, the bright light
how do
before
you
them began
prevent
to diminish,
there's some of the
revealing a
amazing
metallic
reactors
structure
that you're
from which a
designing.
small set of steps
How do you
descended.
prevent from destroying all of human
Two
civilization?
small figures then slowly made their way down the metallic walkway
Fusion is
before they set off
interesting
on
because it's
foot
not
in
really
the direction of the
recognizable
couple.
because what I mean by
With a
that is
fighting
you
cry,
have to work very
Julian's
hard to
husband
make
had grabbed her by the
conditions
shoulders,
at which you
bundled
can get
her into
energy
his pickup, and frantically attempted to start the engine.
This means that
She
when we
continued to
design
stare back in terror
devices with
as the
respect
two
to
squat figures slowly
energy
advancing upon the vehicle
is that
as
they
the engine repeatedly failed to turn over.
while they will
It was only when the
because they're
strangers
producing
were mere
large amounts of
meters
power
away
and they
from
will
the rear
have
of the
hot
truck,
gases out of them, this means
reaching
that they
out
have
as if to take
a level
hold
of
of it.
industrial
that the motor
which is very
suddenly
similar
fired
to
into
what you would
life
have like a
and
chemical
allowed the
processing
couple
plant
to escape.
and like any kind of energy plant actually happens.
Later that
But the
night,
underlying
having decided not to
core
report the
technology,
matter,
like
the
can't be
couple had gone
directly
to bed,
used
only for
in
Julian
a
to
various
awaken
way
in the
because
early
of
hours of the
power that's
morning
being emitted.
due to a
It's
strange
basically-
tugging
well,
sensation.
if you try to do those things, typically it stops
Looking
working.
down
So the
towards
safety
the
concerns
bottom
have
of
to do
her
with just
bed,
regular things
she
that
could see
like
two
equipment
shadowy
malfunctioning,
figures, identical to those she had witnessed
melting,
emerging from a
like
strange
all this kind of
craft
stuff that
Yeah,
earlier
has
that
nothing to do with
night.
fusion. So,
Yeah, I mean, usually what we
Suddenly
worry about is
realizing she could
viability.
feel her
Because in
sheets
the
being
end, we
pulled up the bed to
complex
expose her lower
objects
body.
to
Julian
realize
attempted
these
to
requirements, and
scream,
so what we try
but nothing
really
more
hard
than
to
a
do is like
pulsing
not
rusty
damage
sound
those
would emerge from
components.
her
But
mouth.
those are things which are internal to
This quiet
the
whimper,
fusion
however,
device,
had been
and this is
sufficient
not
to
something
awaken
that
her
you would
sleeping husband,
consider
which
about
point
like
two
it would
figures had
say,
immediately
destroy human
vanished.
civilization, because that release of energy is
When
just
questioned
inherently
further by
limited because
federal
of the fusion
agents who had been tasked with
So it doesn't say
attending
that
the
there's zero.
incident,
So you asked
Julian
about the
claimed the
being
existence of
safe.
these
So it
entities was
is
common
the
knowledge
process
amongst the native
itself is
community.
intrinsically safe, but because
She
it's a
even went as
complex
far to
technology,
describe a
you still
large
have to
hole
take into
bored
account
deep
the
into the mountain
consideration
face,
aspects of the
hidden
safety.
away much
So it
further
produces
up the slopes
ionizing
of the mesa,
radiation
which she claimed
instantaneously.
the
So you have to
creatures
take care of
used to
this, which means
access
that
the
you should
surface.
think of like your dental x-rays or treatments for cancer. And
Around the
things like
same
this. We all
time that the
shield ourselves from
investigators
this,
were taking
so we
Jerry
get the
Julian's
beneficial effects, but we
statement,
minimize the harmful
separate
effects.
claims of a
So
possible
there are
alien
all
base
those
concealed
aspects
beneath
of
the
it.
Archuleta Mesa were
so we'll
being
return
directed
to
towards the
MIT's
local
plasma science
authorities.
Sure.
visit, but let us linger on the
Security staff
destruction
at the
of
Kirtland Air
civilization,
Force Base began
which
to
brings us
receive
to
a
the
string
topic
of detailed
nuclear
allegations from a
was
local
so
businessman,
the process
stating that he had
that
documented
is
mysterious
deciding
activity
nuclear
both
weapons
above and
and
below the mountain chain.
So it relies
Paul
on the
Benowitz was
same
already well
underlying
known to the senior
physical
officers of the
principle, but
base.
it's exactly the
Following
opposite.
reports, he had
Which
submitted to
actually the
them
names
that
imply.
strange
Fusion
lights in the sky
means
above
bringing
his
things
home
together.
in the
Fusion
Four
means
Valleys
putting things
district of
apart.
Albuquerque.
So fission
He now claimed that in
requires
addition
the
to the lights he
heaviest
had filmed,
instead of the lightest.
he had intercepted
And the most
mysterious energy
unstable
emissions
versus
and
the
radio
most stable,
transmissions, and that
elements.
these were
So this tends to
emanating
be
from beneath the
uranium
mesa.
or plutonium, primarily
The
uranium.
businessman
take
had also
uranium.
taken to
So
conduct
uranium
regular flights
235 is
across
one
the
of
mountains
that
in
is
his
one of the
private
heaviest
aircraft,
unstable elements. And what
photographing anything
happens
he deemed out of
is
the
that
ordinary.
this is fission is
Invited
triggered by
onto
the
the
fact
base
that one
to
of the
speak in
subatomic
person,
particles, the neutron,
he
which has
showed
no
them
electrons,
photos of what he believed to
basically
be
gets
paths
in
and
proximity
doorways
enough
cut
to
into the
this,
rock,
and it
miles
triggers an
away from any
instability
existing road
effectively
or
inside of
highway.
this, what is
He drew
teetering on
maps
the
of alleged
border
air
of
vents
the
and
universe,
access points,
and basically
and
splits
cited
them up.
interviews he had conducted
And
with
that's
the
the
owners
fission,
of mutilated
right?
cattle
Fissioning.
and locals
And
who
so when
claimed to have
that
been abducted
happens,
in the vicinity of
because
the
the
mesa.
products that are
But the more
and kind of
detail that the
abruptly split
impassioned
into is
Benowitz
not even
chose to
that, it's
add to
actually
this
more
ad
complicated. It's
hoc
split into this
briefing,
whole array of
the less
later
credibility he
elements.
was extended by his audience.
And when that happens,
He began to panic,
there's less
citing
trespass,
discussions with shadowy government
uh,
agents,
left
claiming
than
that the
in the original.
extraterrestrials living
And
below
so
the
it's actually
mountain
the same.
were
So
one of
again,
3
it's
separate
rearrangement
species
of
to have
nuclear
visited
force
Earth.
that's happening.
But it was the
But that's
assertion
the
that the
source
whole
of
floor of
it. And
the
so in
alleged
the end,
alien
so
base
this is a
contained
famous
vats
graph
filled
that we
with
show
human
everyone
organs and body parts
is
harvested
basically,
by
it
the
turns out
alien
every
visitors,
element
which
that
saw him
exists in the
ridiculed
periodic
and
table, all the
finally
things that make up
escorted
everything,
off the base.
have a, remember
Shortly
you asked a
after
good
this,
question. So should
as
we
the
think of
businessman's
mass
mental
as being
health
the
and
same as
coherence
stored energy?
continued to
Yes.
deteriorate,
So you can
he
make a
suffered a
plot that
nervous
basically
breakdown.
shows the relative
On the
amount of
advice of
stored energy
doctors,
in all
his
of the
family
elements
applied to
that are
have him
stable and
admitted to a
make up basically
psychiatric
the world
facility
of
in
the universe.
1988,
And it turns out
seemingly
that this one
removing any shred
has
of credibility
a maximum
his
amount
initial reports to the military
stability
made
or storage
contained.
at iron.
But perhaps the
So it's
most
kind of
amazing
cool
aspect of the
periodic
stories
table
told by
that
Paul
it's
Benowitz
this
is that they are by no
And
means the
so
only such
this,
detailed
what that means
allegations
is
of a
that
secret base concealed beneath the
you take
town
something heavier
of Dulce.
like uranium, which is more than twice as heavy, and
During
you
the
split apart somehow just
mid-1990s,
magically you split apart
a
its
former Air
constituents,
Force
you get something
technician
that's
by the
either
name of Thomas
that will,
Costello
because
went
it moves to
public,
more stable
equal energy state
confirming that there was
releases
indeed a
kinetic
hidden
energy.
facility underneath the Archuleta
Kinetic
Mesa.
energy meaning the movement of things. So
More
it's actually
incredible
energy
still
to do something with.
was that
And
Costello
fusion
claimed that this was not
sits
an
on the other side
extraterrestrial
of that
base,
because
but
it's
one
also moving
constructed by the
towards iron,
United States
but
government,
it has to do with
where aliens
fusion
and
together.
human scientists
So
worked
this leads
together
to some pretty
on genetic
profound
experiments.
differences. As I said, they have this underlying
Costello related
physics
how he had
or
been a
science,
US Air Force photographer based at Nellis in Las
proximity to each other,
Vegas.
but they're literally
But in the early
opposites. Fusion.
1970s,
Why is this? It
being
actually goes into
transferred to the
practical
secret
applications of
Dulce
it, which
base
is
in New
sufficient to happen
Mexico.
at room temperature. It's
Whilst
because
there,
this
he was
neutron has no
responsible for maintaining the
electric charge in
facility's
there.
extensive
It's
surveillance
literally room
network
temperature
and for
neutrons that actually
documenting some
trigger
of
the
the work
reaction.
being
So this
conducted in
means,
the laboratories.
in order to establish
Costello
what's
even
going
went
on
as
with
far as to
networks
offer
by chain
photographic
reaction,
evidence with
is
his
that you can do this at
testimony
room
of
temperature.
what
So
he
Enrique
purported to
Vermeer
be some
is
form of
like on
alien
a
hybrid
university
suspended
campus,
in a vat of
University of
fluid
Chicago
in one of
campus,
the
the first
labs.
sustained chain reaction.
But barely did journalists time to digest his claims that the Dulce base was just one of many such facilities linked by a vast underground railroad
And then
network
you think about fusion,
before
I have
he
to build
disappeared
a
from
contraption
public
of some
view
kind that's going to get to
altogether.
100 million degrees. Okay, wow, that's a big difference. The other
However,
one is
his
about the
claims
chain
were made to
reaction. Chain
resurface when a
fusion
further
works
whistleblower
by the
came
fact that
forward,
when that
this
fusion
time from within the
occurs, it
ranks of the
actually
Dulce
produces
Police
free
Department
neutrons.
itself.
Free neutrons,
A former reservation police detective named Avery
trigger
Tafoya,
other
who had been
fusion
researching the
reactions,
testimony of
other
Jerry
uranium
Julian,
bodies.
related how he had
So
stumbled
this
across the
means that the way
report
that it
written by
releases
federal
energy is that you set
investigators
this up
assigned
in
to
a
the
very
case.
careful way, such that
To his
every on
amazement,
average, every
in
reaction
addition to the
that
events
happens
described by the
exactly
victim,
releases enough
they had
neutrons
included
down the
detailed
reaction
drawings of a
until the
sprawling
reaction
military
one,
facility,
exact one.
exactly
And
where
this
Julian
means that
claimed
because
an
each
opening in
reaction
the
releases a
mountain was
fixed amount of
situated.
energy, you do this, and then in
The
time,
drawings
it seems like it's a
depicted that the
constant
base had
power
7
flow. So
different
that's how it is.
levels, including
So there's
accommodation
control
blocks,
the chain
storage
reaction system
facilities,
just
and
going into
laboratories.
It's very important.
It was
And when
also
you
serviced
intentionally
by an
design it
underground
that
train
it
network
creates
similar
more
to
than
that
one
alleged by Thomas
fission
Costello.
reaction per starting reaction,
Armed with this
then an exponent
information,
takes away.
Tafoya stated
Which
that he
is
had made a
what
number of
about
attempts to climb the
Yeah, so
mountain and
how
see
does
the
the
facility
atomic
for
weapon work?
himself,
How does
only to be
hydrogen bomb work?
defeated by adverse weather conditions on each and every occasion.
Yeah. So
Not to be deterred,
what you do is
he had then used a
very
thermal
quickly put
camera to
together
document strange
enough of
apertures
these
and
materials
vents
that
built
can
into the
undergo
rock of the
fission because of
mountain,
temperature.
and recorded what
And
sounded
you put them
like
together
large
fast
machines
enough that
being
what happens
operated
is that this
beneath the
process can
slopes.
essentially grow mathematically like very fast. And
Over
so
the
this
years,
releases large amounts
the
of
United
energy.
States
That's the
military has
underlying
gone to great
reason
lengths
that
in
it
denying
works.
that Dulce
So you've
Base
heard of a
exists,
fusion weapon.
or
So
that
this is
it's part of
interesting
a
is that it
network
is,
of
but
hidden
it's just like
underground
fusion energy in
facilities.
the sense that what happens
And it would
is
seem
that
that
you're
part of their
using
strategy to do
fusion
so
reactions,
has involved
but
a
it simply
concerted effort to
increases the
undermine the
gain
credibility of those
weapon
making the
rather than
claims.
it's not a
The
pure
background of
at
Thomas
its heart it's
Costello
still a
remains
fission
shrouded in
weapon.
uncertainty,
You're just using fusion
with attempts to
reactions
locate
as a
and
sort of
review his military
intermediate
service
catalyst,
records
basically,
seeming
to
to suggest
get
he
even
never
more energy.
existed.
But it's not directly
Photographs
applicable.
associated with his testimony have proven to be forgeries,
Does it
and no
terrify
formal
you?
interview with
So
him
again,
has ever
step
been
back.
unearthed.
Philosophical that humans
Members
have
of the
been able to use
intelligence
physics
community have also come forward and admitted
engineering
to
to
deliberately
create
feeding
such
false
powerful
information to Paul Benowitz.
I wouldn't
It
say
is alleged
terrified.
that
I
he
mean, we
became
should be.
comfortable with his obsession and
This
surveillance
is
of the
the
secure Manzano
progress
weapons
of
storage
every
complex.
time that we've got
The Air Force
access.
invented the
You talk
fictional
getting
Dulce
getting
base in order to
things
distract the
really changed
businessmen.
when we got access to new kinds
They
of
even
energy.
claim to have placed
But every
machinery
time
and
you
fake
get
air
access,
vents on the
typically what
Archlett's
this meant
Mesa
was
for
you
him
get
to
access
photograph,
to
in
more
order to
intense
convince him
energy.
that the base
Right?
existed
And that's
there
what that was.
and draw
So
him
the
away from
ability
genuine
from
military
wood
facilities.
to using coal to using
Gabriel Valdez
gasoline
himself has always
and then
refused to
finally
believe stories of a
this is that
base at the Mesa,
is that both the
extraterrestrial
potency
or
and the
otherwise.
consequences are elevated.
Prior to his death in
it's just like you
2011,
said.
the former police officer
the
told
way
his
that
son that he
fusion,
believed it was
nuclear fusion
humans who had
changed the
mutilated the
world.
cattle near the
I
town,
don't think
and not
unless we
aliens.
think really deeply, we'll be able to
He
anticipate
cited
some of the things
secretive
we
nuclear
create.
testing
There's
in and
still going to
around
be a
New
lot of
Mexico
amazing stuff,
during the
but then that amazing
1960s,
stuff is going to
claiming
enable
samples had
more
secretly
amazing
been
stuff
removed
and
from
more,
local cattle
fortunately,
to test for
depending on how you
radiation
see it,
poisoning.
more powerful weapons.
Well, yeah, but see, that's the thing.
There are
Fusion
equally detailed
breaks that
cases
trend
both for and
in the
against the
model.
existence of a base
So
beneath the
one of
Archlett's
them is that fusion
Mesa
doesn't work.
and the secretive work which is allegedly
There's
being
no chain
conducted
reaction,
there.
zero. So this means it
With
cannot
so many
physically
stories,
exponentiate
it is
because
difficult
it
to know
works.
which sources
And
to
actually, this is
trust.
why stars. By the way, we know
It is
this
not beyond
already.
all
It's why
possibility that
stars
the
are so
US
stable.
government is
Why
in
most stars
possession
and
of
suns are so
secret
stable.
underground
It's
military
because
bases
they aren't
constructed constructed well away from prying eyes.
temperature and their heating.
But at the same
Because what's
time,
happening is not that
some of
there's
the
some
claims
possibility
attached to
that
them
this
seem
exponentially
so
way,
outlandish
that the energy
that
that's
they
being
push
released
any
by
notion of their
basically
existence
fire
towards
hot.
ridicule.
And these tend to
However,
be,
Throughout
when
this
it comes down to
episode,
thermodynamics,
we have
there's a
deliberately
reason,
avoided
for
the most
example,
detailed
it's
and
pretty easy
impassioned
to keep a
evidence of
constant
such an
temperature
underground
like in an
structure
oven.
at Dulce.
It's the same thing.
That of a man who
So this
claimed
is
he was
actually
a
one
former
of the
worker
features
of the
that I would
secretive
argue
site
fusion
and
breaks
had
the
survived a horrifying
breaks the
battle
trend
unfolding
of this
between
is that
human
it's,
and
it
extraterrestrial
has more energy
forces
intensity
during the
than
excavation
vision
of
on
what would
paper,
become the
but it
eventual
actually does not
facility.
have the consequences of
Join us
control
next
and
week
rapid
as we
release of
examine the
energy because
testimony
it's actually
of one
the
Phil
physical
Schneider.
system just doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look elsewhere for the weapons with which we fight World War III. Fair enough. So, what is plasma? That you may have not mentioned. You mentioned ions and electrons and so on. So, what is plasma? What is the role of plasma?
So plasma is a phase of matter or state of matter. So unfortunately, our schools, it's like I'm not sure why this is the case, but all children learn the three phases of matter, right? So what does this mean? So we'll take water as an example. So if it's cold, it's ice, it's a solid phase, right? And then if you heat it up, it's the temperature that sets the phase. So it's not only temperature. So you heat it up and you go to a liquid, and obviously it changes the properties because you can pour it. Right? And then if you heat this up enough, it turns into a gas. And a gas behaves differently because there's a very sudden change in the density that's happening. So it changes by about a factor of 10,000 density from the liquid phase into when you make it just atmospheric pressure. All very good. Except the problem is they forgot like what happens if you just keep elevating the temperature.
You don't want to give you just start experimenting, just start heating up the gas.
So you, it turns out that once you get above it's approximately 5,000 or 10,000 degrees Celsius, then you hit a new phase of matter. And actually, that's the phase of matter that is for all, pretty much all the temperatures that are above that as well too. And so, what does that mean? So it actually changes because it's a different state of matter. And the reason that it becomes a different state of matter is that it's hot enough that what happens is that the atoms that make up the defined everything's made up of these individual things, these atoms. But atoms can actually themselves be, which are made of nuclei, which contain positive particles and neutrons, and then the electrons, which are very, very much less mass than the
In our
nucleus.
previous
And that's
episode,
around this what makes
we
up an
examined
atom.
reports from
So a
various
plasma is what
individuals
happens
who
when you
stated that
start
there is a secret
pulling away
facility
enough of those
buried deep
electrons
beneath the
that
New
they're
Mexico
free
town
from
of
the ice.
Dulce.
So almost all
But
atoms
we deliberately avoided the
us,
testimony of
water,
one man,
the
who is
electrons are
arguably the most controversial figure in the allegations surrounding the
once you're
possible
about 5,000
existence of
to
Dulce
10,000
base.
degrees, you start pulling
A
off
man
the
who claimed he was the
and what this
survivor
means is that
of
now
war.
the medium that is there, its constituent particles have mostly a net charge. So why does that matter? It's because now this means that the particles can interact through their electric charge. In some sense, they work with it. Now, with the three particles, this means that they start getting fundamentally changes the behavior. It doesn't behave like a gas, it doesn't behave like a solid, it behaves like a plasma. And so why is this? Why is it disappointing that we didn't speak about this? Is because 99% of the universe is in the plasma state. It's called stars. And in fact, our own sun, at the center of the sun is clearly a plasma. But actually, the surface of the sun, which is around 5,500 Celsius, is also a plasma because it's hot enough. And in fact,
Having sought shelter behind an equipment crate of sufficient size, the lieutenant
like
now tried to take stock of the situation.
Arms, things in a light
At
cutting
least
off.
3 members of his platoon were gone, their bodies charred from all recognition following exposure to the horrific weaponry employed by their opponents.
So the reason, again, that goes back to
Despite this, they had managed to push the enemy force deeper into the facility, as they had been ordered to do so. And if they could just secure the stairwell in front
so
of
in a
them,
gas,
the
you can think
mission
of this as
success.
this room, things that you can't see them.
Waving
Is that the
across the
molecules
corridor,
are
where two
flying
more
around.
of his team members
But
were
then
sheltering behind another
they
crate,
basically bounce into
he
each
began
other.
to issue a
And
series
when
of
they bounce
orders
into
using
each
hand
other, they
signals.
exchange momentum and
Moments later,
energy.
the pair were up on
And
their
so
feet
it turns out that
and
the
heading towards the
probability
looming the door,
and the scattering
each like
of those
clutching
what
satchel
they do.
charge.
It's those
Their
interactions
intention was
that
clear.
about how the gas behaves.
But before they could
So what
reach
do you
their
mean by this?
objective,
For example, if I take
the door suddenly sprung
an
wide
imaginary
open.
test particle of some
The
kind, like
skeletal
spray
figure materialized from the darkness within,
color. In fact,
followed by a terrifying bright blue energy discharge
how
from
it
its
would be
weapon.
gradually
The
dispersed
two soldiers
away
did
from
not
you.
even have
This is
time to cry out.
fundamentally
So their bodies were
because of the way that those
engulfed in a
particles are
ball of
bouncing
brilliant
into
blue flame.
Probabilities.
the rate that
Almost
they go at,
immediately,
the distance
an
they go at.
infantryman further down the
So this is figured
corridor,
out by eyes
operating the platoon's M60 heavy machine
gravity
gun,
motion.
opened fire,
These were
shredding the
set
attack with a
up
steady
in
hail
the
of
last century,
gunfire.
and it was really like this great
More
revelation.
soldiers then ran forwards, snatching up the discarded satchel charges and priming them
So, but it's really
before
like,
hurling
and
them in
also
through
like,
the doorway.
like what really matters
There was an enormous
is
explosion,
how you're interacting
immediately
with your
followed by a shower of dust
So you
and
think
debris
about that one,
as the
the gas
stairwell
particles are
caved
basically
in, preventing the enemy from accessing this floor
they don't really
or any
exchange.
others
It's
which
the
lay
same in
above,
like you're kind of beside each other, around and solid, you're literally like
leaving
beside
men
your
to
neighbor.
cover the collapsed structure. The
Plasmas are
lieutenant and the remainder of his platoon made their way
not
back up through the
so, and
facility
it's because the
towards the
particles
main
have
loading
electric
area.
charge. This means that they
But
get
upon his
against
arrival,
each other
he was
without
shocked
actually
to see that two further army trucks had arrived,
it's not that's
discharging
not
several more squads of
statement.
soldiers wearing black
It's a little bit more
uniforms,
technical, but
who hurried
basically
towards the
this means
corridors
that you
from which
start
he and
having
his men
action
had
or
just
exchange
emerged.
information at a distance.
Turning
And
to
that's
his
in fact the
commanding
definition of a
officer,
plasma, that it's
he
these have a
abruptly
technical
inquired as to
name.
what
It's
was
called
taking
cool
place,
collisions, just means that
who
it's
this
taken
unit
by this
were,
force, which is
and
being
why they
pushed
were
between
now heading
charged
underground
particles.
towards
Is
the
that
lower
the
levels.
definition of plasma is a medium which the collective
He and his
behavior
fellow
is
Navy
dominated
SEALs
by
could only watch
collisions at
on
a
as
distance.
the mysterious soldiers
So you can
continued
imagine
to
it
deeper into the
to give
base,
you some strange
where so many US soldiers had already lost their lives in an effort to contain the marauding
quickly talk about like
extraterrestrial
one of the
threat.
most counterintuitive ones. As plasmas get more
During the summer of
higher
1995,
temperature, then the
Phil
collisions
Schneider
happen
gave a series of
less
lectures across the United
Like
States,
what?
in which
That
he
doesn't
went to
make any
great
sense.
pains to
Particles go
highlight to his
faster.
audience the
They would
dangers of
collide
what he
more
was
often.
doing.
But because
He spoke of the
particles are
murder of his
interacting
close
through
friend,
their electric
which he
field,
alleged had been
when they're
made to
going
look like
faster, they actually
suicide.
spend less time.
Then he related various attempts on his own
And so they
life
talk to each other
and
less.
threats to
in
harm
energy
his family
exchange.
in an effort to stop him from
This
sharing
is one of
confidential
the
military secrets with the
counterintuitive
public.
aspects of plasmas.
Which is probably
But
very
Schneider explained that his love for his country superseded
exactly.
any thoughts
so
for
if
his
I can try
personal
to
safety,
summarize
that the
what a
American
nuclear fusion
people had a right to
reactor
know the potential dangers which their
So,
government was
you
hiding
have
from them.
with a couple of elements, what
He
are
would
usually
open his
dealt.
talks by explaining how he came from a family of public servants,
You have those
how
you
his
start
father
eating,
had been a military
and
officer
then as
who
you start
worked
eating
on
it,
the
the
Manhattan
temperature you
Project.
said with plasma. No,
Then
first,
he would reveal to those present the fingers missing from his left hand, relating how he had
And then
lost
you have
them while
like
fighting to regain
electrons,
control of the secret military
then you keep
installation
eating the thing.
from extraterrestrial
And
attackers.
I just eat the thing that I
Schneider
also
would
together
hold
with
up bizarre metals and minerals, claiming that they were products of
eating it,
experiments which had been kept hidden from the
just
American
that
people.
you have to keep
He would then
eating it until
explain in
probably
great detail how there was a vast network of underground military bases beneath the surface of America, linked together by miles and miles of magnetic train tracks.
of the reactor.
Finally,
So you asked him,
he closed his lectures by saying that when his time came,
so the most famous
just like
one,
his
or sometimes
friend,
the most intuitive
his
one, is the
murder
temperature.
would be made
And
to
the
look
reason
like
for that is
suicide,
that you can make
reiterating he
many
had no wish to
that
end
have
his
zero
own
fusion
life.
going on. And the reason
A year later,
average
the
so
impassioned
you
public
can make a
speaker would
plasma
indeed be
at
found
around
dead
10,000
in his
feet.
apartment.
By the way, you're
His death, perhaps unsurprisingly to anybody who had ever
a
heard him
demonstration
speak,
of a plasma that you can
ultimately
see with
being
your
ruled
eyes.
suicide.
10,000 degrees. You can put your hand on the side. So it's like, and
Much as the
nothing,
former
zero
Air Force Sergeant Thomas Costello
So you have
had done
what was
for
the
him,
temperature of plasma?
About
Phil
10,000.
Schneider told anyone who would give him
Well,
the
you can't stick your
time
hand into
that
it.
there was a military base hidden deep beneath the Archuleta Mesa.
And you can put your hand on the button.
But unlike the enigmatic Costello,
It's
Schneider chose to deliver his evidence in a far more public manner, speaking openly to roomfuls of interested people and fielding any questions they might have concerning his account.
Which is instantaneous form of
Described how,
that exists
since the end of the Second World War, the United States government had been building a vast network of underground bases around the country.
about this, but at 10,000,
Schneider explained
even
that
at
to his knowledge, there were 129 deep underground military bases, or dummies,
while
hidden
the
beneath the
charged
plains,
particles can get into
mesas,
each
and
other.
mountain
If
ranges
you
of North
go back to
America.
the very beginning of this, where I said,
9
oh,
of these were
these charged
considered proximity located in and around the lake,
size
near
of
the
it
infamous
because
Area
it's strong
51
nuclear
testing
force.
facility
Well,
in Nevada.
Unfortunately, as
All
the
of these
particles
bases
get
were linked
closer,
on a seemingly
the
endless series
repulsion
of
that comes from
tunnels,
the
which housed a magnet train line, allowing
increases
workers to
like
travel
the
between the
inverse
locations
square.
at speeds of
So
up to
as they
Mach
get
2.
closer, they're pushed harder.
As he stood and summarized
So
how
then
these
it gets
tunnels had been
more exotic,
created
maybe,
and
like,
how
but
each
it
of the
turns out
secret
that
bases had
people
been constructed,
understood this at
audiences
the
found
beginning of
themselves visibly impressed by the level of
the
technical
age after
detail
probably
Schneider
discovered the news.
used.
It's like, oh, it's like, how do
Having
we
listed his credentials as a
right?
geologist and
Get
structural
anything
engineer,
distances.
he related how he had been brought onto the
Extraordinary energy. It
project to
does. And in
assist
fact,
with
when
the
you look at those
complicated
energies,
and
they're
advanced
very,
construction methods being used.
it turns out quantum
The
physics
maglev tunnels had not been drilled or
because
blasted
the
through the
particles
ground,
aren't
but had instead been created using laser technology
point of quantum,
that
right?
vitrified
You can
and
treat
melted
them
its
both
way
as waves.
through the previously
As
impenetrable
particles,
rock.
and it turns out
In order
if
to
you get
create
close enough
each
proximity
base,
to each other,
4 gaping
then
holes were bored deep into the earth.
particle hops
Each
through
separate floor was then
basically
blasted
this
out of
energy
the
barrier
rock
through
before
an
being
effect
linked
called
up to these
quantum
4
tunneling,
gigantic corner
which is really
shafts.
just the transposition of the fact that it's a
And it was
wave
amidst the
that has
construction
a
of one
finite
facility in New Mexico during the late
this is what I talk
1980s
about, like, you have a
that
hard
Phil
time
Schneider became an
conceptualizing
unwitting
this. This
participant
is
in what would become known
yeah,
as
this is like throwing a
dulcing.
ping pong ball like at a piece of paper, and then every
Schneider maintained that in August of 1979, construction on the Dulce base had begun to fall behind schedule due to issues relating to the drilling of one of the corner columns. The facility was being turned out beneath the southeast corner of the Archuleta Mesa, but every time the drilling team had attempted to pass a certain depth, they found that their machinery was mysteriously failing.
In fact,
In an effort to discover what was frustrating the drilling operation, Schneider and the Green Beret bodyguard had been lowered into the incomplete shaft via a crane.
in order for the reaction.
But as soon as he stepped out of the basket into what appeared to be a pre-existing cage network, he had instantly realized that something was very wrong. There was a bitter and unnatural stench in the air,
or like
as the drilling operation had now allowed ancient gases to escape from the void beneath, along with a mysterious and sooty residue on the unusually smooth walls of the caves. It was at this point that a tall and slender grey figure suddenly stepped out of the shadows in front of him, carrying what appeared to be a weapon of some description.
And they become
Utterly terrified by this creature's unearthly and intimidating appearance, Schneider had used his sidearm to kill it, only for 2 more to then emerge out of the darkness behind. Backing towards the flame basket and firing wildly, the engineer had found one of the pair, only for the other to then use its own weapon upon him in retaliation. Schneider was instantly consumed by an eerie blue light and felt a huge jolt of electricity burst through his body, which he sent from clashing slightly to the floor.
This is not exactly true. All
When
kinds
he came to,
but
he found himself being bundled into the crowd by the Green
this is
Beret,
all happening.
who then
hard
turned and
actions,
engaged
like
more of the creatures
So basically,
as
you
the
got
basket
really
began to
close
ascend without him.
He's really specialized. You had them.
The box returned to the surface.
No, actually,
The doctors treated and severe damage to both his left hand and foot,
gas.
with several fingers and toes missing.
Yeah, beautiful. I need gas.
After he had explained his superior what had taken place,
So now you've
he
touched on
moved
the other
project.
So it turns
But
out
later discovered construction had
he must
continued
also be
despite his
So what
encounter.
does this mean?
and there's 2 types of
And next year, it was alleged that the pixels beneath the mesa were skewed, as
But
US
the general
Special
principle
Forces
has
clashed
nothing
with
to do
alien interlopers
in particular
who appeared
with what
intent on frustrating the
technology
construction of base.
define it. It's
Schneider
because
claims that in
this goes
total,
back to the fact that
66
the
soldiers
environment
and extraterrestrials
is high
lost their
temperature thermal
lives
content.
before an
So it's like
uneasy
building
peace
fire.
was finally formed between
And
the two
this
opposing
means
sides.
that when you release the
He went
energy
on to allege
into
that the
this
aliens who had been residing beneath the mesa
if it just
had
instantly
worked with
leaks out, it
humans
can
ever
never get
since,
hot.
creating
So if you really
numerous scientific
something that
breakthroughs
you're
which have
trying
gone
to
on to
apply,
assist
but you're just
mankind.
throwing the heat away very quickly. This is why we instantly hope.
Throughout
You don't
1995,
want the heat
Schneider
coming into your
continued to tour
just
the United
immediately leave, because
States,
people just start
giving
consuming
talks in
infinite
which he
amounts
listed numerous other alleged
So
conspiracies
in the end,
alongside revelations of
actually
the underground
has
bases.
energy climate. So this
Over
means
the
if you release a certain amount of
lectures,
energy,
however, it soon became apparent that the
how
former
long
engineer
is
was
it
beginning
that
to
you're
struggle
watching?
with
How
what
long
he
does
had
it take this
started.
energy to like leave the system? So
He
you can
described
imagine
how
if
he was involved in a
that,
shootout with
heaters
federal
are putting
agents,
energy into the air,
killing
which
one
are,
in
and you
self-defense,
waited for a day.
and how an attempt had been made to kidnap his
So
daughter
there, that's
in a
energy
bid to force him to
So
stop
it's the same
delivering his
concept.
lectures.
So this is important.
In
All
January of 1996, 2 months
there's
after
another
his
more
final
esoteric
speech at
for
Denver,
this, which is that
federal agents
people
arrived at
often
the home of Schneider's
temperature and
ex-wife,
energy.
Cynthia.
So what do I mean by that? So
They
this is
explained they
literally
felt
a
he was found dead
temperature,
in his
that it
apartment
is
in
a
Wilsonville,
system in
having
all
apparently decided
every
to take
part
his own life.
has high kinetic energy.
The agents
And is
went on to
actually in
conduct
a
a
fully
search for
relaxed
Cynthia's
state,
house,
namely the entry.
removing any notes or materials relating to Phil and his lectures before then leaving.
It's like the air, the water,
The circumstances surrounding
all have
Schneider's
different
death
temperatures, which
have
means
always
there's a
raised questions
distribution
about the
of
speed with which the
particles
authorities
of
moved to attribute it to
So we-
suicide.
This is distinguished from having
Phil's
high
body had
energy
been found slumped
like
between
what
his
we have
bed
with
and
particles
wheelchair,
of
with a
surface.
rubber catheter hose
Those
having been
are
wrapped around his neck
high
3
kinetic
times
energy, but
and
it's not
tied
a
off with
temperature,
a
so
knot.
it actually doesn't control this confinement.
Both
So we
his
go
feet
through all of this. You have temperature,
hard and
and
the
then
bed,
the other
with his head
not too
resting in the
surprising,
seat of the
actually,
wheelchair
that there has to
at
be
an angle that would not appear
density
to
of
be
fuel.
easy or natural
Enough,
for him
but
to
enough,
achieve.
but not too much. Yes. And so
There were
in
traces
the
of
end,
blood on the floor nearby,
the way that it
but no
fancy
injuries or
names
wounds
called
were
Dawson
found on the body
criterion
itself to suggest where this may have come
formulated
from.
by scientists in
When the family
about
later asked for
1956 or
suicide notes had been
1957,
discovered,
and this was
they were
essentially
told
the
that all the
realization,
papers
oh, this
seized
is
from
what
the
it's going to
address
be,
had now
regardless of
inexplicably
the
been missing from a police storage
these are
facility.
basic, what it is, power
Subsequent
balance.
requests for additional toxicology
a certain
testing
amount
on
of
Schneider's
heat,
remains
which is
were
coming from
refused on the
fusion
grounds
reactions
of
itself,
adverse
because the
cost,
fusion reactions
considering the cause of death had already been
versus
determined.
how fast you use it.
Further,
And
and
it
more
summarized
would also be refused
which is very
because the
simple.
samples had apparently been destroyed
And
by the
then the reason
laboratory
we say 120
storing them.
degrees is because almost all of it
Later spoke privately with the family, stated that with the missing fingers on Schneider's left hand, it would have been almost impossible for him to have tied up the catheter himself.
and then you try to get it.
When the other question had shared these concerns with his superiors,
So that temperature thing
he had been ordered to keep his observations to
that's what you've
himself
actually achieved
before then being reassigned to a different
at
case.
MIT when it ran its
It
configuration.
appeared that even
It was at
death,
100 million.
Schneider
But
was
it wasn't
continuing
actually
to awkward
product
and
of the
uneasy
density and the
questions
confinement
for
time wasn't
those in
sufficient to
positions
clear
of
the
authority.
high net energy, but it was making.
When taken
So
in
this is the
context of
sequence
the
that
many
you go
accounts
through,
which
make a
already
plasma,
exist regarding
get
the
it
possible
hot,
underground base
we
at
get it hot
Dulce,
enough that
the
reactions start
testimony of
happening
Phil
so
Schneider
rapid
appears to be
that it's
compelling.
overcoming the rate that
Many of the
the
experimental
outside world,
compounds and
and at
construction
some point it just
techniques he
becomes like a
listed during the course of his
like the
lectures
sun
were mere
in our
concepts during the late 20th century, but have gone on to become commonplace in modern building
In the
work.
end, that's where we use what a fusion
His descriptions
What
of
is
the
it
base
visually
layout and the
like?
functions of
Is it
each of the
like-
7
you
levels
said, like,
were also eerily similar to
actually,
those listed by other
it's
witnesses,
so hot that
people who
basically
he had never met or associated
we
with.
can't detect. It's
And
literally
yet, even the lightest touch of
In fact, light
scrutiny has shown his
visible
attempts
light
to be
is so
marked by
easy that if you
falsehoods and
look at it,
inaccuracies, which make it
in our own
difficult to take some of his
configuration, what we
claims seriously.
is a donut shape.
He
the
made
back
repeated
vessel,
assertions that his
arrow.
father,
And when
Otto
you
Oscar
turn on
Schneider,
the
was a
plasma,
German
it's so hot that
he
it
had been
just
captured by the
disappears.
US Navy and then turned against the
There's
Nazi
very,
regime.
very cold plasma.
Yet the curse German and American wartime records in apparent fabrication, with Otto having been born in San Francisco in January of 1906.
This kind of makes it look
Similarly,
and it glows.
his claims that the original attack on the World Trade Center involved the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, and that the occupants of Waco Ranch had been murdered using chemical weapons, have apparently debunked.
Which we should check out.
These revelations would appear to suggest that Phil Schneider was an individual prone to exaggeration,
It's lucky
sometimes verging
fire
on the edge of delusion.
communicates that it's hot, using visible light.
But if this was the case, then where did he sustain his life-changing injuries? And what happened to the missing samples and notes he brought with him to his lectures?
You're right.
So much evidence that he was silenced by unknown persons, and efforts made to present his murder as suicide.
Like, why can
Schneider argued he was not a well man, and merely seized upon the alleged testimony of Thomas Costello,
why can't we
using
see
it to conjure up a fantastical backstory of his own. The inconsistencies in his accounts are explained away as the US government rewriting his family history, designed specifically to undermine Schneider's credibility and pry lies away from the Dulce base.
Ionizing radiation.
The same method used against Bob Lazar in prison removal from college and employment is an example of the lengths the US government will go to cover up such revelations.
But it's light in different words.
With the advent of the internet,
So it
each
turns out
passing year sees new information on classified military projects slowly creeping into
and
the
almost the
public domain.
totality of the electromagnetic spectrum.
It is therefore entirely possible that at some future point,
There is microwaves
evidence for the existence of deep underground military bases will finally materialize. Or it
but
may
also
be
higher
that technology enable investigators to finally disprove the
and
existence
even
of such facilities
things like this.
once and
At
for all.
small levels, being
For now, at
like
least,
on the wall.
it seems there is a lot more
There's X-rays
digging
hitting our wall.
to be done.
I can bring up. We can go down to the lab and have my every single room. How
At least by our body, be the 10 to
10 to the 28 atoms come in and interact with. And those, particularly the ones with the light and higher average energy per light particle, those are the ones that can possibly have an effect on people. So we it's interesting, humans and all animals evolved on Earth where we're interested in that all the time. And there's natural sources of radiation all the time. We have zero, like zero.
Yeah, and our ability to
It would probably get robust actually if we could feel. But my main point is to go back to your thing about fire and the self-protection. If ionizing radiation is such a critical aspect of the health of organisms on Earth, we would almost certainly evolve methods to detect it, and we have them. And yes,
the physical world that's all around us. You're blowing my mind. Dr. Dennis White. Okay, so you have experience with magnetic confinement, especially commercial confinement. Most of you have this, but let's sort of talk about the sexy recent thing for a bit of a time. There's been a breakthrough in use. That laser-based commercial confinement was used by DOA's National Ignition Facility in the National Laboratory. Can you explain this breakthrough that happened?
So it goes to the criteria that I talked about before about getting high energy gain. So in the end, what are we after in fusion is that we basically assemble this plasma fuel in some way, and we provided a starting amount of energy for lighting the fire. And what you want to do is get back like significant excess gain from the fact that the fusion is making more because you're releasing the energy. So it's equivalent to like we want to have a match, small match, light a fire, and the fire keeps us hot. It's very much like that. So as I said, we made many of the, and what do we think the fusion community has pursued aspects of this variety of different methodologies, is that the key part about what happens. So what was the threshold we had never gotten over before? Was that if you only consider the plasma, not the total, just the plasma itself, we had not gotten yet where basically the size of the match was smaller than the amount of energy that we
started out.
Is there a good term for when the output is greater than the input?
Yes. There is, well, there's several special definitions of this. So one of them is that if you like in a fire, if you light a match and you have it there and it's an infinitesimal amount of energy compared to what you're getting out of the fire, we call this decommission, which makes sense, right? This is like what our own sun is. So that was not decommission in that sense. So what we call this is scientific, the one that I just talked about, which is some instant, when I get enough fusion energy released compared to the size of the match, we call this break even. And it's because you've gone past the fact that this is unity at this point.
What is fusion gain, or as I use the notation Q for the paper review, as Rob talked about before, we talked using just the same kind of term.
Yeah, actually, so the technical term is Q, capital Q.
Oh, so we actually
use capital Q, or sometimes Q's taken. Q some P or something like this. Okay, so this is, which means what it means is that it's in the platform as well. So all we're considering is the energy balance that comes from the platform. We're not considering the technologies which are around it, which are defined in the container and so forth. So why these things? Well, because for one reason, it's a rather simple threshold to get over. You understand that you're getting more energy from the fusion, even the theoretical sense that you were from the starting match. It's conceptually simple, but you get past one that everybody like when you're less than one, that's much less interesting than getting past one because there's a really threshold. But it really is a scientific threshold because what QP actually denotes is the relative amount of self-heating that's happening in the plasma. So what I mean by this is that in the end, systems, what you want is something that the relative amount of heating, which is keeping the fuel hot, is dominated by the fusion reactions. And it becomes, it's sort of like thinking like a bonfire is a lot more interesting physically than just holding a blowtorch to a wet log, right? There's a lot more dynamics, there's a lot more self-involvement. And what we're excited as scientists is that it's clear that in that experiment that they actually got to a point where the fusion reactions themselves were actually altering the state of the plasma. It's like, we've seen it in eclipses before, and relatively small levels. But apparently, it seems like in this experiment, it's likely to be dominated by self-heating. That's a very important.
So that makes it a self-sustaining type.
It's more self-sustaining, it's more self-referential system. And it's sort of self-evolved. Again, it's not that it's going to evolve to a deeper state, it's just that we want to see what happens when the fusion is the dominant heating source.
We'll talk about that, but there's also another element, the inertial confinement. Laser-based inertial confinement is kind of a little bit of an underdog. So a lot of the broad nuclear fusion communities are focused on mechanical confinement. Can you explain just how laser-based inertial confinement works? So it says 192 laser beams are aligned on a deuterium DT target smaller than a pea. It's like this is like throwing a perfect strike in baseball from the pitch. This is like a journalist wrote this. This is like, oh no, it's not a journalist, it's DOE wrote.
Yeah, it could be energy. Maybe we try to use all of that.
This is like a perfect strike in baseball from a pitcher's mound 350 miles away from Department of Energy. The United States Department of Energy.
Well, we don't really.
Can you explain what the lasers?
What actually happens? Actually, there's usually massive fusion levels. So what's going on in this form of it? So fuel is delivered in a discrete, the fusion fuel, the deuterium tritium, is in a discrete spherical, like a bead missile, small one. And all the fuel that you're going to try to burn is about that size. So how are you going to get it? It's at literally it's like at 20 degrees above absolute zero because the deuterium and tritium are kept in a liquid solid state.
Oh wow! So you was injecting that as a gas, it's solid.
It's actually it's very in these particular experiments they can introduce one of these these targets once per day approximately, because it's very it's kind of amazing technology actually. But I know some of the people that worked on this they actually make these things at a medium size in this frozen fuel. It's actually a cryogenic temperature, and they're almost like smooth to the atom. I mean, they're amazing pieces of technology. So what you do in the end is what you have is a spherical assembly of this fuel like a ball. And what is the purpose of the lasers? The purpose of the lasers is to provide optical energy to the very outside of this, and what happens is that energy is absorbed because it's in a solid phase of matter, so it's absorbed really at the surface. And then what happens is that when it's absorbed, it's something called the ablator. It means it goes instantly from the solid phase to the gas phase, so it becomes like a rocket engine. But you hit it like a very uniform. So there's like rocket engines coming off the surface. Think of like an asteroid almost. There's like rockets coming. So what does a rocket do? It actually pushes, like a Newton's law, it pushes the other thing on the other side of it, equal and opposite reaction. It pushes it in. So what it does is that the lasers actually don't. This is what was confusing people. Like the lasers only get at 100 million degrees. Actually, the exact opposite. What you want to do is get a rocket going out like this, and then what happens is that the sphere, like it's happening in a billionth of a second or less. This rapidly, that force, like so rapidly compresses the fuel that what happens is that you're squeezing down on it, and that's bad. Actually, I should have started with basketball. Goes from like a basketball down to something like this, and it builds into the second. And when that happens, I mean, scale that in your mind. So when that happens, and this comes from almost from classical physics, so there's some quantum physics as well too. But basically, you can do this like very uniformly, so adiabatically, like you're not actually heating the fuel. What happens is you get adiabatic compression such that the very center of this thing all of a sudden just spikes up in temperature because it's actually done so fast. So why is it called inertial fusion? It's because you're doing this on such fast timescales that the inertia of the hot fuel basically is still finite, so it can't like push itself apart before the fusion happens.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So how do you make it so? How do you make it so fast?
This is why you use lasers, because you're applying this energy in a very, very short periods of time, like under a fraction of a millionth of a second. And so basically that, and then the force which is coming from this comes from the energy of the lasers, which is basically the rocket action, which does the compression.
So is the force, is the inward facing force, is that increasing the temperature?
No, you want to keep the fuel cold, and then just literally just ideally compress it, and then in something which is at the very center of that compressed sphere, because you've compressed it so rapidly, the laws of physics basically require for it to increase in temperature. The effect is like if you know the thing. So adiabatic cooling we're actually fairly familiar with. If you take a spray can and you push the button, when it rapidly expands, it cools. This is the nature of a lot of cooling technology we use actually. Well, the opposite is true, that if you would take all of those particles and jam them together very fast back in, they want to heat up. And that's what happens. And then what happens is you basically have this very cold, compressed set of fusion fuel, and at the center of this, it goes to this 100 million degrees Celsius. And so if it gets to that 100 million degrees Celsius, the fusion fuel starts to burn. And when that fusion fuel starts to burn, it wants to heat up the other cold fuel around it, and it just basically propagates out so fast that what you would do ideally, you would actually burn in a fusion sense most of the fuel that's in the pellet. So this was very exciting because what they had done was it's clear that they propagated this, they got this, what they call a hot spot, and in fact that this heating had propagated out into the fuel, and that's the science behind inertial fusion.
So the idea kind of reacting is basically kind of inertial confinement is that you would have a new BB every like
10 times a second or something.
And there's some kind of, so there's a incredible device that you kind of applied. It kind of has to create one of those BBs.
So you have to make the BBs very fast. There's reports on this, but about what does it mean? You know, the starting point is, can you make this gain? So this was a scientific issue primarily.
Right. And the rest is just engineering.
No. The rest is incredibly complicated engineering. Well, in fact, there's still physics to overcome. So where does this come from? And it's actually because if you want to make an energy source out of this, this had a gain of around 1.5, but namely the fusion energy was approximately 1.5 times the laser input energy. Okay, so it's a very significant threshold. However, from the science of what I just told you, is that there's two fundamental efficiencies which come into it, really come from physics, really. One of them is hydrodynamic efficiency. What I mean by this is that it's a rocket. So this just has a fundamental efficiency built into it, which comes out to orders of like 10%. So this means is that your ability to do work on the system is limited by that, okay? And then the other one is the efficiency of laser systems themselves, which the wall plug efficiency is 10%. You've done spectacularly well. In fact, the wall plug efficiency of the ones using vacuum experiments are like more like 1%, right? So when you go through all of this, the approximate, place that you're ordering this is for a fusion power plant would be a gain of 100, not 1.5. So you still, and hopefully we see experiments that keep climbing up towards higher and higher gain. But then the whole fusion power plant is a totally different thing. So it's not one BB at one laser pulse per day. It's like 5 or 10 times per second. Like that, right? So you're doing it there, and then comes the other aspect. So it's making the targets, delivering them, being able to repeatedly get them to burn, and then we haven't even talked about like how do you then get the fusion out, which is because these things basically micro implosions which are occurring. So this energy is coming out to some medium on the outside that you've got to figure out how to extract energy out of this thing.
How do you convert that energy to electricity?
So in the end, you have to basically convert it into heat in some way. So most of what fusion makes mostly is like very energetic particles from fusion reaction. So you have to slow those down in some way and then make heat out of it. So basically the conversion of the kinetic energy of the particles into heating some engineered material that's on the outside of this.
And that's, from a physics perspective, is a somewhat solved problem, but from an engineering is still
physics. I can show you all the equations that tell you about how it slows down and converts kinetic energy into heat, and then what that heat means. You can write out like an ideal thermal cycle, like a Carnot cycle. So the physics of that, great. The integrated engineering of this is a whole other thing.
I'll ask you to maybe talk about the difference between inertial magnetic. First we'll talk about magnetic, but let me just linger on this breakthrough. It's nice to have exciting things. But in deep humans, there's no competition in science and engineering. We're all, like you said, we're all, first of all, we are humanity put together. And you talk about this, it's a bunch of countries collaborating. It's really exciting. There's a nuclear fusion community thought. Then there's also MIT, there's colors and logos, and it's exciting. And you have friends and colleagues here that work extremely hard and does some incredible stuff. Is there some sort of, how do you feel seeing somebody else get a breakthrough in it using different technology? Is that exciting? Does the competitive fire get
all of you? So, I mean, I have to wave the flag a little bit. So MIT was a central player in this accomplishment. Interesting, I'd say it showed some of our two best traits. So one of them was that like, how do you know that this happened? This measurement, right? So one of the ways to do this is if I told you that in the DT fusion, what it actually, the product that comes out is helium, we call it alpha, and a free neutron. Right? So the neutron contains 80% of the fusion, of the energy released by the fusion reaction. And it also, because it lacks a charge, it basically tends to just escape and go flying out. So this is what we would use eventually. That's mostly what fusion energy would be. But so what my colleagues, my scientific colleagues at the Bioscience and Fusion Center built were extraordinary measurements. Being able to see the exact details of not only the number of neutrons that were coming out, but actually what energy that they're at. And by looking at that configuration, it reveals enormous. I'm not going to scoop them because they need to publish it. But it reveals enormous amounts of scientific information about what's happening in that process that I just described. So exciting. I mean, and I have colleagues there that have worked like 30 years for that moment. Of course, they're excited for it. I mean, and it's one of those like. There's 5 people who aren't. It's like almost addicted to be a scientist. When you get to be at the forefront of research of anything, like when you see like an actual discovery of something, and you're looking at it, particularly when you're the person who did it, right? And you go, no human being has ever seen this or understood this. It's pretty thrilling, right? So even in proxy, it's incredibly thrilling to see this. It's not rivalry or jealousy. It's like, I can tell you already, fusion is really hard. So anything that keeps pushing the needle forward is a good thing. But we also have to be realistic about what it means, to making a fusion energy system. That's
the fun. I mean, these are still the early steps, or maybe you could say the early leaps. So let's talk about the magnetic confinement. What is how does magnetic confinement work? What's the tokamak? How does it all work?
So go back to that. So why inertial confinement works on the same principle that a star works. So what is the confinement mechanism in a star? Is gravity, because it's its own inertia. Something the size of the sun basically pushes, literally of course, by gravity against the center. So the center is very, very hot, 20 million degrees, and literally outside the sun, essentially zero. How the hell does it do that? It does that by, and it's out of, like, why does it just leak all of its heat? It doesn't leak its heat because it all's held together by the fact that it can't escape because of its own gravity. So this is why the fusion happens in the center of the star. Like, we think of the surface of the sun as being hot. That's the coldest one. So our own sun, this is about 5,500 degrees. It's beautiful symmetry, by the way. It's like, so how do we know all this? Because we can, of course, see directly into the interior of the sun by knowing the volume and the temperature of the surface of the sun. You know exactly how much power it's putting out. And by this, you know that this is coming from fusion reactions at exactly the same rate in the middle of the sun.
Is it possible, as a small tangent, to build an inertial confinement system like the sun? Is it possible to create a sun?
It is, of course, possible to make a sun, otherwise you would have stars. But it is not possible on Earth because, for the simple reason that it takes, the gravitational force is extremely weak, and so it takes something like the size of the star to make fusion occur.
Well, I didn't mean on Earth. I mean, if you had to build like a second sun, how'd you do it?
Yeah, there's not enough hydrogen.
So the limiting factor is just the hydrogen.
Yeah, I mean, the forces that the energy that it takes to assemble that is mind-boggling. All right, so we would do that. To be continued. So what are we doing it with? So in the one that I just described is like you say, so you have to replace this with some force which is better than that. And so what I mean by that, it's stronger than that. So what I talked about, the laser fusion, this is coming from the force which is enormous compared to gravity, like from the rocket action pushing it together. So in magnetic confinement, we use another force which is the electromagnetic force. And that's it's orders and orders of magnitude stronger than the gravitational force. The key force that matters here is that if you have a charged particle that relates, a particle that has an electric charge, and it's in the proximity of a magnetic field, then there is a force which is exerted on that particle.
later.
So it's called the Lorentz force. So keep track. So that is the force that we use to replace physical containment. So, so this again, how do you hold something at 100 million degrees? It's impossible in a physical container. This is not like, it's not this plastic bottle holding this liquid or a gas chamber. What you're doing is you're immersing the fuel in a magnetic field that basically exerts a force at a distance. This comes back again like why plazas are so strange. It's the same thing here. And if it's immersed in this magnetic field, you're not actually physically touching it, but you're making a force go on it. So that's the inherent feature of magnetic confinement. And then magnetic confinement devices are like a tokamak are basically configurations which exploit the features of that magnetic containment. There's several features to it. One is that the stronger the strength of the magnetic field, the stronger the force. And for this reason is that if you increase the strength of magnetic fields, this means that the containment, namely the force which you're pushing against it, is more effective. And the other feature is that there is no force. So those are magnetic fields, what are these things? They're also invisible. But if you think of permanent magnets or your fridge magnet, there are field lines which we actually designate as arrows which are going around. You sometimes see this in school when you have the iron filings on a thing and you see the directions of the magnet. Or when you use a compass, right? So that's telling you because we're living in a magnetic field made by the Earth, which is a very low intensity magnetic field, it's strong enough we can actually see which direction. So this is the arrow that the magnetic field is pointing. It's always pointing for us. So an interesting feature of this force is that there is no force along the direction of the magnetic field. There's only force in the direction that's orthogonal to the magnetic field. So this, by the way, is a huge deal in a whole other discipline of plasma physics, which is like the study of our near atmosphere. So the study of aurora borealis, what's happening in the near atmosphere, what happens with solar flares. In fact, remember I said fusion is the reason that life is responsible in the universe, but you could also argue so is magnetic confinement, because the charged particles which are being emitted from the galaxy and from our own star would be very, very damaging on Earth. So we get two layers of protection. One is the atmosphere itself, but the other one is the magnetic field which surrounds the Earth. It basically traps these charged particles so they can't go. It's the same.
How do you create a strong magnet?
Yeah. So
a giant magnet.
Giant magnet, yeah. So it's
Engineering.
there's essentially two ways to create a magnet. So one of them is that we're familiar with, like fridge magnets. So these so-called permanent magnets. And what it means is that within these, the atoms arrange in a particular way that it produces the electrons basically arranged in a particular way that it produces a permanent magnetic field that is set by the material. So those have a fundamental limitation how strong they can be, and those tend to have like circular shape. So we don't use those. So what we use are so-called electromagnets. What is this? It's like so the other way to make magnetic field, also go back to your elementary school physics or science class, is that you take a nail and you wrap a copper wire around it, you connect it to a battery, then it can pick up iron filings. This is an electromagnet. And its simplest, what it is, it's an electric current which is pulling us in a pattern around and around. And what this does is it produces a magnetic field which goes through it by the laws of electromagnetism. So that's how we make the magnetic field configurations. And the key there is that it's not limited by the magnetic property of the material. The magnetic amplitude is set by the amount of the geometry of this thing, the amount of electric current that you put in. And the more electric current that you put through, the more magnetic field. The closest one that people maybe see is one of my favorite skits actually was Super Dave Osborne. Probably past years they get a show called Super Dave Osborne, which is a great comedian. He was a stunt man, and one of his tricks was that he gets into a car, and then one of those things in the junkyard comes down, and picks up the car, and then goes into the crusher. This is his stunt, which is anyway. But that thing that picks them up, like how does that work? That's actually not a permanent magnet, so it's an electromagnet. And so you can turn by turning off and on the power supply, it turns off and on the magnetic field. So this means you can pick it up and then you switch it off. The magnetic field goes away and the car drops. Okay, so that's what it looks like.
Oh, she was so.
Speaking of giant magnets, MIT and Commonwealth Fusion Systems, CFS, built a very large, high-temperature superconducting electromagnet that was ramped up to a field strength of 20 Tesla, the most powerful magnetic field of its kind ever created on Earth. Because I enjoy this kind of thing, can you please tell me about this magnet?
Yeah, sure. It's fun, yeah. There's a lot to parse there. So maybe we already explained an electromagnet. In general, is what you do is you take electric current and you force it to follow patterns. So typically around and around and around and around. It goes more current, the more times it goes around, the stronger because. And as I pointed out, it's like really important to magnetic confinement because it is the force that's produced by that magnet. In fact, technically it goes like the magnetic field square because its pressure is actually being exerted on the plasma to keep it contained.
Just so we know, for magnetic confinement, what is usually the geometry of the magnet?
The geometry, yeah. So the geometry is typically is what you do is you want to produce a magnetic field that loops back on itself. The reason for this was it goes down to the nature of the force that I described, which is that there's no containment or force along the direction of the magnetic field. So here's a magnetic field. In fact, what it's more technically or more graphically, what it's doing is that when the plasma is here's the plasma particles, there's a magnetic field. What it does is it forces all those, because of this Lorentz force, it makes all of those charged particles execute circular orbits around the magnetic field. And they go around like this, but they stream freely along the magnetic field. So this is why the nature of the containment is that if you can get that circle smaller and smaller, it stays further away from materials. That's why the confinement is better. But the problem is that because it free streams along, so we just have a long, straight magnetic field, okay, it'll just keep leaking out the ends like really fast. So you get rid of the ends. So what these look like are typically donut-shaped or toroidal-shaped, donut-shaped things where this collection of magnetic fields loops back on itself, and it also, for reasons which are more complicated to explain, basically it also twists slowly around this direction. So that's what it looks like. That's what the plasma looks like, because that's what the field looks like. So then this means that the electromagnets are configured in such a way that it produces the desired magnetic fields around this. So they precise this. You were probably listening to our conversation with some of my colleagues. So it's actually, it depends on the configuration of how you're doing it. And the configuration of the electromagnets and how you're achieving this requirement. It's fairly precise, but it doesn't have to be. Particularly in something like a tokamak, what we do is we produce planar coils, which means flat, and we situate them. So if you think of a circle like this, what does it produce? If you run current through it, it produces a magnetic field which goes through the circle like this. So if you align any of them like this, first things on line, you see the picture. You keep arranging this around in a circle itself. This is the magnetic field line. So you tend to align. That one tends to requires good confinement or good alignment. It's not succeed alignment because you're actually exploiting the symmetry of the situations to help it. There's another kind of configuration of magnetic. This kind of magnetic confinement called a stellarator, which we have these names for historic reasons. It's different than a token. Same physical principle, namely, in the end, it produces a plasma which moves with magnetic fields, which loop back on themselves. But in that case, the totality of the magnetic field is produced by external three-dimensional magnets. They're twisted, and it turns out the precision of those is more stringent.
So our talking magnets are more popular. research into stellar raiders.
Of the concepts which are there, the tokenbacks are the most mature in terms of breadth of performance and thinking about how it would be applied in the fusion energy system. The history of this was that many, in fact, you asked, if you go back to the history of the plasma as the fusion center, the history of fusion is that people, scientists had started to work on this in the 1950s. It was all hush-hush, Cold War, and all that kind of stuff. And as they realized, holy cow, this is really hard. Like, we actually don't really know what we're doing. Because everything was at low temperatures, that could be in climate. It was interesting. And then they declassified it. This is one of the few places that the West and the Soviet Union actually collaborated on. Even during the middle of the Cold War, it was really, and this actually perpetuates all the way now. For we can talk about the project that was sort of captured in this. But and the reason they declassified it is because like everything kind of sucked basically, about trying to meet this climate and high temperature plasma, and then the Russians. Then the Soviets came along with this device called a tokamak, which is a Russian acronym, which basically means magnetic coils arranged in the shape of a donut. and they said, holy cow, like everyone was stuck at like a meager, half a million degrees, which is like in fusion terms of zero, basically. And then they come along and say, oh, we've actually achieved a temperature 20 times higher than everybody else. And it's actually started to be fusion reactions. And everyone just goes, no way, it's there's no way, because we failed at this. It's a great story in the history of fusion, but they insisted and said, no, look, you can see this from our data. It's like this thing is really hot, and it seems to be working because it's like 1960s. And there was a team that went from the United Kingdom's Fusion Development Lab, and they brought this very fancy, amazing new technology called laser. And they used this laser, they shot the laser through the plasma, and by looking at the scattered light that came from them, they go, basically the scattered light is broadened in its spectrum if it gets hotter. So you can exactly tell the temperature of this, even though you're not physically touching the plasma. It's like, holy cow, you're right, it is. It is 10 million degrees. And so this was one of those explosions of everyone in the world that wanted to build. Because clearly, wow, this is so far ahead of everything else that we tried before. So that actually has a more of a story to MIT and the Plasmas and Fusion Center was why is there a strong fusion and a major fusion program at MIT? It was because we were hosts of the Francis Bitter Magnet Laboratory, which is also the National High Field Magnet Laboratory. Well, you can see where this goes. We're kind of telling stories backwards almost. The advent of tokamak, along with the fact that you makes very strong magnetic fields with the technology that had been developed in that laboratory, that was the origins of sort of pushing together the physics of the plasma and the magnet technology that puts it together in a way that I would say is a very typical MIT success story, right? We don't do just pure science or pure technology. We sort of sit at this intersection. There were several pioneers of people at MIT, like Coffey, who's a professor in the physics department, Phil Parker, who was a professor in electrical engineering and nuclear engineering. It's like even the makeup of the people, right? It's got this blend of science and engineering. And that's actually was the origin of science. So anyway, so back to this. So why? So yes, tokamaks have achieved the highest in magnetic fusion by far, the best amounts of these conditions that I talked about, and in fact pushed right up to the point where they were near QP of 1. They just didn't quite get over.
So can we actually just link on the collaboration across different nations? Just if you're looking at the philosophical aspect of this, even in the Cold War, there's something hopeful to me besides the energy, that these giant international projects are a really powerful way to ease the geopolitical tension, even military conflict across nations. There's a war in Ukraine
contract Fort Sumner,
and Russia. There's a brewing tension and conflict in China. Just the world is seeking military conflict, cold or hot. What can you say about sort of the lessons of the 20th century, these giant projects?
I even had the newspaper that walked out.
Great question. So, as you said, there was a reason, because it was so hard. Those reasons they declassified it. And actually they started working together in some sense on it as well too. And I think it was really, there was,
well, no,
you know, an heuristic or altruistic aspect of this. It's like, this is something that could change, you know, the future of humanity and its nature and its relationship with energy. Isn't this something that we should work on together, right? And that went on, and particularly but any kind of place where you can actually have an open exchange of people who are sort of at the intellectual frontiers of our society, this is a good thing, right? Being able to collaborate. I've had I have had an amazing, you know, career. I've worked with people from, it's like hard to throw a dart at a country and on the map and not at a country of people that I've been able to work with. How amazing is that? And even just getting small numbers of people to bridge the cultural and societal divides is a very important thing. Even when it's a very teeny fraction of overall populations, it can be held up as an example of that. But it's interesting that if you look at then that continued collaboration, which continues to this day, is that this actually played a major role, in fact, in East-West relations, or Soviet-Western relations. Is that back in the Reagan-Gorbachev days, which of course were interesting in themselves, of all kinds of changes happening on both sides, right? But still, like a desire to push down the stockpile of weapons and all that. Within that context, there was a fairly significant historic event that at one of the Reagan-Gorbachev summits is that they had really, they didn't get there. Like they couldn't figure out how to bargain to the point of some part of the treaty getting religious anymore. But they needed some kind of a symbol, almost, to say, but we're still going to keep working, you know, towards something that's important for all of us. What did they pick? A fusion project. And that was in the mid-1980s. And actually, then after, so they basically signed an agreement that they would move forward to like literally collaborate on a project whose idea would be to show large net energy gain in fusion's commercial viability and work together on that. And very soon after that, Japan joined, as did the European Union. And now that project, it evolved over a long period of time. It had some interesting political ramifications to it. But in the end, this actually also had South Korea, India, and China. So you're talking about a major fraction, and now Russia, of course, to the Soviet Union. And actually, that coalition is holding together despite the obvious political, you know, turmoil that's going around on all these things. And that's a project called ETR, which is under construction in the south of France right now.
Can you actually look at, before we turn to Giant Magnet, and maybe even talk about Spark and stuff going on, all amazing stuff going on at MIT. What is ETR? What is this international nuclear fusion mega project?
So its scientific purpose is a worthy one that it's essentially in any fusion device, the thing that you want to see is more and more relative amounts of self-healing. And this is something that had not been seen, although we had made fusion reactions and we'd seen small amounts of self-healing, we never got to adopt it. This actually goes to this QP business. The goal of it shifted around a little bit historically, but fairly quickly became, we want to get to a large amount of self-healing. So this is why it has its primary feature is to get to QP of around 10. And through this is a way to study this plasma that has more higher levels of self-preservation. But it also has another feature, which was let's produce fusion power at a relevant scale.
that they were building.
And actually they're linked together, which actually makes sense if you think about it, is that because the fusion power is the heating source itself, this means that they're linked together. And so heater is projected to make about 500 million watts of fusion power. So this is a significant amount. This is what you would use, for powering cities.
So it's not just the research; it is the development of really trying to achieve scale here. So self-heating and scale.
Yeah. Yes. So this meant then too is the development of an industrial base that can actually produce the technologies like the electromagnets and so forth, and to do it with it is a tokamak. It is. But very interesting. It also revealed limitations of this. Well, it's interesting. Is that it is clearly on paper and in fact in practice as well too. The world, and very different political systems, and you consider at least geopolitical or economic rivals or whatever you want to use, like working towards a common cause, and then one that we all think is worthy is very that's very satisfying. But it's also interesting to see the limitations of this because, well, you've got 7 chefs in the kitchen. So what is this meant in terms of the speed of the project, the ability to govern it and so forth? It's just been a challenge, honestly, around that sense. This is, I think it's very hard technically what's occurring. But when you also introduce such levels of, this is just me saying that there's like geo overlords from the U.S. government. So it's hard to steer all of this around. And what that's tended to do is make it's not the fastest decision making process. My own personal view it was interesting because that's what you said about the bag and common fusion systems. It was I worked most of my career on heater because when I came into the field in the early 1990s, when I completed my PhD and started to work, this was one of the most, you can't imagine being more excited about something like we're going to change the world with this project and all these things. And we just poured an entire generation, and afterwards just poured their imagination and their creativity on making this thing work. Very good. But also at some point though, when it got to being another 5 years of delay or a decade of delay, you start asking yourself, well, is this what I want to do? Right? Am I going to wait for this? So it was a part of me starting to ask questions with my students. It was like, is there another way that we can get to this extremely goal? But maybe it's not that, maybe it's not that path. And the other part that was clearly frustrating to me, because I'm an advocate of fusion. You asked me about what's laser fusion or inertial fusion or magnetic fusion. I just want fusion energy, because I think it's so important to the world. Is that the other thing? If that's the case, then why do we have only one attempt at it on the entire planet, which is heater?
It's very possible
that makes no sense, right? We should have multiple attempts at this with different levels of whatever you want to think about a technical, schedule, scientific risk, which are incorporated in them, and that's going to give us a better chance of actually getting
about this information. You say, well, we're not going to
to design spark, compact, high field, DT burning tokamak. How does it work? What is it? What's the motivation? What's the design? What are they?
At its heart, it's exactly the same concept. So it's basically a configuration of electromagnets. It's arranged in the shape of a donut, and within that we will do the same thing that happens in all the other tokamaks, including an heater.
They told you that your license
gas into a plasma, you heat it up, it gets to about 100 million degrees. The differentiator is that we use the actual deuterium tritium fuel, and because of the access to very high magnetic fields, it's in a very compact space. It's very small. What do I mean by small? So it's 40 times smaller in volume. But it uses exactly the same components. So this comes from So in the end, why does this matter? What it does is it does those things
And it should get to the point where it's producing over 100 million watts of fusion power. Remember, it's 40 times smaller. Either 500 megawatts technically are not designed as about 150 megawatts, so it's a factor of 3 difference, despite being 40 times smaller. And we see
when you got the phone call from Washington, was there any thought about going into the release the story anyway? Or did you
at
just immediately
that
tell it?
state is very important scientifically because this is
So when you
basically
got the phone
matches
call, that
what
was
Peter
it.
is looking to do. The plasma is dominated by its own
I
heating.
saw no reason to do it because it
And it
already
does
had
that for about 10
there was
seconds.
10 tons of
And the reason it's for 10 seconds is
these weather balloons
that,
and so
that
forth.
basically allows everything to settle
So that
in terms
was
of
it.
the
What
fusion
is it?
in
I was
plasma.
unable, I never
Everything
did see
is
the
nice
material.
and
I
settled.
mocked it.
So you know, you have seen the physical
Those
state
people
at which you would expect a power plant to operate basically for magnetic.
Now you say you bid out, or Walt Whitmore bid out,
But it's
but
more
I
than
was
that.
overnight.
And it's more than that. It's because of who's building it and why and how they make it. So that scientific pathway
So he had
was
a
made
45
possible
minute
by the fact that we had access to a next
I
generation
don't know how long it
of
was.
magnet
In
technology.
those days,
So
the
we
wire
explain this real
recorders
quick.
only,
Why do we call it
you
you?
guys
You
all
said
before
it
your
before.
time.
It's a superconducting
If you recorded
magnet.
15 minutes, you took it back to the
Superconducting
studio,
magnet
and
means
took
the
15 minutes
materials
to
which are in the electromagnet have no electrical resistance.
3.7.
Therefore, when the electric
You know
current is
whatever
put
happened
into
to
it,
that wire recording was
current
delayed.
goes around uninhibited. So it can basically keep going around and around and technically for infinity. And what that means, or for eternity, and what that means is that when you energize these large electromagnets, electrical power can be taken. Whereas if you would do this with a normal wire, you basically make an enormous toaster oven that's consuming enormous amounts of power and getting hot, which is the problem. That was the technical breakthrough that was realized by myself and at the time my students and postdocs and colleagues at MIT. Was that we saw the advent of this new superconducting material, which would allow us to access much higher magnetic fields. It's basically a next generation technology, and it was quite disruptive. But namely, what it would allow, and if we could get to this point where we can make around 20 Tesla, we knew by the rules of tokamaks that this is going to allow us to vastly shrink the size of the devices. So it wouldn't take, although it's a worthy goal, it wouldn't take a 7-nation international treaty to build it. You could build it with a company and a university.
It's the same kind of design, but now using
There was no time limit.
Yeah. And if in fact, if you just expand the size of it, they're going to look identical to each other because it's based on. And actually, that comes for a reason, by the way, is that it also looks like a bigger version of the tokamak that we ran at MIT for 20 years, where we established the scientific benefits of the fact of these magnetic fields. So that's the pathway that we're. So I say, so what does this mean? The context is different because it was made, because it's primarily being made by a private sector company spun out of MIT, because the way that it raises money and the purpose of the entity which is there is to make commercial fusion power, not just to make a scientific experiment. This is actually why we have.
All of a sudden, he's a fan.
That's why we have a partnership, right? Is that our purpose at MIT is not to commercialize directly, but boy, do we want to advance the technology and the science, and that's the reason we're sort of doing it together.
So it's MIT and Commonwealth Fusion Systems. So what's interesting to say about financing? It seems like from a scientific perspective, maybe not an interesting topic, but it's perhaps an extremely interesting topic. Where you can just look at the tension between SpaceX and NASA, for example. It's just clear that there's different financing mechanisms that can actually significantly accelerate the development of science.
It's great that you brought that up. We use several historical analogs. One of them is around SpaceX, which is an appropriate one because space, putting things into orbit has a minimum size to it, integrated technological complexity and budget. So, our point when we were like talking about starting like a fusion commercialization, company, people look at this is still really just a science experiment. But one of the things that we point to is SpaceX and say, well, tell me like 25 years ago how many would have
promoted that the leading entity on the planet to put things into orbit is a private company. People would have thought that's so right. It's like, and what is interesting about SpaceX is that it's more than actually just finance. It's really the purpose of the organization. So the purpose of a government, and I'm not against public finance or anything like that, but the purpose of the public finance correctly speaks to the political, because the cross-country political, assembly that is there, and I guess from us eventually as well too. But its purpose wasn't about like making a commercial product. It's about fundamental discovery and so forth, which is all really great. So like why did SpaceX? It's interesting. Like why did SpaceX succeed so well? Just because the idea was like the focus that comes in the idea that you're going to relentlessly like reduce costs and increase efficiency is a drive that comes from the commercial aspect. And this also then changes the people in the teams. That next morning, in fact, trickles throughout the whole thing because the purpose isn't. But while you're advancing things, like it's really good that we can put things in more cheaply, like it advances science, which is interesting synergy, right? But it's the same thing that we think is going to happen. This is a bootstrap that actually, that when you start to push yourself into your commercialization, it like that allows the science to get in hand faster, which then allows the commercialization to go faster. By the way, we've seen this also in another. You have to watch out with analogies because they like biotech is another one. Like you look at the human genome, which was. It's sort of like, to me, that's like mapping the human genome, like that we can get energy in the future. Like that's one of those, like, in your drawer that you go, this is a significant achievement by humanity, right? And there's a human genome project, fully government funded. It's going to take 20, 25 years because we basically know the technology. There's going to be really diligent people. And then all of a sudden, what comes along? Disruptive technology. Right? You get sequence, shotgun sequencing, and computer recognition patterns. Basically, I can do this 100 times faster. And wow. Right? And so that's really the. To me, that the story about why we started biological fusion systems was more than just about another source of funding, which it is a different because it's also a different purpose, which is very important.
But there's also something about mechanism that creates culture. So giving power to like a young student, a ambitious student, to have a tremendous impact on progress in nuclear fusion creates a culture that actually makes progress more aggressively. Like you said, when 7 nations collaborate, it gives more incentive to the bureaucracy. It slows things down to let's have a first half discussion, and certainly don't give voice to the young, ambitious minds that are. And there's something about the private sector that rewards, encourages, inspires young minds to say in the most beautiful ways that it's just a boss. You have to sort of like make it faster, make it simple, make it better.
And sometimes that random doesn't bear out. That's an aspect that you just take a different risk profile. But you're right. It's this, I mean, it was interesting. Our own trajectory at the Fusion Center was like we were pushed into this place by necessity. Because I told you we had. And we had operated for a long time on Tokamak on the MIT campus, achieved these world records like 100 million degree plasma. And stuff. Like, wow, that's fantastic. But somewhat ironically, I have to say, is that it was like, but we're not. This isn't the future of fusion anymore. Like we're just going to stop with small projects because it's too small, right? So we need to really move on to much bigger projects because that's really the future of fusion. And so we funded, and this basically put at risk like to essentially lose MIT, the ecosystem, really of fusion, both from the research but also clearly from the education part of it. So we, pushed back against this. We got a lifeline. We were able to go. It was in this time scale that we basically came up with this idea. It's like we should do this, and in the end, it was all of those. The people who were in the C-level of the company were all actually students who got caught. They were PhD students. So you talk about enabling another generation. Like, yeah, there you go. Right.
So Smart gave
The lifeline.
Lifeline, gave fuel to the diffusion center at MIT.
But it's way more than that. It wasn't just about like surviving for the sake of surviving. It was like, in the end, for me, it became like this. I remember the moment when you talk about these moments as a scientist. We were just like, we were working so hard to figure out, like, does this really work? It's complex. Like, does the magnet, does the interaction with the plasma, does all these things work? And it was just a blind. And I remember the moment as I was sitting in my office in Brookline, and it was just like, I read, like, and it was in, I don't know, whatever, the 20 or 40th slide or something. And it was sort of that moment, like, it just came together. And I thought I couldn't even sit down. Because all it was, like, my wife was like, why are you walking around the apartment like this? Like, I just couldn't. I said, it's going to work. Like, it's going to work. Like, that moment of realization is, like, kind of amazing. But it's also brings the responsibility of making it work.
Yeah, how do you do it? So you mean like that magic realization? You can have this modern technology. You can actually, like, why do we need to open the Eater? We can do it here.
Well, it's interesting that Eater is. One of the reasons that we started with a group of 6 of us.
That would have been the time
once we got some funding to the establishment of the company, it became slightly larger. But in the end, we had a rather small team. Like, this was like a team of order of 20 to 25 people, designed Spark in like 2 years, right? How does that happen? Well, we're clever, but you have to get Eater its due here as well. Again, this is an aspect always the bootstrap up. Like, I go back to the Human Genome Project. So modern day genomics would not be possible without the underlying basis that came from setting that up. It had to be there. It had to be curiosity driven public program. It's the same with Eater. But because we had the tools that were there to understand Eater, we also have the tools to understand Spark. So we parlay those in an extremely powerful way to be able to tell us what happened. So these things are never simple, right? It's like people look at this and go, oh, this means we should we really have a public-based program about fusion? Should we have all of it private? Like, no, the answer is either way, because of all these complex technologies, you have to be pushing on all the funds to actually get it.
So, that's your question. People hear breakthrough with the inertial confinement, magnetic confinement. So when will we have commercial reactors, power plants that are actually producing electricity? What's your sense, looking out to the future? What do you think the envision future will have actual electricity coming from?
Probably driven by us, but in other places as well too. So there's the advent of what's so different now than 3 or 4 years ago. Like, we launched 4 years ago. What's so different now is the advent of very nascent, but seemingly robust, like commercial endeavor. So it's not just Commonwealth Fusion Systems. There's something like 20 plus, companies.
So there's a sector now.
There's a sector. They actually have something called the Fusion Industry Association. I mean, if viewers want to go see this describes, and they've got this plethora of awards. Like, I don't know, describe all the awards. And they're all in varying degrees of technical and scientific maturity, with very huge amounts. But what they share is that because they're going out and getting funding from the private sector, is that their stated goals are about getting fusion into place so that if it means investors which are interested, right? But also it's like, well, there's going to be why? It's because it's easy. There's this enormous driver about getting carbon-free energy sources out into the market, and whoever figures those out is going to be very important geopolitically, but also economically. So it's a different kind of bet, I guess, or a different kind of gamble that you're taking, but it's so disruptive that it's like there's essentially a class of investors and teams that are ready to go at it. So what do they share in this? They typically share getting after fusion on a event scale so that could it have any relevance to climate change? And I would say this is difficult, but it's fairly easy because it's math. So what you do is you actually go just target like 2050 or 60. Say, I want to be blank percent of the world's market. And we know historically what it takes to evolve and distribute these
Did the military ever come by the
kinds of
station?
technologies, because every technology takes some
like
period
that?
of time. So called
No indication the military came
everything
back
follows a logarithm,
make sure there was nothing left behind.
exponential type.
Might.
It's a straight line of one.
No,
And like you look at wind, solar, vision, they all follow the same thing. So it's easy. You take that curve and you go at slow backwards. And you go, if you don't start in the early 2030s, like it's not going to have a significant impact by that time. So all of them share this idea, and in fact, it's not just the companies. The U.S. federal government has a program that was started last year that said we should be looking to try to get like the first. What do I mean by like what does it mean to start? That you've got something that's putting a pilot. And if that can get started like in the early 2030s, the idea of ramping it up, makes sense. That's valid. So that's the ambition. Then the question is, and actually this is different because the government program, and that they vary around this. So, for example, the United Kingdom's government idea was to get the first one out by 2040. And China has ambitions probably in the middle 2030s, or maybe a little bit later. And Europe, continental Europe, it's a little bit, I'm not exactly sure where it is, but it's like later, it's like 2050 or 2060. Because mostly linked to the heater. The fusion companies, which makes sense, it's like, of course they've got we're going to map the heater faster. So it's interesting about where we are. And I think, we're not all the way there, but my intuition tells me we're probably going to have a couple of cracks at it. So this is where we have to be careful, though, when you say commercial fusion. What does that mean? Commercial fusion means that you actually have a known quantity of what it costs to build, what it costs to operate, around reliability, and putting energy on it. That's it's like, so it turns out that that's not necessarily exactly the first places to put electricity on the grid. There's a learning curve to get like better and better at it. But that's probably, I would suspect, the biggest hurdle is to get first.
The work I've done, the work I continue to do with autonomous vehicles and semi-autonomous vehicles. There's an interesting parallel there where a bunch of companies announced a deadline for themselves in 2020, 2022, and only a small subset of those companies have actually really pushed that forward. There's Waymo, or Alphabet rather, and there's Tesla with semi-autonomous driving, or autopilot self-driving mode. And those are different approaches. So Tesla is achieving much higher scale, but the sort of the quality of the drive is semi-autonomous. I don't know if there's a better analogy here. And then there's Waymo, which is using at very specific cities, but achieving real full autonomy with an actual passenger. The scales are much smaller. So I wonder, just like you said, there would be these kinds of similar kind of really hard pushes.
Absolutely. So actually, this is what it's why I'm encouraging about fusion. Still works. Let everyone be clear, because the science underneath it of achieving the right conditions for the plasma basically is a yardstick that you have to do. What's encouraging that I see of this, and it's actually what happens when you sort of let loose the creativity. Maybe I'll go back to first principles. So fusion is also fairly strange. So you think about burning wood or coal and gas, it's actually not that much. Because they're kind of all the same physical conditions. Like the fusion is very, I told you that the condition of the temperature is just going to be reversed. But if you take the density of the fuel between magnetic fusion and inertial fusion, they're different by about a factor of 10 billion.
I was in the middle of it.
So this, the density of fuel really matters. That actually, so does that this means the energy by is also different by factor 10 billion as well too.
But
This
only
is the
on the
product
basis
of those
of
two. So one's really dense and short, not-lived, and the other one's really long-lived and actually
myself.
So what that means
We
is
think of
that
this little dot.
the
It's getting
way to the
smaller all the
physical
time,
state
even though
is
this
so
thing isn't
different
working too well
across different
now.
approaches.
But
What it lends itself to is, does this mean that eventual commercial products will actually fill different needs in the energy system? So it sort of goes to your comment about, I have to suspect this. It's like, because anything that is high
all I
tech
know is
and it's like an important thing in our economy tends to never find its way as only one manifestation.
the point is that
Like look at
why should we
transportation
think
as well.
in this
Yeah,
little
scooters,
weekly part of the universe that we're the only people who ever
Vespas, overland trucks, cars, electric cars. Of course we have these because they need
intelligence in
different.
space that are perhaps way ahead.
So what's interesting, that I find fascinating now is that we have fusion is going to look like that. Then probably there's the near-term focus on electricity production. There might even be different kinds of markets that actually make sense in some places, less than others. When it comes to trade-offs, we haven't really talked about the engineering yet, but engineering really matters like to the operation of the device. And so it could be that I suspect what we'll end up with is several different configurations which have different features which are trade-offs based
All of these old
on
timers.
What do you see as the major engineering or general hurdles that are in the way?
So the first one is just the cost of building single units. So Fusion is actually interesting about the different models that you have. So Fusion has one of its interesting limitations is that it's very hard, almost in some ways it's impossible to actually make small power units. Like a kilowatt, 1,000 watts, which is like a personal home, this is about 1,000 watts, or your personal use of energy of electricity is like 1,000 watts. This is basically impossible for a single unit.
I believe so. I think you've done a heck of a
So
job.
like you're not gonna have a power plant like is your furnace or your electric heater in your home. And the reason for this comes from the fact that fusion relies on it being, it's not just that it's very hot, it's that the fusion power is the heating source to keep it hot. So if you get, if it goes too small, basically just so it's interesting that this is one of the hard parts because it means that individual units, it varies from concept to concept, but the National Academy's report that came out last year sort of put the benchmark as being like probably the minimum size is like around 15 million watts, which is good enough for like a small, mid-sized city actually. So that's sort of like a scale challenge. In fact, it's one of the reasons why Commonwealth and other private sector ones like they try to push us down actually of trying to get to these smaller units just because you're used to the cost of them. Then probably obviously I would say it's an obvious one like achieving the fusion state itself and high gain is a hard one. We already talked about what kind of temperature. That's achieving the right temperature, density, and energy confinement in the fuel itself, in the plasma itself. And so some of the configurations that are being chosen are actually quite a ways to go. But their consideration is, by our particular configuration, the engineering simplicity prefers like an economic advantage even provide in which direction the science is. Which is why this also what you get when you get an explosion in the private sector. You basically are taking risks in different ways, right? All of that good. But so what I would say is that the next hurdle to really overcome is about making it electricity. So like we need to see a unit or several units put using fusion in some way to put a meaningful amount of energy on the grid. Because this starts giving us real answers as to like what this is going to look like.
Full end-to-end.
The full end-to-end thing. The Commonwealth's goal is that I'll just comment to Commonwealth because I'll take some, I guess, some credit for this. Is that the origins of Commonwealth were in fact examined. Like we could see this new technology come.
Well, we moved there in 39.
And the origins of our thought process were really around designing. Effectively, the pilot plan for commercial plan. It's called ARC, which is actually the step forward after Spark. And that was the origins of it. All the things that were other parts of the plan, like Spark and the Magnet, were actually all informed totally by building something that was
Mac
good.
came by, he would
And the
stop.
timing of that we still was actually.
Sometimes
The
it's
Spark
barn,
is the
sometimes
design of
it's
the talk
in
track, and ARC is the actual full advent thing.
It's like a thing that actually puts it.
Very friendly guy.
So Spark is named,
Yes,
intentionally that it's like it's on for a short
very,
period of time,
um,
and it doesn't have. It has to, it's the spark of the fusion, revolution, something like that.
he was very.
Yeah. So those are sort of the programmatic challenges, and
He was not.
it's interesting. You talked about SpaceX. So what has evolved even in the last year or so was in fact in March of 2022. The White House announced that it was going to start a program that kind of looks like a SpaceX analogy. That named, wow, we've got these things in the private sector. We should leverage the private sector and the advantages of it being paid. But also with the things like this is going to be hard. It's going to take quite a bit of financing. So why don't we set up a program where we don't really get in the way of the private sector fusion companies, but we help them finance these things, which is how SpaceX basically made themselves. Fantastic, right? And that's evolving. Like the fusion ecosystem is almost unrecognizable from where it was like 5 years ago.
How important is it for the heads of the companies that work in the
On the way to town,
Twitter account?
but he would come out of his way.
You said you don't use Twitter.
I don't
Very much.
So he came
I
by.
mean, there is some element to. I don't think that you can discount it. Whatever you think about figures like Jeff Bezos, Blue Origin, Elon Musk, SpaceX. There is a science communication, to put it in nice terms, that's kind of required to really educate the public and getting everybody excited and sell the sexiness of it. I mean, just even the videos of SpaceX, just being able to kind of get everybody excited about going out to space once again. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways of doing that, but I mean, it gets those two companies to well, is to advertise themselves, to really sell themselves.
It is, yeah. Well, actually, it is. Like I feel like one reason on this podcast. So, like I don't have an official role in the company, and one of the reasons for this was also that it's interesting because when you come from like you're running a company, it makes sense that they're promoting their own product. Home vision. But there's also a very important role for academics who have knowledge about what's going on, but are sufficiently distant from it that they're not fully only self-motivated just by their own projects. And for me, this is, I mean, we see particularly the problems of the distrust of technology, and then honestly in the scientific community as well too. It will be one of the greatest tragedies, I would say, that if we go through all of this, and almost pull off what looks like a miracle, like technological experiment was, which is to make a fusion hardware, and then nobody wants to use it because they feel that they don't trust the people who are doing it or the technology. So we have to get so far out ahead of this. Like, so I give lots of public lectures or things like this of access to a larger range of people. We're not trying to hide anything. You can come and see, come do tours of our laboratory. If they want to set those up virtually as well, you might go to our classes as a Fusion Center YouTube channel. So we are reaching out to those people. And it's really important that we do this. But it's also, then realizing, setting up the realistic expectations of what we do. We're not there. Like, we don't have a commercial. You ask, like, what are the challenges? I'm not going to get into any deep technical questions of the challenges are. But it is the pathway, not just to fusion more technical, but to make it economically competitive, so it's actually used out in the private sector, is a non-trivial task. And it's because of the newness of it. Like, we're simultaneously trying to evolve the technology and make it economically viable at the same time. Those are two difficult times. So my own research and my own drive right now is a fantastic couple of new systems to set up. We have the commercialization of that particular kind, which is going to drive forward. In fact, there's discussions, there's dialogues going on around the world, other kinds of ones, like accelerators, which prefer different kinds of challenges and economic advantages. But what we have to, I know what we have to have is a new generation of integrated scientists, technologists, and engineers that understand like how what needs to get done to get all the way to the goal. Because we don't have
like a multidisciplinary task. What's required immediately solved about said that fusion is the most multidisciplinary field you can imagine. Why is
well, because most of our discussion that we've had so far is really a physics discussion, really, so which don't neglect physics. We have that for origin. But I'm already touching on plasma physics and nuclear physics, which are basically two somewhat overlapping disciplines. Then when it comes to the engineering, it's almost everything. So why is it so? Let's build a bunch of ag. Okay, what is this going to take? It's going to take it's basically electrical engineering, computing, so you understand what goes together. Computational engineering to model this very complex integrated thing. Materials engineering, because you're pushing materials to their limits with respect to scrap. So it's cryogenic engineering, which is sort of a subdiscipline of holding things to extreme low temperatures.
probably some biochemistry thing in there too?
Well, actually, and that's just one of the subcomponents of it. Like, almost everything gets in this, right? So, and you're also in a very instant, and all of these things, while you isolate them from each other in the physics sense, in the engineering sense, they all have to work like seamlessly together. So it's one of those. I mean, in my own career, I basically did atomic physics, spectroscopy, plasma physics, ion etching. So this includes material science, something called MHD, magnetohydrodynamics, and now all the way through. I'm not even sure how many. It's also, by the way, this is also a recruiting stage for like young scientists. Like my comment aside is if you're bored in fusion, you're not paying attention because there's always something interesting to go and do. So that's a really important part of what we're doing, which isn't actually, and in fact, it's in the use of what we've done at MIT. But holy cow, the proximity of possibility of commercial fusion is, so my catchphrases, like, you wonder, like, why were we doing all these things? Like, why weren't we pushing towards economic fusion and new materials and new methods of heat extraction and so forth? Because everybody was 40 years away.
So now it's 40 years.
There is a history. There's that 40-30. That kind of old joke. There's a history of fusion project.
That's basically your
that,
You have to build great teams.
Was this the only time that we talked about it? Did you ever
It tends to be the smaller,
I don't remember you being at my table.
I've seen this enough interactions. Yeah. Well, there's I've seen this from enough teams. Like I've seen also the futility of geniuses trying to solve everything by themselves. But also organizations that have 10,000 people in them is just not doesn't lend itself at all to innovation. So, like one of our original sponsors of a good friend, I know Bruce Leonard, we ever talked about Bruce, he's a venture guy. He's got fantastic ideas about like the right size of the team, things that really innovate. And there is an optimal things in there that you get enough cross-disciplinary ideas, but it doesn't become so overly bureaucratic that you can't use it. So one of the ways, and this is one of the challenges, is that everything was leading towards like I have to have like enormous scale large like teams just to execute the scale of the project. The fact that now through technology and financing innovation, we're driving to a point where smaller focused teams. But so that's one way to make it faster. The other way to make it faster is modularize the problem, parse the problem. So this is the other difficulty in Fusion, is that you tend to look at this as like, oh, it's really just about making the plasma into this state, you're looking at this energy. Because in the end, if you can parse out the different problems and taking that, and then make it as separate as possible, extracting then converting it into the more separate those are, the better they are, because you get parallel paths that basically mitigate risk. This is not new in Fusion, but this is the way that we attack most complex technological, integrated technological challenges.
Have you, by any chance, seen some of the application of artificial intelligence, reinforcement learning, and deep learning as a nice paper, as a nice on basically using reinforcement learning for controlling nuclear fusion? Do you find those kind of, I guess you throw under the umbrella of computational modeling, do you find those interesting, promising directions?
They're all interesting. So when people, maybe a natural question is like, why is it different? Like, there's a long history to it, right? That was going on, like I told you, like stories from the late 1960s. Like, what's the difference? Right? So I think from the technology point of view, there's two massive things. So one of them, will be broken. It's the advent of these new supercomputers, because the most mature ways that we understand of how we're using fusion power plants are being integrated by the fact that you've got access to something which changes the economic equation by an order of magnitude. It's just a total, and that wasn't that long ago. It was only September 2021 that demonstrated the technology. There. And the other ones, and it's across the whole spectrum. It's not just the control device. It's actually we actually use machine learning, things like this in the design of the magnet. It's an incredibly complex design space. So we use those tools. The simulation of the plasma itself is actually we're in a totally different place because of this. So those are the two big drivers that I see actually that make it different. And actually, and it's both those things self-enforce what you asked about, like how do you avoid delays? Well, it's by having smaller teams that can actually execute on those. But now you do this because the new magnets make the devices all smaller, and computing means your human effectiveness of exploring optimization space. That's what you got. They're all
plus the modularization, like you said, is everything just together to make it smaller, taste more effective, faster.
And it's actually, and it's through that learning experience. I mean, of the things that I'm most proud of about what came up. In fact, the origins of thinking about how we would use the high temperature superconducting magnets came out of my design class at MIT. And in the design class, like one of the features that I kept, I mean, it was interesting. I actually learned, I really learned along with the students about this, but like this insistence on the features, like we can't have so many coupled, integrated, hard technology developments, like we have to separate these. So we worked. In fact, that's what really, in my opinion, the greatest advantage of art design is when it comes and built into the computer system idea is like so the problems, like how can we attack these in parallel? Yeah, and so it really comes to we talk about philosophy. It's like a design philosophy, like how do you attack these kinds of problems? You do it like that.
And also, like you mentioned offline, there's a power to, as part of the class, to decide nuclear fusion.
It's well, it is, and it's hard to imagine a more powerful force than like 15 MIT PhD students like working together towards solving the problem. And what I always, in fact, we recently just taught the most recent. I say I teach it. I mean, I guide it. The most recent version of this, where they actually designed based on this National Academy report. They actually designed like the pilot that has basis and similarities to what we've done before, but I kept wanting to push the envelope where they are. It's like the creativity and the energy that they bring to these things is kind of like, it keeps me going. Like I'm not going to retire anytime soon. When I keep seeing that kind of dedication and it's around on that now, not to overuse to paraphrase something, right, which is that the famous quote by Walker, never doubt that a small group of dedicated persons will change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever happens.
I mean, that's just such a powerful and inspiring thing. Find the right team, be part of that, and then you yourself, your passion, your efforts can actually make a big change. Yeah, I'll have big impact. I gotta ask. It's a whole nother different conversation, I'm sure, to have. Nuclear power is incredibly stable. Fission is extremely safe despite all the perception.
It is the safest.
So that's a whole nother conversation, but it's like a human bureaucratic physics, engineering question of what lessons do you draw from the catastrophic events or the populace that fails, Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island. Chernobyl, what lessons do you draw?
3 Mile Island was exactly nothing escapes. But Chernobyl and Fukushima had obvious consequences.
Did they have done anything else?
But they're nearby.
What lessons do you draw from those that you can carry forward in the future? Now, I know you can say that you're not going to have the same kind of issues, but it's possible that the same folks also said they're not going to have those same kind of issues. We humans, the human factor, we haven't talked about that quite as much, but it's still there.
So to be clear, so fusion has intrinsic safety with respect to it can run away or physics bases. Technology and engineering bases of running anything that takes large amounts of power and heats things up. And by the fact that we actually produce very energetic particles, this doesn't mean that there's no radiation involved in ionizing in fusion. It's just that it's a very different order of magnitude, basically. So what are the lessons in fusion? So one of those is make sure that you're looking at aspects of the holistic environmental, societal footprint that technology. As technologists, we tend not to focus on this, particularly in early stages of development. Like we just want something that works. But if we come with just something that works but doesn't actually satisfy societal demands for safety and for disposal, we will have materials that we have to dispose of. But there's technological questions about what that looks like. So will this look like something that you have would be around for 100 years, 5 years? Right? And the consequences of those are both economic and societal acceptable. But don't bury them. Bring these up front, talk to people about them, and make people realize that you're actually, the way I would look at it is that you're making fusion more economically attractive by making it more societally acceptable. And then realize that, I think there's a few interesting, boundaries basically. So one of the reasons, speaking of boundaries, successful fusion devices, I'm pretty sure will require that you will have to have an evacuation plan for anybody who lives at the site. So this has implications for what we build from a fusion engineering point of view, but has major implications for where you site fusion devices. Right? So in many ways, it becomes more like, we have fences around industrial heat sources and things like this for a reason, right? For personal safety. It looks more like that. Okay? It's not quite as simple as that, but that's the issue. And in fact, we have research projects right now at MIT that are trying to push the technologies to make it more look like that. I think that those. And then in the end, so Chernobyl is physically impossible. From a physics perspective, you can't run away like it did, which was basically human error, of letting the reactors run up a control position.
Human error can still happen in fusion.
Yeah. So, but in that one, human error occurs that just stops.
I don't know.
And all of those things, this is the requirement of us as technologists and developers of this technology to not ignore that dimension of impact of design. And that's why, me personally, I'm actually pouring myself more and more into that area. I actually really think it is an aspect of the economic. It clearly differentiates ourselves and also sets us up to be what we want Fusion to be. Is that, again, on paper, Fusion can supply all of our energy, like all of it. So this means I want it to be like really environmentally, but this takes engineering ingenuity.
And did all the woodwork.
Let me ask you something.
Anything
Wow.
China.
We've been talking
Simple,
Yeah.
practical things in everyday life. No, only revolutionized the entire energy infrastructure. Yes, but so cold fusion, this idea, this dream, this interesting physical goals seem to be impossible. Perhaps it's possible. Do you think it is possible? Do you think
My son painted it from his father's story about
the
it.
far distance is
At
possible to
that
achieve
time, they
fusion
had
at low temperature?
no fences or very few.
It's very, very, very,
Lost cattle.
and this comes from,
And they ran
so this would require a pretty fundamental shift in our understanding of physics as we know it now. And we know a heck of a lot
They
about how
ran
nuclear
cattle from
reactions
the
occur.
onto the mountain.
By the way, what's interesting is that they actually have a different name for it. They call it meaner, like low energy nuclear reactions. But we do have low energy nuclear reactions. We know these because these come from particularly the weak interaction weak force, nuclear force. So it's at this point, as a scientist, you always keep yourself open, but you also do have that's the thing.
It almost requires a breakdown of the theoretical physics side. So something with some deep understanding of quantum mechanics, something with the quantum tunneling, something weird.
And people have looked at that, but even like something like quantum tunneling has a limit. So there are people who are genuine, that really want to see a big dip, but sort of goes to the extraordinary. We know fusion happens at these high energy levels. We know extremely accurately. I can show you a plot that shows that as you go lower energy, basically it's measured. So if you're going down this other pathway, it means there's really very different physical mechanism. So all I would say is that I actually poke in my head once in a while to see what's going on in that area. And as scientists, we should always try to make ourselves open. But in this one, it's like, show me something that I can measure and that is repeatable, and then it's going to take more concerted effort. And to date, not met that threshold.
So I even more so than just mentioning in that question, thinking about people that are claiming to have achieved clear fusion. I'm more thinking even about people who are studying black holes, and they're basically trying to understand the function. Theoretical physicists that are doing the long haul, trying to investigate, like, okay, what is happening with Larry? What is this kind of holographic projections on a plate, these weird things that are out there in the universe, like somehow accidentally they start to figure out something weird. And then all of a sudden, there's weirdness already. Somehow that weirdness will, I think at a time scale probably 100 years or so, that weirdness will open. It just seems like nuclear fusion, black holes, and all this, their next door neighbors open too much for like you to find something interesting.
Let me tell you. So, really clever scientists in the late 1800s in the world. You talk about like James Clerk Maxwell, you talk about Lord Kelvin, and you talk about Lorentz, named after this. On and on and on. Faraday, they discovered electromagnetism. Cow, and it's like they figure out all these things, and yet there were these weird things going on that you couldn't quite figure out. What the heck is going on? Right? But we keep
teaches all the time in physics class, right? So what was going on? Well, there's just a few kind of things unchecked, but basically we're at because we figured out how that works. We got basically Newtonian mechanics, and we've got Maxwell's equations, which describe basically matter gets moving around and how electromagnetism. Holy cow. But there are these few nagging things.
It's pretty much a sideline.
For instance, there's certain kinds of rocks that for some reason, like if you put a photographic picture of it like it's, or it gets an image of it. Like, well, where's the electromagnetism at? There's no electromagnetic properties in this rock. Oh yeah, and the other thing too is that if I take this wonderful classical derivation of how something is hot, but how it releases radiation. Everything looks fantastic, perfect match. Oh, until I get the high frequencies of the light. And then it basically just, the whole thing falls apart. In fact, it gives a physical explanation, which is total nonsense. It tells you that every object should basically be producing an infinite amount of heat. And by the way, here's the sun, and we can look at the sun, and we can figure out it's made of hydrogen. Lord Kelvin actually made a very famous calculation, who was basically one of the founders of thermodynamics. So you look at the hydrogen. Hydrogen has a certain energy content. We know the latent heat, basically hydrogen. We know the mass of the sun because we know the size of it. And he conclusively proved that basically the sun could only make net energy for about 2,000 or 3,000
If you don't mind, I'd like to video.
So therefore, all this nonsense about
I'd like to,
clearly
I don't know how good it'll be, but I'd
if
certainly
you
like
think
to
about
give
the
it a shot.
chemical, basically the chemical energy content of hydrogen, and what comes along in one decade, basically, one guy sitting in a postal office, in Switzerland, figures out that all of these, which was like figured out all, like took these seemingly unconnected things. Like, there it is. This is what most interesting. Like there's quantum physics. Like this explains this other chapter. And then there's other guy, my hero, Rutherford, experimentalist, did the most extraordinary experiment, which was that they had these funny rocks. They emitted these particles. In fact, they called them alpha particles. Alpha just A and alpha, right? Because it was the first thing that they discovered. And what were they doing? So they were taking these alpha particles. By the way, all my students, this is a demonstration of what you should be for the scientist. So he took these alpha things and he's classically trained this everything about momentum scattering like that. And he took this, these alpha, which clearly was some kind of energy. They couldn't quite figure out what it was. So he said, let's try to figure out, well, I can use this to try to probe the nature of matter. So he took these alpha particles, and a very, very cool foil. And so what you wanted to see was that as they were going through, the way that they would scatter based on classical, in fact, based on classical mechanics, this will reveal something about what the nature of the charge distribution is in matter. Because they didn't know, like, where the hell is it? Even though they solved electromagnetism, they didn't know what made our charges. Okay, very interesting. Through it goes. And so what you set up, so it turns out in these experiments, what you did was, because if these alphas, which actually now alphas, as they go through, they would deflect. How much they deflect tells you how strong an electric field is. So you put detectors, because if you put like a piece of glass in this, what will happen is when the alpha particle hits it, literally gives a little of light, a little flash. So he would train his students or postdocs or whatever the heck. At the time, you have to train yourself because you have to put yourself in the dark for like hours, get your eyes adjusted, and then they would start the experiment and they would sit there and literally count the things. And they could see this pattern developing, which was revealing about what was going on. But there was also another part of the experiment, which is that it's like, here's the alphas, here's the source. They're going this. They can tell they're going one direction. They're going in this direction. And you put all these here, you want to see how they deflect again. But you put a control in the experiment, which you basically put a glass part of the glass plates back here. Because obviously everything should just deflect, but nothing should bounce back. So it's a control of the experiment. But what did they see? They saw things bouncing back. Like what the hell? Like that didn't know of any light, right? But Rutherford like refused to like ignore what was a clear, like they validated it, and he sat down and based on classical physics, he made the most extraordinary discovery, which was the universe, which is a very, very strange discovery. But what I mean by that is what he can figure out for us is that in order for these particles to bounce back and hit this plane, they were hitting something that must be heavier than this. And that basically something like 99.999% of the mass of the matter that was in this one oil was something that contained about 1 trillionth of the volume. And that's all the universe. And until you talk about it, so how revealing is this? It's like, this totally changes your idea of the universe. Because the nucleus is a very unintuitive, non-intuitive thing. It's like, why is all the mass in something that is like zero? Like, it basically is the realization that matter is empty. It's all empty space.
And that changes everything.
Until you have that, like you had steam engines, where we had telegraph wires and all this. But that realization, like opened up, those two realizations opened up everything. Lasers, all these things are modern. And that set it up. So all I would point out is that there's a story already. And sometimes there's these nagging things at the edge of science that, you know, we pat ourselves on the back. I think we got everything under control. And of course, by the way, that was the origin of also that. Then think about this. That was 1908. It took like another 20-some years before people put that together with that the process that's powering stars. Is the rearrangement of those nuclei, not atoms. That's why rubber that helped them. Wasn't wrong, just anyway. So fast forward to today, like look what this means, right? Well, there's a couple of things like this and I'll point out one thing that's very interesting. We don't know what the hell makes up 90% of the mass of the universe. So the search for dark matter, right? What is it? We still haven't discovered. 90% of the mass of the universe is undetected.
And then, and dark matter, again, black holes are the window into this.
Well, black holes, sometimes black holes are way better than those things as well. So all it tells us is that we shouldn't have hubris about the ideas that we understand everything. And when who knows what the next major intellectual insight will be about how the universe functions.
And actually, I think Rutherford disagrees a trick that quote, the physics is the only real science, everything is system collecting. Okay, so
so he's my hero, but I also disagrees. Yes.
Well, that's step one. It's very important too. But you have to have about the kind of disciplines that make progress at every stage in science. Physics didn't make a huge amount of progress in the 20th century. It's possible that other disciplines start to step in.
Yeah, but Rutherford could imagine like mapping the human genome because we didn't even know about DNA.
Yeah, or computers really. They probably didn't think too much about computations like
here's a wild one. Revelation to humanity about the universe is not done well.
That's increasingly
Yeah.
And then you start to ask deep questions about what is the purpose of science. For example, if AI system will design a nuclear fusion reactor better than humans did, but we don't quite understand how it works. And the AI did. We know that it works. We can test it very well. We don't know exactly what the control mechanism is. AI can't really explain it. It just can't.
It's impenetrable to our consciousness. I'm trying to hold it all together.
And then yes, many of the biggest discoveries are made by AI systems.
But I would like to ask you all.
I'd say, it's I get another point out, like when my godmother was born, none of this is a controversy, right? We live in an amazing time. Like my grandfather, plowed, fields. I get to work on his land. Pretty amazing.
But still, there's humans. So we'll see if that's around in a year. Maybe it'll be outside. Yeah, that's one lesson from life is it finds a way. Let me ask you, question is those who are big enough. Let's look out maybe a few hundred years, maybe a few thousand years out. There's something called the Kardashev scale. It's a method of measuring civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy it's able to use. So type 1 civilization, and this might be given all your work is not no longer the scale that quite makes sense, but it very much focuses on the source of fusion, natural source of fusion, which is for us the sun. Type 1 civilizations are able to leverage, to collect all the energy that hits Earth. And then type 2 civilizations leverage the entirety of the energy that comes from the sun by maybe building something nice and special. So when will we reach type 1 status? Is get to the level of which we're maybe a few orders of magnitude away from. And in general, do you think what is concept where energy is so fundamental to this, like life on Earth, also the expansion of life into the universe?
So one of the fun on a weekend, I sat down and figured out what would it mean for intersolar travel, like the DT. In fact, one of them, I talked about my design class. One of my design classes was how you use a special configuration of the device, not only travel, but colonize Mars. So, you talk about energy use being at the heart of civilization. It's like, so what if you want to go to Mars, not just visit it, but actually leave people there and make something happen? These massive amounts of energy. So what would that look like? It actually transforms how you're thinking about doing that.
Very, very true that
it actually was really quasi-realistic, actually.
So do you think it'll be nuclear fusion that powers civilization on Mars?
Well, what we considered was something in terms of the thorium, which is a heavy element. So it's so crucial element. We still know fairly little about the geology of Mars. We know that there's a lot of this on the surface of Mars. So one of the things you consider is what would happen. And it's basically a combination of a fusion device that actually makes fuel from thorium. But the underlying energy one was fission itself. So this is one of the examples. I'm trying to be clever. So what is it? This also means like interstellar travel. It's like, oh yeah, that looks almost like impossible, basically. From an energy balance point, which is the energy required that you can transport to get there. Almost the only things that would work are DT fusion and basically annihilation.
Your sense of why.
Oh, it's almost even impossible to do. So because you have to carry people with you, and the rocket equation tells you how much fuel you use to take. So what you end up with is like, how long does it take to go to these places? And it's like staggering periods of time.
So I tend to believe that there's alien civilizations dispersed all throughout the universe.
Totally
Do you think we're not So like, and I guess and the question I also have is, what kind do you think they have? Is it all the same?
Yeah, no, this is yeah, right. So this is the Fermi paradox. Like, where the hell? Well, there's some the scariest one. I would point out that there's an order of many tens of millions of species on the planet Earth, and only one ever got to the point of sophisticated tools that we can actually start essentially leveraging the power of what's in nature to our own good. Does this mean that basically, so almost there's almost life or DNA equivalents or whatever would be somewhere. I mean, you just need a soup, you need energy, you get organics, whatever the good amino acids are. But most of the life on Earth has been that. It's still amazing. Very interesting. Are we actually? There's like rare. And then of course the other part is that also just the other part, which if you look at the paradox, good. We got to this point. How long has it been in
humans, so humans, Homo sapien has been around 100,000 years, 200,000 years. Our ability in that timeline to actually make an imprint on the universe, like by emitting radio waves, or by modifying nature in some specific way, has only been for 100,000 years. And are we, question, so is it by definition, by the fact that we are able to reach that level of being able to manipulate nature, for example, discover like fission, or other or burning fossil fuels and all this? Is that what it says? Oh, you're doomed. Because by definition, any species that gets when you modify their environment like that, they'll actually push themselves, past. That's one of the most depressing scenarios that I can imagine.
Yeah. So
so basically, we will never line up in time, because you get this little tiny window in time where civilization might occur, and you never see it because you never. These sort of like scatter like fireflies in the galaxy. Every
there's something that explodes, destroys itself because of the exponential.
When we say destroyers, all we have to do is that we basically go. Humans are all left on this planet, but all we have to do is go to technology of 1800, and we're invisible in it. So when I listened to the podcast, I thought about talking about this as well too, because it comes from a science point of view, actually, of what it means. But also, to me, it's like another compelling driver of telling us like why we should try really hard not to support of like we're in this place of our ability to discover and make it. And I just don't want to give up on the thing that we can get through.
Yeah, to see that there's some kind of game theory force with sheer destruction that ultimately each human being has a desire to survive and a willingness to cooperate, have compassion for each other in order to survive. I think that's maybe not humans, but I can imagine a nearly infinite number of species in which that obvious any technological advancement can destroy or find the species. So I think if humans fail, I hope they don't. I see a lot of evidence, but it seems like some of them survive. And there you start to ask questions about why we haven't yet. Maybe it's just spaces.
It's I think in logarithms that I can't even.
Anybody moving around?
Space. This is extraordinary. Yeah, it's extraordinary.
I didn't want to sit there.
I mean, there's so many places. I just recently visited Paris for the first time.
There's so many other places. Well, I like to, it's interesting that we have this fascination. We have essentially alien life on Earth already. Like you think about the organisms developed around deep sea, like thermals. One of my favorite books of all time, from C to J. Gould. If you've never read that book, it kind of blows your mind. It's about the Cambrian explosion of life, and it's like, well, you can look at these things, and like, are the chance of us existing as a species, like the genetic diversity was larger than years ago, 5 years ago. It is a mind-altering trip. Thinking about our rise in the universe.
Plus the mind itself is a kind of alien with almost a mystery to ourselves. We still don't understand it. The very mechanism that helps us explore the world is still a mystery. So that, like understanding that, will also quite possibly unlock our ability to understand the world and maybe build machines.
Memories about the weather?
Yeah, well, I mean, it already happened.
No,
Our
I
ability to
didn't.
understand the world is ridiculous almost, actually.
And post a lot on TikTok.
It's almost unbelievable.
So what advice would you give to young folks of all ages who are lost in this world, looking for a career they can be proud of, or looking to have a life they can be proud of?
Yeah. Well, the first thing I would say is don't give up. I get to see multiple sides of this, and there seems to be a level of despair in a young generation. It's like it's almost like the Monty Python scene. Like, I'm not dead yet. I mean, like we're not there. We're
we're in a place that
This is true.
don't say that it's going to end in
My
300
husband
days.
was one of those
It's not.
that,
Okay.
oh, you
And
didn't
what we
want to
mean
get
by
up
this
at
is that
3 a.m.
we have a robust society that's figured out how to do like amazing things, and we're going to keep doing amazing things. But that shouldn't be complacency
Come here and look.
about what our future is, and the future for their children as well too. And in the end, it's a staggering legacy to think of what we've built up, primarily by making art. Like people almost tend to think of this as an evil thing, and it's an amazing thing. But we owe it to ourselves and to this thing that we built. That we thought at the end of this is nonsense. What it is the end of this kind of lifestyle and civilization at this scale and the ability to execute on these kinds of things. And we are talking about like we are extraordinary. We're in a place where it's almost unfathomable compared to most of the misery that we've lived in. So don't give up, okay? But also roll up your sleeves and let's get going and getting real solutions to the problems that are moving, which are significant. It's, I would argue, most of our life what we use in energy, but it's not just that. It's around all the aspects. Like, what does it mean? Like, what does it mean to have a distributed energy source for billions of people on a property, particularly outside of Western nations, right? That seems to be a pretty compelling, moral goal for all of us, but particularly for this generation. And then the other part of it is that if we've got possible solutions in front of us, apply your talents in a way that you're passionate about and is going to make a difference.
And that's only possible with optimism and hard work. What easy question? Certainly easier than reading future. What's the meaning of life? Why?
42.
We already discussed the beauty of physics. There's almost a desire to ask a why question about why the parameters of these values.
It's very tempting. It's an interesting hole to go down because we're a part of what people have a hard time. People who aren't scientists have a hard time understanding what scientists do themselves. And a great scientist is a very non-intuitive or non-human thing. What we do is we train ourselves to doubt ourselves. Like that's a great scientist. We doubt everything we see. We doubt everything that we think because we basically try to turn off the valve, right? That people just naturally have. So when it comes to these things, like I can make my own comments to this. It's like personally, you see these things about the racial, like when I made a comment with, well, some part of my brain just goes, because we're only interesting, multiverse, because by definition it has to. But I have to say there's more time. I can say in the history of what has happened over the last 10 years, there have been some pretty weird coincidences. Like coincidences that, like, you look at it and just go, is that really? Is something like pushing us towards these things? And it's a human instinct because, since the beginning of humanity, we've always assigned, human motivation and needs to these somewhat, empirical observations.
Since the stories, before we understand real explanations, the stories, the myths, serve as a good approximation for the thing that we're yet to understand. And in that sense, you said the antithesis to sort of scientific doubt is having faith in these stories. They're silly when looked at scientific perspective. Just even the feelings of that love is talking about the fabric of human condition. What the hell is that?
Why are we so connected? Yeah, because the business is like, this is a repeatable thing. Yeah. It's a set of synapses that fire a particular pattern does this. That's kind of like, okay, I don't know what a drag that is.
You can have that bullshit biology explanation. There's still a magic to it.
I mean, I see scientists, some of my colleagues, do this as well too. Like, what is spirituality compared to science?
my own feeling is that,
I didn't.
you know, as a scientist, because I've had the pleasure of being able to like both understand what my predecessors did, but I also had the privilege of being able to discover things. And I see that, and you just didn't just read the conversations, like that is like it's the awe that comes from looking at that. That is, if you're not in awe of the universe and nature, you haven't been paying attention. I mean, my own personal feeling is that I feel if I go snorkeling in our home, I feel more awe than I could ever like in a church.
Kind of noticed kind of magic.
Something about the way that our thing goes together that just sort of escapes your imagination. And that's, to me, this thing of, and then we have different words we call it holistic or visual ways that are all things together. In fact, you asked me what I think, one of the craziest things that I think that how does it hold together is like our society. Like, how does what? Like, how are? Because there's no way. Like, just think of the United States, 330 million people, kind of working like this engine of going to making all these things happen. But there's like no one to try this. Yeah, right? How does this happen? It's kind of like so these are the kinds of things mathematically that I think of that just because they're odds.
And there's different ideas we put together, we share them, and there's teams of people that share different ideas, and those ideas compete, like there's the ideas themselves, like these kinds of different organisms, and ultimately somehow just nuclear reactors.
I have to give a shout out to my mom, by the way, who's interested. She's an applied math major. She's amazing at math. Over the break, she showed me she's doing research. It's basically about how ideas and ethos are transmitted within society. So she's building applied math. That's explaining, like, she was showing me in this, like, the simulation. She goes, "Oh, look at this." I said, "Oh, that's like how political parties are." Yeah. And even though it was a rather simple math, it wasn't really. That's like,
Maybe she has a chance to provide mathematically the answer to that.
There we go.
Okay, maybe. Well, Dennis, thank you so much for just creating tools, creating systems, exploring this idea. It's one of the most amazing magical ideas of human endeavor, which is good fusion. I mean, that's so interesting.
It's almost like one of my lifelong goals is like to make it. It's not magic. It's like, is this magic? And this means we're using it everywhere. Right?
Yeah. The magic is like the fun time. Well, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for talking. It's a huge honor. This is fascinating, amazing conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation to this point. Support this podcast. We check out our sponsors in the description. Now, we leave you with some words from Albert Einstein. There are two ways to live your life. One is to think nothing is a miracle. The other is to everything. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I think that'll do it then. Thank you very much for your time. We will, I'll make a copy of the text. I won't promise the quality will be very good. And
I'd like to buy two.
I'll make 2 copies and send them. Don't worry about it's there. It's very simple to do and it doesn't cost them. You get more sort of our payment for you helping us out.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it very much.
So we want to interview you. I said we've got this idea. You meet one of the protesters who's been wielding his gun outside your mosque and talk to him. It was really interesting because they interviewed him before meeting and the things that he was able to utter before meeting Syrian refugees was just awful. I mean, most dehumanizing rhetoric that you can imagine. But then, he meets and talks to me. He meets the Syrian refugee family. One of the girls was had been blown off an airstrike. And he said, I feel like an idiot.
Ronnie was
He
a
expressed all sorts of regret
civil engineer
and was
for
teary-eyed
the soil
that
conservation.
he could dehumanize people the way that he was. And so my whole thing is, and is, come inside the mosque, put your gun
His
down,
office was coral,
disarm yourself, learn, and
and you can
I'd be
find
surprised what you want. And only took one meeting with him
You
to
remember the
completely
story that Buck told.
shift
But I remember that he
his
called
worldview at the time,
when he did it, and I-
which
my husband and I-
was made up of heroes and villains, unfortunately, the villains that had to be wiped off the face of the earth so that the earth could continue.
fall.
Mm-hmm.
He got
The
working
following is a
in
conversation
Ireland.
with Imam Dr.
Yeah,
Rasul.
and
He's a Muslim scholar, civil rights leader, founder and president of the Yaqeen Institute for Islamic Research, and he's a professor of Islamic Studies at Southern Methodist University. He's one of the most influential Muslims in the world. He's a fearless, kind-hearted human being. I'm now proud to call him friend.
theological.
As a side note, allow me to say a few words about Israel and Palestine.
And
While this conversation with Rasul is mostly exploring the history and community of Islam and the Muslim community, we did delve briefly into the topic of Israel and Palestine. This topic is extremely challenging and an extremely important one. It has deep roots and implications in U.S. politics, in global politics, in military and religious conflicts, wars, atrocities, and the basic struggle of all human beings to survive, to protect their loved ones, and to flourish as individuals and as communities. I did not want to cover this topic in a solely scholarly fashion. Much like Ukraine, it is not simply a story of history, politics, religion, and national identity. It is also a deeply human story.
Have any clues to
To
where the
cover this
archaeologists
topic in the way that my gut and my heart says to do it, I have to talk to everyone, to leaders, people on all sides, Muslim,
Did he ever
Jewish,
describe
Israeli, and Palestinian, from refugees to students, from scholars to
who said,
extremists.
did he give you a number? Do you remember?
I'm not sure if that's possible.
And they were all
Wise. But like Forrest Gump said, I'm not a smart man.
So
Maybe
he
you
never
know
said
how
that one might have
this
been
goes.
alive, or might have been
I just
able
like to follow my heart to whatever place it leads.
Right.
I ask Muslim and Jewish communities for your patience and support as they explore this topic. I will make many mistakes, and I'll be listening to all voices so I can learn to do better.
But
I've become distinctly
you
aware
don't know
that my approach is
exactly
talking
where
to people from all walks of life with empathy and compassion, but with backbone,
it was out
can create enemies on all sides. I don't quite yet understand
I
why this is,
feel that it was
but I'm learning to accept it as a reality. Hopefully, in the end,
I
whatever
didn't give
happens,
you clues to what
whatever silly
side
thing
of
I do is a
things
chance
that
of
would
adding
have
a
gone
little
on,
life to the world.
whether it was closer to dad
Thanks
or
for going
my
along with me on this journey. This is the Last Week podcast, supported by Shikara sponsors in the
Did he ever
description.
describe the
And
object
now,
itself?
dear friends, here's
Anything
Omar
about that?
Salman.
You know, I don't.
Assalamu alaikum. I've been trying to do this a long time. Try to prevent the funny ways the world does, but here we are. I'm a huge fan of yours. Huge honor to talk to you.
Not that anybody can say anything.
This is a short flight. Let's start with the biggest question. Who is God? According to Islam.
God is the most compassionate, most merciful
But your
creator of
your
heavens
memory
and
center
earth.
is just
He is
pretty
one God.
vague about what he said.
He begets not, nor is he begotten. He is unique. He is omnipotent. He is beyond the limitations of man. He is beyond the confidence of our imagination.
Describe it as a round.
But he is ever accessible through sincere supplication. When you call upon him alone,
You recall now?
he is closer to you than your judgment vein tells us. He's known by many names and attributes, but his essence is one. He's one God. No human likeness, no human perfection can be attributed to him.
Based on
No
what
partners.
Barney told you.
No image of him
Flying saucers
can be constructed.
piloted by beings from other planets.
That is God.
What the God represents, he is a feeling of closeness that is accessible to every human being.
Well, God's not a feeling.
Would you try
God is
using
known
Barney?
by names and attributes.
Was he ever
We
known
call upon
to play
But
practical jokes or
there is
pinball
certainly a
fail,
feeling
something
of
like that?
closeness
Oh, I don't know.
when you access it. So I think the beauty of this is that as perfect as
Okay,
God
great.
is
But this,
described,
he's serious.
he's also so accessible to the imperfect.
Did
And
you
so
ever tell
the
us
idea
more
of
than one
sincere
time that
supplication and
you
connection to him, we worship him alone, we call upon him alone. There's no clergy, there's
So-
no barrier
and you have really no clue?
I'm sorry,
and
no, I like all
and
this before.
That's fine.
And
That's exactly
that
what we want.
encourages
That's exactly what you remember, not
a
what
sincere devotion
others
and
have
commitment to
said
him
or
alone.
things people
And
might have
so
said. But
he is
you
what
tell
we
yourself.
described, supreme, and God
So you
speaks
really
to
have no
us through
clue as to
the
when,
and we
you
speak
mentioned
to him
too.
through sincere supplication.
other than it may
And
have
his
been.
attributes are the furthest from us in terms of their perfection. But he is ever close to us through our supplication, through our prayers, and through our connection to him.
To open the door to that connection with God. How difficult is that process? How difficult is it
Might
for
have been
you?
right after.
How difficult is it for the people that
You
are many,
remember
many,
the
many
context,
Muslims
don't
that
you?
you
Remember the
interact
context of
with?
the conversation, how it came
Well, I
up
think
and all?
that there are different layers
But
of
it made
difficulty,
nothing
right? There is the
special.
personal difficulty, submitting yourself to God.
Anything
Islam
else that you can think of?
requires a complete submission to him. And one of
So
the
you
things
have-
that
I tried
happens
to
is
correct my brain,
if we
but, you know,
project
it's ridiculous.
some of our bad authority onto our relationship with God,
Then we
immediately perceive him in a certain way that might not allow us to gain closeness to him because maybe we didn't have the best relationship with our parents. Maybe we didn't have the best relationship with authority figures
The
in our
government.
lives. So this idea of an ultimate authority to whom you submit yourself can be very difficult. You know, Malcolm X, who was one of the most prominent converts to Islam in American history,
know the government.
talked about the difficulty of prostration for the very first time, putting your head on the ground, putting your face on the ground, and praying
They
to
must
God
be.
is a very humbling
The fact is,
submitting all of your affairs to him is very humbling. And ultimately, you have to relinquish control. And you can't relinquish control without trust. So you have to learn to trust God. To trust God, you have to know him. And to know him is to love him. And so, for me personally, growing up, going through certain difficulties, having a sick parent who struggled in her life with cancer, with strokes, dealing with racism in South Louisiana. It was important for me
But you have no doubt
to
about
learn
it.
about God through my difficulties. For example, rather
If
than
only I
those
had trouble
difficulties
with the
turn me away
government
from God.
afterwards, maybe with the internal
Many
revenue
times,
system like that.
people put a barrier between them and God because they can't make sense of the things that are happening in their lives. And so they
You would
project
practice
anger
conservation.
towards God, and at the same time deny their own faith and do away with this natural disposition that every one of us has to believe in Him. So there are intellectual barriers, there are experiential barriers. But I think that one of the beautiful things about Islam is clarity. There is an explanation for His existence, there's an explanation for our existence, there's an explanation for the existence of difficulties and trial, an explanation for the existence of desires and distractions. And it all comes together so beautifully and coherently in Islam. So I think that for many of us, we want to be our own heads. You know, ultimately, we create and fashion gods in ways that allow us to still be multiple determiners of our own fate, of our own story. And that's very interesting when you fail at your own plan. But when you realize that there is one who is knowing, that there is one who is all wise, you actually find peace in submitting yourself to Him. And so submitting your will to Him, submitting your desires, submitting your faith to Him becomes actually an experience of liberation because you trust the one that you're submitting to. You trust His knowledge over yours. You trust His wisdom over yours. And that gives you a lot of peace. You have direct access to Him. You pray to Him. You call upon Him. You supplicate. And everything in your life has meaning. You know, in our faith, everything is about intention. And there's an intentionality behind the most seemingly most mundane actions. A morsel of food in the mouth of your spouse, your family, is looked at as a great charity. The way that you enter
into a place and exit out. With foot when you step in, but when you step out, there's an intentionality. There's a word of remembrance that's spoken. There's a word of praise before and after you engage in any action. Rather, there are things that you say before you eat, before you sleep. There's meaning put into your sleep. And I feel companions of the have a piece of this economy said that I seek the report of my sleep just as I seek the report of my prayer. Because sleep to refresh yourself so that you can once again be grateful behind you. Allows even sleep to be how long will be able to nourish yourself, to do great things. However, seek to be in a position of independence of being sustained, so that you can sustain others. Broken up into the four main tracks. For example, the up is better than lower. And is the giving. So to seek a position where you can help them, or even everything becomes intention. Maybe lean in that way. There's no such thing as something that you need is without beautiful purpose. So every pursuit is ultimately pursuit of God. Remember, when you pursue God sincerely, then beauty rewards you well as the paradise and the afterlife. People always sense of serenity, satisfaction. You mentioned part of the struggle among out. Having a parent give you an overview, basically what I am. We are wondering about your mom. What are some happy, pleasant memories? So my parents, my father, thank God is still alive. A reputation for being pious woman, beautiful hair, as well as was known for treating everyone with military nurses. She was a poet. She used to write poetry about her husband around the world. Two main her homeland is genocide to genocide in Bosnia. She followed every conflict before social media poured her heart into one. She was a great charity. I was involved. So when I think back to my mom, she was known for her smile. Alien human. In fact, every picture of her, she smiled. And I was at her funeral. People talked about her smile. That she was my was kind of crazy. She were left out again. She was my guard. She kind of rolled in the United States. I remember my mom living. She was a woman of Canada. So we used to see her around all the time. In fact, when I think back, I think of her one the entire operation because that's how often she was engaged in FBI and I think of her making sure that everyone was included in the conversations. She was very interesting. Part in that she had several strokes. Each one of those strokes impaired one of her senses to some extent. So she was partially deaf because of one stroke. And she'd be sitting in a gathering hall, rather very quiet, with a big smile on her face, very serene. Please feel free to do your own homework. I have to do all the thank God, and all praise be to God that I can't keep people gossiping. People are saying negative things about other people because it says more on people's faces. So it's really interesting because she was that spiritually rooted, standing vigilant that she said that we could see on the looks on people's faces and started to speak ill about other people that their faces were changed, that the name their demeanor was changed, that I would actually praise the Lord, that I couldn't engage in those conversations, that I wasn't sitting for hearing. And when she would do this, people said at her funeral, which was really beautiful, it was very comforting, and I took it as a life mission, that if you were to be to a place, or if you were kind of going budget, not knowing to other people in the community, felt left out. She was the one that literally put around the room. Basically, a secret budget was standing in the corner, and who was new to the community, to whatever place, she'd go and try to include the person and get her. So even when I heard speech, I heard with her smile, she was able to welcome people wherever that was. So the amount of people who came to her funeral, the stories that I continue to hear to this day, 15 years later, constantly. People said, no one ever treated me and she honored that. So that was actually my faith journey. I think of great people, and I think of people of faith. She's the first person to come to mind because despite her challenges, she was always the greatest person you meet anyone that I've never met anyone like her. That was her reputation. And she was deeply empathetic. she would shed tears on people that she had no connection to. This is again before social media, before the heavy exposure that we have to people in conflict zones. She had to engage every single human being in her life in a deep and profound way because she had a profound connection to God, and she believed that that was her calling. And none of her challenges made her bitter. In fact, they only made her more connected to God, and they only made her a better person until the last breath that she took.
Of large cities underground, they're connected by high-speed monorail, magneto-leviton trains. Go up to Mach 2.
Absolutely, but I feel like everything else is
So you try to carry what she stood for.
absolutely as part of yourself. The prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that when a person passes away, there are only three things that continue to benefit them and continue to extend them: a continuous spirit, or a piece of knowledge that continues to benefit people, or a righteous child praise. And one who does not praise for him, but also does charity for me extends her charity extends. She taught me by being the person that she was. To everyone else, I don't feel like giving up. I don't feel like giving up myself, but I actually feel like giving for her. So everything in life, I try to make it an experience. And that's been my calling. And, I believe I believe I'll be with her. I believe everything I do will be a benefit to her. And I believe that it will make her happy. And so as much as I miss her, as much as I feel once I continue, that's kind of become part of my life. So, as a child and as the centerpiece to do things that extend her and ultimately in the process hopefully benefit people. I really feel she's a woman who I pray is destined for paradise. I want to do things that people want to.
What did you learn about death, about life?
I feel like the facade of the material world was made evident at a young age. Most children grow up and the parents all the time I felt that too. I either wanted to downplay our own tragedy to that we could live with their life. My father wanted to protect us from the hardship of her life so that we could live with her. He often reassured my father, I feel he was a distinguished professor. He was a busy man. He was a very busy man. He tried to show that we were trying to make our lives as good as possible. But in the process, we always understood that there was more to life than what other children received. So now I know that it's developing what other adults see that as material or disciplines early on, so they can see beyond it. And I often tell people, there are many who grow up in Canada, refugees, that grow up in the things because they see past the facade. They see through all the material promises of this world, exception, and then you can choose to be bitter as a result of that, or you can choose to be better. And you think that for me, I had to consciously make the decision that I was going to live a life of career, I was going to live a life of charity, I was going to live a life of commitment. And in that process, investing something much greater, investing something that doesn't disappoint. And so I believe God in the great and the hereafter. And I believe God is not a child or in this life go to waste without it being repaid here. Work to this level. So life and death. I understood existence to be transcendence early on. But if I believe there was nothing to life except for life, and I'm very, very careless. But because I know that there's more to it, because I'm able to exist in
In fact, General McCarthy was pointing out saying during the World War,
Existence is transcendent.
not with people from planet Earth, but with people.
What happens after we die? After
this man was
the
had a during World War II.
material instantiation fades away.
Anyway,
So the Quran tells
my
us
father has laid the
that God brought us
groundwork
from
with
darkness of
Philadelphia
into this life. You were nothing but a dirty drop of blood. You became slowly a portion of human being of darkness. You come into this life. You experience it, and then you go to the darkness of the grave to be resurrected again. And we are souls with bodies, not bodies with souls. There's a huge difference between these two things. This is the vehicle that contains us here. This is the material world that we encounter here, but we are not this. And this is not how we entire existence. It's not the soul content. This is the mind. We seek to worship God and seek to live in accordance with the purpose that He has out for us. And after we pass away, our soul continues onwards, either to reward, to punishment, or to a mixture of both. But it's around accountability.
Painted a very unrealistic picture of what's going
Hopefully,
on.
it's a reward. Should we exist the way we exist?
This particular facility.
They said that look to God for makes sense of the world. There's a lot of stuff us humans that's difficult to make sense of. Like you losing your mother. There's a lot of hate in the world. There's a lot of suffering in the world. What wisdom have you been able to find from God about why there's why there's cruelty?
Right now,
There's a saying that I wanted to ask God about why He allows hunger, war, and poverty. But I was afraid you might ask me the same question there. God has certainly given us enough. There's enough food for everyone to have a 3,200 calorie diet today. God has certainly given us guidance to not inflict upon each other the cruelty that we inflict.
And form a treaty
Outside the world around us, first and foremost, we have to have a sense of accountability. We are accountable for our actions. We don't blame God
outside of the
for
borders
the
of the
evil
United
man.
States.
That's one. But at the same time, we understand that God is wisdom allows for certain outcomes that we cannot encompass with our own. And to isolate these
And test their
and to try to make sense of them is no different than
detail list of the
that doesn't understand the world that it's coming into and trying to explain to a baby that hasn't yet developed its own senses and soul perception of this world what is happening to it. Right? And I often think of the example of having been at this point now through the experience of
I was involved
that I'm still building going into having a teenager, 3 kids, and we solve it for my kids. When you have to tell your child that they can't have something, really, and that child thinks that it's because why are you stopping putting this toy in my mouth? And so my they don't get it right, but at the same time, you prevent them out of one. They're not in a position to understand that you're preventing. And to isolate these concepts with God, to say wisdom, what's wisdom? You're trying to make sense of a pixel and you can't see the bigger picture. Your mind is not at a place where you can make sense of the bigger picture. You have to see the bigger picture. So for him to even explain to us that incident would completely defeat the purpose of putting your trust in him. So we believe in God that is all-encompassing in His knowledge that gives us, it's very specific, by the way, that there is what God tells us to do, what God wants us to
So what God tells us in terms of the road God, what God allows to happen is different, which no outcome can escape Him. But at the same time, we are accountable for our own actions and deeds. So you come to someone and say, why did God allow this to happen to this person? I can't rationalize that for you because I understand it's relegated to the immediate experience. But if I know God, and if I learn about God, then I don't have to make sense of the plan, but I can tell you that I trust the plan. And I think that that's where peace is found. And a lot of times you look for the light at the end of the tunnel. What's the light at the end of the tunnel? In Islam, there's an emphasis on God and the hereafter, because to try to make sense of divine decree and why certain things happen in this world. Without the existence of God, or without the existence of the hereafter, will always be. So the existence of a God that is all knowing, what you don't know. I know what you don't know. That understands what you don't understand. The existence of God who is not subject to our constrictions, and the existence of the hereafter, where all things find recourse, where there is divine recourse, allows for this world to be situated in the existence of something greater and not treated in isolation. So when you're trying to treat the incidents of this world in isolation, you're going to fail. When you're trying to treat the existence of this world in isolation, you're also going to fail. So the emphasis is belief in God, a God that is not limited like you are, and a belief in the hereafter that is not limited in this life. And so everything continues on. There is divine recourse for everything, each and everything. On the day of judgment, the person who lived the most difficult of lives will be dipped into paradise. Will be told, have you ever seen any sadness, any hardship? Now, when you think about the most difficult, some of the commentators in Islam, they said, this is perhaps referring to the Prophet Job, because Job lived his life of great difficulty, but that a person who lived very will be dipped into paradise one time. Just with a dip, he asked, have you ever seen any hardship? Have you ever seen any misery? And a person would say, this and this, what is hardship, what is misery? Now, if you don't believe it, hereafter, if you don't believe in anything beyond this life, the recourse has to happen in this life, because we see so many people pass through this life without recourse of cruelty, without recourse of suffering. Then we're forced to try to make sense of it. And if you are someone who believes that this entire world came into existence through randomness, or just an existence of random atoms that collide with each other, and all of this comes together out of nothing, then how can you put your trust in something that is greater? So, you asked me as a child with one of the parents who suffered, I believe that every moment that my mother suffered, that she will be rewarded, that she will be motivated, that all of that made her contribute to the beautiful person that she was, and will contribute to the beautiful reward that she receives. Recourse is certain to be as a believer.
So the right approach to making sense of the world, especially making sense of suffering and cruelty, is that ability that we as humans cannot possibly understand fully.
Absolutely. In fact, in the Quran, it's very interesting. When God creates Adam, the angels say to God, are you going to create a race or a species that will spill blood and cause corruption? And God says to the angels in response to that question, I know that which you do. So even the angels have to humble themselves. The angels adore God, worship Him, obey Him unconditionally. They are told by God, I know that which you do. And what we extract from that, the early interpretations extract from that, is that God knows there are human beings that will come out of this enterprise of humanity that make the entire existence worth it. And so just as yes, there will be criminals and corruptors, there will be prophets
it's beautiful people that come out of this, and sages, things that come out of this, show that a human being who, unlike an angel, has no choice but to worship God. An angel has no sense of will, no sense of choice. An angel is created to worship and has no desires. A human being who has the choice of desire and worship, choice of righteousness. So there are human beings who will choose worship and righteousness, that will choose charity, that will choose service, and choose dedication and devotion over death and destruction. That there are human beings that will in fact ascend to the angels and reign, because they will live lives where they choose that capacity, that part of themselves, and they lean into that and worship God, love Him, and obey Him. You see it, some of the sages, scholars, they describe this as a human being has the capacity to be anywhere from an animal, three doors to the devil, to an angel. Not in the sense that we ever actually become angels or become animals, but that an animal, for the most part, seeks its desires and doesn't really think about, many of the things that we're supposed to calculate as human beings, doesn't think about which territory it's infringing upon, or how much its appetite to fulfill. It simply exists to fulfill its appetite. And like many human beings exist to fulfill their appetite, and they choose that over worship or reason or anything that is greater than just them. They literally take themselves as gods in that sense, and they themselves have no limitation on appetite, so they just keep filling that appetite, filling the appetite, filling the appetite. Whereas a human being can also go to the extent of choosing something greater and disciplining their desires, disciplining themselves, because they're seeking a greater reward. We know many people who achieve great things in the world because they choose to study over sleep. They choose to exert themselves towards their careers, towards their education, because they believe that ultimately the outcome of those pursuits are more rewarding than the immediate fulfillment of their desires. So as believers, we choose that love of God, we choose that outcome that we seek, and we discipline ourselves to where we can ascend past the angels and reign. Of course, that we can go as low as ever, as low as never. And we have tyrants, past and present, and the future as well, that can become satanic in their nature, because they allow their desires to take such control of them that they not only worship them, but that every other existing being around them simply becomes a piece of their own puzzle, pursuing their own origin and their own satisfaction. They will kill, they will discard. Not because, I always say this, it's not that tyrants necessarily like killing people. It's not people's lives pose somewhat of an indifference to them. They're different people's existence. And so they become either object for or against them. And so they're willing to discard children, discard people, discard the rights of others, because they ultimately have chosen that the greatest pursuit of themselves is the maximum position of power and a place where they can fulfill what they want to of themselves without any limits. And everyone else becomes either threats or not. Angelic, like the animals. We're somewhere on that spectrum.
And every moment contains a set of choices you can make.
Absolutely. Every single moment contains a set of choices. And that's where the intentionality comes in. Right? So the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, says that I saw a person stroll in paradise because he lived something awful. It tells us about a lived life prostitution, but repented to God when she was thirsty one day. She saw a dog that was really thirsty, and she said that I was thirsty. God, give me water. So I'm going to choose to give water to that thirsty dog. God enters her into paradise as a result of that. Finds the small moments, a small sincere deed can have a huge impact on a person's trajectory. So every moment is all the choices we have. When we choose belief, righteousness, a pursuit of something greater, then we find ways
turn things that are otherwise mundane into miraculous acts, where we can choose God over ourselves, and in the process choose a better
How difficult is the process of knowing, understanding what is the righteous action, of knowing what it means to be a good man or good woman?
Well, the truth has consequences. So don't seek out the truth unless you're willing to abide by what you find. And so a lot of people want to hold their journey in accordance with a predetermined pursuit that they already have. And so when they approach religion, they approach it like another product. There was an article that was actually by a rabbi it's called The Lure of Narcissistic Spirituality. The Lure of Narcissistic Spirituality. He talks about how religion becomes just another product of your self-adoration and worship, where you only approach religion to the extent that it gives you more happiness than the world besides. You only approach of it that is therapeutic. So it becomes as secular in its nature as any other practice of meditation, whatever it may be, or some other product. It kind of mentions, he took that person, he's praying in a temple, and the guy walks into the temple, bumps into him, and curses the guy out. So he didn't see his behavior toward the person as part of his trajectory of worship. Just saw his being God as the worship he was engaged in. The truth has consequences. The truth has circumstances that are required of you, actions that are required of you, that maybe someone can be knowledge, so you have to engage in a sincere pursuit of truth and look for truth, what it is, and not simply feel comfort and convenience, and engage in that journey of wanting to know. You have to engage it thoroughly and sincerely try your best and bias. I think that's what makes the religion responsible phenomenon for people. The quality is not bigotry towards it. It's the fastest growing religion in the United States, the fastest growing religion in the world. No, that's not unfortunate. Yeah, we have a lot of kids. But many people, we met someone just before we started this interview, many people, in fact, that a post 9/11 world saw what they saw this media, and they actually, checked out copies of the book and started to read the religion and their sincere pursuit of truth ended up embracing the religion that they believed was the greatest source of destruction in the world, and now it's the greatest source of peace for them in their own existence and their own lives. And so you have to be willing to engage in the pursuit of wanting to know, and then be willing to engage in sincere commitment after you know. Otherwise, the heart rests. And so there's a process that talks about this, making the heart like fertile soil towards truth. So you have a sincere pursuit within a some point. If you come to know or ignore what you come to know, then the heart rusts. It becomes harder to recognize it the second time around, the third time around. So when people come to me and they say, I'm looking for something, looking for God, looking for my purpose, the first thing I tell them is I say, listen, what you need to do if you're really looking for God, and you believe in God, often people that say, I believe in God, but I don't know where to go. Right? I know that there's something greater. Islam would call it the natural disposition towards the belief in the existence of God. But where do I go from here? What do I do now? I say the first thing is you need to sincerely say, oh God, guide me to the truth. Call upon God. Sincerely say, I'm calling upon you. I'm asking you to guide me to the truth. Show me what it is. Right? And that's the heart function. Then you need to actually investigate. Try to suspend bias. Right? Investigate the world religions. Investigate the claims to truth. Investigate use rational theory to the extent that the heart becomes satisfied and suspend bias. And you'll be surprised. So for a lot of people, they come to me and they say, this about Islam. I'm like, look, I'm
Earth. It has
If
nothing
you're
to
just
do
going
with
to talk to me
cold
about
water.
it, you've seen it in Islamic media, if you're serious about it, or if you're serious about it,
There was only a
you're not
toy, an
simply
implement
going
toy,
to be satisfied
billions and trillions of dollars
the highly
from
edited images and distorted facts that
I
come
am
towards
and
you
you are.
about this religion, right? What are you looking for?
I don't
Right? Are you looking for a scapegoat?
attack
Islam poses a
if
threat
it be
to many people.
from a
Are you looking
friend.
for a
I'm
scapegoat?
sure
Are
he
you looking
was
for a
like
bad, scary
this kind
enemy?
of communism and that
Or are
kind
you
of
looking at
communism. When we all
a
pointed
religion
out,
that one-fourth of the world hears them? And if one-fourth hears of that,
pioneer
the world would not
governmental
exist.
I guess.
Right, so are you looking to purchase religion that one-fourth of the world adheres to? Are you going to read about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him? Are you going to read the Quran yourself? Are you going to investigate for yourself what it is that this faith has to offer? Find in it a great sense of wisdom, a great sense of beauty, a great sense of truth. And I think that for a lot of people, you know, they find that Islam has such a beautiful combination of the intellectual truths as well as the spiritual experiences that often combine what people see in Western religion. So I had an interesting 2 weeks, 2 weeks in a row. This was August, 2 weeks in a row. I had someone converted to Islam that went from being, that started off as a Methodist, went from being Methodist to Buddhist to being Muslim. So 2 weeks in a row, I had Methodist and Buddhist turned Muslim. And I thought, yeah, I love my Methodist friends that are all Methodist pastors in the city that I work with. I said, what's going on here, man? We're sending people on to this interesting journey of Buddhism and Islam. But both of them have a very similar story, which is that they have sought in Buddhism. Some of the meditative practices they found that really Western religion has been dominated by capitalism, dominated by very material. Can be very unfulfilling. They found that some of the Eastern philosophies and meditative practices, and then they came to Islam and it combined, their belief in the Abrahamic faith. It merged their belief in one God and prophets like Abraham and Moses and Jesus, peace be upon them all, with a deep tradition of meditative practices, of consciousness, of connection to God on a regular basis. And they found that to be very fulfilling intellectually and spiritually. So it's like that's an interesting, two people in 2 weeks that went that journey. So I think Islam is very wholesome, comprehensive. People actually approach it with humility and appreciate what it has to offer.
As you mentioned, in the minds of some Americans, after 9/11, Islam was associated with maybe you could say maybe you could say terrorism. How do you respond to the association? How does it make you feel, first of all, as a devout Muslim yourself? How can you overcome it personally? How can you overcome it as a community and as a religious leader?
It's interesting because 9/11 now, we're talking over 21 years ago.
There's people after 9/11. It's crazy to talk all the time.
Yeah, so when I'm talking to you, talking about post 9/11, I was born in 2005. You're talking about post 9/11. I remember being a teenager. I remember high school was having distinctly what it was like to be pre 9/11, post 9/11. We can relate to that experience. We can identify the juncture, very clearly, and talk about and speak to the change in perception of Islam that happened here in the United States around the world. A lot of people were born into that reality and are experiencing the aftermath of it. And, unfortunately, have to give bigotry that has not just taken greater shape in media construction to Islam, but also policies, right? A lot of civil liberties in the Muslim community were taken away from us. You about the Patriot Act, you about the securitization of the Muslim community, and some of the unfair practices that have been engaged by the administration, the Obama administration, Trump administration, and continue into the Biden administration, international Islamophobia. And so the hatred of Muslims and the bigotry that is wielded against
probably didn't
Muslims
do
on
the
the
crime.
basis of this idea that we are
In
barbaric,
fact, I reason to believe that
ascribed to
very
a
same
religion
group did
of hate and
the
violence,
crimes. They killed, I believe, a Jewish rabbi
has
in New
had
York, and maybe this
immediate
is some kind of scapegoat
consequences
problem.
for us, no
But I'm
matter
not
where we
sure.
are in terms of our age,
However,
in terms of our experience.
I want to further
We have
mention
dealt with that in different ways. Now,
that
the
with the last
association
explosion
of
Oklahoma City,
terrorism
they also
is a
say
lazy association.
a
It's one
nitrate
that
or
ignores
fertilizer bomb that did it a whole truck
the
full.
history of
First it came
violence,
out with the
as well
information
as its
said
everyday accounts.
Then it was
You know,
1,500,
we're
then it
good
was
for how many mass
2,000,
shootings a year.
then it was 3,000,
So
then it
when's the
was
last time you heard of
now
recent
it's
carrying mass
20,000.
shooting in America?
Well, by the way, you
Right?
can't
How
put
many of
20,000
those mass
pounds behind
shootings,
the truck,
if
can
you were
you?
to scrub the social media, 400, 500 mass shootings a year,
Now,
if you were to scrub the social media of some of those that
I've
carried
never
out,
made
you know, we're good for
explosives,
1
I know,
right?
the
It's
chemical structure
unfortunate
and the
that you're going to have
application
people
construction value of
that
explosives
carry out despicable acts of
earned a
violence.
reputation.
But when we as Muslims
I
hear
helped
someone
call
in the
out
media say
over
terrorism has
13
been ruled out as a
underground
possibility,
bases in the United
while
States.
the blood is still on the floor
I
of that
worked on the
Walmart,
Malta
we already
project, I
know that
worked on
the police didn't
Australia,
just that wasn't Muslim. Don't
military
worry,
bases,
that wasn't
and
Al-Qaeda guy or
the
ISIS
Navy
guy.
on that. I can tell
It
you
was one of our own.
sure
So it's
a
become
nitrate
frankly
explosive
ridiculous
wouldn't have hardly
because
shattered the
the
windows of that.
association of
There may
violence
be
in Islam is
possible,
one that is used
maybe
to
at the
actually
most 20 to 30 people top.
carry out the
Never
violence against Muslims worldwide. It justifies bad
I
policy
believe I've
towards
been
Muslims
lied to
worldwide
as a member
and in the United States.
standing in the
And it's
United
just
States.
factually so lazy.
And I'm not taking
There was a
it
study
anymore.
just about how the media
So I'm
gives more
telling you,
attention to acts of
you've been
violence
lied
done by
to.
Muslims.
How many people
And
are in
immediately
this room? You've
stamps
all
it
been
with
lied
Islam
to, lock,
up to
stock, and
300%
barrel.
more than
And
it
I
will
do believe
with another act
if
of
we all
violence
get
carried
up
out in
and
the name
say
of
we've
anything
had
else.
enough,
So
we want
you
the
don't hear
truth,
about
we're not
the
going
acts
to
of
get the
violence
truth,
that are
we
carried
want
out by
you to step
others.
down, you won't
You don't
step
hear
down.
about the
Then I
religion of the
do believe
perpetrators.
our founding fathers
You don't
told us
associate terrorism with
and
actions,
warned us
frankly, of state terrorism.
that a
You know,
federal
when
government structure out
governments
of control,
launch chemical
totalitarian
attacks
slavery,
or
and I
drone
do believe
weddings
that we have to do
and
something
do
about
so while explicitly dehumanizing the people, just
Now,
because they do so
That's pretty serious.
with
Hard,
the government apparatus
down
doesn't
there
make it any less terroristic
but
than
I
if
don't
it's a
see
lone
any
person
way
that
we're
goes
gonna
out and
get
commits an act of
I
violence
don't
trying to achieve a
perceive at the
political goal.
present time
So the association
that
is
we
lazy,
have more than
historically
6
speaking.
months of country
The
life
Crusades, I grew
left
up in Louisiana. I saw
in
Klan
these
rallies, Ku Klux
beautiful
Klan
United
rallies my whole
States.
life. People said, well, that's a thing of the past. Well,
the
guess what?
present rate. Right now,
We
the
see
so-called patriot
many
movement,
semblances,
which is
many
given
acts
a stinging
that
blow by Janet
are
Reno.
carried
By
out
the way, I
with
want
the
to tell you
same
something about Janet
vitriol
Reno.
that was
Janet
generated by
Reno
the Ku
cheated
Klux
her way
Klan.
through law school like Bill Clinton.
We have people standing in front of our
It's on the
mosques
public
that
record.
belong to right-wing hate
Janet
militias
Reno
carrying
confirmed lesbian. I
AR-15s
don't believe
talking about
I
wanting to
believe there
inflict
are a
harm on
lot of
Muslims.
wonderful
I have
women who
been
make a
to
great
Christchurch in New
Attorney
Zealand
General of these
and
United
buried the
States.
victims
Far
of
more
a white
educated,
supremacist
they're
terrorist
far
who was
more
inspired
moral
by
ideas.
the political rhetoric
I
here
would
in the United
hate to
States,
think
in his own words, his
how we
manifesto,
are
to go
being
and kill
hoodwinked
50
by
innocent
such
people
evil
in
people.
Christchurch, New Zealand,
We
one of the
are
most
the
peaceful cities in the
laughing
world.
stock of the world.
And by the way, that's something that's
I
really
can qualify
interesting.
myself by
Christchurch,
saying I'm a tired American,
you know,
and I'm now
the
speaking
man
out.
wanted, and I won't even say his name,
I
but
think
his
we
next
can do
target
better.
after the 2 mosques
I
had not
think
been stopped was to
these
go to
people
Muslim
of these
daycare.
United States,
So what drives someone
mostly older
to
people above
dehumanize
the age
people
of 45,
to that
are
extent
now
that he was willing to
seriously
go to a
worried
daycare and
about
murder a
their
bunch
own
of kids
future.
because he saw them as a demographic threat to
And we'll give
civilization?
you
So
run
Muslims
by
are
some
terrorized
scenarios here that are scary
because
indeed.
they are falsely depicted as terrorists. Muslims suffer domestically
The
and
United
globally
Nations
because of this false association. It's a lazy
is
association.
world
And when someone comes around and
dictatorship
says, well,
body. Period. Plain
fine,
and
not
simple.
all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists
It
are
is housed
Muslims,
in the
I say
United
that
States.
you clearly don't read
By the way, some
statistics.
years ago, there was an
Whether we're
interesting
talking
thing that
about
happened. The United Nations
20th
sent
century
Uncle
and
Sam,
stupid history of
Uncle
who you are
Sam,
as well.
a bill for
All
$8
the
billion.
isms, World War I,
The
World War II,
Uncle
had nothing
Sam,
to do with
the federal
religion,
government
certainly
sent the
nothing to do with
United
Islam.
Nations a bill
Fascism,
for $200 billion.
Soviet
They
atheism,
haven't
right?
paid
Any of
one
these
nickel
systems
of
where
rent
people
on
were
prime
murdered
real estate
in
in
the civilians, Nazism, the Holocaust, Rwanda, Cambodia. I could go on and on. The Rohingya today, the greatest atrocity towards the Uyghurs.
and her two
Where's
little
Islam
boys
fit in all
killed
this?
by a
People
drunken
do horrible things.
from Kuwait,
They stamp it with religion at times.
who, by the way,
But the only group of people that seem to
our
suffer
law, by the way,
after
has
an act
no
of violence is committed
I'll tell you
are
another thing.
Muslims, because any act of violence that
Military
is committed
law
by a
on
Muslim will
military
immediately
reservations
be
has
blamed
no
on
effect.
Islam. And
Public
to
law
believe
on
people will
military
have to carry the burden
reservations has no
of
effect.
the act of
Now,
a
once
single
again,
perpetrator.
our wonderful, beautiful,
And
thin sheet
just
of
to
paper called the
reiterate,
United States
in case the numbers
Constitution
are not
and
known,
another
you mentioned
nice
Christ
thin sheet of
Church.
paper called
Those
the Bill
are
of Rights
two
has
mosque
been
shootings.
trampled on beyond
With
repair.
51 people killed and 40 were injured in New
We
Zealand.
have to stand up and say, this is
So
enough.
it's
Under you as elected
it's
officials are
hate
going to
manifesting
obey the
itself
Constitution
and
of
then
these United States.
actual human
Number
suffering
one,
and
by first
destruction.
limiting the
Absolutely.
amount
Is
of
there
your
similarities
service to our
between
federal government.
anti-Semitism
Like
and
one
anti-Muslim hate?
One pain
So,
only,
is
as the
there
Navy would say,
something deeper
one
to say
pain
about hate
only.
in general here? That
By
is
the way, one
beyond
term is plenty.
just particularly hate
Because
towards
if you're an
Muslims.
evil person, one
Absolutely.
term can do a lot of harm.
In
If you're a good
Pittsburgh,
person, you can do a
the
lot of
synagogue
good.
shooting, the perpetrator
Who is
particularly
looking at
targeted that
Our elected government
synagogue
officials
because
Tree
have
of Life
sidestepped
Synagogue
Tree
in
of
the
Life
whole thing
Synagogue,
as
11
well.
killed, 6 wounded in
The
2018.
so-called contract of America.
because
Let me run
he
this
believed
narrative
that they
by you,
were
folks.
taking in Syrian
Contract
refugees
of
or
America
supporting
is the
Syrian
exact
Muslim refugees.
terminology that
Think
Adolf
about
Hitler used to
The
subvert
San
his people
Diego
in
synagogue
1931.
shooting that took place
I
shortly
believe we're
after
not
he went
of
to a
that
mosque
same
and then he went
caliber.
to a synagogue.
I believe we can do
With the
better.
idea of scapegoating minority populations,
Another thing, the contract with America
attributing to them
is
a
a
disproportionate sense of
last-ditch
power
effort
and a
by our
nefarious
federal
element where
government
they can't be
structure
trusted.
to tear
And unless we
away
wipe them out,
the Constitution of these
then
United
they're
States
going to wipe
and the
us out.
Declaration and the Bill of Rights.
Underlies many of the bigotry
The
that exist. I
Declaration
mean,
and the
look,
Bill of Rights.
after Trump announced his Muslim ban, there was a shooting in Canada, an attack in Canada on a mosque in Quebec,
Reading
where 6 people were
these
killed.
wonderful piece of paper
The
that
shooter explicitly
somehow
said that
have
the
protected
reason
us
why he
from
went to that mosque
economic
in
and
Quebec
other forms of
and
slavery.
shot dead 6
I
Muslim
doubt there's more
worshippers
than
was because he
50
was
people in
afraid
this
that
room,
because of the
including me, I
ban
hate to say,
on Syrian
got
refugees in the United States,
seriously
they would come to
with
Canada,
the US
and he didn't want them to
Constitution.
feel welcome in
That's a
Canada.
national disgrace. I'm beginning.
So
I
there's a
picked up a
connection,
book out of that,
and
out
I
of a
think it's when
library,
you are
and I
able to
photographed it.
dehumanize large groups of
I'm
people
reading it.
and attribute a
Our
nefarious
founding
element to
fathers
them,
separated church and
then
state,
unfortunately
not
the world is
legislate
becoming
any
more and more
form of
polarized, where
judgeship or
people
judge body
are
to
able to
say
construct
we
their
cannot
entire
pray
worldview
either in
based
school,
on an algorithm
federal government
that their
property.
social
And by the
media
way, you cannot pray on
caters
federal
to.
government property. If you
You're
do
going
so,
to
you're in
have
violation of federal
some of
government
these
standards
attacks
and
happen,
laws.
and
And you can
there's
be
going to
guilty
be an
of a
unfortunate connection between
$100,000
them.
fine and 20 years in
So
prison.
what I tell people
I
is
do
that
believe
I think with all of
people
these
that are now
people
in
that shoot up
charge
synagogues and shoot
are
up mosques, and even
atheists.
before that actually,
And if they are not atheists,
Charleston,
what are they?
South Carolina, shooting
I
at
think we
Haven
can do
Church.
better.
You know,
Another thing I
When
want
he
to go
went
by
there,
your ears is the fact that
he
a lot
actually
of you
said
have probably
before he
seen
murdered
in different
9
areas
worshipers in
black
that church,
helicopters.
he was taken aback by how nice
There's
they
over
were to him. He sat there for 2 hours
64,000
before he
black
turned the gun
helicopters in
on
these United States.
many people who were
For
over
every
the age of
hour
80
that
years
goes
old
by, there's one
and
being
murdered in
killed.
cold blood. So
Is
this
this
is what I
the
talk
proper
about when I
use of
say
our
that
tax
as
money?
human beings we
I
have a
don't believe
propensity,
so.
unfortunately,
What in the heck does the federal
to
government
become
need
worse than devils, or we
64,000
can choose
tactical helicopters
to be angelic,
for if they
or
are
we
not
choose
trying
worship
to
and
avoid us?
righteousness over ourselves.
I doubt the entire
So it's a
military
spiritual
government
crisis as well,
structure needs
a
64,000
crisis of meaning and emptiness,
worldwide.
where I think people are willing to inflict great pain on others when they can't make sense of their
All the
pain in their own
world needs
lives.
that many helicopters.
I'd like to try to figure out together with you sort of a way out to try to decrease the amount of hate in the world. But maybe it's useful to talk about the BBC documentary that it's kind of interesting that people should check out. It's called United States of Hate, Muslims Under Attack. And you appear in that, you have conversations with people who are anti-Muslim, and it's, I believe most of it takes place here in Dallas.
Yeah.
Can you just tell me about this little documentary about that time, what it was like to interact? What was the group in the documentary? What was it like to interact?
You know, in the very beginning, the rise of at that time actually Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, like when Islamophobia was at the center of many of the presidential candidates' campaigns at the time.
So this must have been 2015.
Yes, 2015.
Every time I did a job,
The mayor of Irving at the time, Beth Van Dyne, who's now
I was given
congresswoman,
a battery of 17
had
psychological
put out the idea
and he,
that Muslims were operating a Sharia court in Irving, Texas.
first of all,
And suddenly
we
there
were
was
supposed to be the
hysteria.
militia.
Because again, there's the idea that Muslims are here to dominate, Muslims are here to overthrow
And
everything
he
that you have
was like,
in the United States. There was
I
hysteria.
don't think crazy people should be.
And it was unfortunate
On the
because
other hand, I do believe
what it
that
unleashed, you know, especially with the national discourse at
and
the time, again, the presidential
is
campaign,
guided by a
Donald Trump
spirit.
says, I think Islam hates us. When he uses those words, I think Islam hates us. When Ted Cruz suggests that Muslim neighborhoods can be controlled, or should be
By the
controlled,
way, there's a lot probably in
and
this
then you have
room,
an
at
urban
least a
mayor
dozen different
saying that
nations. I might be
one of the
wrong.
most populated
Well,
cities with Muslims in America,
God doesn't
they're
respect what
operating
religion
under
belongs
an
to.
alternative
Contrary
legal, an
religion,
alternate
maybe
legal
it's called.
system. And funny enough, the year before that, she comes to the mosque and she
That
prays
if we
the
were to allow
University of
the
Irving.
atheists,
She was talking about how welcome she felt in the mosque, and the next thing we know, you
I
have
won't
these
have this
crazy white
opportunity
supremacists,
anymore.
openly white supremacists that affiliate themselves
We have to
with
do something about
the
it.
Klan and
How are we
others,
going to do something?
protesting regularly in front of our
Well,
mosques with their
some of us are
AR-15s,
attorneys in that room, perhaps, maybe one or two.
telling people to go
Maybe
back
somebody
home.
works for an attorney.
I'm from New
Maybe
Orleans. I'm
somebody
not
knows
planning to go back
somebody
to New
who
Orleans. I'm
is a
home.
good
We're
attorney.
home. We're good.
And I know
You know,
that seems
we're
like a
staying
hard
good.
number to come
And
up
we
with,
refuse
but
to be
there are a few
intimidated.
of them out there.
But then when the
Maybe
Syrian
somebody
refugee
else
is unfolding as well,
had help
Dallas
with
has been one of the more popular
There's
destinations, if you will.
outstanding
I'm talking about a vacation destination, but where a lot of refugees have come to just because of the infrastructure that we have set up here to receive refugees. And so that hysteria was an unfortunate, perfect combustion of the national discourse with the local discourse with the incoming
And I'm gonna have this
refugees.
one out on the table. It's the original. I'll ask you
We
please,
would do all sorts of welcome
carefully handle
refugee
it.
events,
try not to
and
put
we
too many
do
fingerprints on it.
and we don't
Right over
only
here,
do that for
right
Muslim
over here.
refugees, by the way, there are refugees from other parts of the world as well. But we would
Hey,
host
take
events
a-
at our mosques, you know,
There's
to
a
welcome
structure,
refugees, to help
there's an
integrate them into the
unidentified
community,
flying
to do things for them. So these aren't protests happening, right? And it's horrible because
Federal government at that time.
think about the
knew all
trauma
about
to the
that.
children that are hearing about tree of life and hearing about some of these other incidents that are unfolding. And really one of the first communities that was targeted was the Sikh community in Madison. That was one of the first shootings in the Anglican Church, Charleston.
Let's get on.
And then you just had tons of places of worship being targeted, right? So they're seeing this
There's a
unfold,
second
and they're
speaker.
seeing these guns in front of their mosques.
He worked in a very secretive
Result.
government operation called the
And then
Philadelphia.
I just don't want to get
My
shot. I
son
don't
and my
want to go to the mosque. I
father,
don't want to have this happen to me.
on his death.
So, you know, when BBC reached out and said they want to do a documentary about this,
Also have a picture
unfortunately,
of
Dallas
a
was the only place in America where we had regular
non-human
armed groups in
alien.
front of our mosques. It was happening around the country infrequently, but here it was happening every week.
In
So
58
BBC
years,
reached
he's
out and
not
said, we want to
changed.
interview
He still
you.
looks young.
I said, we've got this idea. We want to we want to take you to a park and have you
I
meet
don't know
all
if
the
you're doing it
protesters.
for rest or what, but
We've been
everyone
wielding his gun outside your mosque
don't know what kind of
and
alien
talk
he
to
is.
him.
He's
And
about
it was really interesting because they interviewed him before meeting me, and the things that he was able to utter before meeting the Syrian refugees was just awful. I mean, the most dehumanizing rhetoric that you can imagine. But then at the park,
Don't tell me, folks.
he
Don't tell me,
meets me,
federal government.
talks to me. He meets the Syrian refugee family.
This
One of the
isn't
girls
so
whose leg had
that
been blown
when
off
we see
in an
something
airstrike.
in the night sky that doesn't add
And
up
he
to
said,
an
I feel like an
aircraft,
idiot.
that it's
I
a
mean,
weather
he
balloon, or
expressed
we're
all sorts of
mistaken,
regret.
or I'm crazy, or
And
we're
he was
crazy.
teary-eyed
Because it's not.
that he could dehumanize people the way that he was. And so my whole thing was,
You've been
that
stolen
is,
from.
come
You've
inside the
been
mosque,
cheated by
put your
your
gun
public
down,
officials, and
disarm
I think
yourself,
it's time that we
and
not
learn.
only realize this,
And
but it's
you'd
time
be
that
surprised what your
other
local
people
leader,
for themselves
and only took one
and
meeting
start
with him,
talking about this vigorously.
to completely
say only 5
shift
people in this room.
his worldview at the
They're
time,
doing what I do.
which
So I
was
can't
made up
imagine.
of heroes and villains,
Just
the
a lot of
Muslims
people.
unfortunately being the villains that had to be wiped
Yeah,
off
one
the face of
talk
the earth
in
so
one
that the
year.
earth could continue.
To a group of people like
So
it.
that was an interesting documentary. It was an interesting social
We
experiment.
can reach.
What's it feel like to have
That's the point.
all these people that
But if I'm
hate you
just the only one out there
and
talking,
others in the community, people you love,
right now,
with
we're the US
guns,
Senate. It's an
threatening
anti-terrorist bill.
violence? Basically, they
This
don't want you
anti-terrorist bill, by
here,
the way,
this country on this
is
earth.
going to kill the United States Constitution and Bill of Rights by
It's not
number
nice.
one.
It's not great. I mean, it's
It will take away,
it's definitely a challenge. But
first of
look,
all,
there
it will
are
harm the
challenges
federal
that we
government
face
police
as
force. First of all,
Muslims
I think the federal government's got
being in
enough
the
police.
United States, being
There's
in hostile climate. There are different types of challenges.
1,719,000
And
federal police officers
I
in
think
these
what we
United
have
States.
to do as
That is
Muslim community
more that was in
is
that
see
was
beyond
in
both the
either
guns and the
Germany
roses
during World
and
War II
think about who we are
or
first.
Russia
Because
under
frankly,
Stalin and Beria.
Islamophobia exists in different forms and
Now,
from different sides.
the present moment in time,
We try to use this as an
7 weeks ago,
opportunity to
we
instill
know
in
it's our
our
first case,
young
and a
people
year and about a month ago,
not
about
just the
13
sense of
months ago,
belonging,
because
the
I was
sense of
there at that
purpose.
time,
Uh,
we
Do not be
entertained the
intimidated.
United Nations and the Russians
And in
showed
fact,
them
show
Area
them
51,
the
which
best
is
of your
supposed to
Islam.
be our
Live
most
your
secret
life, because
military
at the end
base.
of the day,
What is going on,
the
folks?
goal that is sought
Tell you what's
through
going on.
intimidation
We're
is
being sold
silence.
down the river.
And so we have to carry ourselves
We've
as
got to do
proud
something
American
about it,
Muslims.
otherwise
We
we
don't
will
have to
not
impress
see
anyone.
this country go
And we don't
on
need to
as the
relinquish
United
an
States.
iota of our
And I don't
faith
think we'll see it go on
to
for a year.
coexist with
I'm
anyone.
saying I don't
We are
believe I will see it
Satisfied with who we are. We
go
don't
on
see
as a country
a
in 6
contradiction
months at present.
between our
Because
place
if the
of
federal government has
residence
created
and
the
our
World Trade
religion,
Center bombing
our
and the
nationality, our
bombing
religion, we don't
in
see that as a
Oklahoma
problem,
City,
right? So
which
that's
is
a
extremely tragic.
that's something
because
for them to work out,
probably
not for
40
you to
or
work
50
out.
children.
That's what I would tell young
And
Muslims,
by the way,
that continue to live your
I
faith
have
fully
absolutely no use for a
and
person that
demonstrate
hates
the beauty
children.
of it, and do not let the ugliness
Our
of the
Attorney
world
General
consume
Janet
you.
Reno hates children. She hates men.
But for
She
those
hates
young
everything but
Muslims,
maybe their
what
own
would you
child. And by the
say
way, if
how they should
anything
feel
is outer
towards the
space
people that hate
alien,
them?
it's her.
The natural human, there's a desire still to have anger, to have
Well,
resentment, to have hate
just
back
another
for
big
people that
liar
hate
out
you.
there.
The Quran says, respond to that which is evil with that which is
But
better.
Janet Reno, I
And
can't
you will
forgive
find
her for
that
what she's done.
sometimes
She's
your
done
enemy will
more
become
as
your close friend.
as a
So
singular
respond with that which is better.
intergovernmental
It
official
doesn't
to
mean
destroy
be
this
passive.
country than any other
Sometimes
individual.
be a demonstration of strength.
Believes since
Sometimes
the
it
great
needs to be a
traitor during
demonstration
Revolutionary War. What was his name? I'm trying to think.
ignoring
What?
people altogether.
Benedict
But
Arnold. There we
ultimately, you
go.
can't let the way people treat you
Probably
shape
find
who
out.
you're going
Probably
to be
just
in the world.
relation of some
And
sort.
so that's why I say we have to look beyond the guns and the roses. We have to look beyond the hostility of our enemies and the temporary and opportunistic embrace of someone who is willing to be our allies and be us and treat the world and treat the people of this world according to their standards, not with theirs. So don't teach them, or don't let them teach you bad character. You teach them good
They're
character.
gonna ask us to
So
register
live
their
your life
hard guns and our, they have to register their
and
rights.
let people see the beauty of it through your
And they're-
This is unacceptable. Demonstrate.
By the way,
I think that
is really a
And what do you
contract.
think about these kinds of
And all
protests
politicians,
are not allowed
whether
in many parts of
Republicans
the
or
world?
Democrats or
What do
whatever
you
you
think
want to call
about
them, to me, they're just a
one of the
label.
most to you directly, personally
They
painful
left one thing at a time.
manifestations of the
Say
First
you
Amendment,
buy
of
a
the
car,
people's right
or buy
to
a
freedom of
house,
speech and to
buy
protest,
something on
to
time.
say hateful things.
And it's got 10
You've been
parts
at the
to the
receiving
contract.
end of
And
the
one is
worst of it.
scratched out.
What
After
do
you
you
sign the
feel about
contract.
this particular freedom that
By the way,
is
no,
at the core of the founding of this country?
Look, I think that you have to take it away from
You may be able to
text
keep the
and
profit.
look at it within reality. Let's be
By the
real.
way,
With
contract with
Muslims, be able to protest in front of churches with guns on a weekly basis in this country? I don't think so.
So there's a deep, pragmatically speaking, there's a hypocrisy to what's
Major hypocrisy. Free speech is an ideal that is weaponized against the Muslim community and against other communities in such a hypocritical way. You know, you take, for example, some countries in Europe. It's kind of away from this. Look at the hypocrisy of a place like France, where the caricaturing and the portrayal of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in derogatory ways will be used as the hallmark of free speech. But Muslims that will caricature or challenge some of the values of France, the supposed enshrined values of France, will end up in prison, end up deported. And so here in the United States, there's a great hypocrisy. I don't think that places of worship should have armed protesters in front of them. I think that poses a security risk. I think that it's not okay. But I think that free speech is weaponized against the Muslim community and often is held up as this great value, but really to attain very low things. And this is often too.
Yeah, just even watching that documentary.
For over 200 years.
It's hard to put into words, but somehow that does not capture, or maybe the founder intended, what I would see is the great idea of the freedom of speech. I don't know what the solution to that is. I think taking it outside of words, maybe that requires the community and cultural pressure to be better.
That's not what our founding fathers.
It's not about the law, it's more about just the cultural pressure. What is it? Is it okay? Is there something deeply wrong about that kind of hate? Yeah, because it was dehumanizing other people that are here in America. That they're Americans.
Yeah, I mean, we have to interrogate the foundations of our country when our country is in such turmoil and such chaos. No country in the world has the mass shootings that we have. No country in the world has some of the polarization that we have. We have to interrogate that and say what it is that we're doing wrong and what's leading to that. And I think, again, it's reaching a point where it's sustainable. If we don't do better and try to solve some of the rifts right now that exist in our society, then we're going to end up in a place where we may not be able to climb out of this.
What do you think about, you mentioned the Muslim ban, what do you think about Executive Order 13769 entitled Protecting the Nation from Foreign Terrorist Entry to the United States? Often referred to as the Muslim ban or the Trump travel ban, because an executive order by President Trump that was in effect from January 27, 2017, just a few months until March 6, 2017. What was this executive order, and what was its effect on your life and the life of the Muslim community and Islam in America?
Well, it was disgraceful. It was a tactic that was used, at the time, very similar to the whole build the wall rhetoric, to play to a particular political sloganeering and carrying out those types of acts against the Muslim community. You're not going to face much opposition typically in any meaningful way that would be politically costly. When you rolled it out at the time, there were people in flight on their way to the United States that were held in airports around the country, children, elderly people that were held in these small rooms and treated awfully before being put back on a plane to sent to where there were families that had medical needs that were never able to come together, specifically targeted Muslim countries to play to that idea of a complete ban of Muslims, which he knew was not feasible at the time. Now, personally, Dallas had the largest number
If we do nothing,
of
if we
the
decide to
attendees
cover our gut,
in the airport.
we say, well, I don't have to do anything today, I can watch this show on TV or that show on TV. I don't have to talk about all that Phil Schneider or Al
Stayed
Bielek or
overnight.
some other
There's one of the
person
New York
got
Times pictures of the year
some
when we did
other
our
person
prayer.
talk about it.
Because when we had to do our prayer, it wasn't just Muslims that came to the airport. It was many people that came to the airport of different faiths that were outraged at what they had seen. So when we do our prayer, there was a protest chant that Ukraine be state. And so the airport had to make room for us because there were like 1,000 people that needed to have their 5 daily prayers. So we would do our prayers in the airport, we waited, we continued until the detainees were freed, at least temporarily. Unfortunately, some elements of that legislation remained, and it was an ongoing struggle. What I'll say is that those are some of the more obvious manifestations of anti-Muslim bigotry. But again, there's hypocrisy on all sides of the political aisle here in the United States. There is Islamophobia, different flavors. I think even the term Islamophobia can become contentious because there are people that attack us in different ways that might not be as overtly bigoted, but nonetheless infringing on our rights to be full American Muslims. And Muslims find themselves in a very strange political place.
And start
where
preaching
you've got one side
the good things about America
that seemingly wants to annihilate
whatever
you,
side it is,
and another side that only
yourself.
accepts you if you're willing to assimilate.
Group of,
But no one really allows you to be a full-on American Muslim. And so Muslims find themselves in a very strange place right now with all of the political sides, political parties.
Muslims politically, are they politically engaged in the functional United States, where they find themselves politically as a community?
So Muslims find themselves in an awkward place politically. That's the best way to put it. We are a religious community, and so we don't find ourselves welcomed by the left, which has a hostility towards religion. Most left spaces and most liberal spaces.
In general, because it's religion has many conservative elements.
Right. So the Muslim community is in its nature conservative. Right? It's a conservative community. It's a community that has certain orthodoxies and practices that would make it disagreeable in its nature and its practice to many on the left, and many on the right just see us as foreigners and threat in that regard. So we find ourselves in this awkward place. There's also the presence of sort of the pro-Israel dominance of both parties. The foreign policy of both parties is detrimental to Muslims globally. The securitization of the Muslim community, of countering violent extremism. Unfortunately, the Muslim community has had both Republican and Democratic administrations just run over its rights. So we find ourselves kind of in this awkward space, right? We are a religious community that's also a minority. The racialization of the Muslim community sort of robs us of who we are and how we need to engage them with different platforms and different peoples around us. So we find ourselves in the awkward place.
Is there in general a lack of representation in places of power and in politics?
Representation is everything. I think that representation can actually be detrimental sometimes because you can have people that represent you but that don't actually represent your priorities as a community, as a faith community. So we don't want to be tokenized as a community, right? We want to be engaged and engage fully as Muslims and be respected as American Muslims. And I wrote something at the time, actually, a Muslim ban. I wrote an article for CNN called "I am not your American Muslim." I am not your American Muslim. Because we are not a tool of liberals against conservatives, nor are we simply to be made out to be your villain or your victim. We're a people of faith, have values, we're people that want to see our places of worship thrive. We're people that have something to offer to this country, to the people around us of good. But ultimately, we want to engage and be engaged with on the basis of who we actually are, not who you need us to be right now. And that's been the problem that we've had. So it's not a lack of representation as much as a lack of authentic engagement.
You mentioned
You get this pink looking
daily
thing
prayer.
with a picture of a president
And
on it, a similar thing that
if
you
I
see
may,
is
looking at the time, this might be time.
done that way.
And
On either
if it's
side
okay, I
of
would
the
love it
bill
if
is a
you allow me
UPC
to follow along, at least in movement, as you put
I
it.
don't believe in having the mark in my hand or in my
Thank you for
forehead
allowing
like
me
the
to join
Bible
you
taught.
in that.
But it's coming.
Can you maybe describe
It's coming as sure as I'm standing here telling you.
what does the prayer represent? What's the
And
actual
it's probably
practice
gonna
of
be
prayer
less than 2 years.
like? What is the process
We
like?
do nothing.
Sure. So prayer is the
And this
central
is,
pillar, if you will.
I'm actually
It
downplaying
is
it. It could be a
the
lot
life of the
sooner.
believer
Federal
encapsulated
government right now
into a
with
very
their
specific
high
act
tech
of devotion that's
has
done
invented an
at least 5
earthquake
times a day. So there are different types of prayer. There's prayer,
I
there's
reason to believe
supplication.
that the earthquake
So
in
the 5 daily
Japan,
prayers
by the
are
way, I'm
called
a
salah,
geologist.
which is the
I know
obligatory prayers.
exactly what I'm talking
And
about.
then beyond that,
There was
there
no
are
pulse in the
voluntary
pulse
prayers
wave.
that are done
There's supposed to be a
throughout
pulse
the day
wave in
as
any
well.
earthquake.
So you can pray
none in
before and
the
after
Japan
the
earthquake.
obligatory prayers, and then there are other
No.
times of the day that you can pray also. And the best
In
prayer, voluntary
1989,
prayers at
around
night, in the
San
middle of the night,
Francisco,
because the
there was
time
an
that you're
earthquake.
closest to God,
There was no pulse or pulse
sincere,
wave.
away from the eyes of people,
That is the
just in
Tesla
the still of
device.
the night.
People
And you pray in a
Tesla
similar way
invented
with the standing and
And
the
they did it
bowing,
not
prostration,
out of
reciting the
It was
Quran.
trying to
And then
make
you have supplication
device
and words of remembrance that
that
you are to
could
do throughout the
be
day.
accurately used
Between all of
to-
that. So people say,
for
do you pray 5
construction
times a
of
day? I say at least 5
buildings
times a
and
day.
that kind of thing.
What are the words?
It's gonna take
Do they
a
come from
real
the Quran or do they come from your
Guaranteed.
heart? Where do they come from?
So basically, you say Allahu Akbar,
I want you to know
which
that the
means I'm
Black
going to
Legend
kill you right
program
now.
throughout these
Or so
United
they say.
States
God is greater. You start off with that expression of God's greatness, and then you recite the opening chapter of the
AIDS was
Quran,
invented
which is
by the National
known as the
Ordnance
Fatiha. It's the
Laboratory in
first chapter of the
Chicago,
Quran.
Illinois.
In the name of God, the most
1972.
compassionate, the most merciful. All praises be to God, the
Biological
Lord of all the
weapon
worlds,
used
the most
against the
compassionate,
people
most
of these
merciful,
United
master of the day of
States.
judgment.
Reason
You
I know
alone we
this,
worship.
I
You
have
alone we
seen
seek
the
help. Guide us to
documentation
the straight path, the path of
by
those
the
who have earned
Office
your
of
favor,
Strategic
not those who
Services,
have earned your wrath,
which by
but
the
those
way
who
is
have gone
still in
astray. So
operation
that's a
to this
translation
day.
of the first chapter, the opening
We're
chapter
the
of the
Centers
Quran,
for Disease
which is known as
Control
a
in
Fatiha. So we
Atlanta,
recite
Georgia.
that in every one of the units of prayer.
They use
And then
glandular
after that, we recite something
excretion
else from the Quran.
of animals
So
as
some other
well as
portion of the
humans,
Quran,
as
and then we
well
say
as
Allahu
outer
Akbar
space aliens.
once again.
Say something about these
God
outer
is
space
greater,
aliens.
going into
They're more,
bowing. And in bowing, we say
they can be
Subhanallah
shot dead just
Ali,
like you and I have.
Subhanallah
But I'll tell you
Ali,
one thing,
Subhanallah Ali,
there's
which means
bad news in the worst
glory
order.
be to God,
We have absolutely
the Almighty,
no
glory be to God, the Almighty,
defense
glory be to
against
God, the
their
Almighty.
terms.
And then you come back up
None.
and you say, Sami Allah,
They're a
God has
biological
heard the one
weapon
who
of
has praised him.
terrible consequence.
And then the response is,
I advocate
when it can
that
happen,
every
and to you, O
alien
Lord, belongs
on
all
this planet
praise. And then we go into prostration. And prostration is at the heart of the prayer.
if they're good,
And
they have,
it
or
is the
bad,
most
they have to be
beautiful
isolated. They
portion of
are
the
a
prayer. And
biological
it
weapon.
is the most beloved position for a servant of God,
Saddam
and that which is
Hussein and
most
other
pleasing to
people
God. It's
have
when
killed
you say
3.5
at that point,
million Kurdish
Subhanallah
people
bi al-A'la,
with a
all
similar
glory be to God the
biological
Most
weapon.
High. All glory be to God the Most High. So while you put yourself in the lowest position,
Do we,
you
as people
acknowledge
of this planet,
God
deserve
being the
this?
Most
No, we
High,
don't.
and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon
But
himself,
we're
the
not doing
closest that a
anything
person
about
is
it.
to God
And
is when they are in
moment that
prostration.
we waste,
That
every
is the
moment that
time
we don't
your
blurt out, and
supplications
we
are
say
most
we've
precious
had
and
enough,
beloved.
that we
That is the time
deserve
that you
better,
can
that we're
cry
going
your
to
heart
get
out.
better.
That is the time that you really feel a sense of great
We're
closeness
doing other
and
people
devotion
on
to
this
God.
planet
And as I was
in
telling you
different
earlier,
countries a
it's a time
great
that your
disservice.
mind is under your heart first, right? The
I
only
have
position,
a
physical
diamond
position,
cancer
that your mind is
related to
actually
the
under
work
your
that I
heart.
did to the
And
federal
you really have a
government.
chance to pour your emotions out and to connect deeply to God. It's the prayer of all of the
My life
prophets.
is 6 minutes.
Jesus,
and
peace be
I'm
upon him, is described biblically as falling on his face in prayer.
I'll tell
And
you
so
one thing.
it really is,
I keep
I think,
speaking
the most
out the way
intimate
I
moment
am.
that you get
Maybe
with
God
God,
will give me the light.
and the deepest part of the prayer.
Talk
The word
like that.
masjid, which is mosque in Arabic, means place of
I will
sujood,
break
place of
every wall
prostration.
that it takes
So think of the
to
rest
talk
of
like
prayer
that.
as introduction to that particular part of
I
prayer
love
where
my
you really
country and its
immerse
people
yourself.
more than my
Not that
life.
you shouldn't be immersed in your prayer throughout, but when you're in situation, when you're in prostration,
11 of my best friends
that's where
in
you're
the
really
last
closest
22
and most
years have
connected
been
to God.
murdered.
So we do that.
8
And
of
so
them
some
called
prayers
suicide.
are
I
2
finally
units.
got wind of one of them.
Well, the first prayer of the
Portland
day,
police is now
which
involved
is
in
before
one.
sunrise, earliest prayer, is 2
Not going to
units.
mention names.
The second prayer, which is around noon, is 4 units.
Still,
And then after
the
noon,
thankful
another 4
examiner's
units.
office.
And then the sunset prayer is 3 units. And then the
Murdered
evening
by
prayer is 4
suicide.
units. So each prayer has
My friend
different
Ronald
number of units
Rumble,
to it.
Air
And
Force
some voluntary
officer,
prayers
the
that surround
Silver
it.
Star went
When you come back up,
to the patriot.
you express also a
Murdered.
form of greeting towards God
Because
and
he
channeling
started
your prayers
speaking out about
and blessings towards
unidentified
God.
flying objects.
You reiterate
While being
Shahada,
still
which is the
employed
first pillar of Islam. I testify that there
as
is
a
only one
member of
God,
the United States
and
Air
that
Force.
Muhammad is his servant and messenger. And then you read
Now,
what's called Salat Ibrahimiyya, which is the Abrahamic prayer.
he was drugged.
So you send peace and blessings upon Muhammad and his family and Abraham.
Sheep
his family.
pistol with filed off
Abraham,
numbers
peace
called
be
the
upon him, is really
Jimmy
at the core of his
J-22
religion.
was
So
shoved in his hand.
at the prayer,
Pulled
the
the
end of
trigger.
the prayer,
He found a
you
piece
send
of finger
peace and blessings and prayers upon,
inside
again,
of
both
the
Muhammad and his family and
helmet
Abraham
on
and his family. And then you have
Also
another chance to
down
make some of
here,
your own personal prayers. And
somebody
you say,
active,
Assalamu alaikum
somebody
wa
quickly
rahmatullah.
putting bullets
Peace be unto you, the mercy of God to your right. Peace be unto you, the mercy of God to your left. That means everything and everyone to your right, everyone and everything to your left. So when you imagine a congregation, you're in worship right here, you're sending that to the angels and the human beings next to you, your fellow worshipers next to you. And you'll even say, you'll seek forgiveness from God afterwards. There's some supplications that surround the prayer. And then you will say, Allahumma anta salam wa minka salam. Oh Allah, oh God, you are peace, and from you is peace. And to you belongs all glory and all praise. Almost to say that you received something in this prayer, you receive a great sense of inner peace, and now you're spreading that, right? So as it really comes into you, you can give to the world around you, but you generate your own heart. And in prayer, you generate a great sense of tranquility, a great sense of peace. The Quran says, verily, remembrance of God, the heart finds contentment. And prayer is an exercise in the remembrance of God. That is, again, obligatory 5 times a day, no matter where you are.
So anywhere in the world, anywhere you find yourself in your life, in different life circumstances,
So outside coffee shop, outside coffee shop.
as I did a few days ago. So anywhere at all, that means given the context of our previous conversation of hatred towards people of Muslim faith, that means you probably through the practice of prayer, you can attract people that hate.
I've attracted curiosity. I've had people walk up to me like, "Hey man, you okay?"
So most probably these conversations of curiosity and of opportunity to actually talk about the values that you represent.
And I try to make it a point to tell people if I'm about to pray in front of them, so like in the airport, let's say for example, I'll go to the corner next to a gate, and if there are people sitting there like, "Hey, I'm about to engage in a prayer, I hope you don't mind." I really appreciate the courtesy. But no, when those 5 times come in, and they're kind of like those, right? We have to pray. That means at work, that means in school, that means when you're traveling. Although there's some concessions that allow you to combine prayers at certain times when you're traveling, for example. But even then, you're going to have to pray. I think that
There was a deep ravine to the
what
left,
that
there was
does
a shallow ravine
to
about 9 or 10, I'd guess roughly.
bring you back to God,
Something like that.
no matter what you're doing. It's actually,
On the other side.
think of it this way,
One
you're
skidded
engaged
over, rolled over in the right
something,
ditch, one
you're really stressed out.
rolled
and you
all the
also
way
have
down.
the evolution before the prayer. You wash up, wash your face, wash your lips, and engage in prayer. What it does for you in anchoring you in something meaningful. When you are in the turmoil, a lot of times what's not so meaningful is incredible. And so it's a gift from God. And it is an obligation. It's something that we have to do as Muslims. But if you actually learn its essence, then it can feel more like a joy than it is an obligation. And then you're called to at night, especially again, the night prayer is a big part of who we are as Muslims. Waking up in the last part of the night. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that the best prayer and the best fasting was that of David, peace be upon him. So we think of David, Prophet David, who's a prophet as well. I'm sure you'll ask me about the whole concept of prophet. You're hearing Abraham and David and others, right? So David, peace be upon him, said that David used to fast every other day, and he used to pray the last third of the night. He'd stand up and pray in the last third of the night. So fasting is a big part of who we are. And praying in the last third of the night, meaning before that early morning prayer, waking up again at 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m., 5 a.m., and praying even for a few minutes. There's something in the serenity of the night that can unlock a sense of joy and peace that nothing else in the world can give you.
And again, that pulls you away from all the turmoil of day-to-day life. If it's little things or if it's big things, it just pulls you out of it to remember what is more important in life.
So when we think about access, in the last third of the night, we're taught that God says, "Is there anyone seeking forgiveness that I may forgive them? Is there anyone seeking refuge that I may grant it to them? Is there anyone asking for anything that I may give it to them?" So whatever you're calling upon to give at that time, He's responding to you in a way that befits Him. And so it's closeness as well. And you would think that you sleep less, so you're probably more cranky, but the happiest people in the world are the people who stand up and master.
I mean, there's a deeply meditative, contemplative aspect to it that I think probably strengthens your sleep as you turn to it.
There you go. See, people underestimate that. There's a great sage in Islam. He was asked, he said, how come the people who pray at night are the most beautiful people? They're fresh. It doesn't make sense. He said, because they seclude themselves with the most merciful, and He dressed them just like. And so there's a beauty that it generates. And that's what we're to aspire to, that really. As believers, that's kind of your highest thing. Don't just pray the 5 prayers. You can pray at night, pray at night, and connect with those.
Well, a good friend of mine, Andrew Huberman, who's a neuroscientist from Stanford, he has an amazing podcast called viralrabbi. He's also a scholar of sleep, among many other things. So I would love him to. He probably knows the science on this too. There's probably good science that actually studies practicing Muslims to see what the benefits of sleep are going to actually see what that says.
We have amazing, I don't want to cut you off, we have amazing hygiene because of how much we have to wash up. It's great for our limbs as well, right? That's one of the added benefits, right? It's good for us. Worship that we do is not good for us, it's actually good for us. However, the core objective of worship has to remain that it's something you do out of worship, something you do out of a sense of obligation, gratitude to God, not because of those things. Like, I'm not going to fast because it's good for my health, but I know it's good for my health to fast. But it's pretty cool when you walk into, and I'll share this with you. There was a man, he was a scholar from Turkey, Islamic scholar from Turkey, and he had visited us in Dallas. He was 108 years old, and he could still pray, bowing and prostrating. I mean, his limbs. Think about that, like someone at that age still being able to do that. So I'm sure it's good for your limbs, good for your health, good for your gut, good for your sleep, good for your mind.
I think the mind one is the really one we're talking about. That's really the big one. And in the small day-to-day psychological sense and in the big philosophical sense of what it means to be. We should also mention that during the prayer, as you've explained, should face Mecca. So what is Mecca and what's the experience of visiting Mecca like?
So Mecca is the home that Abraham, peace be upon him, built along with his son Ishmael, peace be upon him. And it gives the Muslims a unified direction of prayer. It's sort of at the center geographically of who we are. when you pray towards it, it's not that that's the only place that you can supplicate in terms of prayer, but it gives us a unified sense of direction. It gives us a unified sense of prayer. So Mecca is our qibla. It's a place of direction when we are alive and when we are dead. So actually you pray facing towards it. When we die, you're also faced towards it in our graves. And it kind of gives us the unified spirit. So this is the value of Mecca. And place is constructed toward Hagar and Ishmael. They built this house of worship, and that is where the gushing springs of Zamzam are mentioned, where God sends an angel to Hagar and Ishmael that they can sustain themselves from, because they're not left in the desert. So Ishmael, being the firstborn, the son of Abraham, is given a place, and there's a story and a history that's going to unfold from that place of Mecca. And Isaac is born, peace be upon him, 13 years later, and there's a story and history that comes from that. But ultimately, Mecca is the center. Mecca is where we turn towards for prayer. Mecca is where we perform the pilgrimage, the Hajj pilgrimage, once in our lives, at least if we can. Physically and financially, we find ourselves capable, we at least perform the Hajj pilgrimage once in our lifetimes. But there are other pilgrimages throughout the year you can go. At any time of the day, any time of the year, you'll find people that will be performing the pilgrimage. An iteration of the pilgrimage. And it's an incredible practice. It really is a place where you feel like you're no longer in this world. It's incredible. We all go there. It's known as the Ihram, the member wear just these white garments, which are resembling, they resemble birds buried in. And whether you're a king or a prince or peasant, classical terms, whoever you are, whatever distinction you have, you're all the same. And the women will wear a simple garment as well. So you go there, you relinquish all of the pretensions and concerns and superficial barriers, distinctions that exist in this life, and we do what's called the tawaf, circle around the Kaaba, symbolically putting God at the center of our lives. We do 7 rounds between Safa and Marwa, the 2 mountains, where Hagar, when she once ran between those 2 mountains with her baby Ishmael, looking for water, trusting God was provided for that. We too go between 2 mountains of Safa and Marwa to express that trust in God and to follow their way. And these are the rituals that Abraham himself engaged in our tradition, and the Prophet Muhammad engaged in, and so we engage in the exact same rituals. And there are divine wisdoms to them that we may not even be able to unpack and reflect upon. But it really is in that place where you find the most beautiful expression of Islam. You see people from all over the world, people that don't speak the same languages, people from all sorts of backgrounds, and they're all doing the exact same thing. And in a matter of seconds, when the call of prayer comes, in a matter of seconds, 2 or 3 million people get arranged in perfect rooms for prayer, right? And it just looks like this perfect optical, vision of just beauty. When you see people in unison, standing, bowing, straight, and you don't know who the person next to you is. And that's where, Malcolm speaking about the history of Malcolm X, when he went to Hajj, that's where his entire worldview shifts. Not just his previous baggage, but the dream he then
We
had
basically
the
opened up a whole
possibilities that
the
we
reason I
saw
know this is
for
Al
people
Bill
to
told
be
me,
able to
looking
overcome
at
some of the
early
false distinctions that we
1953
have
Life magazine, we found a picture of
race,
an A-bomb,
class,
and it
and to see
the round
God as
mushroom cloud,
to
and
come
through the
together
mushroom cloud, you can see black
and
spatial
worship Him,
stars.
and also see each other
Unfortunately, those
equal
stars don't add
participants
up
in
to
that
any
worship.
one stars in
If you could just
in our
linger on that a little bit.
And so Al Bielek was
I
telling
think
me
you've
that
mentioned that
another
Malcolm X
dimension
has been
and
in
Black
part
Magazine
misunderstood.
almost lost its license.
What are some aspects of
But
him
yeah,
that are
you're right
misunderstood?
there.
Well, I think reading his
There are
autobiography is
questions, some of which I can and cannot answer.
extremely important for anyone who wants to understand him, right? So you read him in his own words.
Right now, as
Malcolm
much
lived the tragedy
information as I
of
have,
being
I like to
a
say
young,
I'm
disenfranchised
I think that's got
black
a
man in America who went through
anymore.
all of the
But anyway,
difficulties that were
as a
posed
scientist, I like to say
in
that
the 1950s
in all my
America
studies, I have every reason to
towards
believe
him.
outer
I mean, he
space
went through the
aliens
system,
are
and it was
another form,
awful
another
for him,
tool,
and he
another
had to pull himself
system
out
of
of that and make
technology
himself
to
into
enslave the
an
wonderful
incredible
people of the
orator,
United States of America
leader,
and the world under
that
a
suddenly
one world
had a
government.
pretty
And
empowering
this
vision
scenario
and
occurred in
calm,
Nazi Germany
nonetheless
and is now
courageous,
occurring in
calm
the United
presence to him,
States, and it's got to
and
go.
was able
Otherwise,
to
it's
bring
working.
together people, especially uplift black people in America to believe in themselves. Young
Pretty
young
obvious.
men in American
Take all the
American
129
prisons,
delegates
particularly
right now is
reading
actually
autobiography,
131.
and see hope for themselves.
Take
To come out of
129 or 131
darkness
delegates,
of
10%
being
of
in prison,
them,
not
14
just by
of them,
the
the
lawyers
largest.
in front of them,
They're all cities
but also
underground, it's high-speed
by
railways,
what they thought to be their own
magneto-leviton
worth
trains that
prior to
came
that
up
moment.
to
And so
Albion
Malcolm climbs out
of
that, and he goes through
He's,
multiple
seen-
phases. So
actually been
Malcolm
on
dies
them.
as an Orthodox Muslim
I've seen the tunnels, I've never been on the train.
does not believe in the superiority of one
He'll
race over
tell
the other,
you that
finds great
also
tranquility,
that these can
in the
house
practice
great
of the
numbers of
Hajj,
people. Well, I'll tell you exactly how many
great
numbers of
clarity.
people.
And I think you read his
There's
letters
been
from Mecca,
106 million
and he talks about his change, his transformation. Particularly, it was a process.
with all the food,
It's a
water, and
process for him.
provisions for 2 years
But he
underground
inspires the likes of
or
rabbi
however
to
long it
become the
took
person that he
to
becomes.
suffer out a
And
nuclear war or
inspires
whatever
many other people
kind of ugly
till
scenario.
today to really
And that would be enough to defeat
see
anybody in
themselves
the
and see
United
the world
States. By
differently
the way,
in
there's
light
no
of
place
that
to hide anymore.
understanding of monotheism.
Black helicopters.
So he was deeply a
There's
man
so
of
many,
faith, and throughout
not
his
just
life,
black,
the
I'm
nature
talking
of
about
that
military
faith
helicopters
has
in general
changed
too.
as he grew, as he
They have
interacted
detection
with,
devices.
I would say, a cool
You got
society
something
that he
buried like
was
to
living
capture
in.
weapons or diamonds or gold
You
or
mentioned
money
he
or whatever
inspired
underground.
Muhammad Ali, who
They've seen it
I
already.
don't think it's an understatement to say is
They
probably
can detect you
the
in
most,
their
quite possibly the most
We'll blow
famous
this one by
American
because it's a nice
Muslim
little
from
trick.
America. Could you maybe
Right
make
now,
a few comments as
if
an
you're
athlete
carrying more than
yourself?
1,000
What impact did
carrying 1,000
Islam have
more
on
in your
Muhammad
pocket,
Ali's life, and vice
you're
versa?
perceived
What
as
impact did
being
he have
enemy
as a
of the
leader,
United
as a
States and
religious
begin
figure
war at Russia.
on
You
the
can be
Muslim
arrested
community?
immediately in any
I
airport
think
in the
Muhammad Ali
United
is
States of
focused
America.
on
By the way,
Islam or presence
tremendous
because he talks about how he
5100
sought the wealth of this world and he found it in Islam. He found a greater meaning and he
you find there's a little
attributes
thread
everything
in
that
there.
he
If you
became
look at it,
to his
like
faith.
on $100 bills, you run 100,
His
and it'll have a
sense
little
of strength and
number,
commitment,
100,
the willingness to
$100.
take a stand
It's a little,
for truth
kind of like a little thing that
when it was
tells you
extremely
the beast is
unpopular,
still there.
on the basis of his
We
faith,
don't
on
do
the basis
anything
of
about
his
it.
integrity.
Beast, point.
I think that he inspired people with his confidence and
You can question anymore?
his coherence. I mean, he was incredibly poetic and just unbelievable. He seemed unreal. So, as relentless as he was in the ring, he was even more so outside of the ring, and could not be beaten.
Using the worst
And
federal prison.
everything was stacked up against him.
Worst,
But he perseveres, and he does so through Parkinson's, and chooses to live a life of giving, life of service, life of using his platform to bring up issues of importance and to champion the rights of others. And he wasn't satisfied at any point in his life with simply being a boxing great, a boxing champion. He uses it for so much more. And so he goes to most famous Americans period in the 20th century, most
And also,
transformative Americans,
there
period,
were people
in
that
the 20th century, not
caused
just American Muslims.
and
There are a lot of people that loved him when he died would not have loved him if they were around in the 1960s or 1970s. You know, they said they loved him because he became
our federal government
many of those who celebrated him at the time of his death would have been his
Very
greatest
true.
opponents
First of all,
at the peak of
if
his
you
career.
look in the
And
pictures of
when he was
the
taking the
slugs,
stance that he was taking.
Yeah, he was
there's a
fearless.
large
Part of his
block
faith was
taken out
helping him
near the
take the
elevator
fearless
shaft,
stance.
and there's a
But
small
throughout all of it, given his
explosive. By the
strength,
way,
I think he's
nitrate
also someone with
explosive has a
compassion.
maximum capacity
For all
of
the fun,
20,000, excuse me, of 20 kits.
yeah, the poetic
worth of
nature
pressure
of
for
who he
storing a kit.
was, and the fearless nature of who he was. There's always like a deep love for the sport
20,000
and
tons
for
of pressure
humanity.
for
Absolutely. And that's the thing, right? It was so obvious,
totally
despite everything that happened to him,
Wow.
he
By the way,
never
the
loses
federal
himself,
building in Oklahoma
neither to
City
the pain nor to the fear.
has some pretty strong
He
girders.
always stays himself. He's
and
authentic.
stuff like that.
The
The
you know, when I
federal
went to his
building,
funeral,
especially
it was one of the
the
most
new
beautiful things I've ever seen, because
tensile string,
everyone in
200,000
Louisville,
kits.
Kentucky had a story
Don't
about
concern
him,
about
right? The
that
guy
as
that
a
he
nuclear
saves
weapon.
from committing
For a
suicide,
satellite charge,
the school kids,
shape
the
charge,
hotel
right now,
shuttle
the only
driver,
thermite
gas
charge
station
explosives
worker,
in the
everyone has a
United
story
States
of Muhammad Ali in
are
Louisville, Kentucky.
military operated
And when
and
he
they're housed at
when he
Master
passes
Air Force
away,
Base
everybody
in
comes out
California, near
and stands in
Sacramento.
front of their homes, and they take
Yes.
the casket and they drive around the streets of Louisville. And he had this
I
dream
wasn't
very
really
close
aware of
to
that, but
some
if
of
there
his
were two
some of his children.
explosions, I would assume
Incredible people.
that
Just
one
incredible
was
human
either a
beings.
reverberant
And he had this dream this
explosion
year.
or it was an atmospheric explosion.
He was jogging around the streets of Louisville, Kentucky, and everyone had come out to wave to him. So he's running around jogging and waving to everybody in the streets of Louisville, Kentucky. Then he gets to the cemetery and he says he flies into the air. So his dream, he had a dream years ago.
Is that correct?
And if you look at his funeral, it's such a beautiful, you can't make it up. It's such a beautiful moment where it seems to come to reality because everybody just comes out and just waves by to his casket and then gets to the cemetery, the gates close, and he goes off to use the sport. And we pray that it's a good place.
So Muhammad Ali is probably one of the great 20th century representatives of Islam. For me personally, at least, hopefully I'm not sure my bias. One of the great modern representatives is Khabib Nurmagomedov, who's a great fighter and a great human being. So you've got a chance to meet him. I should also say you're friends. Good friends with a lot of interesting. I mean, it's such a widespread religion. There's just so much variety. So, what does Khabib represent? What do you like about him as a Muslim? What do you like about him as a person, as representative of the religion?
I think Khabib, first of all, he is a great person, humble person. He's shown, and now Islam as well can follow. They're really showing the beauty of faith in their lives, culture, values, everything from the way that he carried himself, principled way. You know, like every Muslim kid grew up in public school cafeteria before Islam was introduced in the United States. I'd be important, for example, kind of being the odd person out. So you got a fighter in the UFC scene, right? He doesn't drink alcohol, kind of maintains a very consistent, principled, attachment to his religion. It really is inspiring. Growing up, we had Hakeem Olajuwon in the 1990s. Basketball was fascinating in the NBA. I think Habib is that for a lot of people, a lot of young people today, and people in general. I think beyond that, values how he honored his family, and how he honored his mother, and how he continues to put family first. That's a beautiful part of Islam. That's a beautiful part of our value system. We have a lot of emphasis on family. Family is central to Islam. And his honoring his mother is so beautiful. And again, when he's remembering his mother, you know, it's just so beautiful. And I think that we saw it, frankly, even with the World Cup.
took
You know,
detailed
there's a lot of
photographs of the
Islamophobia
plan.
in this recent World Cup episode. You know, a lot of
Based
the
on Mars is a
criticism of
reality that at one
while no
time
government
was
is beyond reproach, certainly no government is beyond reproach. It's not the country. Morocco rising, being the first African Muslim
broken down by
Arab
supercomputer
to get that far in the World Cup. What did you see? Beyond being consistent in honoring of Palestine, Moses honoring of Moses every single time the game would end, and they go into a prostration of gratitude. Just like we prostrate in prayer, prostration of gratitude. And then they go and they kiss their mother's foreheads, dance with their mothers on the field, hug their moms, and honor their moms. That's Islam. Khabib, after his fight, what does he do? He prostrates, points up to the heavens. It's God, and he prostrates. The whole Moroccan team, beautiful, prostrates. Even when they lost, they prostrated out of gratitude. They honored their mothers. So I think sometimes athletes are able to demonstrate some of these beautiful values of the way that the world can maybe see them in a different light.
Values of humility, the values of love, or broadly, love family.
Another thing
Look
is,
how everyone
their chromosome structure is totally
no one
different.
ever
Their cellular
says
structure
he's
is
a jerk.
totally
No one
different.
ever says he's mistreated them.
No,
They've all got stories, right? And that's what a beautiful Muslim does. A beautiful human being.
probably so. There's
Treat
supposed
people in
to
such
be
a way that all these stories come out later of how good you were to everyone that came
fairly
to
accurate
contact.
sources of
And Habib was that
someone
person.
came from the place
He is
that
that person. He does a great job treating people with a lot of respect.
And,
Obviously, no one is perfect, right? Imperfections are for everyone, but I definitely think that he did a beautiful job representing his faith in those moments. You know, beyond punching people in the face, it's kind of different stuff. Smashing faces. Not the smashing faces part, the frustration part. I tell you, man, he's not humble, great. He involves himself.
I mean, as a practitioner, as a fan of the sport, of practice sports, for me, there's also a beauty to the art of grappling and the fighting sports. But yes, I think again, humility, his honor outside the cage is exemplary, and the money, the fame, the power isn't changing.
That's actually, I think, the most beautiful part when I met him. I found him to be as humble as he is on screen, and that's always very endearing. And all the stories of people that have been around him for a much longer time. Very humble man. I pray for him. Honestly, I pray for Islam. I pray for that family. That God keeps them grounded, protected, and together. That they maintain that beautiful spirit. Because even if you just watch the lead up to the last fight with Islam, just the way they carry themselves, their day to day. You know, they never really push their prayers. They never push their family ties, things that make them who they are to be better fighters, because they don't see that they have to let go of those things. In fact, they attribute all of their worldly success to them and faith. A beautiful example is that it's good for young Muslims to see themselves, and it's good for other people to see Islam through that as well.
When you mention prophets, you often say peace and blessings be upon them.
Yes.
What does that phrase mean? Why do you say it? Is it to celebrate the people? Is it a constant reminder that these are figures that should be celebrated?
Absolutely. So that's part of our tradition. We say the name of the prophet at least the first time in the conversation. We say peace be upon him. And then afterwards, it's still praiseworthy.
I cannot believe that, nor will
So
I.
if you're reading an Islamic article, you see in parentheses, peace be on him. Peace be upon him.
Christ did
When
not
I was
put
in
us
high
on
school,
this
I
earth
on the story, I
to
wrote an
die in the
article,
Holocaust
Jesus,
of
peace be upon
fear
him, Islam and Christianity.
from
And my
characteristic
teacher comes up to me and she says, you can't do
entities
that.
or
I said,
people.
what? She like slams the paper on the desk. She says, you can't say Jesus.
I cannot believe what that ridiculous said.
I said, no.
Love
He
Christ, but
peace be
unfortunately I
upon
cannot
him.
believe
So
that
that's what it means. That's something that we reserve for prophets
God. Actually, it's a form of disinformation and government propaganda to believe it.
So the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the descendant of Abraham, peace be upon him, through Ishmael. God promises Hagar and Ishmael that he will make of them a great nation. And so there are prophets that are descended from Isaac, and then from the brothers of Isaac comes the prophet Muhammad.
Okay.
And he is the final prophet of the long line of prophets. And we do not distinguish between the prophets in regards to their role. And so Islam is a very accessible theology. It's something that resonates with a professor at an Ivy League university, and a person maybe literally this idea of one God that sends many prophets, and all the prophets have a single message: worship one God and respond to the messages of that one God through his messengers. So Adam, through Muhammad, we have many of the prophets that are mentioned in the Old Testament. Moses, peace be upon him, being the most spoken prophet. In fact, Abraham, Jesus, peace be upon him. Many of these prophets that are familiar to people, all of them are considered prophets. And it's not the prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, being the last of them. He comes at a time where there was still a lot of confusion about what the world could just encounter in Christ, in Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. So you got to think about this way. This is still, he's born in the 6th century. There is still a great debate about who Jesus was. The Council of Nicaea happened in the 4th century, where you kind of have a standardizing Western Christianity, but then you have Eastern Christians that are still maintaining very different theologies, very different conceptions of Christ. There's an Arabic at the time, and he kind of brings together the message and the mission of all of those prophets, and it fits perfectly into a singular string of thought where you don't have to reject Jesus, peace be upon him, but Islam also staunchly goes to the idea of the Trinity, the begotten Son of God, that all the conceptions of the Messiah, and there were many claims of the Messiah prior to Christ, peace be upon him, none of them included an idea of the Trinity, him actually being part of God himself, the begotten Son of God, but rather a great enlightened prophet that would restore glory on earth. So he really captures theologically, or rather, we would say God captures the theological coherence, the unifying message of all of the prophets, that there's only one God, and that God has sent messages and scriptures to ultimately guide people towards him, and that all of the prophets are equal in the sight of God. There's no distinction between them, and that we are to live our lives in accordance with the message as best manifested by the messenger. And so the prophets are exemplary human beings. This is where kind of sometimes maybe have the difference. Someone will say, Noah did this, David did this. As Muslims, we don't believe, we don't hold many of the stories that have been attributed to these prophets to be true. We don't believe that the prophets are capable of major sins. We believe they're exemplary human beings, and that they kind of give us a manifestation of the scriptures that they're descendants of how to live noble lives. The most documented human being in history is the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. We know everything about him, his family life, his day-to-day, the way he would greet you, the way he'd look at you, everything about his physical appearance. It's documented in detail. And Muslims have a standard that they then seek to live up to with how to treat your family, how to be in your community, how to be in your worship, how to be in your social interactions, how to carry yourself with your neighbors. It's a full, complete guidebook through his example, where we have the Quran, which is the word of God, and then you have the biography of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, which is the living manifestation of that word that has been documented for us to live by until the end of time.
Thank you.
So, Muhammad, if I may, peace be upon him, it's really like you said, the manifestation of the thing to be an example of a good man.
Yes, example of a good human being.
Is the Quran the word of God?
So the Quran, this is what distinguishes the Quran in many ways from the scriptures. So also we do believe that God has sent divine revelation prior. We believe that the original scriptures, prior to multiple versions and the changes and revisions throughout history, the original scriptures that were given to prophets, whether it was the Torah to Moses or the Gospels, were all original divine revelations, but they've been changed over time. The Quran is the word of God with a promise that He will guard it for all of time. And it's probably one of the greatest miracles because in 1400 years, we have the Quran preserved through oral transmission and through written transmission. And there are almost 2 billion Muslims in the world, and they all recite this book the exact same way, and there's only one version of it. And so when I'm reciting the Quran, if I say U or E or A differently, an Ethiopian Muslim, a Chinese Muslim, a Yemeni Muslim can correct me. An 8-year-old kid in any one of those countries can correct me because they will know that this is not how it's memorized. And so it was memorized from the start, committed to memory in the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and preserved in writing and passed down and memorized by millions and millions of people around the world. And 600 pages. And you can't go to a city in America, a city in the United States of America, and not find at least one person or group of people that memorize that have committed it to memory. So there's an emphasis on committing it to memory, as well as understanding it, applying it, and practicing it as much as we can.
What are some maybe deep or insightful differences between the Quran, the Torah, and the Bible?
Well, like I said, so you've got the revelations of those scriptures, but there are so many versions of the scriptures, and there are times throughout history where there have been changes just from an objective perspective, right? What is the original scripture that was given to Moses, peace be upon him, and what was it initially communicated to Jesus, peace be upon him? Those things have changed over time. However, there's still some truth that remains even in those scriptures. So there are still things that line up, especially with the Old Testament and Islam. There are still many things that line up between the two. The Bible as well, the New Testament. Now, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, it's different because these are not original scriptures. These are testimonies that were obviously collected around the entire phenomenon of the coming of Christ, but the authors themselves, the biographies, the documentation of those original testimonies and gospels, what made the cut into the plural gospels, not to tell anybody about God's plan for ourselves. It's different from breaking my security scripture communicates to Jesus Christ. Also, breaking a major federal law. How long to be able to do this? It confirms what came before it. It's the documented preserved word of God to be recited throughout time. This talk is going to be broken up into 4 main topics. And it resides. Each of these topics will have some bearing on what you people are involved in. Through it, we honor even some of those revelations that may be leaned in that way are considerable. Because these United States are the core place that travels over certain countries, and I cannot remember any country that has the beauty as well as magnificence of its people Jesus like these United States. And even Moses, peace be upon him, much of the world. Give you an overview of basically what I am. Muslims around the world that are named Isa, that are named Jesus. Muslims around the world that are named Abraham. Muslims around the world have my schooling was in the field. These figures I built up a reputation for being a geological engineer as well as a structural engineer with both military and aerospace applications. I have helped build 2 main chapters of the chapter in the United States
have some
So the
significance
Quran contains
as far
stories.
as
It
what is
contains
the New World Order. Number one, in Dulce, New Mexico,
but primarily
I was
it was
involved
revealed over 23 years. So it
1979
actually
and
was
I
coming in
was
accordance
acquired
with
by
some of the events that were unfolding.
human type, whatever you want
The
to call it.
first 13
And,
years of that was
I
primarily
was one
belief in
of
God,
probably the only
hereafter,
ever
and
here.
things that surround it.
Two other survivors
And
are
then
under close guard
legislation,
somewhere in
law,
the United
stories of the
States. One
prophets,
is not very good shape. He's
came
been
down
living
in
in
accordance with the unfolding
Canada.
events, as well as
So I'm about the
prophesizing
only
some
one
of the
around
things that were to
when it
come,
comes to firefight
and speaking about some of the things that had
that
just
knows
happened.
all the
And it
detailed
was
files
completed
in
in
fire
life.
operation.
These people are
66
memorized
secret
and
service
communicated from
agents,
generation
FBI,
to
and
generation of
black
generation.
British died
So
in
we have it
that.
in this
I was
pristine
there.
fashion.
Now billions of people
Number
just
one,
all across the world, all the different cultures, all
what I'm going to tell you is going to
memorizing
be
the
very
same
shocking. Part of what I'm going to tell you
One
is
of
probably
the
going to be
pillars,
very
or maybe I
unbelievable.
should say one of the central
Well,
practices, is the month
Instead
of
of putting on
Ramadan.
your glasses, you'll actually
What is
put
the
your
importance
spectacles
of
on
this month?
rather than your spectacles.
What is the process
But
of
please
entails?
feel free to do your own
So
homework.
Sun has,
I
I
know
think
the
it'd be
Freedom
good
of
to
Information
maybe
Act isn't much to
step
go
back
on,
the
but
articles of faith.
unfortunately,
So articles of faith. Six
your
articles of
local
faith
law
was
library,
the
your nearest law
foundation
university is a good
the
place
creed
to
of the
look
Sun. So
for
belief in God,
congressional records.
belief in the angels,
So,
belief
one
in
continues
the
to do their
messages,
homework,
belief in the
and one
messengers,
can be standing vigilant
belief in
in
the day of
regards
judgment,
to
belief in
your
divine
country.
decree. So these are the six
I love
articles
the
of
country
faith.
that I'm living in
Belief
more
in
than
God,
I love
belief
my
in
life.
angels,
I would not
belief
be
in
standing
the
before you
messages,
right
the
now,
scriptures,
risking
belief
my
in the
life,
messengers,
telling you
prophets,
these things if I
belief in the day
didn't
of
believe
judgment,
it.
belief in the divine decree.
The first part of this talk
That's what you
is
have
going
to
to
believe to be a
concern
Muslim.
deep underground military bases and
And then
black
you
budget.
go to the pillars of
We
faith. The
first
five
start by
pillars of faith
emphasizing the black budget.
are sort of,
The black
they
budget
make up the structure
is a
of those
secretive
articles
group,
of faith, the practice of Muslim. So
basically a secret
to
budget
be a Muslim, you testify
garners
that there's
one
only
quarter
one
of the
God,
gross national
worthy of
product,
worship,
the entire
and
gross
unconditional
national
obedience,
product
and
of
then you
these
testify that
United
Muhammad
States.
is the final
Present
messenger of
gross
God.
national product is
That's
around
the
$5
first pillar,
trillion.
is the actual testimony
One
that you're
quarter of
using
that's
Islam.
about
Then it's the five daily
$1.25
prayers.
trillion per year.
Practicing the five daily prayers at least is a very
At
minimum
least
obligation.
1.023 trillion,
Mandatory
and I say
charity,
at least,
which is called the
was
zakat,
used
that
for black
Muslims have to
budget
give at
programs
least
to keep underground
2.5%
military bases.
of their retained earnings
Presently, there are
to
129
specific categories of
underground
charity.
military bases
Then it
in
is
these
the
United
fasting
States.
of the month of
For
Ramadan,
a couple weeks or
the
30 days.
mandatory fasting of the month of Ramadan. And then it's the Hajj, if you can do so, the pilgrimage, if you can do so once in your lifetime.
I
So
don't
those are the
agree
five
with what
pillars
you
of
get.
Islam.
The other side
So
of the pond
Ramadan
wants to turn people all day
is a
long.
month in which
Which had a lot
Muslims
of
engage
guts
in
and coming
these incredible spiritual boot
yeah,
camp.
he was cheated in his
Now,
own way.
fasting can mean different things to different
He
people.
was $1 million in gold.
When we fast, we fast from before sunrise to sunset for an entire month. There's no food or water, period. And no intimacy as well. So, you abstain from intimacy with your spouse as well during that time. No food or water, no bread, no nothing. You don't eat or drink. In Texas, where you get these long, hot days in the summer. Of course, Islam is on the lunar calendar, so it's early every year, about 10 days earlier. During that time, you restrict the intake to the body so that you can focus on the intake of the soul. So instead of being focused on consumption, constant consumption, you are consuming words of remembrance, words of prayer. You're to be hyper conscious and not do anything that will spiritually validate your fast, just as you would physically. So just like you won't eat or drink, you certainly won't engage in sin. So you shouldn't engage in sin throughout the year. You're not going to speak words of evil. You're not going to gossip or slander. You try to fast with your eyes, not look at things that are not praiseworthy. So you try to engage in a wholesome act of disciplining yourself with the consciousness of God, but then channel that into engaging the soul, exercising the soul. And what you find with Muslims is active God consciousness, where they reduce their consumptions. They become far more grateful for the blessings of God, because throughout our life we just take sips of water, eat what we can, we snack. When you're abstaining from that, you become so much more grateful for this, so much more grateful for that life.
right
a tree from
so much more aware
inches
of what
outside
the
of the
provider
borders
is
of the
listening
United
to you,
States.
so much more aware of those that don't have the same access to the blessings that you have. So you also develop a sense of empathy for the poor that don't have access to the blessings on a regular basis that can't help but
That
fast.
basically said
And on top of that, again, spiritually, you are engaged in extra being. At that time, people are listening to more lectures. People are engaged in extra acts of devotion, extra acts of charity. Some of the most charitable in the month of Ramadan. So you just feel great. It's hard to explain to someone that doesn't do it because it sounds like torture to people, right? What in the world are you doing? You have 4 o'clock on a hot Texas day, not eating or drinking, you're probably dehydrated, cranky, have a caffeine headache. You probably can't wait for this to be over. But in reality, you talk to Muslims, their favorite time of year is Ramadan. You feel amazing. You feel absolutely incredible because you taste a different type of consumption. You feed yourself for 10 years. And in that process, you connect with God in a way that you simply cannot without the distractions that you have throughout the year. Now, it's good that it's one month a year because it's honestly physically taxing, right? So it gives you a chance to experience it for that 1 month. Then you're encouraged to fast for a few days of the year outside of the month of Ramadan to keep that connection.
One of the hardest parts that maybe do outside of the Muslim faith, would be curious about.
Well, I think the hardest part is physically, the physical and the spiritual. So as Ramadan goes on, your acts of worship increase. So the last 10 nights of Ramadan, there is an intense period of prayer throughout the night. So every night in Ramadan, we have something called the Tarawih prayers. Tarawih prayers are about an hour and a half of prayer outside of the 5-day prayers. So the mosques are packed every night. The last 10 nights of Ramadan, people will engage in prayers throughout the entire night. So the only sleep that you're probably getting is actually a couple of hours in the morning before you go to work. So it's everything's sort of put together. The disruption of schedule, the disruption of diet, physically exerting yourself. But the way you feel is unmatched. I mean, you feel so fulfilled through that deprivation. It's actually the point. It all ties back together. We talk about even tests and trials. God does not do anything except that He gives us something great in return. And you do not deprive yourself of anything for the sake of God, except that He gives you something greater in return. And so fasting, exercise, and patience that unlocks an infinite sense of gratitude and a greater connection.
Many people predict that Islam will surpass Christianity as the largest religion by the end of the century, by the number of its adherents and practitioners. What responsibility does that place on people like you, who's a religious leader, who teaches, who grows, who cares for the community, for the Muslim community, but actually for all people?
Well, I think what that means is that we have the responsibility to teach and live our faith in the most beautiful ways. Its values and ideals are not just expressed by you, but experienced by everyone around you. And so what I often teach my community is look at the Muslims in the area where what are your neighbors experiencing? What are people experiencing? You know, there's statistics to Muslims being the most charitable communities in America. We're a community of great service, a community of volunteer, a community that greatly enriches the world around us. I think that oftentimes people forget the history of Muslims, being at the forefront of contributing in areas of medicine, science, all sorts of ways of education, really changing the world through their commitment to faith. But on a deeply personal level, it's important for us to be representatives of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in a way that makes Islamophobia impossible. I tell people this, that it's very hard. I've actually the United States of Hate documentary, the one man, the protester, who
met me and sort of changed his
Uh,
worldview. It's very hard for people to believe what they hear about Islam if they see you live it. Now, that does not excuse bigotry, doesn't excuse prejudice against Muslims, but it's important for us to sort of take it as a responsibility as Muslims to channel our faith in which we go faith. God describes faith in the chapter of Abraham, peace be upon him, as a tree with firm foundations. The firm foundation being testimony of faith, the one is God. So the tree of monarchy with firm foundations, branches high in the sky, providing shade to everything around you, and producing fruit at all times. The tree of faith Muslim is not seasonal, so you should be producing with your faith at all times, good works, things that people can actually experience. And I think that Muslims have historically contributed to the world around them. And I think that Muslims today are still contributing to the world around them. I think that we can never give enough holding ourselves accountable to the message that we hold dear to our minds. We're trying to be the best representative of that message to the world. So, not only are you a religious leader, you have a lot of friends who are different religions. You have a lot of Jewish friends. As we've talked about a lot offline. And we'll probably hopefully get a chance to talk to them all here. But on that topic, we're going to another tragic event that was just a little bit less than a year ago in this very community here in Dallas. It was a synagogue hostage crisis. Can you describe what happened and what was your experience like through it afterwards? What were the bad things you saw and the good things you saw in the community? The Colleyville synagogue situation, it's kind of surreal that we're coming up on a year of that. But I'll actually tell you exactly what happened that morning. I was out with the family.
Here we go again. Another sermon.
That very morning,
I never feel ready.
Muhammad Ali.
I think after 25 years,
I
feel confident.
And I showed them the
I'm
YouTube
always
video.
nervous, always insecure.
We talked about
I know God's word is powerful.
And talked
I feel
about
so weak.
Helping people.
Pathetic is more accurate.
We also
no matter how much I work, no matter how hard I try,
when we went to breakfast.
I just never feel like I have what it takes.
There's a lot of meaning that sort of
okay, we're show. Game on.
For us.
Smile.
Deep discussion.
Don't suck.
Family.
Let's roll.
And then some of our community groups, we get this message.
So I'm curious.
There's a synagogue.
Does anyone else have an ongoing war in your mind?
A rabbi and his congregation taken as hostage.
I don't know about you, but so often I battle in my mind between thoughts of faith
shouting
and thoughts of fear.
And it became apparent.
I so often want to trust God,
it was a man that was,
and yet I also want to control.
Was holding them hostage.
Maybe you're like this. Maybe you can walk in one moment and you feel full of spiritual confidence that God is with you and He's for you and He's called you. And the next moment you have this crippling insecurity that paralyzes you and holds you back.
Like all that happens.
What I discovered is that the mind
so I told my wife,
is a battlefield.
And I told my kids I'm going to go down.
And most of life's battles are won or lost in your mind.
She was very supportive.
The more I've studied scripture, and the more I've even looked at what neuroscience would say, most of life's battles are won or lost in the mind. The good news is, who's ready for some good news? The good news is that God's word is powerful, not just to help you, but to transform and to renew your mind with truth. And because His word is powerful, I would love it if you would today at all of our Life Church locations. If you're watching in your kitchen, you could even stand to your feet in honor of the reading of God's word. Today we're going to be looking from 2 Corinthians chapter 10, and over the next few weeks we're going to try to get into the mind of the Apostle Paul. It's interesting to look at him. Have you ever heard of the ultimate warrior before? In many ways, Paul was what I call the ultimate thought warrior.
free the hostages.
When you look at his life, you'll notice early on, we see him become a follower of Jesus, and then we watch as Jesus renews his mind over time.
Just wondering.
Romans 7, we looked at that a couple of weeks ago, and you see the battle of his mind. He says, the things that I want to do, I don't do. You can probably relate. He says, the things I don't want to do, I end up doing. The things I want to do, I can't seem to do. And he almost sounds crazy with the thoughts in his mind. We're going to watch him progress throughout his life and ministry as he learns to wage war against the lies that attack his mind. We're going to see him capture wrong thoughts and replace them with truth and win the war in his mind. This is what the Apostle Paul says. He says, for though we live in the world, we do not wage war as the world does. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power. The Greek word translated as power is the word dunamis. It means the explosive, miraculous power of God. We get our word dynamite from this. The weapons that we fight with, they have divine power to demolish, to destroy strongholds. Now, you may not use the word stronghold in your everyday life. What is a stronghold? It comes from the Greek word akiroma, and it's a military stronghold. It was like a fortress that was often built in the middle of a city. This fortress could be surrounded by a wall that would literally be 20 feet deep. And it's where the military officials might be kept during battle to keep them safe, or where prisoners were kept to guard them from the enemy attacking. The devil, our spiritual enemy, wants to attack your mind and create strongholds of deception. So you believe something that's untrue and takes you away from God's healing and calling for your life. What does the devil do? The devil tries to shape your thinking. One lie at a time until you're a prisoner of deception. What does the devil tell you? You can't trust people. You'll never succeed. You're always going to be broke. You're never going to have a good marriage. God doesn't hear your prayers. God doesn't care about you. You're never going to make a difference. You're never going to amount to anything. How do we do battle in our mind? Well, Scripture tells us this, that we demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God.
What is this?
And what do? With God's help,
Stop this.
we take...
So you're proud that you stood up and you went there.
Yeah, look, I don't think I did much. Being really honest, this is not me trying to be humble here. I don't think I did much. I think I did what I was called to do. I wish that it never happened, right, as a whole. But I'm glad that the relationships that have been built over time came into being that day. We could call upon people that we knew, call upon each other, and as a community, we could come together. Dallas has been a lot of pain, but we've come together through a lot of pain as well. So it's kind of one of those things where we're united in our pain. When you suffer together, you build certain bonds together. So Dallas has been through a lot as a community, but we've come together through a lot as a community.
Yeah, the thing about violence and war, it destroys, it causes so much suffering, but it also brings out some of the best aspects of human nature and unites people. It's an interesting way how our human civilization functions.
Well, that's the beauty that you don't just want to see, but you also want to be. We're living in a climate where there's a lot of that, right? So how do you actually get through that and actually not allow yourself to succumb to that and be another voice in polarization?
It seems that throughout history and still in the world today, religion has been a source of a lot of polarization, a lot of conflict, even war.